The tricks of fate are always unexpected. The once mighty dance king Uchiha Madara, who dominated the ninja world, found his consciousness bizarrely residing in the body of a 3-year-old orphan, Naruto Uzumaki. Even more amusingly, this naive blonde child mistook him for his father, T. First. The proud Madara resisted this notion vehemently. But at some point, the former warlord's demeanor began to shift completely. Whenever someone tried to harm Naruto, Madara's protective instincts would surge. Naruto, go kill him. With your dad here, what are you afraid of? Dare to touch my son? You must be tired of living. Even when facing another version of himself from a different timeline, he showed no mercy. Don't think just because you're me, you can do as you please. I'll beat you up too. Thus, a strange tale was fervently woven together by the strongest dad in the ninja world and his unexpectedly interesting son amidst endless chaos and warmth. Chapter 1. Are you my dad? On a cold, windy night, 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki curled up in the thin bedding of the orphanage. Outside the window, the laughter of villagers celebrating the winter solstice could be heard, while he clutched a half-piece of moldy bread in his palm. This was the only thing the shopkeeper had been willing to throw on the ground for him today. It's so cold. Naruto pressed his red little hands against his stomach, where there was a burning pain. He didn't know what was happening and could only curl up his body to alleviate the pain as much as possible. However, the sharp pain suddenly intensified, causing Naruto to roll off the bed. In a daze, he saw the ceiling markings on his belly glowing with a strange red light, as if flames were burning beneath his skin. Help! Help! Naruto struggled to reach out, but his consciousness suddenly plunged into darkness. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a gigantic sewer. Murky sewage was up to his ankles, and a chilling breath echoed in the distance, each sound causing dust to fall from the pipes. Where? Where is this? Trembling, Naruto walked forward and froze in place after turning a corner. Behind a massive iron grate, a pair of crimson-slit eyes lit up in the darkness, like 2 blood moons. Finally, you've come, little brat. The Ninetales' voice was like countless knives scraping against metal. Come here, let this old man take a good look at you. Seeing this, Naruto instinctively stepped back, but was suddenly knocked to the ground by an overwhelming surge of chakra. The Ninetales' claws reached through the gaps in the bars, hovering above his head. Do you want to know why everyone hates you? Break this seal, and I'll tell you the truth. That highly seductive voice tempted Naruto's young and family-craving heart. As long as I break this, I can. Just as the claws were about to touch Naruto's forehead, a pale blue flame erupted from within him, forcefully knocking the Ninetales' claws away. What a beast, even trying to seduce a child now. Naruto dumbly looked up and saw a tall shadow blocking his way. The figure wore strange armor, with long black hair swirling like a living creature, and a few ghostly balls of chakra floated behind him. The moment the Ninetales saw this person, all the hair on its body stood on end, and its internal roar transformed into a shockwave that spread out. Uchiha Madara. Shut up. The shadow, accurately a soul state of Uchiha Madara, formed a hand seal with one hand, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. Go back and sleep. At the instant the illusion was cast, the Ninetales let out a reluctant roar, but its massive body still collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. The entire space returned to silence, with only the sound of dripping water remaining. Naruto sat on the ground, looking up at the suddenly appeared man. Dim light leaked through the cracks at the top of the pipe, illuminating the sharply defined profile of the figure. Who are you? Naruto timidly asked. Are you my dad? Madara's body visibly stiffened. He looked down at the little blond boy with blue eyes, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Is there something wrong with your eyes? I'm not your father. But, Naruto hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Grandpa Third said that Dad sacrificed himself fighting the Ninetales, and you can fight the Ninetales, so you must be Dad. Madara's mouth twitched. Just because of this? He didn't expect this little brat's associative abilities to be so outrageous. I am not. Madara turned around decisively. You can leave now. Suddenly, the hem of his clothing was tugged. Madara turned back to see Naruto clutching tightly to the hem of his armor, tears welling up in his azure eyes. Please don't go. Everyone hates me. Only Dad will protect me, right? Madara's brows furrowed even tighter. He should have shaken off this annoying little brat. But those eyes reminded him of Izuna back in the day, helpless in the face of his other brother's deaths. Call me whatever you want. In the end, Madara could only compromise, adopting the gentlest tone possible. Now let go, I need to check this seal. But Naruto, instead of letting go, broke into a smile and dove to hug Madara's leg. Great. I have a dad now. Madara's expression was like he had swallowed a bitter pill. Though he wanted to shake Naruto off, looking at that happy little face, he didn't know why he couldn't bring himself to do it. He lifted the golden-haired little creature by the scruff of his neck. Listen, first, no hugging people randomly. Second, don't call me dad outside. Third, his voice abruptly stopped. Through Naruto's eyes, he saw the situation in the real world. 3 ninjas wearing animal masks were surrounding the unconscious Naruto, one of whom was forming hand seals to investigate the seal. What kind of dark department did Tobirama create? He remembered that at the time, it was unnecessary for Hashirama, so Tobirama only proposed the theory. It seemed that after his death, that little brat Tobirama had implemented this idea. Trouble is coming. Madara sneered, putting Naruto down. Someone has discovered that the seal is loosening. Before Naruto could react, Madara pushed him. Wake up, kid. Unless you want to be captured by Konoha's Umbu for research. In the real world, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to meet a cat-faced mask. He screamed in fright and shrank back. The target has awakened. The Umbu ninja reported coldly. The seal shows signs of temporary loosening. It is advised to strengthen surveillance. Ignoring Naruto's reaction at that moment, the Umbu members confirmed there were no issues and immediately disappeared from Naruto's room. Once the Umbu left, Madara's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Is this how a village treats its Jinchuriki? Huh, Dad. Hearing Madara's cold snort in his heart, Naruto couldn't help but cheer inside. You're really still here. Shut up, I'm going to sleep. Madara's voice carried fatigue. Remember, don't expose my existence in front of anyone or Dad will disappear, right? Naruto suddenly felt down. I know. I'll keep a secret. Madara fell silent for a moment, unusually not refuting this title. In the last moment before falling into a deep sleep, he vaguely thought, this little brat's chakra. Why does it feel like Hashirama's? And deep within the seal, the Nine-Tails opened its eyes, looking at Madara's soul wrapped in blue chakra, revealing a contemplative expression. Soon, when the sun rose the next day, Naruto woke up from his bed. It was a rare occasion where he had slept comfortably through the night. Footsteps of the third Hokage could be heard outside the door, and Naruto looked toward the sound. When the old man pushed the door in, he immediately noticed the happy expression on Naruto's face. What's the good news, Naruto? Naruto remembered Madara's warning and shook his head. Nothing. Just that I had a good dream. The third Hokage looked at him thoughtfully and suddenly said, last night, I sensed an unusual chakra fluctuation coming from you. Naruto recalled and blurted out, it was my dad who protected me. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. But strangely, the third didn't press the matter further. He just patted his head and said, I see. That's really great. After the old man left, Madara's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. So he tried to pry information from a child? It seems this little brat might have sensed something. Chapter 2. Naruto's daily life. After the third Hokage briefly explained a few things, he left Naruto with this month's living expenses and departed. Naruto instinctively rubbed his stomach. It no longer hurt, but there was a strange warmth in that place. Dad? He whispered, and an impatient grunt immediately echoed in his mind. Don't make noise so early in the morning. Naruto grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing. He climbed down from his bed, using both hands and feet, and dragged out a rusty tin can from under the bed. Then, Naruto carefully placed the living expenses left by the third Hokage inside, keeping a few bills in his hand. I'm going to buy milk today, Naruto announced cheerfully. Iruka-sensei said, drinking more milk can help me grow taller. Madara looked at the shabby room through Naruto's eyes, observing the peeling walls, the moldy tatama mats, and the dead potted plants on the windowsill. Even the most destitute Uchiha clansman from the Warring States period wouldn't live in a place like this. Has Konoha become this poor? As Naruto was putting on his last orange jacket, he tilted his head and replied, It's because I'm a monster. Everyone says so. Hearing Naruto's words, which were completely devoid of malice, Madara felt a surge of anger rise within him for some reason. The shopkeeper's wife grabbed a broom as soon as she saw Naruto. Get out. She swung the broom, hitting Naruto on the back. We still haven't settled the score for the soy sauce you stole last time. Naruto shielded his head, and coins clinked as they fell from his fingers onto the ground. I didn't steal it. That was from Grandpa Third. You're a liar. The broom came down heavily on Naruto's knee, and he stumbled out the door. Passing villagers laughed, and someone deliberately spat near his feet. Madara, who saw all this through Naruto's eyes, maintained his cold expression, but his hands clenched unconsciously. He had seen clansmen die at the hands of the Senju clan. He had seen children torn to shreds by enemy ninjas. But he had never witnessed such blunt malice, especially directed at an unarmed child. Kill them. Madara's voice was as cold as ice, a fire-style jutsu could. It's okay. Naruto suddenly shouted, not knowing if he was comforting Madara or himself. He got up, dusted off his pants, and bowed to the shopkeeper's wife. Sorry for the disturbance. Madara was shocked to see this golden-haired kid picking up the scattered coins, even retrieving one that had fallen into the gutter. What shocked him even more was that Naruto turned around with a smile on his face. The old man in the next block will sell me milk, Naruto explained softly, although it's a bit expensive. At this moment, Madara couldn't help but recall why he and Hashirama had wanted to create the village hidden in the leaves. Wasn't it to ensure that children wouldn't suffer? To live happily under the sun? Yet this little brat, clearly living in a time of peace, was enduring harm no less than that of children during the Warring States period. At dusk, Naruto sat on a swing, sipping the hard-earned milk. He had a large bruise on his knee for being pushed down the stairs by a few bigger kids earlier that afternoon. They didn't do it on purpose, Naruto said, swinging his legs. I just couldn't keep my balance. Foolish, Madara interrupted him. That was clearly a deliberate shove. If this were the Warring States period, you would definitely fight back. Naruto blinked, his clear eyes devoid of malice. Why? Isn't it better for everyone to be happy? Madara didn't answer. He was reevaluating this vessel, this child. Everything that had happened during the day made him realize that being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails brought Naruto not just loneliness. It was more like a slow death, yet this little brat could still smile foolishly at the sunset. Listen, kid, Madara suddenly said, starting tonight, I'm going to teach you some things. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Is Dad going to teach me ninjutsu? Like those on Hokage Rock? Shut up and listen. Madara's voice carried an undeniable authority. What I'm going to teach you is not child's play ninjutsu, but how to survive in the malice of the true way of life for a ninja from the Warring States period. As the moonlight illuminated the abandoned training ground, Madara appeared in a form that only Naruto could see. His body was a semi-transparent bluish hue, and his long hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze. First, remember 3 iron rules. Madara raised 3 fingers. First, always assume everyone is an enemy. Second, all food must be tested for poison. Third, keep a third of your mind awake while sleeping. Naruto nodded, seemingly understanding, and suddenly sneezed. The night dew dampened his worn-out jacket, but his eyes were astonishingly bright. Madara frowned as he looked at the thin frame of this little brat and suddenly changed his mind. Tonight, I'll first teach you the basics of how to fall. Huh? Naruto looked confused. I already know how to do that. I did it today. What you did is called wrestling, not tactical falling. Madara sneered. Watch closely. The next second, Naruto felt his body taken over by an unfamiliar chakra. His right hand instinctively protected the back of his neck, and his left leg bent to cushion the fall. His whole body fell backward in a strangely fluid manner, rolling twice on the ground before immediately settling into a crouch. What? What was that? Naruto looked at his hands in surprise. Uchiha-style falling technique. Madara's voice held a hint of pride. It allows you to fall from a 10-meter-high tree without getting hurt. For the next 2 hours, Naruto repeatedly practiced the motions of falling, rolling, and getting up. His clothes were covered in dirt, and his knees bore new wounds, but his smile became increasingly radiant. Dad is amazing. Naruto cheered for the umpteenth time as he got up. This way, I won't feel pain when I get pushed down anymore. Madara's expression froze. He had intended to teach him how to minimize damage when encountering enemy ninjas, but this little brat was thinking about. Tomorrow, I'll teach you to identify poisons. Madara suddenly said, now go back and sleep. On the way back to the orphanage, Naruto limped but was in high spirits. As he passed a shop with its lights on, he suddenly stopped. The window reflected 2 figures, one large and one small, a golden-haired boy and the bluish phantom floating behind him. Naruto secretly reached out his hand, wanting to tug at Madara's clothes, but passed through the semi-transparent chakra. Does Dad get cold too? Naruto asked mindlessly. Madara looked at this bruised but caring little brat and suddenly understood Hashirama's thoughts. Perhaps that naive idealist had long seen one thing clearly. In endless war, the first thing to be lost is always the smiles of children. "You idiot," Madara said softly, but gently pressed on Naruto's shoulder with his chakra. "Hurry up, it's gonna rain." Indeed, fine rain began to fall from the night sky. Madara watched Naruto's bouncing back, and for the first time, he felt a strange emotion towards this absurd father-son relationship. And deep within the seal, the Nine-Tails opened one eye, watching all of this thoughtfully. Chapter 3. The test of the three generations. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when Naruto was squatting in the pine forest behind Konoha, clutching several brightly colored mushrooms in his small hands. Dew slid off the caps of the mushrooms, refracting dangerous, gorgeous colors in the morning sun. The red cap with a white stem mustn't be touched. The voice of Madara echoed in Naruto's mind. Eating this poisonous mushroom would lead to excruciating pain within 2 hours. Naruto shivered and almost tossed the mushrooms away. He carefully drew a crooked skull on the muddy ground with a twig, a cross beside it, marking it as a warning. "What about this one?" Naruto asked, pulling aside a cluster of bushes to reveal several pearl-like, round white berries. "Stay away." That's widow's tears. Contact with the skin will. Before Madara could finish explaining, an old voice came from behind. Startled, Naruto fell onto the ground. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had silently appeared behind him, the blue smoke from his pipe particularly noticeable in the morning mist. Third Grandpa. Naruto hurriedly wiped away the skull, drawing with his foot. "I was just picking mushrooms." The third's gaze swept over the colorful fungi, and the shadows deepened in the wrinkles of his face. "Who taught you to identify these?" Naruto's eyes darted around, as Madara had warned him not to reveal his existence. After thinking for a moment, he stammered a lie. "I saw it in a book. Konoha's Plant Encyclopedia." The third crouched down and picked up a widow's tear, then glanced at Naruto's palm. Surprisingly, a thin layer of chakra covered his fingers, isolating the toxins. This was not the chakra control ability that a child of his age could possess. "This book," the third said slowly, "is the 7th book from the right in the 3rd row of the library. It was borrowed only 3 times last year." His gaze suddenly sharpened. "And you, Naruto, have never been to the library." Feeling exposed, Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. He could sense Madara's chakra wrapping around his thoughts like armor. But the third's gaze seemed to penetrate everything. "It's a seal," Naruto blurted out, recalling what Madara had told him, the survival knowledge left by the 4th Hokage. The third's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared intently at Naruto's small face, and his right hand discreetly formed a hand seal. "The 4th Hokage?" he asked gently. "The 4th Hokage?" However, Naruto was unfamiliar with this term, showing a puzzled expression. This made Madara cover his face. It seemed too much to ask a child to lie. "Say it with me. It was the 4th Hokage who left information in the seal that grants you the ability to protect yourself." Naruto struggled to say it correctly, but when the words reached his lips, they turned into, "It seems like some information lets me have self-defense skills." Seeing this, the third realized something. Naruto was still a child and couldn't express himself clearly, but it was likely some contingency left by Minato. The current situation was a result of Naruto unintentionally uncovering it. After pondering, the third gently patted Naruto's little head. "That's right, but it's still dangerous for you to be exposed to these things without anyone teaching you." "I'm sorry." Naruto lowered his head and apologized to the third. This statement hit the third like a shuriken. He had always acknowledged in his heart that he owed Naruto an apology. As the son of a hero, Naruto, due to his identity as a Jinchuriki, had to undergo identity concealment. He couldn't even inherit his father's surname and had to hide under the Uzumaki name. Though the third had provided significant assistance in terms of living conditions, the villagers still could not accept Naruto's existence because he was a Jinchuriki. Even if he spoke out, it only allowed Naruto to live the life he had now. The old man remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. "If you want to learn these things in the future, come find me." He stood up and glanced back one last time, hoping that he was just overthinking. Once the third's figure completely disappeared, Naruto slumped onto the ground like a deflated balloon. "Dad, you scared me to death." Madara's chakra surged in the ceiling space. That old fox is suspicious, but he won't dig too deep for now. You pause, however. For the next few days, you will be under close surveillance. Sure enough, when Naruto went to Ichiraka Ramen that afternoon, he noticed two masked ninjas in the corner. Even when he went to the bathroom, he could feel chakra fluctuations on the roof. One on the left tree and two on the right rooftop. Madara coldly reported the positions of the watchers. Konoha Zumbu are getting more unreasonable. Slurping his ramen, Naruto mentally asked, "So, are we still going to continue learning?" "Of course." Madara's voice was unequivocal. "But first, digest what you've learned today. Physical training starts tomorrow." The ramen shop owner pushed a larger serving of chashu in front of Naruto, lovingly ruffling his blonde hair. "Dig in. I'm starting." Naruto grinned, his eyes squinted in delight as he began to enjoy the delicious feast before him. As night fell, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed. Following Madara's guidance, he was attempting to gather chakra at his fingertips. "Focus." Madara's voice was unusually patient. "Imagine your chakra as a net." Naruto gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, his index finger glowed with a faint blue light, flickering like a firefly. "I did it!" Naruto cheered. Madara snorted lightly, barely passing. But he didn't tell Naruto that such fine chakra manipulation typically required a genin-level control. Just as Naruto was about to try again, the ceiling space suddenly shook violently. The Nine Tails chakra surged like a tide, continuously washing over Madara's soul. "Uchiha Madara," the Nine Tails voice rumbled like thunder. "Let's talk." Madara opened and closed his eyes, appearing in the ceiling space. The Crimson Three-Tomo faced a pair of red vertical pupils. "You beast, are you looking for death?" The Nine Tails impatiently thumped its tail against the iron bars. "Stop playing dumb. Do you know why a spirit from the Warring States period appears in this little brat's body?" Madara's Sharingan slowly rotated. "It has nothing to do with you." "Of course it does." The Nine Tails bared its white fangs. "I've been sealed for over 60 years and have never seen this situation. A Uchiha completely unrelated to the Uzumaki clan has its soul parasitizing a Jinchuriki's body. Unless someone did it deliberately." Madara's soul chakra suddenly became unstable. He had pondered this question countless times. Why was it Naruto? Why him? Six Paths Sage. The Nine Tails suddenly spat out this name. Only that old man has the ability to interfere with the reincarnation of souls. Madara's pupils contracted sharply. He certainly knew the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, but do you think I would believe that? Madara sneered. If it were really him, what would the purpose be? The Nine Tails' tail stopped moving. Ask yourself, Uchiha Madara, when you taught that little brat to identify poisons, when you watched him clumsily practice chakra, did you ever think of anyone? Madara's ethereal form suddenly froze. Countless memory fragments flashed through his mind. Izuna's clumsy attempts at shuriken practice. His brother holding his hand before dying, urging him to live. Shut up. Madara's chakra exploded violently, shaking the entire ceiling space. In reality, Naruto suddenly clutched his stomach. It hurts. The Nine Tails returned to its usual state, lying on the ground, watching Madara's outburst with satisfaction. Interesting. It seems I guessed correctly. Madara forced himself to calm down. He took a moment to steady his heart, though his voice was no longer so certain. Even if what you say is true, so what? Cooperation. The Nine Tails' claws scraped the iron bars, producing a piercing sound. You teach that little brat how to survive, and I provide the chakra. After all, it cast a meaningful glance at Madara, and we all wanted to see what that old man from the Six Paths was planning. Madara remained silent for a long time. The moonlight filtered through the top of the sealed space, casting fragmented shadows on the murky water surface. Finally, he lifted his head, and his Sharingan emitted an eerie glow in the darkness. Remember, beast, this is just a temporary truce. The Nine Tails let out a low chuckle and slowly retreated deeper into its cage. Meanwhile, Naruto in reality was completely unaware of this. He was rolling on the bed, clutching his stomach, unable to understand why it suddenly hurt so much. "Dad!" Naruto cried with a whimper. "Am I poisoned?" Madara's chakra gently enveloped the painful area on Naruto's body. "Sleep, Naruto. It won't hurt for long." Chapter 4. Training. The village of Konoha was still shrouded in hazy mist before dawn when 3-year-old Naruto was pulled out of his blanket by Madara. "Get up, Naruto!" Madara's voice thundered in Naruto's mind. Groggily, Naruto rubbed his eyes, his small hands gripping the edge of the bed, and his little legs kicked in the air a couple of times before finally touching the ground. So sleepy, he yawned, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. Usually, he would sleep until the sun warmed his backside. Ninjas don't have the luxury of sleeping in, Madara said coldly. Now go run. Run? Running? Startled by Madara's voice. All traces of sleepiness vanished from Naruto. He widened his eyes and looked at the starry sky outside. But it's not even dawn yet. Move. Startled by Madara's tone, a wobbly little figure appeared on the streets of Konoha. After all, Naruto was only a 3-year-old child, stumbling as he ran, occasionally tripping over stones. Each time he nearly fell, Madara's chakra would gently support him, preventing him from truly crashing to the ground. Adjust your breathing, Madara's voice guided in Naruto's mind. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth, keep a steady rhythm. Naruto tried hard to follow, but after less than 10 minutes, his little face was already flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I can't anymore, he gasped, leaning on his knees. Naruto felt like he couldn't feel his legs at all. If it weren't for Madara's chakra supporting him, he would have wanted to just sit down on the ground. Madara clicked his tongue. Can't handle this much? Children in the Warring States era could run all day. Naruto pouted in grievance. But I'm not a child from the Warring States era. Madara fell silent for a moment before finally conceding. Rest for 5 minutes, then continue. Training continued until the sun fully rose. After finishing the training, Naruto collapsed on the grass, gasping for breath like a stranded little fish. His clothes were soaked with sweat, his golden hair sticking to his forehead. Dad, am I going to die? He weakly asked. Madara's chakra circulated through him, assessing his condition. Chakra is overly consumed, but the recovery speed is faster than expected. Naruto blinked. Recovery speed? Your body is replenishing chakra on its own, Madara explained. Ordinary ninjas would need at least half a day to recover after consuming this much. But you only took less than an hour. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, but soon became excited. Does that mean I'm really strong? Madara lightly snorted, barely passable. Although he said that, he was somewhat surprised in his heart. Naruto's chakra recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Was this the physical quality of the Uzumaki clan? On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, the embers of his pipe flickering. His gaze fell through the crystal ball, landing on the small figure in the training field. He had been observing for 3 days. The third muttered to himself, can the chakra mark left by Minato really achieve this level? Naruto's recent changes were too apparent. From poison identification to chakra control, even his taijutsu movements carried a certain sharp style. It was completely different from Minato's style, and instead resembled his own from when he was young. Hiruzen, what are you worried about? A cold voice came from behind. Danzo Shimura stood at the door, his cane gently tapping the ground. The third's brow furrowed slightly. Danzo, what is it? I've heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been acting a bit unusual lately. Danzo slowly walked in, his single eye fixed on the third. The Umbu report that he is learning dangerous survival skills. The third exhaled a puff of smoke. His expression calm, just some basic self-defense knowledge left by Minato in the seal. A flicker of doubt crossed Danzo's eye. The fourth would teach a 3-year-old to identify deadly poisonous mushrooms? Just in case, the third said lightly besides. Naruto will eventually have to face these. Danzo fell silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. You're too soft-hearted, Hiruzen. If the Jinchuriki goes out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why I'm personally monitoring him. The third's gaze turned back to the window. No need for Root to intervene. Danzo stared at his back, ultimately snorting coldly and turning to leave. The third took a deep breath of smoke, his brow furrowed. He knew Danzo wouldn't give up easily. But if he reported Naruto's current unusual situation to the advisory council, what awaited Naruto would be even tighter surveillance. Or he might even be taken away by Root. Leaning back his chair, Hiruzen looked up at the ceiling. What exactly did you leave in the seal, Minato? That night, in the ceiling space, Naruto curled up in the corner of his consciousness space, already too tired to stay awake. Madara's phantom stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the Nine-Tails. Madara, You've changed. The Ninetales lazily lay there, its tail gently swaying, surprisingly softening. Madara coldly looked at it. What do you want to say? The once cold-hearted Uchiha Madara, the Ninetales' slit pupils narrowed slightly, jokingly said, has now started acting like a babysitter. Hearing this, Madara shot a glance. Say whatever you want. Then do you remember how you died? Madara's soul chakra suddenly froze. What do you want to ask? The Ninetales flicked its tail. Although my perception isn't strong, I can clearly feel that your soul is incomplete. Madara didn't refute the Ninetales' words. Since he entered Naruto's body, he had sensed that his memories were not complete. He remembered things from childhood, the wars between the two clans, the bond with Hashirama, the founding of Konoha, the truth about the Uchiha, and the battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. He remembered all of this, but he recalled that after the battle at the Valley of the End, he didn't die. He survived and lived for a long time. But how did he avoid Hashirama's fatal blow? How did he escape? How long did he live? He remembered none of it. The Ninetales chuckled softly. What's wrong? Discovering your amnesia has you flustered? Madara fell silent. He looked at the sleeping Naruto, a complex emotion swirling in his chest. Why did he end up in Naruto's body? Just this mystery was already a headache, and now another one had come. Why was he amnesiac? Growing tired of thinking, Madara coldly replied, "These are all things of the past. They have nothing to do with me. I will only live according to my own will." The Ninetales gave him a meaningful glance, but said nothing more. Meanwhile, in the real world, the third Hokage still stood by the window, gazing at the moon in the night sky, unable to sleep for a long time. Chapter 5. Enrollment in Ninja School. 3 years later, 6-year-old Naruto stood in front of the mirror, tightly fastening his brand-new forehead protector. The dark green lenses gleamed coldly in the morning light, reflecting his face that had lost its baby fat. 3 years was enough time for a wobbly toddler to grow into a mischievous child who could easily leap over Hokage Rock. It's crooked. Madara's voice echoed in his mind. Even if it's just a substitute for a forehead protector, it should be worn at a 15-degree angle, following the Uchiha family tradition. Naruto stuck out his tongue and deliberately pushed his goggles to the right again. No way. I want to be Hokage, so my style has to be unique. In the ceiling space, Madara's phantom crossed his arms and snorted coldly. If it were 3 years ago, he would have forcibly controlled Naruto's hand to correct this mistake. But now, he just watched as the blonde kid bounced out of the apartment, his orange coat fluttering behind him like a flame. The streets of Konoha were busier than usual. Parents were leading their children towards the Ninja Academy, and shops along the way had hung banners advertising back-to-school specials. Naruto walked among the crowd with his hands in his pockets, keenly aware of several familiar gazes. The ANBU had been monitoring him without interruption for the past 3 years. 2 were on the eaves to his left rear, and 1 was disguised as a dumpling seller to his right front. Madara lazily reported the positions of the watchers. And Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed persistent. Naruto pretended to tie his shoelaces and took the opportunity to make a face at the dumpling stall. The stall owner's hand trembled, and the 3-colored dumplings almost fell into the charcoal fire. Don't cause trouble, Madara warned, but with a hint of indulgence. Today is very important for you. It was indeed very important. This was the first time in 3 years that Madara allowed Naruto to show his true strength in public. Of course, it was a strictly limited version of the truth. Remember, keep your taijutsu test above the passing line by 10 points, and deliberately miss 2 shuriken throws. Madara repeatedly went over the precautions, and most importantly, you must not expose your chakra control ability. Naruto interjected, then clasped his hands behind his head and lowered his voice. Dad, you've been nagging for 3 years. I can recite it all. Madara's chakra stirred a small storm in the ceiling space. This term had gone from absurd to commonplace, and even the Ninetales was too lazy to mock him anymore. The flow of people at the school gate suddenly came to a halt. Naruto stood on tiptoes and saw Sasuke Uchiha surrounded by a group of parents taking pictures. The black-haired boy wore a dark blue collared shirt, his expression as cold as ice. Upon seeing Sasuke, Madara couldn't help but show a look of interest. "Oh, this generation of Uchiha is quite to my taste." Naruto pouted. Over the past 3 years, he and Sasuke had run into each other countless times on the streets, always ending with a glare-off. But today was different. Today they were schoolmates. Hey, Sasuke. Naruto waved his arms as he squeezed through. I got here early today. You lost. Sasuke turned his head, his dark eyes sweeping over Naruto's slanted goggles, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever responds is the idiot. The two kids pressed their foreheads together like two spiky little beasts. The surrounding parents let out good-natured laughter. Control your emotions. Madara's voice was unusually tense. Do you want to be invited to the ANBU interrogation room on your first day? Naruto took a deep breath and suddenly grinned. Just wait and see. I'll knock you down in taijutsu class. Sasuke's Sharingan activated instantly, the single tomo slowly spinning. Good luck with that, dead last. For the past 3 years, every morning Naruto's figure working hard to train had sparked Sasuke's competitive spirit as he tried to catch up to Itachi. Under this constant stimulation of competitiveness, Sasuke had recently awakened his Sharingan. Although it was only one tomo, Madara was taken aback upon seeing those eyes. Has this little brat been cheating? Awakening the Sharingan at 6 years old is more impressive than I was. The entrance test was much simpler than Naruto had imagined. When he threw his classmate off the mat for the 3rd time during the taijutsu sparring, the proctoring Chunin had a ghostly expression. Naruto Uzumaki, victory. Irika announced with difficulty. Next group. Naruto sneaked a peek at the score sheet, his heart soaring. He had perfectly executed Madara's instructions, scoring above the passing line, but not to the point of being astonishing. Even in the strictest shuriken test, he had just missed one shot compared to Sasuke. Well done. Madara rarely gave praise. Now for the chakra test. Remember to use only 1/10 of the amount. Naruto cheered his heart. Dad, you're so naggy today. Madara's chakra tightened around Naruto's stomach threateningly, eliciting a small cry of pain. This action had become their secret signal over the past 3 years. When Naruto got too carried away, Madara would remind him to stay alert this way. The chakra test was conducted on the playground. The children lined up to inject chakra into special test paper, determining their affinities through the reactions. Naruto stood at the end of the line, watching the flames, mist, and lightning light up one after another in front of him. Dad, what is my affinity? He asked quietly. Theoretically, the Uzumaki clan is suited for sealing techniques, but Madara's voice suddenly paused. Wait, that's silver-haired Jonin. Naruto followed Madara's perception, under the shade of a tree at the edge of the playground. Kakashi Itachi was lazily flipping through a little yellow book. However, the eye that was exposed was clearly watching the testing scene. It's the ANBU chief watching me. Naruto immediately recognized the elusive figure from the past 3 years. Stay calm. Madara's chakra steadied Naruto's emotions. Follow the plan. When it was Naruto's turn, he deliberately let his chakra run wild at his fingertips. The test paper first became damp, then split into 2 halves. A composite manifestation of wind and water? The proctoring Chunin recorded in confusion. Potential rating? Kakashi under the tree closed his book. At the end of the school day, Naruto bounced through the commercial street. His backpack was filled with brand new textbooks, and his pocket held the newly assigned ninja ID number, 012607. Irika-sensei said, we'll start learning transformation techniques next week. He exclaimed excitedly, I've been wanting to learn this. Madara didn't respond. Since the chakra test, he had been unusually silent. Dad? Naruto stopped. Are you angry? I was really obedient. It's not your problem. Madara's voice was unusually grave. That Kakashi Itachi has figured something out. A chill ran down Naruto's back. Figured out what? Your chakra control. Madara's chakra formed a defensive stance within Naruto's body. He deliberately stimulated the test paper with lightning chakra, provoking your instinctive defense. Although you stopped in time, the precision in that moment couldn't escape the observation of a Sharingan. Naruto stood frozen at the ramen shop's door, the aroma suddenly losing its appeal. 3 years of caution. Was it all going to end on the first day? No need to panic. Madara's voice steadied. He will only think you are exceptionally talented and won't connect it to anything else for now. However, a hint of battle intent came through the chakra. We need to be ready for a fight. The Ninetales let out a low laugh from deep within the seal. Are we finally going to get serious? I've been waiting for 3 years. Naruto rubbed his belly and suddenly grinned. What is there to be afraid of? I have two of the strongest dads. Idiot, Madara said softly, but he gently ruffled Naruto's hair with his chakra. Go eat your ramen. As night fell, the third Hokage's office was still lit. The crystal ball displayed footage of the day's tests, freezing on the moment Naruto's chakra test paper reacted. What do you think? The third asked the silver-haired Jonin in the shadows. Kakashi's eyes moved away from Ica Paradise. His chakra control precision exceeds that of an ordinary Chunin, and his taijutsu techniques have the shadow of the Warring States period. He paused, not quite in line with the teacher style. The third exhaled a puff of smoke. So it's not knowledge left behind by Minato? More like Kakashi put away Ica Paradise. Something that a certain old man who has lived for decades personally trained. Outside the window, a crow silently flew by. Its eyes glowed with an eerie red light in the moonlight, reflecting the light from the Hokage's office, and also reflecting the figure of the blonde boy practicing hand seals in the distant apartment. Chapter 6. Genius? Fool? In the morning classroom, chalk dust floated in the sunlight. Irika helplessly held up Naruto's test paper from yesterday, which had a gigantic score of 12 marked in red pen. Naruto Uzumaki, with veins popping on Irika's forehead, explained how he answered the question about the 3 bands of ninja with ramen, pranks, and sleeping. The classroom erupted in laughter. Naruto scratched the back of his head, displaying his signature silly grin. Hee because you really can't touch those 3. If I eat ramen, I can't stop. Pranks are just too fun. And if I sleep, I'll miss out on training. Sasuke, sitting in the front row, scoffed. Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Naruto shouted, slamming his hands on the desk, causing his chair to topple over. Silence. Irika banged the eraser on the podium. Naruto, stay after school for remedial lessons. Huh? No. Naruto cried, tears streaming down his face. In the ceiling space, Madara's soul floated on the murky water, one hand resting on his forehead. The Nine Tails laughed uncontrollably in its cage, the iron bars rattling from the vibrations. Is this the student you raised? This kid scored 12 points in a theory exam? Madara's Sharingan narrowed dangerously. Shut up. I didn't go to this kind of playhouse school, but the 3 bands of ninja are the basics. The Nine Tails laughed so hard it had to pound the ground to calm down. Money, beauty, alcohol. This brat actually wrote ramen? In the real world, Naruto was slumped over his desk, carving little figures into the tabletop with a pencil. Irika's explanations of chakra theory went in one ear and out the other. Dad, save me. Theory class is so boring. Madara's chakra fluctuated slightly. Over the past 3 years, he had taught Naruto countless life-saving techniques, but never expected to be defeated by subject class. Listen. Madara's voice was laced with gritted teeth as he gathered chakra around his ear meridians to enhance his hearing. I'll only demonstrate once. 5 minutes later, an explosion suddenly erupted in the classroom. Naruto's ink pot inexplicably exploded, splattering Sasuke in the front row. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika's roar made the windows buzz. It wasn't me. Naruto waved his hands in a panic. It was the chakra. No, the ink just did it on its own. Madara facepalmed in the ceiling space. He just wanted Naruto to hear the class content clearly. Little did he know that the fluctuations caused by Naruto's chakra control could even shatter the structure of the ink pot. During lunchtime, Naruto sat dejectedly on the rooftop, nibbling on bread. His orange jacket was stained with ink, a result of Sasuke's shuriken attack in his rage. I clearly ranked first in taijutsu class. Naruto kicked the railing in frustration. Why is theory class so hard? Madara's phantom appeared in his consciousness. Because you can't calm down. Ninja from the Warring States period had to lie still for 3 days and nights during an ambush, yet you can't even sit still for 3 minutes. But those words are all cramped together. They make me dizzy, Naruto mumbled. He always fell asleep while reading and couldn't absorb anything. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes brightened. Right. Dad, just use Jinjutsu to shove the knowledge directly into my head. Just like when you taught me the antidote technique. No, Madara firmly refused. Theory requires understanding, not rote memorization. He paused, his tone unusually hesitant. Besides, I'm not fully knowledgeable about modern ninja theory. The Nine Tails' mocking laughter echoed from the depths of its cage. Admit it, Uchiha Madara. There are areas where you're not skilled. Madara's chakra exploded violently, shaking the entire ceiling space. Watching his two dads inside his body prepare to fight again, Naruto could only smile helplessly. The rooftop door in the real world swung open. Hinata Hyuga timidly peeked in, holding a lunchbox. Naruto-kun, would you like to have lunch together? The afternoon's taijutsu class was Naruto's strong suit, when he broke the school record for the third time during the obstacle course. Even the usually serious taijutsu teacher displayed a shocked expression. 28 seconds, the teacher repeatedly checked the stopwatch. This was already above the level of a typical chunin. The playground fell silent. Sasuke's Sharingan had somehow activated, fixated on Naruto's fluid movements. Every action of that underachiever carried an indescribable rhythm, as if honed through countless trials. Next, shuriken throwing. Naruto confidently stepped onto the throwing line. He quietly asked in his mind, "Dad, how many should I intentionally miss this time? Just perform normally." Madara's voice carried a hint of pleasure. "Let those brats see something." 10 shuriken flew through the air. The first 9 hit the target's center perfectly, but the last one traced a strange arc in the air, knocking down all the shuriken Sasuke had just thrown. "Oops, my hand slipped." Naruto grinned at Sasuke. The black-haired boy's Sharingan spun wildly. For the first time in 3 years, he felt a strong sense of defeat. This theory class idiot. How can he crush me in real combat? The underachiever Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists. "Who the hell are you?" After school, the remedial class was empty. Irika had been summoned by the Hokage, leaving Naruto staring at the Chakra Theory Basics book, wide-eyed and blank. So boring. Naruto poked the textbook with his pencil. Suddenly struck with inspiration. "Right? Dad said practice makes perfect." He stealthily locked the classroom door, clumsily forming seals with his hands. This was the chakra sensing technique mentioned in yesterday's theory class, a high-level skill that should have been taught in the 6th grade. Zien Suju. Light blue chakra gathered in his palm, but suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Papers in the classroom started moving without wind, and the ink pot began to tremble. "Stop!" Madara's warning came too late. With a loud bang, the storage cabinet in the back of the classroom exploded into pieces. Naruto was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, staring up at the ceiling with a charred face. Did I succeed? Madara's soul chakra churned violently. At that moment, he clearly sensed something abnormal. Naruto's chakra was mixed with a faint trace of the Nine-Tails aura. Deep in the seal, the Nine-Tails grinned widely. Has it finally begun? In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage laid out 2 reports in front of him. One was Irika's submitted record of Naruto Uzumaki's abnormal behavior. The other came from the Umbu, titled Analysis of Suspected Uchiha Fluid Technique Traces. "What do you think?" The 3rd Hokage asked the silver-haired Jonin by the window. Kakashi's single, "I moved away from Ika Paradise. Taijutsu styles can be imitated, but combat intuition can't be deceived." He paused, his expression suddenly sharp. That kid is being taught real killing techniques by someone. Outside the window, the setting sun painted the Hokage rock blood red. The 3rd Hokage rubbed the crystal ball, which displayed Naruto, playing dead among the rubble of the classroom. "Arrange for special guidance," the 3rd Hokage finally said, "and you'll be personally responsible." Kakashi closed the book and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a line. "Just in time, I also want to meet that teacher." Chapter 7. Kakashi's test. "If you can grab this bell from me before dinner," he said, magically shaking out 2 bronze bells, "I'll forgive all your punishments and even treat you to Ichiraku ramen." The moment Naruto heard Ichiraku ramen, his eyes lit up. "Really? Of course." Kakashi tied the bells to his waist. "But if you lose, I won't lose." Naruto already assumed an attacking stance. The two faced off, Kakashi flipping through Ika Paradise, while Naruto refrained from rushing in. 3 years of secret training had taught him to observe. Kakashi seemed to casually flip through the book, but his stance showed no flaws. And even the rhythm of turning the pages matched his breathing. "He's assessing your strength." The deep voice of Obito echoed in his consciousness. "Use basic taijutsu. Don't reveal my training." Naruto imperceptibly nodded, and then suddenly shot out like an arrow. Kakashi didn't even lift his eyelids, evading Naruto's straight punch just by the sound of the wind. But Naruto was prepared. His right leg swept in a fierce arc to attack Kakashi's lower body. Oh! Kakashi nimbly leaped back, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting under his mask. You've improved quite a bit in taijutsu. This is just the beginning. Naruto grinned, revealing his canines, and when he charged again, his speed suddenly increased. His movements were clean and precise, every punch calculated for optimal angle. Kakashi still had one hand in his pocket, blocking with just his right hand, but the nonchalance in his lone was gradually replaced by focus. Without unnecessary movements, the way he exerted force became more refined. After blocking the 10th attack, Kakashi's pupils constricted. This isn't the style taught at the academy. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales rhythmically struck the iron bars with its claws, causing crimson chakra sparks to fly. The Ninetales reminded, hey, Porcupine Head, that silver-haired ninja is no simpleton. The shadow of Madara flickered in the darkness. I know without you telling me. And don't call me Porcupine Head. This guy is no weakling. Aren't you afraid he'll see through your tricks? Madara didn't respond, but the swirling chakra revealed his vigilance. Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha, was the direct disciple of the 4th Hokage. If he got serious, Naruto stood no chance now. In the real world, Naruto was once again thrown into the dust. But he immediately sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, grass clippings stuck in his blonde hair. 17 attacks and still 0 hits. Kakashi finally put away the novel. Do you want to continue? Stop being long-winded. Naruto wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth and suddenly changed his breathing rhythm. His movements began to take on a peculiar cadence, as if each step was on an invisible spiral trajectory. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. That's not ordinary taijutsu. Naruto's fist, enveloped in spiraling wind, actually left faint blue chakra after images in the air. This is... Boom! Kakashi's crossed arms were jolted, his boots carving 2 shallow grooves in the ground. Before he could adjust his stance, Naruto had already flipped in midair, his right leg coming down like a battle axe. Got it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the bell, Kakashi transformed into white smoke and vanished. Good tactic. When the voice came from behind, Naruto felt a tingle at the back of his neck, but he was still far from winning. As Naruto was defeated, the Ninetales mocking laughter exploded in his mind. Madara, look at your good son. He can't even grab a bell. Madara ignored the taunt, saying the experience gap is too large, and besides, his opponent isn't weak. Achieving this level is already commendable for Naruto. Then let me help him. Suddenly, Naruto, lying on the ground, dug his nails deep into the soil. A strong sense of unwillingness surged like magma, and at the moment his emotions peaked, dark red chakra seeped from his pores like flames. You better behave. Madara's chakra transformed into black chains that wrapped around him. You're harming Naruto. As Madara completely blocked the chakra, the red chakra on Naruto dispersed in a rush. Only the residual energy made the surrounding plants sway without wind, proving that what just happened was not an illusion. Kakashi stood 3 meters away, and his forehead protector had unknowingly been pushed up, a hint of surprise flashing in his crimson Sharingan. But he quickly pulled the forehead protector back down. Time's up. He lowered his hands from the seals. The bell glinted coldly in the sunset. You lost. Naruto hung his head in silence for a moment, then suddenly looked up with a smile. Tomorrow I will definitely grab it. Kakashi stared at him for a long time, then smiled at Naruto, but remember, your punishment will be doubled. No. Immediately, Naruto's scream echoed throughout the training ground. At night, the light from the Hokage's office stretched the shadow of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi stood by the window, his silver hair still dusted with dirt from the training ground. His taijutsu, Kakashi pondered his words, incorporates the essence of some ancient style, and his chakra control precision is far beyond that of a low-ranking ninja. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Who do you think is teaching him? Not sure. Kakashi's eyes glimmered in the shadows. But for someone to make a child progress so much in such a short time. He paused. That person is likely not beneath you. Meanwhile, Naruto sat by the river, hugging his knees, stones skipping 3 times across the water. Dad, am I still not enough? Rarely. Madara did not mock him. The eerie blue chakra enveloped Naruto like a thin mist. Today, you forced out 50% of his strength. Really? Naruto suddenly looked up, the gloom in his eyes vanishing. Then tomorrow. Focus on basic training. Madara interrupted him, his tone gentler than usual. Next time, make sure he gives it his all. Deep in the ceiling cage, the Ninetales couldn't help but curl the corner of its mouth slightly, seemingly enjoying the current environment. Chapter 8. Madara's Warning at Night, in Naruto's room. Moonlight streamed through the window onto Naruto's small bed, where the blond boy was sprawled out asleep, drooling slightly. Occasionally, he mumbled about wanting another bowl of ramen in his dreams. In the shadowy corner of the room, an elderly figure silently emerged. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, draped in ceremonial robes, held an unlit pipe between his fingers, his gaze complex as he watched the sleeping Naruto. Indeed, someone is teaching him. Not long ago, Kakashi's report still echoed in his mind. Naruto's shuriken skills, combat awareness, and even some taijutsu movements bore shadows not typical of his age. Those were not things learned at school, nor could an orphan without guidance comprehend them on his own. The third Hokage slowly approached Naruto's bedside, extending his hand to probe the chakra fluctuations within him. However, dare to touch him, and I'll burn your old hand. A cold voice abruptly echoed in the room. The third Hokage's pupils shrank, and he instantly stepped back 2 paces, almost dropping his pipe. He looked up sharply to see Naruto, still sound asleep with his eyes closed. But the corner of his mouth curled into a smile that was not typical for his age. Humph, the esteemed Hokage, sneaking into a child's room. Has Konoha fallen this far? The voice was deep and filled with pressure, as if emanating from within Naruto, yet clearly resonating in the air. The third Hokage steadied himself, saying in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you lurking inside, Naruto?" Lurking? The voice scoffed, "I have no interest in hiding." Speaking directly to the third Hokage. It continued, "But you, third Hokage, since you suspect someone is teaching Naruto, why not just ask him directly?" The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "Because I'm not sure whether that person would be harmful to Naruto." Ha! Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and then suddenly his right eye snapped open. The crimson Sharingan flickered with eerie light in the darkness, 3 Tomo slowly spinning. The third Hokage's heart tightened, almost blurting out, "Uchiha, don't be nervous, kid." Naruto's mouth twisted into an arrogant smile that didn't belong to him. "I'm not interested in your Konoha, nor do I care about the Uchiha clan. I'm just a wandering Ronin with no one following me." The third Hokage stared intently at the Sharingan, his mind racing with thoughts. Although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had grown increasingly strained, it was hard to believe it had deteriorated to the point of harming the village's Jinchuriki. Moreover, it seemed that he was under Jinjutsu control. But how could someone control him silently while being watched by Umbu? Only Shursui and Itachi possessed such abilities, but these 2 children were the third's most trusted, and it was impossible for them to do this. However, aside from these 2, there should be no one else in the Uchiha clan with such high proficiency in Jinjutsu. Who exactly are you? The name doesn't matter. Naruto, Obito, lazily turned over, propping his face up with one hand, his scarlet right eye still locked onto the third. "You just need to know that this little brat is under my care now." The third narrowed his eyes. "What is your purpose in teaching Naruto?" "Purpose?" The other party laughed coldly, as if hearing a joke. "If I had to say, it's because he is too useless and bothersome." The third fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he suddenly sighed, slightly relaxing his guard. "You care about Naruto, don't you?" "Huh." Naruto's body suddenly sat up straight, his Sharingan widened. "You little brat, has your brain been smoked out?" But the third smiled, his gaze gentle although your tone is harsh. "Every word you say is in defense of him. If he were truly just a bother, you could completely ignore him. Why bother teaching him?" Naruto's expression froze. The Tomo in his Sharingan momentarily stilled. How did he forget this? It had been so long since he negotiated with someone that he almost forgot how to negotiate. The third continued, "Moreover, you could clearly hide yourself, yet you chose to appear to warn me, fearing that I might recklessly investigate and harm Naruto. Right? Enough." Naruto, Obito, irritably raked his hair. "Stop being so clever, Hokage." The third was unfazed and instead sat down at the bedside, gently tapping his pipe against his palm. No matter who you are, since you mean no harm to Naruto, I will not interfere. Oomph, at least you're sensible. But the third suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes sharp. If one day your existence threatens Naruto or Konoha, threaten? Naruto's Sharingan suddenly contracted. A terrifying chakra pressure erupted instantly. The items in the room trembled violently, and the glass windows rattled. The third's body tensed, instinctively forming hand seals for defense. However, the next second, the pressure suddenly dissipated. Naruto, Obito, merely looked at him coldly, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Spare me, kid. If I wanted to harm Konoha, you would already be a corpse. The third fell silent, because he knew the other party spoke the truth. That chakra was powerful enough to instill fear. Just now, the third seemed to see the shadow of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Powerful, shamelessly powerful. Rest assured, Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Sharingan had disappeared, returning to its original azure color. His tone remained impatient, but lacked some hostility. I'll keep an eye on this little brat. The third gazed at him for a long while, then slowly nodded. Then, I'll leave Naruto to you. No need for you to say that. The third stood up, took one last look at the Naruto who had returned to lying down, and turned to walk toward the window. The night breeze stirred his ceremonial robe. He paused for a moment, but did not look back. By the way, if Naruto asks about tonight, I know, I won't say a word. Naruto, Obito, lazily waved his hand. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my sleep. The third smiled, leaped out the window, and disappeared into the night. The room returned to silence. Naruto turned over, drowsily mumbling, Dad, don't steal my blanket. Obito. Inside the ceiling space, the Nine Tails lay on the ground, grinning widely. Tsuke, the Hokage saw through you, Obito. Obito crossed his arms, snorting coldly. Shut up, you furball. The Nine Tails propped its chin on one hand, clearly caring about that little brat, yet pretending otherwise. You Uchiha are really twisted. Obito shot a fierce glare at it, and the Nine Tails shrank its neck in response, but still held back a laugh. Obito couldn't be bothered to deal with it, his gaze passing through the ceiling space, looking at Naruto outside. Troublesome little brat. His voice was soft, almost inaudible. Outside the window, the moonlight still gently enveloped Konoha. Chapter 9. Uchiha Sasuke's spring went, and autumn came, and a year passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the classroom of Konoha Ninja Academy, chalk dust floated in the sunlight. Teacher Irika stood at the podium, holding an almost blank test paper, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Naruto Uzumaki. His shout shook the window glass. This is already your 6-0 on a theory exam this semester. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Sakura covered her mouth and giggled. Ino pointed at Naruto without mercy, and even the usually shy Hinata couldn't help but blush. Only Sasuke snorted coldly, continuing to flip through the ninjutsu scroll in his hands without lifting his head. What does it matter? Naruto carelessly dug at his ears. I'm first in the practical class. Last week, I even took down all the upperclassmen. No matter how good you are in practical classes, it's useless. Irika slammed the desk in anger. The most important thing for a ninja is the combination of theory and practice. From today on, you will sit next to Sasuke and let him teach you properly. What? Naruto jumped up, pointing at the black-haired boy in the front row. I don't want to sit next to this arrogant Sasuke. Only then did Sasuke lift his head, his dark eyes coldly sweeping over. I'll return that exact phrase to you, dead last. Their gazes clashed in the air, as if one could hear the crackling sparks. Watching the two, the Nine Tails lazily yawned. Here we go again. These two brats are really giving me a headache. Obito placed his hands behind his head, lying on the Nine Tails' head, watching Sasuke through Naruto's eyes. For some reason, that arrogant little brat reminded him of some long-forgotten memories. Oomph. He let out a light snort, his tone carrying an indescribable complexity. Soon after, Naruto slowly dragged his chair over to sit next to Sasuke, deliberately making a loud noise with the desk and chair. Sasuke, in response, didn't even lift his eyelids, just quietly moved his things to the other side. Hey, move over a bit. Naruto elbowed Sasuke. If you touch me again, I'll break your arm. Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Irika coughed heavily. Naruto, open your textbook to page 35. We will learn about chakra usage today. The next half hour was a disaster. Whenever Irika asked a question, Sasuke could answer fluently, while Naruto either scratched his head or gave completely irrelevant answers. What was even more frustrating was that every time he answered incorrectly, Sasuke would let out a disdainful snicker. Chakra is divided into 5 basic natures. Idiot. Taking advantage of Irika turning to write on the board, Sasuke lowered his voice to mock. You don't even know this. What kind of ninja do you think you are? Naruto's face turned red. Stop looking down on me. You used. Just have ramen in your head? Sasuke smirked, and that smile made him look even more punchable. Just as Naruto was about to lunge at him, Obito's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Naruto. Yes, not wrong. Chakra is indeed divided into the 5 basic natures: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Dad. Naruto was so shocked he almost shouted, then asked, nearly in tears, why are you helping him? I'm not helping him. Obito's voice carried the usual arrogance. I just can't stand seeing my son not know such basic knowledge. In the afternoon practical class, Irika announced a surprising grouping. Today, there will be a pair battle practice. Naruto and Sasuke will team up against Shikamaru and Kiba. What a joke. Naruto was the first to jump up and protest. I don't want to team up with that arrogant Sasuke. Sasuke also had a cold expression. I'm enough on my own. I don't need a dead weight. Irika showed a sly smile. That's an order. If you refuse to cooperate, you will both clean the toilets for a month. The two instantly wilted. Ready, set, go. As soon as Irika's whistle sounded, Naruto dashed out, his fist aimed straight at Shikamaru's face. Shikamaru sighed and lazily sidestepped. So troublesome. At the same time, Sasuke moved. But he wasn't rushing at the enemy. Instead, he kicked Naruto in the back. Don't block the way, loser. Wow. Naruto stumbled and almost ate dirt. He angrily turned his head. Arrogant Sasuke. What are you doing? Sasuke sneered. You were in my way. Kiba took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. An Akamaru leaped from his shoulder. Beast mimicry ninja art. Beast clone. 2 Kiba lunged at Naruto from left and right, their sharp claws aimed at his throat. Naruto hurriedly jumped back, but collided with Sasuke's back. The two lost their balance and tumbled together. Kiba's attack hit both of them, and with a cloud of smoke from the explosion, they flew out simultaneously. Idiot! Watch where you're going. Sasuke yelled. You suddenly stopped. Naruto gritted his teeth. The watching classmates burst into laughter. Sakura covered her face. These 2 idiots. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails rolled with laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this the genius Uchiha you were talking about? He can't even dodge a puppy. A vein bulged on Madara's forehead. Shut up. At this moment, on the playground, taking advantage of Naruto and Sasuke's infighting, Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. The pitch-black shadow rapidly spread along the ground, about to wrap around Naruto's ankle. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke suddenly turned around and spewed flames, forcing Shikamaru to break off his technique and jump back. Not bad. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Who asked you to save me? Naruto jumped up, forming hand seals. Watch this. Fire release. Fong through Fong. However, before Naruto could use his ninjutsu, 2 whirlwind-like shadows suddenly rushed in. They not only interrupted Naruto's casting, but also sent him flying with a shockwave. Sasuke wanted to intercept with Shuriken, but was preempted by Shikamaru's prediction. Your movements are too easy to read. 3 Shuriken pinned down Sasuke's landing point, forcing him to change direction and crash into Naruto. Bang! The 2 collided head-on, stars flashing in their eyes as they fell to the ground. Is your head made of iron? Naruto groaned, clutching his forehead. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You idiot, it's your fault for not watching where you were going. On the sidelines, Irika held his forehead. This is simply the worst cooperation in history. Seeing the one-sided battle, Kiba's confidence soared. He was sure he could defeat these 2 geniuses. He and Akamaru launched another attack. Fong through Fong. A massive whirlwind blade howled toward them, while Shikamaru's shadow simultaneously blocked their escape route. With nowhere to dodge, Naruto suddenly shouted, Don't order me around. Sasuke complained, but his body instinctively moved. Naruto suddenly crouched down, and Sasuke stepped on his shoulder, Leaping into the air, shuriken raining down like a storm. What? Shikamaru hurriedly maneuvered his shadow to defend, but saw Naruto suddenly form hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent wind whipped up the shuriken, causing them to spin faster, making their trajectory completely unpredictable. Kiba's Fong through Fong was directly dispersed, forcing Shikamaru to abandon his shadow technique to dodge. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke changed tactics in midair. Dozens of small fireballs spread with the wind, turning the entire training ground into a net of flames. This is bad. Seeing the situation around him, Shikamaru broke out in a cold sweat. How could they cooperate like this? At the last moment, Naruto suddenly dashed beneath Sasuke, his hands overlapping. Jump on. Sasuke stepped onto his palms without hesitation, using the force to leap high. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Raging wind palm. Wind and fire intertwined into a roaring inferno, like a giant red dragon charging towards Shikamaru and Kiba. With no way to dodge, Shikamaru could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon flew toward him, a helpless smile on his face. This is really troublesome. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Shikamaru and Kiba lay on the edge of the field, Akamaru whining pitifully. The whole place fell silent. Victory goes to Naruto and Sasuke. Iruka, the first to react, announced the results. He originally thought, given their backgrounds, that Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Kiba would at least be able to use advanced ninjutsu. But unexpectedly, Naruto could do it too. Could this be the reason why the third Hokage paid special attention to Naruto? Breathing heavily, Naruto suddenly grinned. How about that, arrogant Sasuke? Am I awesome or what? Sasuke turned his face away. It's passable. But as he turned, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails unusually refrained from mocking. It watched as Naruto and Sasuke cooperated, unable to help but exclaim. These two kids, clearly at odds at the beginning, ended up working together so well. Madara, however, remained silent, because, watching the two's backs, he inexplicably recalled his own image with Hashirama. Chapter 10. Uchiha Shursui, the setting sun, painted the sky of Konoha red, the orange light spilling onto the training ground. Naruto sat on the ground, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Dad, is today's training enough? I'm almost dead. In response, Madara in the ceiling space crossed his arms and glanced at him coldly. You call this tiring? Hey, I've been training for 5 hours straight. Naruto protested unhappily. Just as Madara was about to mock him again, suddenly, his Sharingan moved slightly, his gaze shifting toward the distant forest. A familiar chakra fluctuation came. It was the power of the Uchiha clan, and they were in fierce battle. All right, training is over now. You can get up. Madara's voice suddenly turned deep. Naruto was taken aback. What's going on? Someone is causing trouble in Konoha. Madara's lips curled into a cold smile. I want to see who is so bold. Naruto blinked. So? Naruto was somewhat confused by Madara's reaction. He had previously said he was indifferent to Konoha and the Hokage. Why today does he seem to have the attitude that Konoha is my territory, and if you cause trouble, I'll kill you? So Madara's voice carried an undeniable command. Now, immediately, go take a look. The scene shifted to a clearing on the edge of Konoha's forest. The training ground at the edge of Konoha was stained blood-red by the sunset, and Uchiha Shursui's breathing was particularly clear in the silent forest. His right hand tightly gripped a kunai, his knuckles turning white from the force. 12 root ninjas surrounded him like phantoms, their masks glinting coldly in the twilight. Swish! A shuriken suddenly sliced through the air, and as Shursui sidestepped to avoid it, 3 figures simultaneously attacked from 3 directions. Seeing this, Shursui quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Water release, water barrier. A scorching fire dragon roared towards the enemy ahead, but was intercepted midway by the suddenly rising water barrier. A large amount of white steam burst forth, temporarily blocking the root member's attack. As expected of Shunshin Shursui, Danzo walked over with his cane, but today you won't escape. Shursui gritted his teeth, his Sharingan rapidly spinning. Capturing every enemy S movement. He noticed that the positions of these root ninjas were extremely meticulous. They operated in teams of 3, each maintaining a perfect offensive and defensive distance. What was even more terrifying was that they had entirely abandoned individual will, functioning like precise killing machines. Danzo, suppressing the turbulent chakra beneath Shusui's control, spoke steadily. You should understand that Kodowa Mitsukami is meant to prevent a coup by the Uchiha clan. This is a plan personally approved by Lord Third. A strange smile crept across Danzo's lips. Using the strongest genjutsu to pacify a group of traitors? What a waste. His cane tapped lightly against the ground. Give it to me. I can create greater value for Konoha with it. Shursui suddenly felt a chill. In the line of sight of his Sharingan, the chakra beneath Danzo's bandages flowed murkily, as if mixed with some power that did not belong to him. So that's how it is. Shursui's pupils dilated sharply. You already. Before he could finish, a root ninja on his left launched an attack. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. As the high-pressure air bullet whistled towards him, Shursui instantly dodged, but the enemy on his right had already completed the hand signs. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. The ground beneath him instantly turned into a quagmire. Shursui shouted, chakra erupting from his feet, propelling him skyward like a released arrow. However, waiting for him were the third group of enemies lying in ambush in the air. 6 shurikens tied, with explosive tags, simultaneously flew towards him. Boom! Amidst the exploding flames, Shursui's figure landed awkwardly. His forehead protector was blown away, and blood oozing from his forehead blurred his left eye's vision. Worse, he felt his chakra rapidly depleting. Not good. It's poison smoke. Shursui couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. This is your last chance, Shursui. Danzo's voice slithered like a venomous snake, hand over Kodowa Mitsukami. And I can let you die with dignity. Shursui suddenly laughed, blood dripping from his chin. Danzo, have you forgotten the origin of my name, Shunshin Shursui? His hands suddenly turned into afterimages, the speed of his hand signs so fast that even the Sharingan could hardly capture it. Phantom Shunshin technique. In an instant, dozens of Shursui clones appeared, each radiating real chakra fluctuations. For the first time, the root ninja's formation fell into chaos. They could not distinguish which one was the real body. Useless, Danzo sneered, forming a bizarre hand sign. Would release. Silent killing binding. What? Shursui exclaimed. Would release? That's a unique bloodline limit of the first Hokage. How could Danzo possibly? Before Shursui could regain his senses, several wooden vines suddenly shot up from the ground, accurately binding one of his clones. The other clones instantly dissipated. This was Danzo's true killing move. He had quietly planted the seeds of would release during the fight. Cough. Shursui was tightly bound by the vines, his ribs creaking under the strain. Even more terrifying, these wooden vines were absorbing his chakra. Surprised? Danzo stepped closer. Do you think this old man has lived so long for no reason? You. He reached out, and amidst Shursui's screams, he forcefully dug out Shursui's right eye. Crimson blood dripped from his fingers on the ground. For Konoha, any power is worth pursuing. Shursui's vision began to blur, but he still stared at Danzo fiercely. You have already fallen. No, it's you Uchiha who are too naive. Danzo reached out again, preparing to dig out Shursui's left eye. Farewell, Shunshin Shursui. At this critical moment, Shursui's left eye suddenly burst forth with an eerie red light. The kaleidoscope pattern spun wildly, and an unprecedented chakra erupted explosively. What is this? Danzo's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. Emerald green chakra erupted like a volcanic explosion, coalescing in the air into a gigantic skeletal structure. Following that, meridians, muscles, and armor formed successively. Susanu's first stage. Boom! Susanu's giant fist slammed down, causing the ground to instantly collapse. 3 root ninjas who couldn't dodge were directly smashed into pulp. Danzo rolled awkwardly to avoid it, his sleeves torn to shreds, revealing an unnaturally pale arm. How is it possible to activate Susanu with one eye? Danzo's voice trembled for the first time. Susanu was the ultimate ocular technique that only users of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan could perform. According to records, activating Susanoo required both eyes to be pushed to their limits. However, Shursui before him had actually activated Susanoo with just one eye. Shursui within Susanoo bled from all 7 orifices, but his gaze remained resolute. Danzo, you will never understand the power of the Uchiha. The emerald green giant raised a spiraling long sword, its blade entwined with blazing chakra flames. If his strike landed, the entire training ground would be reduced to ashes. However, just as the spiraling long sword was about to descend, Susanoo suddenly began to collapse. Shursui's chakra finally ran out, and the massive warrior shattered like glass. He crashed heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Danzo crawled out from behind cover, a sinister smile of survival on his face. It seems victory still belongs to me. He dragged his injured body toward Shursui, his single eye gleaming with greed. The strongest Jinjutsu eye is mine now. Just as his finger was about to touch Shursui's eyelid, a golden figure shot in like lightning between them. Bang! Danzo was kicked away, crashing through 3 large trees before finally stopping. He looked up in terror to see Naruto standing in front of Shursui. But even more terrifying was the right eye of that blonde brat, which was now flashing with scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. Shimura Danzo, Naruto spoke, but the voice that emerged was that of an adult male, deep and resonant. The little brat who once followed Tobirama around had now become something utterly disgusting. Danzo's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He would never forget this voice. Uchiha Madara, dare to lay a hand on the Uchiha. Are you prepared to die? Chapter 11. Danzo vs. Madara. Transformation technique? Jinjutsu? Or some forbidden technique? Danzo forced himself to calm down, speaking in a hoarse and grim voice. No matter who you are, impersonating a dead man is foolish. Naruto tilted his head, a proud smirk playing on his lips. Decades have passed, and the trash of Konoha can't even recognize my voice? Danzo's pupils slightly contracted, but then sneered. Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara has long since died in the Valley of the End. This is a historical fact. History? Naruto chuckled as if he had heard a joke. History is nothing but a fairy tale written by the victors. Chakra erupted from his body, and the surroundings felt like a storm was brewing. Danzo's expression finally changed. That chakra fluctuation unique to that person, impossible. But reason quickly overcame the shock. Even if the other party was indeed Uchiha Madara, so what? Right now, he was just a remnant soul attached to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he would kill him. Danzo suddenly ordered coldly. The Jinchuriki has lost control. Eliminate him on the spot. The remaining 6 root members instantly rushed forward. Naruto, or rather Madara, had initially thought this battle would be as simple as crushing ants. After all, since Konoha Village was established, no one had dared to act after learning his name. Not even the 5 Kage of that time, especially during the 5 Kage summit. If he could attend as the Hokage's guard, would those fools dare to propose tailed beast division? To hell with that nonsense. I admit your courage. However, as Madara raised his hand to prepare hand signs, he discovered a severely serious problem. Naruto's hands were too short. The adult's hand sign habits could not be smoothly executed on child's body, with one sign not yet completed. The first root ninja had already lunged in front of him, kunai thrusting directly at his throat. TSK. Madara was forced to interrupt his hand signs, dodging to the side. But Naruto's body coordination was far inferior to his former body. Even though his consciousness reacted, his movements were half a beat slow. Swish! The kunai grazed his shoulder, bringing forth a spray of blood. Seeing Madara injured, and by a mere nobody at that, the Nine-Tails laughed uncontrollably. The Nine-Tails, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, taunted, "Ha ha!" The legendary Uchiha Madara was actually scratched by a mere fish. Madara's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Shut up, beast. No matter who mocked him, Madara could still accept it calmly. But he couldn't stand being ridiculed by the Nine-Tails. Soon, Madara quickly adjusted his posture, but the 2nd and 3rd root ninjas had already coordinated their attack. The combination of wind release and earth release ninjutsu blocked all retreat routes, forcing him to jump back continuously. This troublesome little brat's body made Madara grit his teeth in frustration. The difference in limb lengths almost caused Madara to not completely evade the attack. Just then, the fourth ninja suddenly emerged from underground, swinging a long knife downward. Madara leaned back sharply, the blade grazing the tip of his nose. He kicked the opponent in the chest, but due to Naruto's lack of leg strength, he only managed to push the enemy back a few steps. Was he still forcing himself too much? Danzo, watching from distance, had a trace of disdain flicker in his single. Not much. However, Danzo would soon pay a painful price for this. Although Madara's control over Naruto's body was quite uncoordinated, it was only temporary. After moving around for a while, Madara began to be able to maneuver this body flexibly, until Madara dodged a fire release from a root member with several backflips. Half kneeling on the ground, Madara revealed a mocking smile. He had finally adapted to Naruto's body. The game was about to end. He shook off the blood on his hands, and the originally blue pupils that had changed to adapt to the body once again manifested the form of the three-tomo Sharingan. Facing Madara's overwhelming. 6 root ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful combined ninjutsu. But Madara was faster. With his hands crossing, he formed the final seal at his chest. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Boom! Unlike ordinary fire release, this strike scale was catastrophic. The towering wave of flames instantly engulfed the entire battlefield, distorting the air with the intense heat. Water release. Water barrier. The hastily combined water barrier of the root ninjas evaporated the moment it came into contact with the flames. White steam spread like a flood beast, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Damn it! Retreat. But it was already too late. On the battlefield filled with steam, Madara's Sharingan traced a scarlet arc through the mist. He gently moved Naruto's delicate finger joints, a cruel curve rising at the corner of his mouth. The first one. The closest root member didn't even have time to form seals. Madara controlled Naruto's petite body and instantly closed the distance. His right hand's index and middle fingers striking out like a venomous snake, precisely inserting into the opponent's throat. When his fingertips penetrated the trachea, the root member's pupils were still widening in shock. Madara twisted his wrist, and a crisp snap of the vertebrae echoed. The second one. The wind release adept root member's hand seals were only halfway complete when Madara had already flashed behind him. His small hand became a blade, striking down on the third lumbar nerve cluster. The lower half of the root member's body instantly lost sensation, and, as he knelt, Madara swiftly gripped a kunai and slashed across his throat. The third one. The root member who had sensed his teammates' deaths immediately cast the water barrier around him. However, as the water barrier just erupted, Madara was already in front of him, holding the opponent's head with both hands. A knee, infused with chakra, heavily smashed down onto the opponent's skull. Shards of the mask and pieces of flesh splattered around in the water mist. The fourth one. At this point, the assassination expert among the root members spotted Naruto's trace. Just as the poison blade was only 3 inches away from Naruto's back, Madara suddenly vanished. The next moment, his kunai pierced through the opponent's chin, penetrating from the mouth to the crown of the head. Madara held the opponent's wrist to complete the action, as if controlling a puppet. The fifth one. Watching his teammates die one by one, the root member Sho didn't hesitate to tear open his clothes, revealing a large number of explosive tags inside. Faced with this idiot who wanted to die together, Madara's kunai had already pierced through his elbow joint. The moment the opponent winced in pain, Madara punched him in the face, while simultaneously gifting him an explosive tag. Boom! Amidst the explosion's firelight, Madara had already left his original position. The sixth one. The last root member realized he was no match for Madara and tried to avoid his sharpness. Madara's thrown kunai accurately pierced through both of his ankles. As he knelt down, Madara crushed his cervical spine from behind like breaking a dry twig. 6 corpses fell almost simultaneously to the ground. Madara stood in a pool of blood, Naruto's golden hair dripping with blood. The battle from start to finish lasted no more than 5 seconds. Such clean and swift skills exceeded Danzo's expectations. Madara's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally landing in the direction Danzo fled. The bottle containing the Sharingan he held was particularly eye-catching. Want to run? His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already blocking Danzo's path. Danzo's single eye contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Madara's speed to be this fast. Uchiha Madara. Madara didn't waste words and directly reached for Danzo's neck. Not good. Remembering how the previous tools had died, Danzo realized that this Jinchuriki could easily crush his neck. Would release. There was no time to think. He quickly released the wood release ninjutsu. A large number of trees grew from beneath him, forcing Madara to retreat. However, before retreating, Madara severed the arm that was holding the bottle. This monster. This made Danzo both shocked and furious, but he knew he was no match for Madara. So he immediately bit his finger and slapped the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. Dream taper. A huge cloud of smoke erupted, and Madara frowned slightly. Taking a step back, when the smoke dissipated, Danzo's figure had vanished without a trace. Quick to escape, Madara snorted coldly, looking down at the Sharingan in his hand. The pattern of the Manjiki had dimmed, but he could still feel the power contained within. Finally got it back. At this moment, in the ceiling space, Madara turned around, ready to show off his achievements to Naruto, but suddenly froze. Naruto's consciousness had awakened at some point. He stood on the surface of the ceiling space's water, his face pale, eyes trembling as he looked at the horrific scene outside. Bodies littered the ground, the blood-dyed surface, and the Sharingan in Madara's hand still dripping with blood. Dad! Naruto's voice trembled, his blue eyes filled with terror. Madara was stunned. He originally wanted to boast. Look, this is real combat. But when he saw the fear in Naruto's eyes, those words suddenly caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. His proud expression froze on his face, replaced by a rare sense of confusion. The Nine-Tails unusually did not mock him. Instead, it proactively wrapped Naruto with its tail, gradually calming Naruto's terrified heart. The Nine-Tails looked at Madara's back and murmured, "Hey, old man, you scared him." Madara remained silent for a long time, finally just snorting coldly and turning to walk deeper. This brat is troublesome, but his voice was much lower than usual. Chapter 12. Nighttime conversation in the ceiling space. The water surface lost its usual ripples, silent like a stagnant pool. Naruto sat on the water surface, hugging his knees, his golden bangs hanging down to cover his eyes, curling up into a small ball. The Nine-Tails exhaled a breath of hot air, gently poking Naruto's back with the tip of its tail. "Hey brat, stop playing dead." Naruto didn't respond, burying his face even deeper. Madara's spirit stood not far away, frowning. He had never seen such a Naruto, always noisy, full of energy, now quiet like an empty shell. "Listen, Naruto." Madara tried to lower his voice, but it still carried a stiff, commanding tone. "It's either you die or I live on the battlefield. Those root ninjas." "I know." Naruto suddenly looked up, tears welling in his blue eyes. "I know Dad is doing this for me." As he spoke, Naruto's voice choked. But just a moment ago, I could feel the sound of bones breaking. Madara's expression froze. He opened his mouth, only to find that his usual taunts and scoldings were stuck in his throat. The Nine-Tails' tail silently wrapped around, gently resting on Naruto's trembling back. Humans are troublesome. Although he said this, the tip of the tail carefully patted Naruto's back, as if soothing a frightened cub. Madara watched this scene, feeling inexplicably irritated. He strode in front of Naruto, squatted down, and awkwardly reached out his hand, but it froze in mid-air just as it was about to touch Naruto's hair. In the end, that hand simply pressed heavily on Naruto's shoulder. The first time killing someone is always like this. Madara's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. When I was 7, I slit the throat of a member of the Senju clan with a kunai and vomited for an entire day. The Nine-Tails' ears perked up. Uchiha Madara actually says such things? Naruto looked up, tears still hanging on his eyelashes. Really? Shut up, beast. Madara shot a displeased glare at the Nine-Tails. Then he turned back to Naruto. But remember, only those who survive have the right to suffer. If you die today, those guys won't shed a single tear for you. The Nine-Tails covered its mouth with its paw, mimicking in a sarcastic tone. Only those who survive have the right to suffer. Old man, why are you being so mushy now? Madara's temples throbbed. I see you haven't been beaten recently, and you're getting cheeky, huh? Naruto watched them bicker and suddenly let out a laugh, even though his smile was still streaked with tears. "Dad, were you comforting me just now?" Madara suddenly stood up and turned to leave. "What nonsense! I just don't want my son, the great Uchiha Madara, to be so weak." But his flushed ears had already betrayed him. The Nine-Tails grinned widely, using its tail to tug Naruto closer. "Don't mind that Sundara old man. Let me tell you a joke. Once there was an Uchiha clan leader who clearly cared about his son, but insisted on having a sour face. Nine Tails." The seal space echoed with Madara's angry roar, Naruto's laughter, and the Nine-Tails' unrestrained teasing. The water surface finally rippled with circles. Meanwhile, in the real world, Madara had to continue controlling Naruto's body to prevent being hunted by the root. Naruto's small body was swiftly navigating through the dense forest while carrying an adult. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail. "Hey, old man, where do you plan to take this kid?" Madara snorted coldly. "If you call me old man one more time, I'll beat you up right now." Naruto sat on the water's surface and quietly asked, "Dad, is that person okay?" Madara didn't answer, but his pace unconsciously quickened. Soon, Madara found a small wooden cabin used by hunters for resting. He kicked open the rickety wooden door, dust falling down. He placed Shirzue on the simple straw mat. His movements were not gentle, but he avoided all fatal injuries. "Troublesome little brat," Madara muttered, tearing off a piece of his own clothing to use as bandages. Collecting some herbs to simply treat Shirzue's wounds. Although Madara was better at hurting people than saving them, his survival experience from the Warring States period allowed him to master the most basic first aid techniques. Half an hour later, Shirzue's eyelashes fluttered a few times before he suddenly started coughing violently. In a daze, Shirzue's left hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, but he grasped at nothing. "Don't move." A tender yet cold voice came from beside him. "I have taken your weapon." Shirzue's remaining left eye widened in shock. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He instinctively recoiled, but it strained his wounds, making him gasp in pain. "Why do you have Sharingan?" Madara leisurely tossed the kunai. "I should be asking you, Uchiha genius. How did you end up in a situation where Danzo would dig out your eyes?" Shirzue's pupils suddenly constricted. "You know Danzo?" "Wait a minute." He suddenly reached for his bandaged right eye, which was empty. "My eye was taken back." Madara casually threw over a glass bottle containing a crimson eyeball. "Although I don't understand why you went through this trouble." Shirzue trembled as he caught the bottle, the kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating in the nurturing liquid. His expression changed from shock to confusion, and finally to complex gratitude. "Why did you save me?" Madara stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to him, just passing by. The Nine-Tails watched Madara's pretentious behavior and couldn't help but roll its eyes. Really good at acting. Naruto, however, had shining eyes. "Dad, you're so cool. I want to be like that too." After a moment of silence, Shirzue took a deep breath. "No matter what, thank you. I am Uchiha Shirzue." Madara turned around and asked, "There was once someone in the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Kagami. You resemble him a lot. What is he to you?" Shirzue was taken aback. "You know my grandpa?" Grandpa was a figure from the first Hokage's time, loyal to the second Hokage's guard squad. This person, who is hosting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, actually knows his grandpa, so this person must at least be someone born during the Warring States period. Madara couldn't help but smile. "Grandpa, you two really do look alike, both in appearance and personality." Madara suddenly turned, his Sharingan staring directly at Shirzue. "Tell me, why did Danzo want to dig out your eyes?" The crackling of the fire illuminated Shirzue's pale face. Shirzue lowered his head, his voice hoarse, "Because I wanted to use Kodoame Tsukumi to stop the Uchiha coup." "Cool." Madara's voice suddenly rose dangerously. "Those useless fools want to rebel?" Back then, when he wanted to lead the Uchiha clan out of Konoha as clan leader, not a single person came along. This group of people actually wants to rebel? Shirzue was unaware of this. He thought Madara was surprised for other reasons, so he just smiled bitterly and nodded. "Lord Fugaku has already gathered the elite of the clan. They will take action in 3 days. I wanted to use Kodoame Tsukumi to change his mind, but Danzo..." Madara suddenly laughed. His laughter filled with mockery. "Using the strongest Jinjutsu to stop a bunch of fools from sending themselves to their deaths? Shirzue, you are even more naive than your grandpa." Shirzue retorted, But this is currently the only way to peacefully resolve the Uchiha and Konoha issue. Chapter 13, I am just this child's father. The embers of the fire crackled. Madara's voice echoed in the dim cabin. Madara scoffed, his crimson Sharingan appearing particularly eerie in the firelight. With his current group that can't even unlock their Manjiki, they dare stage a coup? Shirzue's brow furrowed, his tone filled with helplessness. The Uchiha clan situation is very complicated. We are excluded from the power center of the village. And even our duties in the guard squad are continuously being reduced. So, Madara interrupted him, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Retaliation is a good thing, but to act without absolute certainty is no different from sending oneself to death. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail. Hey, old man, didn't you rebel back then? Madara snorted coldly. Is that the same? I wanted to create a new world, not struggle like a stray dog. Back then, apart from Hashirama, no one could stop him, which is why he dared to do it. A trace of anger flashed in Shirzue's single eye. Then what do you think should be done? Madara crossed his arms, revealing a dangerous smile. Since you sincerely seek advice, I will generously tell you a few plans. Madara raised his hand and extended his index finger. Hang the heads of the current clan leader and those main war faction elders on the gates of Konoha. The remaining rabble will naturally behave. Madara said it lightly, as if the other party were already dead and would not resist at all. But Shirzue's face instantly paled. Are you crazy? Those are our clansmen. Madara waved his hand impatiently, indecisive. When Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama founded the village, 7 elders from the Senju clan opposed it, and the next day, they collectively passed away. Naruto's eyes widened, Dad. That's too cruel. The Nine-Tails grinned. I think it's quite efficient. After all, the quickest way to solve a problem isn't to find a solution, but to eliminate the problem itself. Seeing Shirzue's expression, Madara could only extend his second finger. Then let's use the second method. Don't you have a Manjiki Sharingan? Madara pointed at the bottle in Shirzue's hand. Capturing all the coup plotters, using your Jinjutsu to brainwash them and turn them into loyal dogs of Konoha. Shirzue's fingers trembled slightly. No, the Manjiki is meant to protect peace, not to be used naively. Madara interrupted sharply. Do you think Hashirama back then made the clans put down their grudges through speeches? His Sharingan turned slightly. The strongest Jinjutsu is not meant to control hearts. Is it just for decoration? Back when they first established Konoha, aside from the opposition from the 2 clans, there were also some major powers against it. If it weren't for Hashirama warning him not to annihilate the opposition, Madara wouldn't have bothered to brainwash them one by one with Jinjutsu. Shirzue was somewhat speechless at Madara's insights and could only continue to ask, is there no other way? Madara suddenly revealed a cold smile. Or I could help you report to Danzo. What? Let the Root and Umbu suppress the coup, and when they both suffer losses. Madara made a gesture of cutting his throat, solving 2 problems at once. Shirzue stood up abruptly, but stumbled due to his injuries. You're scarier than Danzo. Madara lazily stretched. If all else fails, I can let the Nine-Tails come out and flatten Konoha and the Uchiha together. After all, rebuilding is much easier than reforming. The Nine-Tails perked up. Hey, why should I listen to you? Madara teased. Didn't you always want to come out for some fresh air? Shirzue was completely at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was now certain that this child before him was definitely a monster far more dangerous than Danzo. What? Not satisfied? Madara mocked as he looked at him. Then don't put on a savior's face in front of me. Shirzue took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Who are you exactly? How do you know so much about the Uchiha? Madara turned to walk towards the door, the moonlight outlining his small yet dangerous silhouette. Just a restless spirit who can't stand to watch. Just as Shirzue wanted to ask something, Madara sensed something approaching rapidly. TSK, trouble's coming. Almost at the same moment, the wooden window was shattered by a cold flash. An Umbu ninja, wearing a raccoon mask, burst in like a ghost, aiming a short knife directly at Naruto's limbs. Clang! Kunai clashed with the short knife, sparks flying. Madara controlled Naruto's small body, forcefully blocking the strike. But the difference in strength made Madara retreat several steps. The Umbu ninja used the force to leap back, their voice coming through the mask. Who are you? Why are you controlling the Jinchuriki of Konoha? Madara shook his stunned wrist, a hint of interest flashing in his Sharingan. Oh? You come in and start attacking right away, then ask questions? Aren't you afraid of accidentally killing the Jinchuriki? Shursui struggled to stand up. Wait. Itachi. P.S. not the enemy. The air suddenly froze. The Umbu ninja's hand hovered in midair, slowly removing the mask. Underneath the black hair was a face similar in age to Shursui's, but already marked by hardship. Brother Shursui? Upon realizing that the one blocking him was Shursui, Itachi's taut nerves relaxed. However, when he saw Shursui's bandaged right eye, the three-tomo Sharingan began to spin wildly. Your eye. Shursui touched his wrapped right eye. It was taken by Danzo, and this person helped me retrieve my eye. After saying that, he took out a glass bottle containing his right eye to show Itachi. Madara looked at Itachi with great interest. So this is the genius of the Uchiha clan today? Itachi's killing intent softened slightly, but his Sharingan remained locked on Madara. Who exactly are you? Why are you possessing Naruto? Madara suddenly laughed. The laughter came from the child's body, but was tinged with a hoarse tone of someone who had experienced much. The three-tomo in his eyes began to twist and connect, gradually forming a more complex pattern. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This question, Madara's childlike voice suddenly turned into a deep and authoritative male voice. You should go ask the stone tablet in your family shrine. Itachi staggered back as if struck by lightning. Impossible, this chakra. Not only Itachi, but Shursui was also shocked. Because this chakra, it couldn't be mistaken Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja of the Uchiha clan. But this person should have been killed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, decades ago at the Valley of the End. Yet, the fluctuations of this chakra couldn't be wrong. Only the Uchiha had it. And only Uchiha Madara could possess such strength. At this moment, Shursui remembered that during their conversation, this person knew so much about the inside story of Konoha's establishment. So that's why. But why? You. I'm no one now. Just the father of this child. The two wanted to ask more, but Madara interrupted their inquiries. Chapter 14. The plan to make Danzo take the blame. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan trembled violently, staring intently at the child before him who possessed legendary chakra. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Are you really Uchiha Madara? Madara's lips curled into a dangerous arc. What? The Uchiha brat can't even recognize his ancestor? Shursui's single eye sparkled with disbelief, but you clearly are dead? Madara sneered. For a true strong person, death is just the beginning of another game. Madara's words made the nine tails in the ceiling space scoff. What are you pretending for? You're just an old ghost borrowing a son's body to return to life. Naruto, however, jumped up excitedly. Dad is actually this amazing. He only knew that Madara was strong before, but didn't he expect that this dad was actually Sasuke's ancestor? Wait, does that mean I'm a generation above that arrogant Sasuke? Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but show a smug smile. Meanwhile, far away at the Uchiha training grounds, Sasuke shivered slightly. Caught a cold? Never mind, keep training. Sasuke wiped his nose and continued to practice. After all, his practical combat class couldn't keep up with his brother, and he couldn't even beat Naruto. He had to work even harder. The scene returned to the hunter's cabin, and the suffocating silence lasted for a full minute. Finally, Itachi took a deep breath and made a gesture that surprised even Madara. He knelt on one knee, performing the oldest ritual of the Uchiha clan. Ancestor, please guide us. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, you don't doubt my identity? Itachi looked up, the pitch-black three-tomo shining in contrast with Madara's Sharingan. This Mangeki pattern. Besides Uchiha Madara back then, I can't think of anyone else. Shursui also struggled to stand up and bowed. Please save the Uchiha clan. Madara looked at these two young Uchiha descendants, a barely perceptible fluctuation passing through his eyes. How many years has it been? Once again, someone is earnestly asking for his help in such a way. Get up. He turned around, his voice still cold and hard. I already said, the life and death of the Uchiha has nothing to do with me. However, the Sharingan returned to the three-tomo state. Since you sincerely requested it, I will benevolently accompany you in a play. Soon, Madara used a kunai to draw clear lines on the ground, a clever plan gradually taking shape. Madara pointed and said, "First step." Itachi takes the injured Shursui back to the village, claiming to have discovered Danzo's attempt to use the Jinchuriki. Madara's kunai stabbed fiercely at the word Danzo, then pointed at Shursui's damaged right eye, emphasized his eye-gouging behavior and the wood-release experiment. Madara's plan made both Itachi and Shursui nod in agreement. After all, since Danzo wants to seize the Sharingan, he must be prepared for retaliation. Moreover, their reasons are all factual, without a hint of lies. Madara continued after that. I will release the nine-tailed chakra around the Uchiha clan's territory to create the illusion of Agent Shuriki rampage. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth. Make sure the current clan leader, I believe his name is Fugaku, happens to see Danzo's figure. Listening to the plan, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo really is the scapegoat. Ignoring the Nine-Tails, Madara turned to Itachi and Shursui. When the Umbu come to suppress us, I will pretend to be sealed. Madara's kunai pointed towards the end, and what you need to do is make everyone believe that this is all Danzo's conspiracy. A glint flashed in Itachi's eyes. Lord Third won't easily believe it. Madara scoffed. That's why he needs evidence. As he spoke, Madara took out a blood-stained scroll from his pocket, then formed a one-handed seal to summon an arm from within. Itachi looked at the white arm with confusion. It clearly did not resemble a human arm. Madara said, "This is Danzo's arm." Shursui gasped. "You even have this?" Cleaning up the battlefield is basic etiquette. Madara sneered but was somewhat puzzled. "I'm just a bit curious." The cellular composition of this arm seems to come from Hashirama. Hashirama? How could that be? Both Shursui and Itachi were baffled. Madara could determine from just the arm that the cells were from the first Hokage. Furthermore, after the first Hokage died, his body had been buried by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. There were even Umbu guards near the grave. How could anyone stealthily obtain the first Hokage's cells? Madara casually remarked, "Hashirama's cells are very active." As he spoke, Madara remembered something interesting and said to the two, "Do you know? That guy doesn't need to do anything. Just standing there, even minor injuries can self-heal." What? Both of them widened their eyes. The first Hokage was actually that powerful. How strong must the ancestors who could go toe-to-toe with Hashirama be? However, neither of them noticed that Madara silently muttered behind them, "I can't believe he could make that kunai suicide move back then." Not long after, the plan was finalized. The moonlight before dawn filtered through the broken windows, casting a silver glow over the three. Itachi suddenly spoke, "Ancestor, why are you helping us?" Madara looked towards the rising sun in the east. "Who said I am helping you?" Madara's gaze sharpened. "I'm just cleaning up the house. After all, that old thing, Danzo, dares to covet the power of the Sharingan." In response, the Nine-Tails squinted and bared its sharp fangs. "Oh, man. What you care about is that guy has already begun to threaten Naruto's safety, so you want to take him out, right?" However, in the ceiling space, Madara rarely did not refute, but silently stared ahead, seemingly lost in thought. The Nine-Tails twitched its ears, suspiciously staring at Madara's back. Something's off. Usually, Madara would not let such a comment slide and would definitely punch himself with Susanoo. But today, Madara was acting very unusually. "Hey, old man, old Madara, give me some reaction." The Nine-Tails felt unsatisfied just calling out and even poked Madara's back with its tail. Madara still did not move. The Nine-Tails' tail froze in midair, and its fox face gradually turned serious. Could it be that this guy is under a Jinjutsu? Just as it hesitated about whether to slap Madara awake, bang. A muffled sound, and the blue Susanoo's fist struck the Nine-Tails' face without warning, creating ripples in the ceiling space from the massive impact. The Nine-Tails was slammed into the water, splashing up several meters high. Cough, cough, cough. The Nine-Tails crawled out of the water, shook its wet fur, and glared at Madara. "You old bastard. If you're going to act profound, then act profound. What kind of skill is sneak attacking?" Madara slowly retracted Susanoo and snorted coldly. "You're too noisy." Seeing Madara's reaction, the Nine-Tails finally laughed in satisfaction. That's more like it. Just now, with that lifeless look, I thought you were possessed by something strange." Madara ignored its taunts and fell silent for a moment, suddenly speaking. "Nine-Tails, I had a dream yesterday." "Huh?" The Nine-Tails paused, then laughed. "The great Uchiha Madara is actually troubled by dreams?" Madara paid no attention to its mockery, his gaze still fixed on the distance. It was a very strange dream. Chapter 15. A strange dream. Madara's Sharingan slightly turned, reflecting the desolate battlefield from deep within his memories. It was a land devoid of anything, the sky a sickly dark red, as if torn by some force. The cracked earth had no signs of life, only endless dust swirling in the wind. In the distance, mountains severed in half stood like the tombstones of giants, silently recounting the fierce battles that had once occurred here. At the center of that wasteland stood an indescribable monster. It had 10 twisted tails, each as massive as mountains, covered in strange scales and protruding bone spurs. As those tails swung, the air was compressed, producing a deafening roar, and the ground shattered like fragile glass. The monster's body resembled a moving fortress, its skin covered in writhing black patterns, constantly twisting and changing as if it had a life of its own. Most horrifying was its gigantic single dark red eye, which contained 9 tomo, coldly gazing down at all things in the world. Madara could feel that in that dream. He was standing on top of the monster. However, unlike himself, he bore the cracks that only could come from being reanimated, and those eyes, Rinnegan. The fierce wind whipped through his long hair, and beside him there seemed to be a blurry figure exuding a familiar chakra. Together, they manipulated this monster, as if riding a natural disaster. Opposite the monster, a golden nine-tails was roaring defiantly. Unlike the usual appearance, this golden nine-tails was not made of flesh and blood, but formed from a mass of golden chakra. Its entire body was engulfed in a blazing golden aura, its 9 tails unfurled, striking the strongest battle pose. However, this 9 tails was continuously retreating under the pressure of the monster. One of the 10 tails swept across, the golden 9 tails barely leaping to avoid it, but was struck by another tail from the side. The sound of bone shattering was distinctly audible as one tail was forcibly ripped off, the severed tail scattering into golden chakra fragments. The 9 tails let out a painful howl, but still bared its fangs and lunged again. Madara saw in the dream that the one controlling the 9 tails was none other than his current son, Naruto Uzumaki. However, at this time, Naruto was wrapped in a cloak made of golden chakra, his eyes resembling fox-like slits. The self on top of the 10 tails seemed to look down on Naruto, and he raised his hand. The 10-tail single eye immediately concentrated destructive energy. A blinding beam pierced through heaven and earth, and the golden 9 tails figure gradually faded in the light. The scene returned to the ceiling space, and the water surface suddenly shook violently. The 9 tails tail instinctively tensed, staring at Madara, who was lost in thought, and a rare seriousness appeared on its fox face. "Old man, you didn't dream of the 10 tails, did you?" Madara's Sharingan slightly turned, looking at the 9 tails. 10 tails? Images of ancient texts he had once read flashed rapidly in his mind. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was knowledgeable about countless secrets, but had never seen any records of the 10 tails in any literature. All documents clearly stated that there were only 9-tailed beasts in the world. Facing Madara's confusion, the 9 tails hesitated. The 9 tails claws unconsciously scratched the surface of the water, creating ripples. As the strongest of the tailed beasts, it understood the importance of this secret. For thousands of years, humans had relentlessly hunted tailed beasts for power. If they were to learn that the 9-tailed beasts were originally one, it would be catastrophic. It glanced at the Crimson Sharingan and recalled the being imprisoned on the moon. Finally, the 9 tails spoke. According to legend, the progenitor of chakra, the true body of the 9-tailed beasts. A peculiar light flashed in Madara's eyes. "Oh? What do you mean?" The 9 tails snorted, its tail restlessly slapping the water's surface. "I don't know much, just heard some things from the Sage of 6 Paths. The 10 tails is a collective of us 9-tailed beasts. Its true body possesses the power to destroy the world. The Sage of 6 Paths sealed it within his own body and divided chakra among us, which you know as the 9-tailed beasts." Madara looked into the distance, pondering. So, in my dream, I was controlling the 10 tails with someone. Suddenly, the water exploded, and the 9 tails stood up abruptly, its first standing on end. Who knows? But if someone can control the 10 tails, apart from the Sage of 6 Paths, it would probably be Its words trailed off, its fox eyes narrowing slightly as if deep in thought. Madara stared at it. Apart from whom? The Nine-Tails' ears twitched a few times before it finally shook its head. No. Nothing. Maybe I was just overthinking it. It did not mention the name Otsutsuki Kagaya, the true progenitor of chakra, who even the Sage of Six Paths had to seal away. If it really was her, this world would likely be doomed. Madara snorted coldly. You're being vague. That's not your style. The Nine-Tails grinned, its sharp fangs glinting. What's wrong? The mighty Uchiha Madara is actually concerned about a dream? Could it be that you're getting old and starting to become sentimental? The blue Susanoo instantly coalesced, and a massive fist came crashing down with a howling wind. The Nine-Tails nimbly jumped aside. The spot it had occupied now a huge water-filled crater. Looks like that punch was too light, Madara said coldly. The Nine-Tails immediately took a defensive stance, its nine tails spreading out like a screen. Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. Madara did not continue the assault, but instead retracted his Susanoo and turned to walk deeper into the ceiling space. Seeing Madara's back, the Nine-Tails said, Anyway, it's just a dream. It can't be real. Taking a dream seriously isn't like you. Madara ignored the Nine-Tails' words and continued walking. A dream? That feeling of reality. Madara did not believe it was just a dream. If he hadn't suddenly woken up and found himself still in the ceiling space, he would have thought that was reality. Moreover, the name Ten Tails felt somehow familiar to him, as if he had a plan that revolved around the Ten Tails. TSK. Madara couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. Although he didn't want to admit it verbally, he was well aware that his irritation was not due to the Ten Tails or the lost memories. It was because, in the dream, he had actually laid hands on Naruto. Now, Madara had made up his mind. It was best if this was really just a dream. Otherwise, even if the person opposite was truly himself resurrected from the dirt, you're dead. Ultimately, in a place where no one knew, Madara resolutely made his decision. Chapter 16. The plan begins. The tranquility of Konoha Hospital, shrouded in morning mist, was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. The medical ninjas on duty looked up to see Uchiha Itachi, covered in blood, supporting Shursui, who had lost his right eye, as they burst through the doors. Quick! Emergency treatment. Itachi's voice was taut like a drawn bowstring. Half of Shursui's face was covered in dry blood, and a blood-stained bandage wrapped around the empty right eye socket. Most shocking was the glass vial tightly held in his hand, within which floated a scarlet Sharingan. The medical team instantly erupted in chaos. It's Uchiha Shursui. His eye. Oh my god. The stretcher rolled through the corridor as Shursui quietly grabbed Itachi's sleeve and whispered, Stick to the plan. Itachi nodded imperceptibly. The third Hokage's pipe tapped a crisp sound on the desk. You say Danzo attacked Shursui? Sunlight streamed through the window onto the old man's face, each wrinkle holding a storm. Itachi knelt on one knee, his back straight. At 3 this morning, I discovered Shursa Senpai downstream of the Naka River. At that time, Lord Danzo was ordering Root to seize his Sharingan. After a well-timed pause, Itachi took out a blood-stained scroll from his robe. This was found on a member of Root. The parchment clearly detailed the Nine-Tails chakra induction experiment, with the Root seal at the end. Their plan was to release the chakra of the Jinchuriki near the Uchiha clan's territory to create a false riot. Itachi's voice grew lower. Senpai Shursui accidentally overheard this plan, which led to the third's palm suddenly slammed down on the desk's edge. Enough. The ashtray fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The Umbu listening outside the office collectively shivered. The last time they saw the third so furious was years ago. After all, the third had always treated people with grace and kindness, but this time his anger was evident. Soon, in the intensive care unit, Shursui lay on the pale sheets like a puppet from which life had been drained. When the third opened the door, he struggled to focus his remaining left eye. Hokage-sama, don't move. The third pressed down on his attempt to bow, his gaze falling on the empty eye socket. The medical team said the best time for an eye transplant is, please listen to me first. Shursui suddenly grabbed the third's wrist with incredible strength. Danzo wants to instigate the second Nine-Tails incident. The morning light outside was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Shursui trembled as he raised the glass vial. He took my eye to control the Jinchuriki with Kotoame Tsukumi. As he spoke, He couldn't help but glance at the vial containing his eye. Fortunately, Itachi was timely. When the third took the vial, he noticed that Shirsue's injuries could only be inflicted by a member of Root, and his gaze turned cold. This morning, the Umbu reported that Naruto is missing. The third's voice suddenly aged 10 years. Do you think? Shirsue's lone eye overflowed with tears. Hurry and save that child. He will be turned into a weapon. This carefully designed lie pierced the third's most vulnerable memories like a poisoned kunai. As the old man turned, his ceremonial robes swirled with a decisive arc send the order. The Umbu in the corridor instantly knelt in unison. Pursue Shimura Danzo for treason against the village. The third's voice shook the glass, causing it to hum. Search all Root hideouts. Yes. All the Umbu responded in unison before vanishing. Meanwhile, the eastern sunrise grew increasingly radiant, its life-giving energy spreading forth. Madara, controlling Naruto's body, stood on the edge of a high cliff at the forest's edge. He looked down at the scattered Uchiha residences, a cold smile curving his lips. Let us begin. Just this once. Hearing Madara's command, the Nine-Tails began to release its chakra. A massive amount of crimson chakra surged through the seal into Naruto's body, instantly causing him to explode like ignited dynamite. Roar! The deafening roar of the beast echoed through the skies as the crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's body like a volcanic eruption. A violent energy storm swept through a 100-meter radius, uprooting towering ancient trees and cracking the ground with spiderweb-like fissures from the intense heat. Naruto's body gradually became enveloped in the materialized chakra, forming a horrifying fox-like exterior. The skin was burned away by the scorching chakra, revealing crimson muscle tissue. From his spine extended 4 tails formed of pure malice, each as thick as a giant python. His facial bones twisted and deformed, canine teeth elongated into fangs, and the corners of his mouth ripped back to his ears. The originally azure eyes were completely replaced by the beastly slit pupils, flowing with a fierce light like molten lava. The 4-tailed state was sufficient. Obito felt this brutal power and precisely controlled the range of destruction. He deliberately retained a hint of rationality, making this rampage appear both real and controllable. All right, the performance has begun. Boom! A chakra tail swept across, instantly leveling the Uchiha training ground. The wooden target turned to ashes in the high temperature, and the ground of the shuriken practice area was plowed into 3-meter-deep ravines. Bang! The second tail smashed into the outer wall of the clan's territory. The heavy stone wall crumbled like paper. Amid the flying debris, several patrolling Uchiha ninjas were blown away by the shockwave. Enemy attack. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk. The alarm of the guard team sounded piercingly, and the Uchiha clan was thrown into chaos. Women and children were urgently evacuated under the escort of ninjas, while the trained combat personnel quickly assembled. When Fugaku rushed out of the clan leader's residence, he saw a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The 4-tailed Naruto was rampaging in the center of the clan territory. The heat waves formed by chakra distorted the air. More terrifyingly, that petite figure was moving towards a shrine. Everyone heed my command. Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan activated instantly, forming a defensive formation, prioritizing the protection of women and children. Suddenly, his voice stopped short, because, among the burning ruins of buildings, a bandaged figure was coldly watching the disaster unfold. Shimura Danzo. Meanwhile, Obito was controlling Naruto's body, performing a meticulously designed destruction show on Uchiha territory. The 4-tailed Naruto dashed to the shrine's front plaza with sparks flying. He spread his 4 tails and simultaneously smashed towards the Uchiha clan emblem. With a crack, the stone tablet, which had been passed down for 100 years, split in half under the high temperature, and the tremendous impact shattered the shrine. However, this strike deliberately avoided the location of the underground entrance. Before the Leaf Village guard team could breathe a sigh of relief, the 4-tailed Naruto condensed chakra into a ball and shot it into the sky. The chakra balls rained down like raindrops, exploding some buildings. However, the range of these explosions was controlled within a diameter of 10 meters, and the destroyed buildings were all evacuated. Quick, stop him! But those from the Leaf Village Guard team coming to encircle the four-tailed Naruto were unaware. The leader was shouting loudly. After howling to the sky, the four-tailed Naruto charged out using both hands and feet. Along the way, he knocked down utility poles with his tails, creating chaos. Numerous buildings were destroyed along the way, leaving terrifying claw marks on a main road. However, Obito's display of destruction was extremely displeasing to the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail in annoyance. Humph. Is my power being wasted like this? Obito sneered. You'll have plenty of opportunities, you mutt fox. In a corner, Naruto's consciousness watched anxiously from the outside. Dad, those people running away. Don't worry. Obito rarely explained, I avoided all living beings. On the other side, when Fugaku chased after Danzo's figure and arrived at the South Heg Shrine, he was met with a scene that froze his blood. Danzo was standing on the shrine's roof, his right hand maintaining some kind of control technique, while his left hand held a strange device. Even more terrifying was that the device was emitting waves resonating with the Nine-Tails chakra. For the future of Konoha, the Uchiha must be eliminated. Danzo's voice was cold and piercing. Fugaku's Manjiki spun wildly. You madman? Chapter 17 Fugaku versus Danzo on the eaves of the South Heg Shrine. Two figures confronted each other under the sunset. Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan radiated a cold light, firmly locking onto Danzo before him. The opponent's right, I was wrapped in bandages, while the left, I showed an unpleasant contempt. How pathetic. Danzo's voice was as harsh as sandpaper scraping. The dignified Uchiha clan leader can't even control a Jinchuriki in a rampage. Fugaku's fingers slowly brushed against the hilt of his katana. What do you really want by orchestrating this attack? During this time, the Uchiha had already been suppressed and retreated multiple times by Danzo. But why did Danzo still want the Jinchuriki to go berserk? Did he really want to see the Uchiha clan destroyed? To cleanse Konoha of the tumor? However, as Fugaku thought this, Danzo coldly raised his left hand, revealing a strange device. The Uchiha Sharingan is better suited to be embedded in the body of a true strongman. Danzo, realizing Danzo's intentions, Fugaku felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fugaku instantly completed the hand seals, and 3 fire dragons roared towards the roof. Danzo calmly performed hand seals, albeit with slightly strange movements. Would release, would pillar wall. Suddenly, thick wooden walls grew from the eaves of the shrine, blocking all the fire dragons. But Fugaku had already predicted the defense, appearing like a ghost behind Danzo, drawing his katana with a cold glint. Clang! The sound of metal clashing pierced the air. Danzo's right hand had somehow acquired a kunai, firmly blocking Fugaku's strike. Standing in close proximity, Fugaku was shocked to discover that beneath Danzo's right arm's bandages, the skin was an eerie grayish white. This is Hashirama's cells? Not bad eyesight. Danzo sneered, and suddenly, veins bulged on his right arm. But unfortunately, it's too late. Bang! A tremendous force transmitted from the blade, forcing Fugaku back several meters. Shaking off his numb hand from the impact, Fugaku said coldly, You actually stole the first Hokage cells. Danzo, you are truly a madman. Danzo did not refute, instead leisurely adjusting his sleeves. Do you know why the third Hokage has always let the Uchiha be? Because you are like beasts in a cage, looking fierce. But in reality, he made a gesture of cutting his throat. Shut up. Fugaku's Manjiki spun wildly. The glory of the Uchiha is not something you could desecrate. Glory? Danzo sneered. Having been suppressed by the village to this state, how can one speak of glory? These words stabbed into Fugaku's heart like a knife. In the past, the Uchiha, although deliberately suppressed by the second Hokage, still held high status in Konoha. But now, after Danzo's rise, not only were the Uchiha's rights exploited, but their territory was also reduced to this extent. Now with that bastard Danzo saying this, the anger in Fugaku's eyes nearly became tangible. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo suddenly launched a surprise attack, and dozens of sharp wind blades whistled towards him. Fugaku quickly performed hand seals, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The fireballs collided with the wind blades in midair, and the explosive shockwave shattered the shrine's tiles. Amidst the smoke and dust, Fugaku's figure suddenly disappeared. Body flicker technique. Almost instantly, Fugaku appeared on Danzo's left side. The katana swung down, aiming for the opponent's throat. Danzo sidestepped to avoid it, but the blade suddenly changed direction, transforming from a slash into a thrust. Clang. The bandages snapped, revealing a grayish-white deformed arm. Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. The entire arm was covered in bark-like patterns, and the fingertips even showed wooden characteristics. Disgusting. Fugaku gritted his teeth. You actually desecrated the power of the first Hokage. Danzo, unfazed, moved his arm. Power is power. What is there to say about desecration? Just then, Fugaku's Manjiki suddenly trembled. Jinjutsu. Sharingan. Danzo's movements froze instantly. Fugaku seized the opportunity. The katana traced a perfect arc. Puff. Blood splattered. Fugaku's katana accurately sliced through Danzo's right shoulder, and that grayish-white arm fell to the ground. Ugh! Danzo clutched his severed arm and staggered back. However, Fugaku noticed that no blood was flowing from the severed arm, as if it were prosthetic. But the severed arm on the ground was bleeding bright red, proving that the arm was real. Just then, distant sounds of the umbu gathering echoed. Tobirama glared at Fugaku coldly. This time, consider yourself lucky. The smoke bomb exploded, and his figure vanished in an instant. Although Fugaku chased after him promptly, Tobirama had already disappeared without a trace. With no other choice, Fugaku had to give up the pursuit and bent down to pick up the severed arm. The grayish-white arm twitched slightly in his hand, as if it still had life. Cold rage burned in Tobirama's eyes. This matter was not over. When he turned around, he found Itachi had appeared on the shrine steps at some point, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Father, Fugaku threw the severed arm to his son. Take this to the third Hokage and tell him the Uchiha needs an explanation. On the other side, as the reinforcement from the Umbu arrived and Tobirama left, the Four Tails Naruto, who had been attacking frantically, suddenly quieted down. The strange red chakra on him gradually dissipated, revealing Naruto's original form. Meanwhile, with Tobirama's escape, Madara, controlling the Four Tails Naruto, began the final performance. The blood-red chakra still surged, but the force of destruction subtly weakened. Every tailed beast ball accurately struck the empty ground, and every claw strike precisely avoided important buildings. Roar! The Four Tails Naruto let out a howl, his four tails violently whipping the ground, raising clouds of dust. This seemingly uncontrollable action perfectly concealed the fact that the chakra was gradually retracting. In the ceiling space, the nine tails lay on the water surface, boredly flicking its tail. Old man Madara, the show is about over. Madara's spirit form crossed his arms, his Sharingan fixed on the situation outside. What's the hurry? The Umbu hasn't fully positioned themselves yet. TCH, the nine tails scoffed, my chakra isn't meant to be wasted like this. Just as the nine tails finished speaking, a large number of footsteps were heard outside, as the Hokage's direct Umbu arrived at the Uchiha compound. The Umbu captain quickly scanned the battlefield. The four-tail state is strange, but the destruction range is controlled in a peculiar way. As if responding to his confusion, the monster in the center suddenly trembled violently. The blood-red chakra retracted like a receding tide, revealing the wounded blonde boy. The Umbu members, who had been on high alert for Naruto's further actions, watched as Naruto stumbled a few steps and then perfectly fell face first in front of them. The nine tails' ears perked up in the ceiling space. Oh, that looked pretty realistic, huh? Madara snorted softly. This kid's body coordination isn't bad. Come on, the nine tails grinned, revealing sharp fangs. It's you, old man, controlling him well. By the way, the nine tails continued. You knew to make yourself look dirty before pretending to be unconscious. Quite clever, huh? Madara's mouth curled slightly. Basic battlefield etiquette. When a medical team lifted Naruto onto a stretcher, no one noticed the fleeting arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 18. The third Hokage's determination in the ceiling space. Madara stood on the nine tails' head, looking down at the reflection of the outside hospital scene on the water surface. At that moment, the medical ninjas were carefully checking Naruto's body. The nine tails, bored, scratched the water's surface with its claws, trying to catch the attention of the black-haired hedgehog on its head. Unfortunately, it received no response. With no other option, the Ninetales spoke up. "Hey, old man Madara, how long are you planning to pretend to sleep? That kid's body can't take this kind of torment." Madara's spirit form continued to gaze at the outside world, his Sharingan reflecting the Umbu coming in and out of the hospital. "What's the hurry? The third Hokage is having a private discussion with Fugaku. Wait until they discover Tobarama's secret." TCH, the Ninetales flicked its tail. "You seem to have it all figured out." But it suddenly lowered its voice. "Aren't you afraid that kid will come after you for revenge once he wakes up? He hates deceiving his comrades the most." Madara's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to indifference. This is a growth he must experience. The Ninetales stood up and looked down at its reflection on the water. "Oh? Then why did you deliberately avoid all the Konoha ninjas while controlling his body? Not even a single Uchiha dog was harmed." And the Ninetales, seeing Madara's silence, raised the corners of its mouth slightly. "Why did the explosions land precisely in the empty areas? Why did you protect the back of his head when he fainted?" As the mixed-furred fox became increasingly animated, the blue Susanoo instantly gathered. But this time the Ninetales was prepared, shaking its head and throwing Madara away, then jumping back to evade the attack. It grinned smugly. "Caught you, huh? Old man Madara, you're just. If you don't shut up, I'll let you sleep for a month." Madara's voice was unusually filled with irritation. Outside, in the corridor of the special hospital room, the third Hokage was staring at the severed arm in his hand. The grayish-white arm appeared particularly eerie under the light, with writhing cells faintly visible at the severed end. "Hashirama cells," the third Hokage's voice was hoarse. "Tobarama, how many things have you done behind my back?" Beside him, Fugaku's expression was grim. "Lord Hokage, this is no longer just an action against the Uchiha. Conducting human experiments without permission, even stealing the first Hokage's cells." "I know." The third Hokage wearily rubbed his temples, but the urgent matter at hand was to confirm Naruto's condition. "That child, I already owe him so much, and now." Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, and the medical team leader rushed out. "Lord Hokage, the examination results are quite strange." "Strange in what way?" The medical team leader looked at the report in his hand and said, "Naruto shows no signs of being controlled, but his chakra flow indicates he indeed experienced intense combat." The third Hokage and Fugaku exchanged puzzled glances. Not controlled, but the Ninetales did go berserk and launched indiscriminate attacks. Then why did the Ninetales go berserk? The seal shows no signs of loosening. Yet all clues pointed to Tobarama. Could it be that Tobarama had mastered some special control method? On the other side, in the ceiling space, just as Madara and the Ninetales were at a standoff, unusual ripples suddenly appeared on the water's surface. Madara turned sharply. This was a blurred chakra image slowly materializing into the form of Uchiha Shursui. The Ninetales immediately bared its teeth. "When did you show up? One Uchiha is already enough for me to handle, and now there's you." Shursui's phantom smiled slightly. "Don't be nervous. This is just a little trick of Koto Amitsukami." Then Shursui looked at Madara. "Ancestor, the plan is going smoothly. The third Hokage has ordered a full search of the root bases." Madara crossed his arms and snorted. "Unnecessary. I've said it before, killing Tobarama directly would be the simplest." Shursui smiled wryly. "But that would cause greater chaos. This way, we can eliminate Tobarama's influence while protecting the Uchiha." His words suddenly halted, and the phantom began to flicker unsteadily. "Is the chakra running low?" Madara narrowed his eyes. "Tell Itachi, I want to see results before sunset tomorrow." Shursui's phantom bowed one last time before dissipating into the air. When the first rays of morning light broke through the water surface, Naruto's consciousness began to stir. He groggily sat up, rubbed his eyes. "Dad, I dreamt I ate a super huge bowl of ramen." The Ninetales chuckled. "That wasn't a dream. You were still mumbling about it while unconscious." Madara looked at Naruto, who was still half asleep, and suddenly placed his hand on his head. "Kid, remember everything that happened today." His voice was unusually gentle. "This is the truth of the ninja world." Naruto nodded, half understanding, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "So, can we go eat ramen now?" A black fist and an orange fox paw simultaneously struck Naruto's head. Ow! Why is even the Nine-Tails hitting me? The Nine-Tails huffed angrily and lay back on the water's surface. Because you two are equally annoying. Madara watched the two figures getting into a playful ruckus, turning to walk deeper into the space. But from an unseen angle, the corners of his mouth slightly turned upward. That night in the Hokage office, moonlight spilled through the window onto the desk piled high with scrolls. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, stood alone by the window, the embers in his pipe flickering in the darkness. He recalled Naruto, still unconscious in the hospital, and his aged face appeared particularly worn amidst the smoke. Minato, he murmured softly, unconsciously rubbing the glass of the window with his fingers. I have once again failed your trust. The memory of the golden-haired youth seemed to linger before him, warmly smiling as he entrusted the swaddled Naruto to him. Yet now, that child was once again caught in a dangerous whirlpool due to the suspicions and schemes of those in power. Danzo, the third's fist slammed heavily against the window frame, shaking off the long-accumulated ash. He remembered the grayish-white severed arm, the collection of Sharingan found in the laboratory, and the shocking scars on Naruto's body. Although the medical report indicated only superficial injuries, each wound felt like a knife etched into his heart. When did the old man's voice become so hoarse? Why has Konoha resorted to such means to maintain peace? The crystal ball replayed footage from the day, showing the pained, howling form of the four-tailed Naruto, eerily overlapping with the scene of the Nine-Tails attack 6 years ago. The third's hand trembled slightly as he suddenly realized a terrifying fact. The decision to conceal Naruto's lineage may have been wrong from the very beginning. If only they had revealed his identity as the son of a hero sooner. If only they had shown him more care instead of surveillance. If only they had decisively stopped Danzo's human experiments. Countless ifs surged in his mind, ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh. The third took off his Hokage hat, revealing his head of white hair. In that moment, he was no longer the commanding Hokage, just a guilt-ridden old man. As dawn broke in the east, the third finally made a decision. He unfurled a new scroll, the tip of his pen soaked in dark ink. Resolution on dissolving Root and investigating Danzo, Shimura's betrayal of the village. The first drop of ink fell onto the paper, spreading like a bloodstain. A determined light flashed in the old man's eyes. This time, I will not compromise. Chapter 19. Danzo's madness. The air in the Konoha high-level conference room was as dense as lead. 12 advisors and elders sat around a massive round table, the flickering candles on the walls casting weak light. The wavering light sliced each person's expression into fragmented shadows. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, stood at the head of the table, his aged hand holding an unlit pipe, his gaze sweeping like a blade over everyone present. Danzo sat in the corner shadow, a fresh bandage wrapped around the severed end of his right arm. His left eye narrowed slightly, resembling a snake coiled in the dark. Let's begin. The third's voice was deep and cold. A member of the Umbu stepped forward silently and unfurled a sealed scroll on the table. Inside the scroll lay Danzo's grayish-white severed arm, still faintly writhing at the severed end due to the activity of Hashirama's cells, as if it possessed a life of its own. This was recovered from Fugaku Uchiha, the third said, and Danzo's eyelid twitched involuntarily. His severed arm should be in that golden-haired brat's possession. How could it have come from Fugaku? The third keenly sensed Danzo's unease, but continued slowly. According to the medical team's tests, this arm contained cells from the first Hokage, and he paused, taking out another report from his robes. Moreover, we discovered 12 Sharingan in a secret chamber deep within Root. According to tests, these are taken while the individuals were still alive. The conference room erupted in chaos. Koharu Udatane dropped her teacup with a crash, hot water splattering her clothing. She stared at the severed arm, her lips trembling. This is impossible. Hamura Midokado's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he glanced at Danzo, his voice tight. Danzo explained this. Danzo slowly raised his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his single eye. For the sake of Konoha, his voice was hoarse yet calm. The Uchiha Sharingan are dangerous weapons that must be controlled. Controlled? The third scoffed, suddenly slamming his hand on the table and standing up. You call this control? He waved his hand, and the Umbu immediately brought in 3 massive metal boxes. As the boxes opened, a pungent smell of preservatives filled the air. Inside were 12 Sharingan neatly displayed in a grow solution, each marked with detailed numbers and dates. The most recent one dated just 3 days ago. Danzo's pupils contracted slightly. In this, the third pulled out a yellowed scroll and slammed it on the table. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Control Plan. Modifying memories with Sharingan to induce a rampage. Danzo, you even targeted the 4th orphan? Danzo's single eye scanned each person present, finally resting on the third's face. A cold smirk twisted his lips. Hiruzen, you're getting old. He slowly stood up, his right eye beneath the bandage seeming to throb, weak, indecisive. Konoha in your hands will eventually be destroyed. The third's gaze turned steely. So this is your justification? To become Hokage? The conference room fell silent. Danzo suddenly laughed, the sound echoing as if from the depths of hell. Hokage? He violently tore off the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan. What I want is to completely eradicate Konoha's cancer. The Uchiha Sharingan. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. These unstable factors should have been eliminated long ago. Hamura Mitokado suddenly stood up. You're insane. These are comrades of the village. Comrades? The 3 Tomo and Danzo's single eye began to rotate slowly. In the face of absolute power, they're only useful and useless tools. The third slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, only determination remained. Now let us vote, dissolve Root, and issue a nationwide warrant for Danzo Shimura. His hand was the first to raise. Koru Udatane trembled, but slowly raised her arm as well. 1-2, Danzo watched as the hands gradually rose. The muscles in his face twisting for a moment before returning to calm. Very well, he said softly, a murderous intent spilling from his single eye. Then don't blame me. Just as Danzo's words fell, he suddenly slammed his cane heavily against the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound. The walls of the conference room exploded. Dozens of Root ninjas wearing snake-patterned masks burst through the walls. Each held kunai glinting with cold light. And everyone at the scene was almost instantly taken hostage. Leading them was a burly man who respectfully addressed Danzo. Lord Danzo. Danzo stood up, coldly looking at everyone present. It's time for Konoha to change its ruler. Attack! With Danzo's command, all Root members immediately hurled kunai and shurikens at those present. Koharu screamed, and Hamura quickly formed hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the incoming kunai. But more Root ninjas surged in from all directions, plunging the entire conference room into chaos. The third's eyes widened in rage. Danzo, you dare! Danzo stood in the center of the chaos, madness flashing in his single eye. Konoha needs a cleansing. Hiruzen, starting with you. He violently tore open his robe, revealing his upper body wrapped in bandages. As the bandages fell away, everyone was horrified to discover that 3 Sharingan were embedded in his chest, eerily rotating. After losing his arm to Madara, Danzo had implanted Hashirama cells into himself again, along with 3 Sharingan. He knew that the monster calling himself Madara would definitely seek revenge. So he needed a means of self-defense. And this was his means of self-defense. Danzo formed hand signs with one hand, activating the Sharingan in his chest, unleashing a terrifying surge of chakra. His body began to twist and deform, the grayish-white cells from his severed arm growing wildly, forming a brand new arm in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the original arm that was supposed to serve as evidence vanished, as if it had never existed. Did you see that? Danzo laughed maniacally, his voice distorted. This is power. The power of the first Hokage. The power of the Uchiha. His skin started to crack, revealing the writhing cells beneath. He swelled up like a monster, the 3 Sharingan in his chest constantly scanning the surroundings, making the hair on people's necks stand up. The crazed Tsunade sat slumped in her chair, her face devoid of color. You've completely lost it. Danzo ignored her, suddenly waving his hand. Take them down, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. Watching the Root ninja swarm like a tide, the elderly Hokage took a deep breath. Then he calmly said, attack. The same words came from the 3rd Hokage's mouth, and in an instant, a huge sealing technique appeared on the ground. Almost instantly, the third Hokage and Danzo vanished from their spot. What just happened? The people left behind were completely at a loss. The Umbu ninjas, who had been hiding nearby, revealed themselves. Itachi, leading the Umbu, commanded, "The root has begun a rebellion. Kill everyone without exception." Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the Konoha training ground, the figures of the third Hokage and Danzo appeared here. The summoning technique beneath their feet was still glowing, completely isolating the area within 100 meters from the outside world. Do you think changing the location will change the outcome? Danzo's right eye glowed crimson in the darkness. The three Sharingan on his chest spinning eerily, just delaying the time of death. The third Hokage silently tore off his ceremonial robe, revealing the long-unused Warring States period armor. The metal plates glinted coldly in the moonlight, with the Sarutobi family crest clearly visible on his back. This action made Danzo's pupils shrink. Wearing that armor meant the third Hokage was getting serious. "This is your last chance, Danzo." The third Hokage formed hand seals, and the Sarutobi transformed into the Vajra Rui rod in his hand, laying down his weapon and accepting judgment. Danzo suddenly burst into laughter, his voice mixed with the roar of chakra. "Judgment? With you, old man." Chapter 20. Third Hokage versus Danzo in the training ground. Two figures collided at a speed that transcended common sense. Each clash of the Vajra Rui rod in Danzo's wooden right arm erupted with deafening booms. Bang! The third Hokage leaped back using the momentum, and the Rui rod suddenly elongated, aiming for Danzo's throat. However, Danzo made no attempt to evade, allowing the iron rod to pierce his neck. Yet the body that should have fallen, spraying blood, vanished like a mirage in the next moment. What? The sudden turn of events left the third Hokage stunned. At that moment, the real Danzo emerged from the shadow of the third Hokage, his grayish-white right arm coiling around his old friend's waist like a giant python. Wood release, insertion technique. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from Danzo's arm, and the third Hokage let out a muffled grunt as fragments of armor mixed with droplets of blood flew everywhere. Bang! However, in the next second, the third Hokage, pierced by the wooden spikes, transformed into a wooden stump, while his real body had already appeared 10 meters away. Blood gushed from his abdominal wound, and the third Hokage couldn't help but smile wryly. "I was a bit careless. Sarutobi, you're no longer my match." Danzo's Sharingan in his chest gradually closed, and his illusory body became more solid. He touched the closed eye and couldn't help but sneer. "Do you see? This is immortality. Even if you kill me, I can be resurrected." The third Hokage's expression darkened. As a veteran who had experienced the Warring States era, he immediately recognized that technique. A secret technique unique to the Uchiha clan is an Aji. Danzo laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals. "Looks like you haven't gotten old enough to forget everything yet. You figured out just like that." With that, Danzo launched another attack on the third Hokage. However, the rhythm of the battle suddenly changed. With his Anaji, Danzo completely abandoned defense. Each attack was a mutually destructive strategy. When the third Hokage's fire dragon flame bullet engulfed him, his charred body was reborn from the flames. When the Rui rod smashed his skull, a new Danzo emerged from the shadows. Useless Hiruzen. The resurrected Danzo licked his newly formed fingers. "I can be resurrected infinitely. And you?" He looked at the third Hokage's bleeding abdomen. "How much chakra do you have left?" After killing Danzo for the third time, the third Hokage's breathing had become erratic. He tried to ease his ragged breath and taunted, "Not much, but enough to deal with you." Still stubborn, Danzo quickly formed hand seals, the air around his knuckles bursting with a piercing wind sound. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, then suddenly exhaled. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of wind blades, compressed to the extreme, tore through the air with sharp howls. These semi-transparent air blades passed by the third Hokage's body at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, they sliced him into several segments. As blood and flesh splattered, the severed body didn't even have time to spray blood. Bang! With a light sound, the broken corpse suddenly transformed into white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. Danzo's pupils constricted, the Sharingan spinning wildly. The ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently, and the third Hokage's deep voice came from the earth. Earth release. Earth flow river. Boom! The solid ground instantly transformed into a raging torrent of muddy yellow water, swallowing Danzo whole like a flood that had burst its banks. The thick mud mixed with gravel rushed Danzo downstream with tremendous force. His body rolled in the muddy current, his right arm enhanced by the cells of Hashirama grasping futilely, unable to find any foothold. At the end of the muddy flow, the third Hokage's real body had long been waiting. The old man raised his right hand above his head, gathering a heart-pounding lightning glow in his palm. Dazzling arcs of electricity leaped between his fingers, making a crackling sound that ionized the surrounding air with a burnt smell. Lightning release. Lightning spear. As Danzo was washed to the third Hokage's front by the muddy flow, the third Hokage swung his arm down decisively. The 3-meter-long bolt of lightning drew a perfect arc and struck Danzo fiercely. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the lightning reacted violently with the muddy flow. The conductivity of the earth release caused the power of the lightning to increase exponentially, and the dazzling blue-white sphere instantly expanded. Danzo's body convulsed violently in the lightning, his skin carbonizing and peeling off at a visible speed. Finally, with a dull sound, he exploded into countless charred fragments. Ha! The third Hokage knelt on one knee, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his forehead. The chakra that had once been abundant was now nearly depleted, and each breath came with a sharp pain in his lungs. This combination technique, which he could usually execute with ease, had nearly drained his remaining chakra at this moment. You're getting old, Sarutobi. This little exercise has left you unable to continue. However, in the next second, Danzo appeared before the third Hokage once again, completely unharmed. Seeing Danzo's intact figure, the old Hokage's fingertips began to tremble slightly. Have you run out of tricks? At that moment, Danzo's right arm had completely turned into wood, with writhing cellular structures visible beneath the skin. But Danzo didn't care, still shouting, "Let me see what other tricks the legendary ninjutsu professor has hidden." However, the third Hokage wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled. Then I'll embarrass myself. The third Hokage brought his 2 fingers together, pointing at Danzo. Sarutobi, transform into the diamond prison. The Rui rod suddenly rose from beneath Danzo's feet and instantly split and multiplied, turning into 4 walls of diamond that trapped Danzo inside. Danzo coldly snorted in disdain, his wooden right arm swelling and deforming. You can only trap me. It's not over yet. The third Hokage's real body quickly swallowed a soldier's food pill and, along with the 4 shadow clones, suddenly appeared in 5 different positions. East, south, west, north, and up surrounded Danzo. 5 figures simultaneously formed seals, and the fluctuations of chakra shook the air. 5 nature transformation, great combination technique. In an instant, a violent hurricane, a blazing fire dragon, a high-pressure water gun, blinding lightning, and dense rock spears clashed, fused, and exploded wildly within the enclosed space. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the 5-colored energy formed a terrifying chakra vortex. The space inside the diamond wall was completely distorted. Wind blades shredded muscles, flames burned bones. Torrents washed away internal organs. Lightning destroyed nerves, and rock spears pierced through the body. 5 completely different destructive forces acted on every inch of Danzo's body at the same time. Even the outer walls began to crack, and blinding lights burst forth from spiderweb-like fissures. The third Hokage was thrown dozens of meters away by the shockwave, his black armor rattling in the violent energy turbulence. When the dust settled, only a charred pit with a diameter of 20 meters remained. At the bottom of the pit, some grayish-white cellular tissue was vaporizing and dissipating at a visible speed. This time, the third Hokage truly exhausted his chakra, half kneeling on the ground. The other 4 shadow clones quickly dispelled, returning the remaining chakra to the main body. But this little chakra was still a drop in the bucket for the third Hokage now. If it were years ago, I would indeed have died from this move. However, The last thing the third Hokage wanted to see happened. Danzo's figure appeared not far away like a ghost. Chapter 21 Support? No, I'm here to fight. Due to chakra exhaustion, the third Hokage knelt on one knee, the diamond Rui staff deeply embedded in the ground, barely supporting his swaying body. Sweat mixed with blood dripped from his chin, creating deep dark pits on the charred ground. At this moment, his chakra was nearly depleted, and his lungs felt as if they were burned by fire, causing sharp pain with every breath. In front of him, Danzo, through Izanagi, was completely unharmed. However, as Danzo revived again, the third Sharingan in his chest slowly closed. Yet, there was no trace of fatigue on Danzo's face. Instead, it was twisted with excitement. His right arm had completely Wadinized, with cells from Hashirama wriggling beneath his skin, continuously repairing his injuries, making him look more like a monster than a human. What is wrong, Hiruzen? Danzo approached slowly, his voice hoarse and mocking. Is this the capacity of the Hokage? Can't even kill a traitor? The third Hokage gritted his teeth. Wanted to stand up, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. He stared intensely at Danzo's last functioning Sharingan in his chest. Izanagi, a technique that can alter reality. Based on the previous battle, every time he died, one of his eyes would close. So, if I kill him one more time now, Izanagi will become invalid. Though he thought this, the third Hokage at this moment didn't even have the strength to form seals. It's over. Danzo raised his Wadinized right arm. Sharp wooden spikes extending from his palm. I will bring a new era to Konoha, my era. Third Grandpa, Donji. Just as Danzo was about to strike, a powerful wind blade surged past, forcing Danzo to jump back. The third Hokage suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting as the blond boy appeared at the edge of the battlefield, his blue eyes filled with worry. Naruto! The third Hokage's voice changed pitch in fear. Run! It's dangerous here. But Naruto shook his head, stepping forward resolutely. You used to protect me. Now, it's my turn to help you. Danzo's movement froze, his single eye narrowing slightly as he scrutinized Naruto. No Sharingan, no abnormal chakra fluctuations. He looked like an ordinary kid. Heh, Danzo suddenly laughed, his voice filled with cruel delight. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has come to me? It seems even fate is on my side. He abandoned the third Hokage and turned to Naruto. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being meddlesome. Seeing Danzo approaching Naruto, the third Hokage wanted to get up to stop him, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He could only shout in despair. Naruto, run. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound, and Danzo looked shocked at his abdomen. Immediately after, his body flew back as if hit by a cannonball, crashing through 3 large trees before barely stopping. Amidst the flying dust, Naruto slowly retracted his lifted right foot, his originally bright blue eyes now transformed into crimson Sharingan. A proud smirk curved at his lips, his voice low and oppressive. Now I can finally use some strength. Feeling Madara's chakra gradually exceeding Naruto's body's limit, the Nine-Tails thrashed its tail against the water surface. Worry filled its crimson beast eyes. Old Madara, be careful. Your chakra already far exceeds Naruto's. Do you want to kill him by releasing your full power? Madara flexed his wrist, a dangerous glint flashing in his Sharingan. I know without you saying it, so I'm only using 3 layers of power now. 3 layers? The Nine-Tails rolled its eyes, reminding him, Naruto is just a 7-year-old child. Don't treat him like you pervert. Madara snorted coldly. I know my limits. This power is more than enough to deal with a half-baked wood-release user. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails' ears perked up. Hey, be careful. That guy's about to use his last Sharingan. In the real world, the third Hokage looked at the suddenly transformed blonde boy in surprise. Are you him? Madara clasped his hands, continuously moving his limbs. As he walked, he said, I told you, Naruto is under my protection. You should rest and recover here for now. I'll go meet that bandaged brat. At this moment, Danzo crawled up from the ruins, the last Sharingan in his chest spinning wildly. His expression twisted to the extreme, disbelief filling his single eye. Impossible, Uchiha Madara. Correct. Madara controlled Naruto's body, slowly raising his right hand, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Danzo roared. quickly forming seals with both hands. Would release. Forest to the death. Too slow. Madara's figure instantly vanished, reappearing right in front of Danzo. His small fist, wrapped in terrifying chakra, slammed hard into Danzo's abdomen. Puff! Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body curling like a shrimp. But Madara's attack wasn't over. He grabbed Danzo's hair and delivered a knee strike heavily against his chin. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed across the battlefield. Danzo's body flew back like a rag doll, crashing through 3 half-height granite blocks before finally stopping. Amidst the flying debris, he struggled to rise, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, dyeing his grayish-white face dark red. No, impossible! Danzo screamed, his voice twisted with madness. I sacrificed everything for today. His hands slammed violently against the ground, and the moment his palms touched the soil, grayish-white Hashirama cells burrowed into the ground. Would release. Forest of the death. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and hundreds of giant trees burst forth from the ground. These trees grew at a speed that defied the laws of nature. Their thick trunks covered in grotesque gnarls, sharp branches stabbing towards the sky like spears. The entire battlefield transformed into a primal jungle in the blink of an eye, with every tree exuding a bloodthirsty, killing intent, overwhelming Naruto. Confronted with this terrifying sea of would release, Naruto, under Madara's control, let out a disdainful sneer. Is this it? The crimson Sharingan reflected the oncoming sea of trees as Madara slowly formed seals. Compared to Hashirama's forest of the death, yours is as weak as a baby. Fire release, great fire destruction. Whoosh! What erupted from Naruto's mouth was not flames, but a crimson inferno. The fire wave collided with the giant wooden trunk that first came, and the trees at the contact surface were instantly carbonized, twisting and disintegrating in the high temperature. Immediately afterwards, Madara intensified the flame output, and the area of the fire surged threefold, transforming into a towering wall of flames several dozen meters high, engulfing the entire sea of trees. Boom! The explosive chakra triggered an air detonation, and the shockwave tore the still unburned trees into pieces. The once towering tree world, under this apocalyptic fire release, was like a child's toy, utterly helpless. Charred wood chips flew in the sky, turning into swirling sparks in the heatwave. The scorching air distorted the vision, and even the distant rocks began to melt into red-hot magma. Danzo stood frozen in place, his face still contorted with a grim expression. And his pupils reflected this sea of fire and the petite yet demonic figure at its center. He couldn't believe that this was released by a mere 7-year-old child. Was Uchiha Madara really this exaggerated? Madara lowered his hands that had formed the seal and slowly walked towards Danzo. Did you think I came here to support that little brat Sarutobi? As he spoke, one hand grabbed Danzo by the neck, and Madara sneered. No, I'm here to hit you. Chapter 22. Izanagi is invincible? No, you just haven't met me. Not long after, Danzo lay on the ground, his gray-white hair matted with blood on his forehead, and his right arm, enhanced by Hashirama's cells, had twisted and deformed. He trembled as he lifted his head, his single eye reflecting the 7-year-old blonde child. At this moment, that pair of scarlet Sharingan gazed down at him from above, like a god examining an ant. No, it's impossible. Danzo's throat squeezed out a hoarse voice. How could a mere child's body be so powerful? A 7-year-old child, whom he could crush with one hand. Why was he so strong in Uchiha Madara's hands? Was this the Uchiha Madara that even the first Hokage could contend with? Madara controlled Naruto to walk closer, the small soles of his boots crunching softly on the charred ground. He tilted his head and revealed a chilling smile. It seems you still haven't recognized reality. Suddenly, Naruto's small hand clutched Danzo's throat. If it weren't for Naruto's current height being insufficient, he could only lift his entire upper body. However, even so, this 7-year-old child's arm, which should have been slender and weak, was now as unyielding as steel. Look closely. Madara's voice was deep like thunder. This is true power. Feeling the gradually increasing pressure under that small palm, Danzo found it increasingly difficult to breathe. However, Danzo was not worried, because the last remaining Sharingan in his chest was still turning. The effect of Izanagi was still ongoing. Huh. He coughed up blood and laughed maniacally. You can't kill me. As long as this eye is still here. Just a minute long, Izanaji? Madara's mocking voice was as cold as ice scraping against steel. Our clan's secret technique being misused by you like this is truly infuriating. On Naruto's youthful face, his eyes suddenly underwent a terrifying change. The three Tomo spun wildly, connecting into an eerie pattern of an eternal kaleidoscope. Within the depths of the scarlet pupils, it seemed that blood was flowing slowly. But you must understand, Madara slowly raised Naruto's small palm. Izanaji is not invincible either. What? What did you say? Danzo's single eye's pupil suddenly constricted, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The Sharingan in his chest was anxiously spinning, as if sensing some higher-level illusion suppression. Madara's mouth curled into a cruel arc. Izanaji can indeed alter reality, but that reality must be what you perceive. The moment their Sharingan locked eyes crack, Danzo seemed to hear the sound of his mental world shattering. The world spun wildly in an instant. When Danzo regained consciousness, he found himself standing in an infinite blood-red space. The ground was thick with blood plasma, and every step he took sent nauseating ripples across it. Suddenly, thousands of mirrors rose from the sea of blood surrounding him. Each mirror reflected the darkest moments of his life. In the mirror on the left, Yahiko resolutely committed suicide to protect his comrades, while he and Hanzo the salamander looked on coldly. In the mirror on the right, the Ninetales rampaged through Konoha. Facing his subordinates wanting to go out and support, he chose to refuse. In the mirror behind him, inside the Konoha orphanage, he was surrounding the former Umbu assassin, Yakushi Kabuto, with the lives of all the children in the orphanage. The most terrifying thing was that all the figures of him in the mirrors suddenly turned their heads in unison, synchronously mouthing the words, "This is all for Konoha. This is all for the Hokage position. This is all for myself." The sound waves crashed against Danzo's eardrums like a physical force. The triple echo of words continuously reverberated in the space, overlapping, ultimately turning into a piercing shriek. He crazily covered his ears, but found that his palms had unknowingly transformed into stark white bones. No, this isn't real. Danzo knelt in the sea of blood, the thick liquid gradually rising over his knees, waist, and chest. I did it for. The countless figures of him in the mirrors suddenly reached out, their pale arms piercing through the mirror's surface, grabbing hold of his body tightly. Welcome to reality. All the Danzo figures whispered in unison. In the real world, Danzo's body began to convulse violently. He thrashed about like a fish out of water, his gray-white hair soaked with sweat, foam spilling from his mouth. The Sharingan under the bandages was visibly losing its luster. First, the bright red faded, then murky gray spots emerged, and finally, it transformed into a lifeless meatball. Cognition is reality. Madara coldly observed all of this. How can a lie that even you can't deceive yourself would deceive the world? As Izanaji ended, Danzo slumped down like a marionette with cut strings, his murky single eye still frozen with disbelief. Madara released his grip on Danzo's throat, allowing this aging body to fall to the ground like a rag. Blood oozed slowly from Danzo's 7 orifices, painting eerie patterns on the scorched earth. Now, Madara raised Naruto's small right foot, chakra gathering at the sole into a blue halo. It was time to end this. Just as the boot was about to crush Danzo's skull. Hey, old man Madara! In the ceiling space, the Ninetales suddenly swung out 3 tails, completely covering Naruto's consciousness's eyes. There's still a child here. Don't let him see this. Madara raised an eyebrow. You furry fox, when did you become so considerate? Stop talking nonsense. Kill him quickly, don't dawdle. The Ninetales bared its teeth. In the real world, Danzo's single eye suddenly regained a hint of clarity. In his final moments of life, he had actually broken free from the illusion. Uchiha Madara. He struggled to raise his hand. You will never understand my ideals. I don't need to understand. Crack. Madara unhesitatingly crushed Danzo's skull. The sound of the skull shattering was crisp and clean, like stepping on a ripe watermelon. Blood splattered onto Naruto's youthful face, but was quickly evaporated into dark red blood scabs by the high temperature. Madara controlled this small body, looking down at the already unrecognizable corpse, his eyes devoid of the joy of victory, only expressing endless weariness. Boring ending. When Madara's consciousness withdrew, Naruto regained control of his body. He blinked blankly, realizing that the Nine-Tails chakra had covered his vision. Naruto's hands groped around. Nine-Tails' uncle, why can't I see anything? Don't panic. The Nine-Tails' voice was unusually flustered. Your dad said you can't see bright lights right now. In the distance, the third Hokage struggled to stand up, just in time to see the bloodstains remaining on Naruto's face. The old man sighed deeply in his heart, took off his tattered ceremonial robe, and gently wiped away the glaring red. Feeling the sensation on his face, Naruto tentatively asked, Grandpa Third? Yes, it's me. Although the third Hokage was quite tired at this moment, his face was full of kindness and gentleness as he took Naruto's small hand and said, Naruto, let's go home. Okay. On the way back home with the third Hokage in the ceiling space, Madara was as usual lying on the Nine-Tails' head. Over the years, the Nine-Tails had gotten used to Madara like this, so there was no discomfort. However, just as the Nine-Tails was about to lie down and sleep, Madara's voice came from its head. Thanks. The Nine-Tails' ears perked up suddenly, thinking it must have misheard. Huh? Oh, Madara, what did you just say? Nothing. Madara irritably closed his eyes. Mutt fox. But the Nine-Tails clearly saw that the once invincible Shura had a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth for a moment. Chapter 23. After Danzo's death the next day, Danzo was dead, and the news spread like a silent wind, quickly sweeping through every corner of Konoha. Some secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while others remained silent. More people, especially those ninjas who had been monitored and oppressed by Root, felt a flicker of faint hope in their hearts. His body was personally buried by the third Hokage. Although Danzo's actions were detestable, he was still an old friend of several decades. The third Hokage still wanted his old friend to be buried in Konoha. Everyone believed that Danzo was killed by the third Hokage himself. However, the higher-ups quickly sealed off the news. After all, if it was known that Naruto had dealt with Danzo, his current life would become even worse. With Danzo's death, the Root organization he led was officially disbanded. Most members, having been brainwashed for a long time, found it hard to imagine their loyalty to Danzo. Many had already committed suicide by the time Danzo died. The remaining members were incorporated into the third Hokage's direct umbu for supervision and treatment. Thus, the entire structure of Konoha quietly changed. For the Uchiha clan, this was undoubtedly a turning point. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stood in the dim underground chamber of the Southie Shrine, with flickering torches illuminating the ancient clan emblem on the wall. In front of them lay several corpses, and, judging by the wounds on their bodies, these people had all committed suicide. Shursui and Itachi were very familiar with these individuals. They were the main battle faction of the Uchiha clan, radical, angry, and had shouted countless times at clan meetings about rebelling against Konoha. As expected, Itachi said quietly, the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotating. Shursui crouched down, gently pressing his fingers on one of the deceased's foreheads, blue chakra flickering slightly. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grave. Their brain chakra flows abnormally. Someone has been using high-level genjutsu to interfere with their thoughts for a long time. Itachi closed his eyes, recalling the unusual events within the clan over the past few years. Those intense remarks, those unreasonable hatreds, and even the hostility from their clansmen towards the moderates were all so apparent now. Danzo. Itachi's voice was cold. No, it can't be him. Shursui shook his head. This level of genjutsu required the caster to at least possess a Manjiki Sharingan. Noticing Itachi's silence, Shursui looked up at him. Who are you thinking of? Itachi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Besides the ancestor in Naruto's body, there's another person who is very suspicious. Who? The masked man who forced me to awaken my Sharingan back then. Immediately, the two fell into silence, with the core figures of the main battle faction eliminated. The atmosphere within the Uchiha clan underwent subtle changes. In the clan meeting, there were no longer hysterical roars. Instead, there was silent contemplation and cautious discussion. Fugaku still sat in the first position, but his gaze was no longer as gloomy as before. Instead, it held a hint of complexity. Konoha has recently relaxed its surveillance on us, a jonin said softly. Most of the Umbu have withdrawn, and even the patrol routes have been adjusted, another added. Fugaka did not respond immediately. He merely rubbed the teacup in his hand slowly. After a long time, he spoke. Let's observe for now. Due to Konoha's past inaction, Fugaka ultimately could not let down his guard. However, he hoped that, rather than a coup, both sides could reach a peaceful resolution. Meanwhile, Sasuke was walking on the Uchiha streets when he suddenly stopped. It felt different. In the past, whenever he stepped into the clan's territory, he could always feel an invisible oppression, as if the air was thick with some restless emotion. But now that feeling had vanished. The clansmen on the streets were no longer hurried. Occasionally, some even nodded at him. This was almost impossible before. He looked up at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a warm orange hue on the Uchiha emblem. However, beneath the surface calm, undercurrents were still surging. In a dark underground cave, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. His hoarse voice carried a hint of playfulness. Danzo is dead, and Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi have noticed something is off. Those tools are no longer useful, and the plan has been disrupted. In the shadows, Obito's mask shifted slightly, the Sharingan's patterns gleaming coldly in the darkness. No matter. His voice was deep and calm. They're just pawns. We'll find new ones. White Zetsu chuckled in agreement. Humans are always filled with hatred. Just a little provocation, and they'll start fighting among themselves. Obito did not respond, just quietly gazed at the distant Konoha village. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the stone road of the Uchiha territory. Naruto had his hands in his pockets, kicking a small stone as he trudged forward. Damn it! Why did I even come here? He scratched his head, feeling extremely irritated. Although Madara had said during his attack on the Uchiha residence that no one was harmed, he had been too busy afterward to confirm Sasuke's situation. Therefore, Naruto came rushing over as soon as he had the chance. But if he were to say he came to see you, it'd be more honest to just kill him. Hey, dead last. A cold voice came from behind, and Naruto turned around abruptly, facing Sasuke's dark eyes. Whoa! He jumped back in shock. Why did you suddenly appear? Sasuke crossed his arms, his brows slightly furrowed. This is Uchiha territory. What are you sneaking around here for? Who has sneaking around? Naruto exploded. I was just passing by. Passing by? Sasuke sneered. You went halfway around Konoha from the ninja school to Uchiha territory? Naruto's face flushed, and he stubbornly retorted, I can do what I want. Who are you to tell me? Sasuke stopped talking, just looking at him with an expression that said he was such an idiot. Silence spread between them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. TCH, what the hell is this guy here for? Sasuke felt inexplicably irritated. Naruto scratched his ears and cheeks, finally squeezing out a sentence. Is everything okay in your clan lately? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. What have you heard? Huh, nothing. Naruto quickly waved his hands. Last time, I lost control, and I accidentally caused trouble at your house, so. Sasuke's expression instantly turned cold. That's none of your business. Who cares? Naruto's temper flared up. I was just asking. Then go ask someone else. You. Naruto clenched his fists, then suddenly relaxed, gritting his teeth and saying, forget it. There's no way to talk to you. He turned and walked away, his back looking furious. Like a bristling fox. Sasuke stood there, watching his figure disappear around the corner, feeling a bit warm inside. He knew that Naruto had caused quite a bit of damage to Uchiha buildings, but throughout the process, no one was injured. Therefore, Sasuke did not blame Naruto. In fact, upon learning that Naruto had a monster inside him, he felt a sense of awe. After all, if it weren't for Naruto using his body as a vessel, that monster could have killed countless people. Thus, he felt a bit grateful towards Naruto. However, to make Sasuke say these words would be even more unrealistic than killing him. Chapter 24. The appearance of my biological father. Time flies, and 2 years have passed since Danzo's coup. At this moment, the training ground of the ninja school is filled with dust. Bang! Another beautiful shoulder throw. Naruto supports himself with one hand, rolls over, and lands steadily. Grinning. How about it, Araki-sensei? I won this time, right? The Chunin opposite him covers his numb arm, smiling wryly and shaking his head. Why is it that your practical lesson scores are so good, Yet you always fail the written exams? Naruto scratches his head, his smile a bit stiff. Those theory classes are just too boring. All of Naruto's words are recorded in Madara's eyes. He is seen sitting cross-legged on the surface of the chakra water, resting his chin on one hand, not wanting to look at the outside situation, especially with the nine tails beneath him laughing wildly. After teaching for so many years, you only produced a brawler who can't even read? Your legendary ninja title is about to change. Madara's gaze instantly turned cold. Mutt Fox, do you think I've been too nice recently? The nine tails immediately shut up. After all, even if it wasn't sealed, it couldn't defeat Uchiha Madara, let alone now. Once a fight broke out, it would only end up being pressed to the ground and rubbed in. Seeing the nine tails being so sensible, Madara didn't pursue the matter further. Feeling the murderous intent lifted from him, the nine tails spoke. But honestly, your teaching methods are no longer suitable for today's children. Madara could only helplessly respond. I know, but I've used all the gentle means I can. If it were to teach him to fight or kill, he could draw inferences and explain from various angles. But teaching, Madara could only hold his forehead. The nine tails flicked its tail and said, that guy named Irika is quite good. If it weren't for him these past few years, Naruto would really be illiterate. Indeed, just as the words fell, Madara's pupils suddenly constricted. Wait. His sharp gaze swept to the depths of the ceiling space, which should only contain endless darkness and the flow of chakra. But just now, he sensed a strange chakra fluctuation. Nine Tails, besides us, is there someone else here? The Nine Tails narrowed its eyes, suspiciously looking around. Are you getting senile? Who else could be here besides you and me? Madara ignored its mockery, frowning tightly. No, that's not right. His pitch-black pupils instantly shifted, the crimson Sharingan spinning wildly. His vision pierced through the chakra mist, locking onto a certain corner of the sealing technique. Madara coldly stated, someone is spying on us. The Nine Tails was startled. What? Is it from the outside? Since Danzo's death, the third Hokage should have disbanded the Umbu's deployment. Not from the outside, but from inside, right in this seal. As he spoke, Madara pointed down at their feet. The 8 trigram seal, the very space they were in. Buzz. Deep within the sealing space, a faint golden light flickered and quickly vanished. Madara's Susanoo instantly grew taller, and a giant blue chakra hand suddenly reached for that direction. Get out here. Boom! The violent chakra slammed against the ceiling wall, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Naruto's body outside shook violently, almost falling over. Naruto? What's wrong? Irika quickly supported him. And no, I'm fine. Naruto forced a smile, but inside he felt uneasy. Is Dad arguing with Uncle Ninetails again? They had fought before, but never as fiercely as today. At the same time, in the ceiling space, Madara's Susanoo missed its strike. However, that strange chakra did not disappear. Instead, it seemed to be provoked, slowly gathering. Sure enough, Madara sneered, a lurking presence. The Nine Tails also sensed something was off, its vertical pupils constricting. How could this chakra be? The next moment, the golden light surged. A tall figure stepped out from the depths of the seal, golden hair shining brilliantly in the reflection of chakra. An azure eyes calm and resolute. Who are you? Why are you here? The person's voice was warm and deep, yet filled with killing intent. Madara also questioned with a murderous tone. That is a question I should be asking you. Who are you? However, before the two could start fighting, the Nine Tails' pupils shrank sharply, incredulously growling. Fourth Hokage. Hokage? Upon hearing the Nine Tails' words, Madara finally realized that the golden-haired man before him was none other than the fourth Hokage, carved into the Hokage rock. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A trace of astonishment flashed in Madara's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cold, killing intent. Madara sneered. So that's how it is, fourth Hokage? You actually left a backup in the seal? Minato did not deny it, merely looking at him calmly. I cannot allow you to destroy the seal, nor can I let you harm Naruto. Madara scoffed. Just you? A remnant of chakra? Minato's gaze was steadfast, even if it's only a trace of chakra. I will stop you. The atmosphere in the ceiling space was tense. The Nine Tails stared intently at Minato, its voice hoarse. Fourth Hokage. You knew Madara would appear here all along? Minato shook his head. No, the chakra I left was only to prevent the Nine Tails from going berserk, but I didn't expect. He looked at Madara with a complex expression. Uchiha Madara's soul would reside within Naruto. Madara coldly laughed. So what? What do you want to do now? Reinforce the seal and drive me out? Minato paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Madara, I don't know why you are in Naruto, but if you dare to harm him, what will you do? Madara interrupted sarcastically. A dead man. Can you really stop me? Minato's eyes suddenly sharpened. You can try. Although Madara was the strongest ninja of the Warring States period, Minato was willing to give it a shot to protect Naruto, regardless of whether he could win or not. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Nine Tails quickly slapped a paw between them. If you two are going to fight, don't do it in my house. With the Nine Tails War, both men remembered that fighting here would affect Naruto. The sealing space temporarily returned to calm. After calming down, Madara once again asked this question. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? Unexpectedly, the Nine Tails suddenly laughed. Haha, it looks really interesting this way. Naruto's godfather and his biological father almost got into a fight. What? The Nine Tails' words left both men momentarily stunned. Biological father? Hokage? Jinchuriki? How are these terms connected? What exactly happened during my period of slumber? Uchiha Madara, this legendary ninja, how did he become Naruto's godfather? Chapter 25. The three dads team up within the sealing space. Crimson chakra surged like a tide. The Nine Tails lay lazily in its cage, its nine tails swaying casually, occasionally stirring up ripples of chakra. Opposite it, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, coldly watching the golden figure that had suddenly appeared from the depths of the seal. Huh, how ironic, Madara mocked with a smirk. Even my bastard father didn't put me in a tailed beast cage, yet you, a biological son, can become a Jinchuriki? Minato was silent for a moment, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes. The situation was special at that time. He explained in a low voice. A masked man suddenly attacked Konoha and released the Nine Tails. I fought him, but couldn't obtain any useful information. For the future of the village, I could only sacrifice your own son? Madara coldly interrupted. What a great Hokage. Minato did not refute, but deeply bowed his head. I'm sorry. The Nine Tails shook its tail beside them. Snorting, all right, how long are you two going to argue? What's the use of saying this now? Madara glanced at it. What? You seem to be quite protective of him. The Nine Tails bared its teeth. Stop talking nonsense. I just hate you guys arguing. Minato looked at the Nine Tails and suddenly revealed a gentle smile. Nine Tails, thank you for taking care of Naruto all these years. The Nine Tails was taken aback and immediately flared up. Who? Who took care of him? That brat is annoying as hell all day long. I just couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Obito watched the Nine Tails' reaction, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This fox claims to not care, yet every time Naruto is in danger, it is the one protecting him. As the atmosphere in the sealing space slightly eased, Minato looked around, somewhat puzzled. During the time I was asleep, was it you two who took care of Naruto? Obito snorted. What else? Let that little brat fend for himself? Minato was stunned for a moment, then solemnly bowed to Obito. Mr. Obito, thank you. Obito frowned. Why are you thanking me? I died when he was born, so I've always worried he would be lonely. Minato's voice was soft, but carried sincere gratitude. I'm glad to know someone has been by his side. Obito turned his head away, his tone still cold. Don't get too sentimental. I was just bored. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes. Damned Sundara. Obito's forehead twitched. Mutt, do you want to fight? Minato quickly mediated. Wait, both of you, if you keep this up, Naruto won't be able to take it. Both Obito and the Nine Tails paused, recalling how the earlier tremor nearly knocked Naruto out. Reluctantly, they backed off. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, looked at Obito. By the way, you just said there's a masked man controlling the Nine Tails with Jinjutsu? Obito nodded. Aside from a Manjiki Sharingan, I can't think of any other way to forcibly control a tailed beast. In the past, there were also people who tried to control tailed beasts with the Sharingan, but unfortunately, with the power of 3 Tomo, they could at most make the tailed beast feel dizzy. So, when he controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha and fought with Hashirama, it shocked so many people. Minato's expression became serious. His eyes are indeed Sharingan. He should be from the Uchiha clan. I questioned him at the time, but he said he had no name. Obito pondered for a moment and shook his head. Many people in history have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but those still alive are probably only Shursui and the current clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. Minato raised his head and asked, I know Mr. Fugaku. His desire for peace is stronger than water. As for Shursui, Obito shook his head. I've interacted with Shursui before. To stop the Uchiha coup, he was even willing to use his Kotoame Tsukumi. Someone like him would never do this. Shursui, the most unconventional Uchiha he had ever met. Obito would never suspect Shursui would do such a thing. However, after ruling out the only two current targets, Minato and Obito exchanged glances, both realizing the seriousness of the situation. The conspiracy behind all this is probably more complicated than they imagined. After a brief silence, Obito suddenly spoke. Fourth Hokage, how long can your chakra last? Minato sensed his own condition and smiled bitterly. Without replenishment, it might dissipate soon. The Nine-Tails snorted and suddenly shot out a red chakra that wrapped around Minato. Take this, don't die, or that brat will cry again. Minato stared in surprise at his gradually solidifying body. Nine-Tails, you the Nine-Tails, turned its head away. Stop whining. I just find it troublesome. Obito watched this scene with a slight smile. It seems a certain fox is softer than expected. The Nine-Tails flared up. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll fight you too. Minato couldn't help but laugh. Thank you both. Obito crossed his arms and suddenly thought of something, looking at Minato. Speaking of which, since you're the Hokage, you must be good at teaching, right? Minato nodded. I guess so. Why? Obito pointed to Naruto, who was struggling with his theoretical homework outside. That kid is terrible at academics. You teach him. Minato, huh? The Nine-Tails added gleefully. That's right. We'll handle the practical lessons, and the cultural lessons are yours. Minato looked at Naruto's pained expression outside, then at the two fathers passing the buck in front of him, and smiled helplessly. All right, it seems I need to catch up on the lessons I've missed as a father. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window onto Naruto's bedding, he groggily turned over and buried his face in his pillow. Get up. The sun is shining on your butt, and you're still sleeping? Let me sleep a little longer. Fine, but if you sleep more than a minute. Today's training will add an extra set. I'll get up right away. As Obito's words fell, Naruto was instantly wide awake, almost bouncing out of bed. He feared that if he delayed, even for a second, he would be exhausted for the day. Ha ha ha. The next moment, the Nine-Tails' laughter rang out. Naruto rubbed his eyes and helplessly said, Uncle Nine-Tails, stop laughing. Just then, a third voice sounded, gentle yet trembling. Naruto, this voice made Naruto tremble all over. For some reason, his eyes suddenly felt warm, and his heart raced. His voice unconsciously trembled. Who is calling me? In the ceiling space. Minato's chakra body glowed slightly as he looked at Naruto outside, his lips trembling slightly. The Nine-Tails glanced at him and snorted. Hey, fourth Hokage, you're not going to cry, are you? Minato ignored the Nine-Tails' mockery and took a deep breath. Naruto, he is your biological father, Obito bluntly interrupted. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto felt his mind go blank. He sat dazed on the bed, his fingers unconsciously gripping the blanket tightly. Biological father? Minato's voice was incredibly gentle. Yes, Naruto, I am your father. A tear slid uncontrollably down Naruto's cheek. He hurriedly wiped it away, but it only made more come out. You're lying. His voice cracked. Everyone says my parents died a long time ago. The Nine-Tails turned in its cage and deliberately sighed loudly. Ah, what a hassle. Fourth Hokage, your son cries just like you. So annoying. Minato smiled wryly. Nine-Tails, that's just how it is. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail. This kid usually looks so spirited when he is laughing, but now he is crying like a girl. Obito coldly interjected. Mutt, shut up. Listening to the three voices arguing in his mind, Naruto suddenly broke into laughter. It sounds like you guys are really arguing in my head. Minato laughed along, his chakra body glowing slightly. Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't be by your side all these years. It's okay. Naruto vigorously wiped away his tears, revealing his signature bright smile. I have a dad now, Uncle Nine-Tails, and also he paused, uncertainly asking, can I call you Dad? Minato's chakra suddenly fluctuated violently. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. What a humble request, humble enough to be heart-wrenching. The Nine-Tails scoffed. Hey, fourth Hokage, you're not really going to cry, are you? Isn't it embarrassing for the Hokage? Obito snorted. At least it's better than some fox who purrs when patted on the head. What did you say? The Nine-Tails fur bristled. Old man Obito. Do you want to fight? Listening to the argument in his head, Naruto laughed until he bent over. The sunlight shone on his golden hair, casting a warm halo around him. At that moment, he had never felt so clearly that he was no longer alone. Hey, Dad, he whispered. Can you teach me today's theory class? Minato's voice was gentle yet firm. Of course, my child. The Nine-Tails muttered beside him. Here comes the hell of cultural classes again. Obito then decisively ordered. First morning practice, then study. Naruto laughed heartily and jumped up. Yes. 3 dads. I'm not your dad. The Nine-Tails roar echoed in the ceiling space. Chapter 26, Different Teaching Methods. A few days later. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, the ceiling space was already bustling with activity. Get up. The sun is shining on your butt and you're still sleeping? Uchiha Madara's voice echoed through the space like thunder as he declared, no more sleeping in. Today's training volume is doubled. Upon hearing this, Naruto had no choice but to quickly get out of bed and wash up. His black-haired dad was usually fine, but when it came to training, he was serious about punishment for incomplete tasks. To save his own skin, Naruto had to leave the warmth of his blanket. Ever since Minato, the author of the gossip ceiling technique, joined, the ceiling space had been transformed into a spacious Japanese-style room. The massive QB took up half of the space, while Minato and Madara occupied the other side. Madara-san, he's only 9 years old. Minato's figure appeared on the other side of the room. Children need plenty of sleep. The QB yawned, revealing its sharp fangs. If you ask me, why not skip training altogether? With my chakra combined with his Uzumaki clan chakra, we could easily crush any opponent. Madara's Sharingan instantly shifted to the Mangeki state, black flames flickering in his eyes. You smelly fox, what else can you teach him besides slacking off? Minato quickly positioned himself between the two, smiling bitterly. Gentlemen, let's calm down. We're all doing this for Naruto's sake. It's just that our methods differ. Oomph. Madara crossed his arms. My method is the most effective. Only through harsh training can we cultivate true ninjas. But Naruto isn't a child from your era, Minato replied gently. He needs encouragement and guidance. The QB scratched its ear with its paw. If you ask me, just let him grow up happily. With the 3 of us around, who would dare bully him? That's just spoiling him. Madara glared. That's child abuse. The QB retorted defiantly. At this moment, Naruto had finished washing his face and brushing his teeth. Listening to the argument inside him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, you guys sound like old men arguing. The 3 turned to look at Naruto simultaneously, exclaiming in unison. You sound like an old man. Today was the weekend, so Naruto went to the 3rd training ground to begin his daily training. Having been forced to train by Madara since he was young, he now found the training volume from the Warring States period relatively easy to complete. After the break, Madara said, Today I'll teach you how to use chakra precisely. Naruto looked puzzled, but Dad, I can use it. I already. Madara interrupted. That's different. Right now, you're using jutsu by forcibly releasing a large amount of chakra, wasting a lot of unnecessary chakra in the process. Minato added, so learning to use chakra with finesse will allow you to perform more techniques with the same amount of chakra. Naruto tilted his head, trying to understand. Is that so? Madara's shadow appeared next to Naruto, pointing at a nearby river. Therefore, today's training is to walk on water using chakra. Suddenly, Minato's shadow appeared next to Madara. Madara-san, are we starting with such an advanced technique? Shouldn't we practice tree climbing first? Although Madara was disdainful of this suggestion, he eventually agreed after Minato's persistent persuasion. Soon, Madara's shadow stood atop a tree, looking down at Naruto, who was struggling by the pond. Focus. Concentrate the chakra at the soles of your feet. Naruto was sweating profusely, his small face turning red, but on his 3rd attempt he lost focus and fell. Fortunately, Minato had prepared a soft mat below, so he didn't fall too hard. Minato cheered from the side. Come on, Naruto. You can do it. Rubbing his sore bottom, Naruto asked, Dad, how fast did you both learn this? Minato replied, in 1 day. Madara said, 2 hours. Faced with the achievements of Minato and Madara, Naruto lowered his head, looking somewhat hurt. It's okay, Naruto. This kind of thing. Minato was about to comfort him when Naruto looked up with sparkling eyes. That's amazing. I want to do it in 2 hours too. Madara couldn't help but feel helpless. Our son may not excel in other areas, but when it comes to optimism, he dares to claim second place, with no one else able to claim first. The QB lounged by the shore, lazily saying, but I still stick to my opinion, if danger comes. What can we old folks handle? Madara suddenly asked, but what if we're no longer here? The QB's tail abruptly stopped moving. This, indeed, the QB had never considered this question. After all, the previous two Jinchuriki had only started their journey the moment they became hosts until their deaths. Thus, the QB couldn't fathom a scenario in which it suddenly wasn't in Naruto's body. At this moment, Minato gently guided Naruto. Naruto, try to imagine chakra like your favorite ramen broth, evenly distributed at the soles of your feet. Ramen? Naruto's eyes lit up. I get it. Surprisingly, this time Naruto managed to climb halfway up the tree trunk before falling. Did you see that? Minato looked proudly at Madara. Interest is the best teacher. Madara gave a faint smile. The QB yawned. You guys continue. I'm going to take a nap. After completing a day's training, Naruto went to his afternoon cultural class tutoring. Although his grades had improved, if he relaxed now, they would decline again. So, there was a designated study time on weekend afternoons. This time was referred to by Naruto as demon time. Minato stated, history is a required course for ninjas. Naruto frowned at the dense text, his small head bobbing as he seemed ready to fall asleep. Madara glanced at the history book and frowned. The history of Konoha? What about Hashirama Senju, founding it alone? It was clearly founded by both me and Hashirama. What is this nonsense? The QB interjected. After all, you did defect from Konoha. It's good that NT label you a rogue ninja. Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, history books are written by later generations. Their authenticity is questionable. The QB teased. I've lived for so many years. I dare say no one knows the history of the ninja world better than I do. Minato quickly mediated. All right, how about this? We first discuss the official version of the story, and then we can talk about the differing viewpoints? Naruto blinked his big eyes. Dad, can the first Hokage really use wood release to build houses? Then why is our house so small? The three fell, silent simultaneously. Madara's expression became complicated. Minato looked embarrassed, and the QB scoffed. Well, Minato scratched his head, because wood release is a very special bloodline limit. What's a bloodline limit? Naruto continued to ask. Madara suddenly spoke up. Wait until you learn chakra control before asking these questions. Minato glanced gratefully at Madara, but the latter turned his face away. In the evening, after Naruto had fallen into a deep sleep on his bed, the three finally had a chance to sit down and talk seriously. Your methods are too gentle. Madara spoke first. The world of ninjas is cruel. He must adapt early. Minato shook his head, but Naruto is still just a child. The children of Konoha are growing up in a peaceful environment. Peace. Madara snorted coldly. It's just a superficial peace. The dangers lurking in the shadows have never disappeared. He hadn't forgotten the chaos caused by Danzo earlier, which nearly led to a complete reshuffle of Konoha's upper management. So now to talk about peace? That was a pipe dream. The QB flicked its tail. If you ask me, you humans are too complicated. If the kid wants to learn, let him learn. If he doesn't, let him play. It's that simple. Minato said seriously, I believe education should follow the child's nature. Although Naruto is mischievous, he is very smart. With the right methods, he can learn quickly. Madara fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Fourth Hokage, how did you train when you were a child? Minato was taken aback for a moment before smiling. My father passed away when I was very young. It was my mother who raised me alone. She always encouraged me, saying I could become a great ninja. A woman's kindness, Madara said disdainfully, but his tone was not as strong as before. The QB suddenly interjected, Madara, how did your father teach you? Madara's body visibly stiffened for a moment. Minato keenly noticed this and quickly changed the subject. Actually, all three of our methods have their merits. Senior Madara's strictness can cultivate Naruto's perseverance. The QB's carefree nature keeps him happy. And I hope he can feel the joy of learning. The three fell into a brief silence. In the ceiling space, there was only Naruto's even breathing and the slight swishing of the Kyuubi's tails. Suddenly, Madara spoke up, "Try your method." Minato looked up in surprise, and the Kyuubi perked up its ears. "But physical training must be according to my standards," Madara added, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Minato smiled brightly. "Of course, Senior. We each play to our strengths." The Kyuubi huffed. "Do as you wish. But if the little brat gets tired, he needs to rest, or I won't agree." Madara unusually did not refute this, only softly hummed in agreement. Minato looked at the sleeping Naruto and said softly, "We're all doing this for his sake." Moonlight streamed through the barriers of the ceiling space, illuminating the three of them. In this peculiar family, the three distinctly different fathers finally found some subtle balance. Chapter 27. Graduation. Team 7 formed as day and night alternated. Time flew by, and 3 years quickly passed. The ninja school welcomed graduation season once again. Uzumaki Naruto, graduating with 3rd place. When Iruka-sensei announced this, the entire classroom fell silent for a moment, then erupted into incredulous discussions. Naruto stood on the podium, his golden hair shining in the sunlight, pride brimming in his blue eyes. Is this a joke? That dead last actually got 3rd? Just behind Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Did he cheat? Hearing these discussions, Naruto just grinned and scratched his head nonchalantly. 3 years ago, he might have been angry at such words, but not now. He had 3 of the best dads in the world supporting him. In the ceiling space, the reactions of the 3 fathers varied. 3rd place? Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged in midair, his brows furrowed, still losing to that Uchiha brat and a girl. Minato smiled and shook his head. Madara-san, "Aren't you from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke got 1st, you should be happy." Madara replied dismissively, "Getting 1st is normal." Minato could only shake his head helplessly, then look towards the outside. Naruto has made it from last place to the top 3, which is already impressive. The Kyuubi lazily sprawled on the ground, its 9 tails swaying leisurely. If you ask me, don't worry about grades. They won't have a significant impact on future life anyway. In the real world, just as Naruto returned to his seat, he heard a cold snort from beside him. "Dead last," Sasuke said without looking up, though a hint of barely perceptible acknowledgement flashed in his black eyes. Sasuke, just you wait. Next time, I'll definitely surpass you." Naruto shot back without hesitation. Sakura facepalmed beside them. "Can you two stop for a moment?" These two had been competing since they entered school up to graduation. If one were to say their relationship was bad, they had a synergy that could take down opponents when teamed up. If one were to say their relationship was good, once other matters were involved, they were always at odds. From eating to running, from rock, paper, scissors to fighting, it seemed they had to compete over everything. After Iruka finished reading all the grades, he couldn't help but encourage Naruto. Naruto felt deeply grateful towards Iruka. Although his 3 distinctly different fathers cared for him greatly, Iruka was no less than them. Before meeting Madara, apart from the 3rd Hokage, Iruka was the one who cared about him the most. After starting school, it was Iruka who wholeheartedly tried to save him from being the dead last. Though it wasn't he until Minato appeared that his grades began to improve. This couldn't deny Iruka as contributions. Thus, for Naruto, Iruka was not just a teacher but also family. Soon, Iruka began to assign students into teams. This was something every graduating class had to experience, officially promoting them from students to genin. Listening to familiar classmates one by one leave with their guiding jounin. Naruto began to look forward to his teammates and guiding jounin. Madara coldly remarked, "If a loser comes along, I'll immediately control Naruto to blow him away." Minato hurriedly stopped him. "Madara-san, that's too much." "Huh." The Kyuubi snickered beside them. Soon, the team assignments reached Naruto and the others. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Upon hearing his name, Naruto jumped up first, but when the second name was called, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but glare at each other. The sparks flying between their gazes only conveyed one meaning. "Don't hold me back." Huh. However, the little Sakura caught between the two felt a bit helpless. Clearly, she should be very happy to be teamed up with the handsome Sasuke. But with Naruto also in the group, These two combat course powerhouses wouldn't care about her. The little weakling. In the ceiling space, upon hearing the news, Madara's Sharingan instantly lit up. Uchiha brat? Interesting. Minato pondered. This combination is quite interesting. The QB yawned. That arrogant Uchiha brat again. Why does Naruto keep getting involved with Uchiha? Feeling that the QB's words had implied him, Madara shot a glare at it. The QB simply turned its head away and quickly started snoring. After the morning group assignments ended, other classes were successively taken away by their guiding jounin, leaving only the three of Team 7 still in the classroom. Time passed second by second, the sun already slanting to the west, and only the three of them remained in the classroom. Is our teacher coming or not? Naruto lay on the desk, boredly doodling on paper with a pen. Sasuke closed his eyes to rest, but the veins on his forehead revealed his impatience. Sakura sat up straight, occasionally fixing her hair, afraid that if the teacher suddenly appeared, she wouldn't look perfect. I can't take it anymore. Naruto suddenly jumped up, pulling out a box of push pins from his ninja tool pouch. I'm going to give the late teacher a surprise. In the ceiling space, Minato immediately shouted to stop him. Naruto, you can't do that. Madara, however, huffed. Well done. Let that tardy guy taste some bitterness. The QB gleefully wagged its tail. Yes, put them on the chair. Put more. In the real world, just as Naruto was about to scatter the push pins on the teacher's chair, he was suddenly grabbed by Sasuke by the wrist. Idiot. Do you want us to be punished together? Sasuke said coldly. Sakura also snapped back to reality. Naruto, stop it. Naruto pouted and reluctantly put away the push pins. Just then, the classroom window was suddenly pushed open and a silver-haired, masked man appeared upside down at the window. Yo, good morning everyone, the man lazily waved. The classroom fell silent. Naruto's eyes widened, Sasuke's mouth twitched, and Sakura was completely stunned. It's already afternoon, Sakura muttered quietly. The silver-haired man, Hatake Kakashi, casually climbed through the window and stood at the podium. Well, how should I put it? I got lost on the road of life. Liar. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura shouted in unison. Kakashi squinted, his gaze sweeping over the three, pausing imperceptibly when it landed on Naruto. At that moment, the ceiling space within Naruto erupted into chaos. Kakashi, Minato exclaimed. Then his expression grew complicated. Wait, yes, your guiding jounin. Madara crossed his arms, scrutinizing Kakashi outside. Is this your student from before? Doesn't he look special? The Nine-Tail sniffed. Oh, isn't that the person who was monitoring Naruto and was called the Umbu leader by him? In the real world, Kakashi had already started his self-introduction. I am Hatake Kakashi, and I don't want to tell you what I like or dislike. My future dream is nothing special. As for my interests, wait, Naruto suddenly stood up, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, Kakashi-sensei, you are actually our guiding jounin? Kakashi's one eye curved into a crescent shape. That's right. Naruto couldn't help but recall the painful experience of being dragged by Kakashi to the classroom to study. He quickly retreated to the back row of the classroom, looking at Kakashi with a face full of fear. Please don't come near me. In the ceiling space, Minato looked at Naruto's reaction with confusion. Huh? Why does Naruto have such a big reaction to Kakashi? Madara explained. A few years ago, Naruto had a practical training session with him, lost, and was forced to study until late at night. The Nine-Tails added. Since then, Naruto has had a psychological shadow over Kakashi. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Kakashi actually felt quite sorry for him, but upon further thought, it was rather amusing. Cough, cough. Kakashi suddenly coughed loudly to interrupt him. All right, let us meet at the third training ground at 5 in the morning tomorrow. Remember not to eat breakfast. You'll throw up. After saying that, he disappeared with a bang of white smoke, leaving the three students looking at each other in confusion. Sasuke frowned at Naruto. Dead last. Do you know that, Jonin? Sakura also curiously leaned over. Yeah, Naruto. What do you know, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto didn't want to reveal his dark history, especially in front of his rival Sasuke. So he could only laugh it off. I used to eat ramen with Kakashi-sensei, and I ended up losing. Sasuke and Sakura just gave him a look that said, do you think I'm an idiot? In the ceiling space, the two were somewhat speechless. Who would believe such a reason? The Nine-Tails flicked its tail. The little brat is still too naive. Chapter 28. Survival training after returning home. Naruto immediately entered the ceiling space, where his three fathers were already waiting. As soon as he saw Minato and the others, Naruto began to cry out, "Dad! Dad! What should I do? I can't handle Kakashi-sensei." Madara scolded. "Why are you crying? A man can only bleed, not shed tears. What did I tell you last time? Next time you meet him, make him go all out." Minato gently ruffled his son's hair. "Kakashi is a kind child. He won't hurt you." Kind? Hearing Minato's words, he recalled the scene when Kakashi punished Naruto. If it weren't for Naruto's learning, Madara would definitely have forcibly controlled his body to give the opponent some intensity. "I don't believe it." Minato sighed. Kakashi wasn't like this before. Although he was a bit stiff, he valued his teammates a lot. Naruto blinked. "Dad? What was Kakashi-sensei like before?" Minato's gaze became distant. He was a genius, became a jonin at 12, responsible and never late. "Wait," Naruto interrupted. "Never late?" "But today he said he would come in the morning to take us, and he only arrived when the sun was almost setting. This isn't just about being late. It's about being irresponsible." Madara suddenly interjected. "Looks like your rival has hit him hard, fourth Hokage." Minato fell silent. The Nine-Tails gently patted Naruto's back with its tail. "Naruto, tomorrow use my chakra directly and let him experience the power of the tailed beast ball." However, Naruto rejected the Nine-Tails suggestion. "I don't want to. Dad told me that constantly relying on others' help won't allow me to grow." The Nine-Tails immediately sensed that this was something Madara would say. "Old Madara, you..." Madara just shot him a glance. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Ignoring the one man and one beast who started their daily quarrel again, Naruto asked Minato, "Why has Kakashi-sensei changed like this?" Madara also inquired, "I want to know how this laid-back guy became a ninja too." Minato stroked Naruto's hair and said, "He lost both of his best friends when they died, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin." The Nine-Tails propped its chin and commented, "Great. Another Uchiha." It realized that it couldn't escape the Uchihas in this lifetime. Decades ago, it was forcibly controlled by Madara to fight Hashirama and, unsurprisingly, was sealed inside his wife. 12 years ago, it was released by a masked Uchiha, leading to its sealing into Naruto. And, as fate would have it, 3 years later, Madara's soul appeared in the sealing space. Now, they were talking about a character who was completely unrelated to the Uchiha family, and yet there was still an Uchiha involved. The Nine-Tails was already too tired to complain. Uchiha Obito, upon hearing the name Obito, a ripple of emotion surged within Madara. It felt as if it had seen this person before, a short-haired Uchiha boy with half his body crushed. Minato noticed Madara's unusual reaction and couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong?" But after thinking about it, Madara shook his head. "No, it's nothing. I must be overthinking." The Nine-Tails wagged its tail in mockery. "So, old Madara, have you developed amnesia?" "Scruffy Fox, I think you need a beating." All right, you two. Now is not the time to fight." Naruto watched as the three fathers started bickering again and couldn't help but laugh. No matter what happens tomorrow, with them by his side, he was not afraid of anything. Early the next morning, before dawn, Naruto arrived at the third training ground. Unexpectedly, Sasuke was already waiting there. "Jo, Sasuke." Naruto greeted energetically, "You're here, so early too." Sasuke didn't even lift his eyelids. "You're not late either. I thought you would come at noon." "I wouldn't. My dad and the others have been saying to be on time. It's driving me crazy." Looking at Naruto's complaining expression, Sasuke's gaze slightly shifted in this direction. "Doesn't he not have parents? Who are the dad and mom he's talking about?" "Forget it. It's impolite to pry into others' private matters." Sakura arrived shortly after, having dressed up carefully. Her face immediately turned red upon seeing Sasuke. Thus, the three began their waiting journey. They waited from the moment the sun just rose until it was fully up, and only then did Kakashi leisurely appear. "Good morning, everyone." Kakashi waved lazily. "Today, I got lost again on the road of life, right?" The three shouted in unison. Sakura couldn't help but comment. "Seriously? Can't you come up with a better excuse?" Naruto squinted, arms crossed. "Exactly. When I make a mistake, at least I can pin it on Sasuke." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was instantly furious. What did you call me, dead last? Last time I had to clean the toilets was because of you." Naruto realized he had let it slip and could only laugh it off. I was just playing a prank, and the teachers thought I was part of a group plot. So I had no choice but to throw you under the bus. Dead last, if you weren't Sasuke with the glory of the Uchiha clan, I would definitely have come up with some high-caliber insults for you. All right, you two, if you keep fighting, you'll be the ones to admit defeat. Just as Sasuke was about to get into it with Naruto, Kakashi hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. The two were momentarily stunned. After all, they hadn't even started acting yet, and were to lose? That's impossible. Kakashi squinted and smiled, pulling out 2 bells from his ninja tool pouch. Today's test is very simple. You need to grab the bells from me before noon. Those who can't get them 1 have lunch and will be tied to that wooden post to watch the others eat. Only 2 bells? Sakura keenly noticed. That's right. Kakashi's one eye curved into a crescent, meaning at least one person would fail. Meanwhile, in the sealed space, Minato looked at the 2 bells and couldn't help but sigh. Stealing bells, it feels nostalgic. Obito asked, do you often do this? Minato shook his head. No, it's not that often. It said that this bell-stealing exam content was passed down from my teacher's teacher. Kurama couldn't help but comment, you guys have already graduated. Humans are really troublesome. Minato simply smiled lightly. Actually, graduates of the ninja school can't be considered genin yet. Only those who pass the survival exercise can officially become genin. Obito became interested. It seems your education isn't just conducted in a greenhouse. You have to face J-nin-level opponents right after graduation. Yes, but after all, it's just an exercise, and the J-nin won't use all their strength. Chapter 29. All failing upon hearing that Kakashi was going to conduct a survival exercise. Sakura couldn't help but raise her hand to ask, survival exercise? We've done that many times in school. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy expression, replied, you don't actually think that graduating means you're a genin, do you? Only those approved by us J-nin can truly become genin. You're still students. Naruto, still carefree, said, don't worry, it's just a survival exercise. Kakashi, however, smiled ominously. It's different this time. If you fail, you'll be sent back to school to learn again. What? The 3 of them gasped simultaneously. Back to school? Us 3? Just the thought of returning to school and being ridiculed sent chills down their spines. Kakashi, with a neighborly big brother smile, said, so you need to mentally prepare yourselves, otherwise it'll be bad if you end up crying. Naruto, noticing Kakashi's gaze on him, rolled up his sleeves. Who would cry? Kakashi stroked his chin and teased, oh, who was it that told you not to come over yesterday? At this, Naruto immediately wilted. His dark history, especially in front of Sasuke, he couldn't face anyone. All right, you all get ready. As Kakashi slowly tied the bells around his waist, he reached into his ninja tool pouch to grab something. This action made the 3 of Team 7 become alert, fearing the next moment Kakashi would pull out some dangerous weapon. However, after rummaging for a while, Kakashi pulled out a book titled Ica Paradise and casually began flipping through it. This scene nearly caused Team 7 to slip and fall, and the 3 in the sealed space were also speechless. Minato helplessly held his forehead. This kid Kakashi wasn't like this before. Before he died, although he wasn't as rigid as he was in childhood, he wasn't this. How should I say it, foolish? Obito was a bit irritated. How did such a guy become a J-nin? Damn, he was like this back then too, fighting while reading that book, looking down on my son, huh? Naruto, take him out. Start. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the 3 of them vanished from their spots. After all, a ninja is a ninja. They aren't just reckless berserkers. Glancing around with his peripheral vision, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, wow. No wonder they're ranked in the top 3 of their year. Their combat awareness is impressive. However, Kakashi remained unfazed by the trio's movements, simply continuing to read his book. After a few minutes of standoff, Sasuke, unable to hold back, was the first to strike. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens shot towards Kakashi in a triangular formation, targeting him from above, middle, and below. However, Kakashi didn't even glance. He raised his hand and steadily caught all 3 shuriken. Almost simultaneously, Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Shadow Kurun technique. 5 Narutos appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Kakashi from different directions. Kakashi squinted his eye. This was a high-level clone technique, not easy to learn. Did this newly graduated student already master it? Was it the person inside him who taught him? Although Kakashi was surprised that Naruto could use Shadow Clone, his right hand remained in his pocket, and with a slight body movement, he dodged all the attacks. Too slow, he lazily commented, easily grabbing one of Naruto's wrists to prepare for a shoulder throw. Now, the captured Naruto suddenly grinned. Kakashi's internal alarm went off as he saw the other 4 Shadow Clones simultaneously change direction, not charging at him, but instead heading for the surrounding trees. The sound of ropes tightening echoed as dozens of snares suddenly sprang up from the ground. A little trick, Kakashi snorted, his figure flashing as he leaped into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, perfectly sealing off Kakashi's escape route in the air. Kakashi's eyes flashed with surprise, and his other hand finally withdrew from his pocket, quickly forming seals. Water release, water barrier. Fire and water collided, and the steaming mist instantly enveloped the entire training ground. In the sealed space, Obito nodded rarely. Good cooperation. Minato also praised, Naruto, keep it up. Kurama's tail excitedly slapped the ground. Come on, kids, put in more effort. In the real world, Naruto took advantage of the mist to sneak up behind Kakashi. Kunai aimed straight for his back. Kakashi didn't even turn around, blocking with his hand. Gotcha. Naruto suddenly changed tactics, throwing the kunai directly at Kakashi's face. Kakashi tilted his head to dodge. This kid's fighting style really has a lot of tricks. It seemed he had to take this seriously. Immediately, Kakashi grabbed the attacking Naruto and easily dispersed him. Over there, Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan to observe and quickly pinpointed Kakashi's true position. He immediately took out shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and threw them. Each shuriken was tied with wire, and Sasuke controlled them with his hands and mouth to cover all of Kakashi's possible escape routes at the maximum attack angle. Kakashi pulled out a kunai and, with a reverse grip, deflected several shuriken, then jumped back continuously, only to find that every landing spot had already been set with explosive tags. With a loud boom, his figure was engulfed in the explosion. Did it work? Naruto gasped for breath and asked. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly widened. Watch out. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. 2 hands suddenly shot up from the ground, grabbing Naruto and Sasuke's ankles and pulling them into the earth, leaving only their heads exposed. Good cooperation. Kakashi walked out from behind a tree, brushing off the dust from his clothes, but still had a long way to go. Whoosh. 3 shuriken suddenly shot from very tricky angles, and Kakashi had no time to defend, getting hit directly. Success. At that moment, Sakura leapt out from the bushes, feeling delighted. Bang! However, the next second, Kakashi's body turned into a wooden stump, and the shuriken Sakura threw perfectly lodged into it. Realizing she couldn't win and choosing to hide and wait for an opportunity, Sakura, your approach was indeed good. Sakura, don't look back. As Naruto warned, Sakura instinctively turned around. Immediately, she saw Kakashi, who had appeared behind her at some unknown time, then fell under a genjutsu. Sakura collapsed to the ground. Kakashi slowly stood up, holding Aika Paradise, and continued reading. The tactics were good, but the execution was lacking. If you had been engaged in combat with Naruto and the others, it might have been useful. Soon after, next to the stump, Sakura was tied up, while Naruto and Sasuke were holding their respective lunches. Kakashi, while looking at Aika Paradise, commented, overall, you all failed this time. Naruto and Sasuke's cooperation was indeed good, but their fighting style was too direct, causing both of you to interfere with each other's attack timing. And then there's you, Sakura. Knowing you couldn't compete, you chose to attack from a distance. The idea was good, but the cooperation wasn't in place, which not only failed to assist Naruto, but also missed the opportunity to attack. So, this time in your survival exercise, you all failed. Chapter 30, qualified, but we still want to continue. The training ground was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Sunlight dappled through the leaves onto the 3 disheveled figures. Naruto was slumped on the ground, his blonde hair covered in dirt. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his black hair messy, and his Sharingan slightly strained from overuse. Sakura was tied to a tree stump, her face devoid of the excitement she had when she arrived, her fingers turning white from gripping tightly. Kakashi stood before them, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze. The only visible eye calmly scanned the three, his thumb casually flipping a page of the Ica Paradise. Theoretically, his voice was lazy yet undeniable. You three should pack up and head back to school today. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, Sasuke's brows furrowed deeply, and Sakura's nails nearly dug into her palms. The shame of being failures surged over them like a tide, and the three of them gritted their teeth in silence, because they knew that at this moment, any excuse would be in vain. In the ceiling space, Minato sighed. They've been trying very hard. Obito scoffed coldly. Losers have no words. That's the iron rule of ninjas. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail, but that silver-haired guy really makes me angry. The Nine-Tails didn't care about anything else. It just knew that it wanted to hit Kakashi right now. Just when the three were about to be consumed by despair, Kakashi suddenly closed his book, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his single eye. Well, I'm not a demon after all. His eyes curved into a crescent moon. So I've decided to give you another chance. The three pairs of eyes instantly lit up. This afternoon, we will try to grab the bells again. If you succeed, I'll consider you qualified. As Kakashi turned, the sunlight reflecting off his forehead protector made Naruto squint, and he added, "Oh, and you two are not allowed to feed Sakura lunch, otherwise you will automatically fail." With a bang and a puff of white smoke, Kakashi's figure disappeared. Confirming that Kakashi had really left, Naruto jumped up like a carp, quickly unpacking his bento. "Sakura, don't mind what Kakashi-sensei said," Naruto said, offering her a steaming piece of tempura shrimp. "You should eat something first." Sakura stared blankly at the golden, crispy shrimp, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "Naruto, Sasuke, I'm sorry for holding you back." Her voice trembled. "If I could be a little stronger." "Hey, it's okay." Naruto directly shoved the shrimp into her hand, oil smudging her forehead protector. Who hasn't held others back? Even a genius like Sasuke has. Sasuke, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. "What the hell? I didn't tea." Naruto immediately raised his fingers to count. 6 years ago, when we teamed up for simulated training, what did you mean by kicking me right away? Sasuke's ears turned red instantly. "That was because you were in my way. Idiot trailing behind." "Wow, you actually admitted it." Naruto pointed at Sasuke as if discovering a new continent and turned to Sakura, saying, "See, even the Uchiha genius makes mistakes." Sakura laughed through her tears and took a small bite of the shrimp. The warm food finally made her relax, and she realized her arms were still slightly trembling. Minato watched this scene with satisfaction. Naruto has grown up. Obito crossed his arms and scoffed. Foolish kindness. The Nine-Tails shot Obito a glance. "What do you mean by that?" "Old man Obito, you're smiling?" "Me? I'm not smiling. Stubborn." In the real world, Sasuke suddenly pushed his bento over. "I can't finish it." Sakura and Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. The delicate rice balls were neatly arranged, with Sasuke's favorite tomato on top. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura's voice changed with emotion. "Don't get me wrong." Sasuke turned his face away. "I just don't want to hear your stomach growling this afternoon." Naruto mischievously elbowed Sakura. "Such a tsundere." Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and shot a glare at Naruto. "Idiot, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Naruto completely brushed it off and made a face. "I told you." The playful banter lightened the originally tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold swept over. The rustling of leaves stopped, the chirping of insects ceased, and even the wind seemed to freeze. From the shadows behind the three, a tall figure emerged like a ghost. "You have violated the rules." The deep voice felt like a kunai pressed against their napes, and the three froze instantly. Naruto's rice ball fell to the ground with a thud. Sasuke's Sharingan activated uncontrollably, and Sakura's pupils constricted sharply. Kakashi stood at the boundary of the shadows, sunlight illuminating only half of his body. The exposed right, I was no longer the lazy crescent, but a sharp line like a blade. "I told you," he stepped forward, the leaves under his feet silently crumbling. "You are not allowed to give Sakura food." Faced with Kakashi's advancing steps, Naruto suddenly opened his arms to shield Sakura. "It was us who forced her to eat." His voice trembled, but his legs were firmly planted on the ground. Sasuke also braced himself in front of Sakura. "If there is punishment, punish us." Despite his fingers turning pale from fear, his Sharingan was locked onto Kakashi's throat. Sakura watched the two desperately, trying to take the blame for her, tears welling in her eyes. So, even though she was trembling all over, she still mustered the courage to say, "It wasn't me, it was my choice." Unexpectedly, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished. Too slow. The cold voice exploded in the ears of the three. Naruto felt a chill at his neck, and the forehead protector snapped. Sasuke's arm suddenly became like a venomous snake. Sakura found herself wrapped in wire around her neck without knowing when. The shadow of death loomed over them, bang. The imagined pain did not come. The three looked up in astonishment, only to see Kakashi standing 3 steps away, his one eye curved into a familiar crescent moon. "Qualified," he said cheerfully, as if the earlier killing intent was just an illusion. What? Naruto felt like his brain couldn't process it, and he slumped to the ground. Kakashi casually tossed the bells. "Those who don't follow the rules are worthless, but..." He pointed to the Konoha symbol on his forehead protector. "Those who abandon their comrades are even more worthless among the worthless." Sakura's tears finally fell, but "You know the rules I set." Kakashi put away the bells, but still chose to break them. That was enough. However, faced with such good news, Naruto looked at Sasuke beside him. "Sasuke, are you okay with this?" "No." Sasuke hesitated for a moment and then directly refused. Kakashi, intrigued, asked, "Oh, why?" Sasuke replied seriously, "The things you want, you have to get them yourself." Naruto nodded in agreement. Kakashi couldn't help but applaud. "You have ambition." "Then what about you, Sakura?" "I do too." Kakashi turned and called, "Then come chase me." His voice carried an unprecedented warmth. "Let me see your resolve." Chapter 31. The second survival exercise, the orange-red sunset, stained the training ground blood red, and the 3 members of Team 7 stood in a triangular formation, facing Kakashi, who was 10 steps away. A gentle breeze stirred a few dry leaves, swirling in the air. "I say," Kakashi lazily flipped through the Ica paradise, his only visible right eye curving into a crescent. "Since you want to try again, the rules remain the same. As long as you can grab the bells, it counts as a success." Naruto clenched his fists, the flames of determination burning in his blue eyes. "This time, we will definitely grab the bells." Sasuke scoffed, his black pupils already transformed into the crimson Sharingan. "The trailing idiot is right. I'll 1T let you have it so easily this time." Sakura stood behind them, her fingers unconsciously twisting her clothes, but her gaze was unusually firm. "Kakashi-sensei, we are not the same as we were at noon." Kakashi's gaze swept over the 3 of them as he closed the book and smiled faintly. "What a lively group of students. Let's begin." Half an hour ago, the 3 were hiding in the bushes at the edge of the training ground. "Listen up." Sasuke lowered his voice. "Kakashi's speed is too fast. We need to restrict his movement." Naruto scratched his head. "How about I use the shadow clone army tactic again?" Sakura shook her head. "That probably won't work. I observed during lunch that, Naruto, your clones actually decrease in combat ability. Using the army tactic won't have much effect." In the ceiling space, the 3 fathers were closely watching this discussion. "Humph." Obito crossed his arms, observing the outside world through Naruto's perspective. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, some tactical awareness, but relying solely on taijutsu won't be enough to deal with that silver-haired kid. Minato nodded with a smile. "Naruto, remember the wind release combination techniques I taught you?" "Of course." Naruto replied in his heart. "First, use wind release to change the battlefield environment." In the real world, Sakura's eyes suddenly lit up. Kakashi-sensei's left eye has been covered by his forehead protector, so that eye is Kakashi-sensei's blind spot. Sasuke looked at her approvingly. Indeed, although it's possible that Kakashi has become accustomed to observing things with only his right eye, an attack from a blind spot would definitely be useful. Naruto excitedly clapped his hands. "Then let's do it this way." Time returned to the present. As Kakashi announced the start, Sakura immediately activated the body flicker technique, her figure vanishing like a ghost. However, unlike at noon, this time Naruto and Sasuke did not choose to hide, but stayed in place. Kakashi said with interest, "Oh, you actually chose to confront me head-on?" Sasuke switched his eyes to the Sharingan, the black tomo spinning in his eyes. "It doesn't matter where we hide from you." So, let me and Sasuke have a go at you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto confidently formed hand seals. A large amount of chakra surged from within him. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. Accompanied by the burst of chakra, a thick cloud of smoke appeared around. And in an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared in the training ground. Seeing Naruto use this ninjutsu, Kakashi couldn't help but show a look of admiration. He had already been surprised by Naruto using Shadow Clone, but now he could even use multiple Shadow Clone too. Although the difference between Shadow Clone Jutsu and multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu is just 2 characters, the difficulty is completely different. Shadow Clone Jutsu is considered a basic ninjutsu, while multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu is a genuine forbidden technique. Everyone, go! As one of the Narutos shouted, all the Narutos rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Kakashi. However, Kakashi, being a true Genin, faced Naruto's assault with ease. But as Naruto's clones were gradually eliminated, Kakashi began to feel the remaining Naruto's speed and strength gradually increasing. By the time Kakashi had taken out half of them, he was already feeling significant pressure. Got you. At that moment, while Kakashi was being besieged by Naruto's clones, one of the Narutos charged in a direct line, reaching for his waist. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Suddenly, Sasuke leaped up and unleashed his maximum firepower in midair. Interesting. Kakashi noted as he sensed the great fireball, already forming hand seals and slamming his hands to the ground. Water release. Water barrier. Dense water vapor enveloped the entire training ground like a white curtain. Visibility dropped to a minimum. Kakashi's lazy gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings cautiously. Using water vapor to create a visual obstacle, he muttered to himself, not bad tactical awareness. Before he finished speaking, the sound of whistling pierced through the air from all directions. Dozens of shuriken pierced the mist, drawing deadly arcs. Kakashi's figure flashed, easily dodging, but when he landed, he found that the ground was covered with hair-thin steel wires. A trap? His brow furrowed. Just as he was about to jump, he discovered that the overhead was also covered with a web of steel wires. In his peripheral vision, he saw Sakura tugging at the wires. Sakura also noticed this and quickly secured the wire net before disappearing from sight. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. At that moment, Sasuke's voice came from deep within the mist, and dozens of small fireballs shot towards Kakashi along the wire's trajectory. The wires turned bright red under the high temperature, trapping Kakashi in a scorching cage. Well done. In the ceiling space, Obito rarely nodded in approval. Minato, however, looked worriedly at the outside, but this still isn't enough. It's not over yet. In the real world, Naruto's voice suddenly came from underground. Earth release. Hiding like a mole technique. The ground beneath Kakashi suddenly cracked open, and a pair of hands grabbed his ankles. This startled Kakashi. Wasn't this what he had just used? Did he learn just by watching once? However, Kakashi quickly realized that Naruto wasn't using true earth release, but rather mimicking his hiding like a mole technique, digging through the ground with his bare hands. But there was no time for Kakashi to think too much. At that critical moment, Kakashi's figure suddenly transformed into a wooden stump, hiding in the shadows. Sakura carefully observed the nearby movements, trying to locate Kakashi's position. The real Kakashi had already hidden himself. Kakashi's tone carried a hint of appreciation. Oh dear. This year's graduates are quite impressive. They truly are the top 3 in the grade. In the past, none of the students he had taught had been able to learn how to leverage their strengths and avoid their weaknesses like this. For example, Sakura. She knew she couldn't confront him head-on and chose to hide immediately, only assisting without revealing herself. As for the other 2, they worked together to maximize their advantages to entangle him. Chapter 32. Victory. Itachi's invitation got you. At this moment, Sasuke's Sharingan finally locked onto Kakashi's position. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball roared toward him, forcing Kakashi to form hand seals for defense once again. However, this time, as the fireball approached him, it suddenly split into dozens of smaller fireballs, attacking from different angles. Phoenix fire? Kakashi's eyes involuntarily narrowed. To achieve this level at such a young age, he truly is a genius ranked first in the overall grades. Just as Kakashi was fully focused on dealing with the fire release, Naruto suddenly charged from the side. Wind release. Gale palm. The violent airflow pushed Kakashi back several steps, right into the trap area Sakura had set up in advance. The ground suddenly erupted with dozens of explosive tags, and blinding flames instantly engulfed his figure. Did we succeed? Sasuke gasped, asking. After releasing so many fire release techniques in succession, Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted. However, as the smoke cleared, Kakashi's figure stood unharmed on a raised rock. His clothes not even wrinkled. Good teamwork, he evaluated calmly, but still a bit lacking. TSK. The three exchanged glances and tacitly changed their tactics. Naruto once again created a large number of shadow clones, but this time they did not blindly attack. Instead, they organized themselves to maneuver around the perimeter, continuously throwing shuriken to harass him. After eating a soldier's pill to speed up his chakra recovery, Sasuke immediately activated the full power of his Sharingan. His crimson eyes locked onto Kakashi's every move. Sakura completely concealed her presence, ghosting along the edge of the battlefield. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Naruto suddenly unleashed the ninjutsu, a strong gust of wind sweeping up a storm of dust. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, he realized that this time the wind release was not targeting him. Instead, it swept up all the fallen leaves in the training ground, forming a natural barrier. Using the environment to create an advantage, Kakashi nodded to himself, a significant improvement. Just at that moment of distraction, Sasuke suddenly appeared right in front of him. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. The scorching fire line shot straight at Kakashi. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that his escape route had been blocked by Naruto's shadow clones. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to form hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. However, the moment the dog-headed earthen wall rose, Naruto's voice came through. Ninja technique. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Although Naruto called it the Shuriken shadow clone technique, in reality, all the Narutos around him threw shurikens together. A torrential rain of shurikens poured down on Kakashi's position. The dense sounds of shurikens filled the air around Kakashi. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with kunai shurikens, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi was leisurely sitting on a nearby tree branch, with not even a speck of dust on him. Kakashi teased 0 hits. Suddenly, Kakashi noticed that his feet had been ensnared by steel wires without him realizing it. When did this happen? He looked down in surprise and saw that the other end of the wire was connected to Naruto's shadow clone. Gotcha! Naruto shouted excitedly, rushing towards the trapped Kakashi alongside Sasuke. A hint of admiration flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he suddenly formed hand seals at an astonishing speed. Lightning style. Lightning tiger strike. Dazzling lightning transformed into a fierce tiger, instantly shattering all restraints. But just as he broke free, Sasuke's kunai had already pressed against his back, while Naruto's hand reached for the bell at his waist. It's over, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke said coldly. Kakashi suddenly laughed. Really? Bang! The figure pressed by the kunai suddenly turned into a wooden stump. The real Kakashi appeared 3 meters away, shaking 2 bells in his hand. I'm sorry. Time's up. His words were cut off because Sakura had somehow appeared behind him, holding the real bells. You taught us this, Kakashi-sensei, she said with a smile. Ninjas must be good at using deception. Kakashi looked down at the bells in his hand and realized they were just 2 ordinary stones. Kakashi shook his head helplessly and smiled. Oh dear, I was careless. The sun had completely set below the horizon, and the training ground was filled with the smoke of battle. The 3 of them stood together, panting, with Sakura tightly clutching the hard-earned bells. Kakashi looked at them, reflecting on the earlier fight, and gently applauded. Congratulations, you passed. That's great. Naruto cheered, looking up. But Sasuke watched him warily. You clearly could have. I did indeed hold back, Kakashi admitted calmly, but I got serious later on. Well, use about 6 layers or so. He walked towards the 3, his voice suddenly becoming serious. However, the teamwork and tactical skills you demonstrated did meet my requirements. In the ceiling space, Minato smiled with relief. They've grown up. Madara snorted lightly, barely passing. The Nine-Tails excitedly wagged its tail. Then what's with that corner of your mouth? It's almost drooping onto your face. In the real world, Kakashi patted the shoulders of the 3, From today on, you are real ninjas. He turned to walk deeper into the woods, his voice drifting back. Meet at the village gate tomorrow morning to officially start your ninja careers. At that moment, Itachi found them. Sasuke, Naruto, brother. Upon seeing his brother, Sasuke's cold little face instantly became adorable, which made Sakura curious. Sasuke can actually have that kind of expression? Itachi ni. Before Sakura could ask, Naruto also greeted him. This made Sasuke quite unhappy. Don't act so familiar, you tailender. But Naruto chuckled and said, what's the big deal? Itachi and I is also my brother. Not at all. This made Sasuke very angry. Ever since a few years ago, after the Uchiha clan stabilized, Itachi and Shursui had often interacted with Naruto. Although later Sasuke shamelessly asked Naruto. His response left him confused. Shursui and Itachi and I were looking for my dad. I don't know what they were discussing. What the heck? How does an orphan suddenly have a dad? Congratulations on successfully becoming a genin. Itachi first congratulated Sasuke and Naruto, then looked at Sakura. You're Sasuke's teammate, right? I'm his brother, Uchiha Itachi. And nice to meet you. I'm Haruno Sakura. Sakura said, bowing earnestly. Itachi waved his hand and said gently, no need to be polite. You successfully got your genin qualifications from Kakashi-sensei today. Let me treat you all to a meal to celebrate. Huh? Are we going to Sasuke's house? Although Naruto had a good relationship with Itachi and the others, he had never been over much, so he was quite excited about going to Sasuke's house for a meal. Chapter 33. Family. Mother soon, under Itachi's lead, Naruto and Sakura arrived at the entrance of Sasuke's home. Looking at the impressive entrance of the Uchiha clan, Naruto felt like a country bumpkin entering the city, looking around in awe. Sasuke looked at Naruto with some exasperation. You've been here several times. How come you're still like this? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. After all, your house is really big, but it wasn't entirely Naruto's fault. His living space was just a small one-bedroom apartment. In contrast, Sasuke's house had a spacious courtyard filled with bamboo, and the stone path was adorned with exquisite stone lanterns. The difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, Sakura was so nervous that she was almost fidgeting, constantly adjusting her hair and clothes. Father, mother, I'm home, Sasuke said softly at the entrance. Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the study, and his serious expression softened a bit upon seeing Itachi and Sasuke. You're back? His gaze swept over Naruto and Sakura, and he nodded slightly. These two are your teammates, right? Come in and sit. Makoto peeked out from the kitchen, her face beaming with a warm smile. Ah, welcome to Naruto-kun. And you too, little girl. Naruto stared blankly at the warm scene before him. A strict yet caring father, a gentle and kind mother, and the unspoken bond between brothers. A sudden wave of indescribable bitterness surged in his chest. Sorry for disturbing, he said softly, unconsciously lowering his voice. In the ceiling space, Minato watched this scene with deep guilt in his eyes. Naruto. Madara snorted and turned away. Boring family gathering. The Nine Tails felt Naruto's emotions and could only comfort him silently in its own way. Soon, the dining table was filled with exquisite dishes. Tender grilled fish, golden tempura, vibrant vegetable salad, and a pot of steaming, delicious miso soup. Naruto-kun, I heard you really like ramen? Mikoto smiled as she pushed a large bowl of chashu ramen in front of Naruto. I specially prepared this. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Naruto was taken aback and accepted it. Teach, thank you, Annie. He lowered his head and took a big bite, his eyes lighting up instantly. So delicious. Fugaku cleared his throat. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Although his tone was serious, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Sasuke frowned in dissatisfaction. Father, don't pay attention to that tail ender. Sasuke, Fugaku put down his chopsticks. You should be polite to guests. Sakura carefully observed the interactions of this family, feeling both envious and anxious. She noticed that although Naruto appeared happy on the surface, his eyes would occasionally dim. Naruto, she called softly. Huh? Naruto suddenly looked up, forcing a smile. What's wrong, Sakura? Itachi keenly sensed something and offered Naruto a piece of fried chicken. Eat more. You're too skinny. In the ceiling space, Minato watched his son's forced smile, his heart aching. If Kushina were still here. If I could. Madara irritably stood up. Enough. this kind of weak emotion. Although Madara said this, his voice grew softer. After all, his dream has not changed until today, which is to make the world a place where even children can live happily. But now, he cannot give Naruto that. At this moment, the Nine Tails suddenly spoke. It's okay. Naruto, the three of us will always be with you. In the real world, Naruto gently shook his head, responding in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Nine Tails. After dinner, Sakura helped Mikoto clean up the dishes, while Sasuke was called to the study by Fugaku for a talk. Naruto went alone to the Uchiha family's courtyard, sitting on the stone steps, staring blankly at the moon. Do you have something on your mind, Naruto? Itachi's voice suddenly came from behind him. Naruto was startled and nearly rolled down the steps. Itachi, brother Itachi. I miss Mom. As he spoke, Naruto instinctively hugged his knees. Itachi sat down next to Naruto, gently stroking his hair. Do you have any memories of your mother? Naruto said dejectedly. Dad said Mom had beautiful red hair, but I've never seen it, so I can't imagine it at all. Itachi listened quietly, his black eyes reflecting the moonlight. Although the three dads inside care about me. Naruto clenched the hem of his clothes. Some things can only be given by a mother. A gust of night wind blew by, and cherry blossoms fluttered down. A petal landed on Naruto's golden hair, and Itachi gently brushed it away. I've seen your mother, Itachi suddenly said. Naruto looked up in shock, his blue eyes wide. What? Itachi's voice was soft. That was when I was very young. Although she had quite a fiery personality, she was endlessly patient and gentle with us kids. Fiery? Itachi nodded. Yeah, I heard Mom say that Kushina used to be nicknamed Blood Red Pepper, and many boys in her class have been beaten by her. In the ceiling space, Minato suddenly raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Madara also turned around, his Sharingan slightly trembling. Really? Really? Naruto's voice trembled, excitement flashing in his eyes. Itachi smiled slightly. It is said that during her time in the Ninja Academy, Kushina once tied a lower ninja who mocked her hair to the gate of Konoha. Naruto chuckled, but tears kept streaming down his face. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, but it only got wetter. I really want to meet her. Itachi gently pressed down on Naruto's shoulder. Some love will never fade away, even across life and death. He pointed to Naruto's abdomen. The Nine Tails inside, you should understand this best. The Nine Tails in the ceiling space snorted. Humph, that red-haired woman is indeed very special. Minato wiped his tears and smiled. Kushina never knew how to write the word give up. Madara's face darkened. Among the three of them, he was the only one who had never interacted with Kushina, the former Jinchuriki. In the real world, Naruto finally revealed a sincere smile. Thank you, brother Itachi. Itachi stood up and extended his hand to Naruto. Let's go back. Mom made red bean soup all for dessert. When leaving the Uchiha house, Mikoto deliberately called Naruto to the side and handed him a handkerchief embroidered with sunflowers. Naruto looked at the slightly clumsy stitches on the handkerchief in confusion. Mikoto smiled gently. I found this while cleaning the attic last time. It was a gift for Sasuke when he was born, since it was made by her own hands. It's better for you to keep it. Naruto trembled as he took the handkerchief, faintly smelling a light, sun-like fragrance. She was a really good friend, Mikoto said softly, her eyes shining with nostalgia. Every time she came over, she could always lighten the atmosphere like a joy-bringer. Mikoto actually envied Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, she was always monitored by the village, and back then, she had to report to the third Hokage just to come over. But towards her friends, Kushina never showed her sadness. Instead, she always infected others with her optimistic and cheerful personality. If it weren't for the village being afraid of the Uchiha controlling the Jinchuriki, Mikoto would have liked to take Naruto in to live together. Walking on the way home, Naruto carefully stroked the handkerchief. Suddenly, he stopped, looking up at the starry sky. Dad, can you tell me more about Mom? Chapter 34. Thoughts on future enemies at night, after Naruto fell asleep. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails lay behind the iron bars, its golden beast eyes half open. Minato stood in the center, his expression serious. Madara leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, the Sharingan glowing red in the darkness. You know very well what kind of life a Jinchuriki has, yet you still let Naruto become the vessel for the Nine Tails? Madara's voice was as cold as ice. Minato's fists unconsciously clenched, then slowly relaxed. The plan at that time was for Naruto to become the Jinchuriki, with Kushina to protect him. It's just, the Nine-Tails suddenly raised its head and let out a low snicker. It's just that I pierced through both of you as a couple. Madara frowned. What happened? Minato took a deep breath, and an image made of chakra unfolded in the space. The blood-red night 12 years ago, the enormous Nine-Tails rampaging through Konoha, and the scene of the masked man controlling the tailed beast was vividly visible. The Nine-Tails rampage. Minato's voice carried deep fatigue. That masked man took advantage of Kushina just giving birth, when the seal was loosened, to unseal it and control the Nine-Tails. The image shifted to show Minato's fierce battle with the masked man, the Flying Thunder God technique clashing with the mysterious space-time ninjutsu. In the end, I had no choice but to split the Nine-Tails in two. Minato pointed to Naruto and himself, the Yin chakra sealed in my body, while the Yang chakra was given to Naruto. Madara's Sharingan focused tightly on the masked man in the image. Is this the guy you said is immune to physical attacks? Minato nodded. His space-time ninjutsu is very special. It allows his body to become intangible, and any attack will pass right through. Being immune to physical attacks is indeed quite troublesome. At that time, I had asked him, even speculating he might be Madara. Minato said solemnly, although I don't know the true identity of the opponent. I can infer that this person's goal is to collect tailed beasts. Madara suddenly sneered, then let him come and go without return. A glint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. With Hashirama not here, let me meet this junior. Minato forced a smile. The problem is, we're all trapped inside Naruto. Unless what? The Nine-Tails perked its ears up alertly. Minato looked at Madara. Unless we temporarily release chakra through the Sharingan, like how you control the Nine-Tails back then. Madara's Sharingan rotated slightly. Interesting. But right now, what's more important is, he turned to the Nine-Tails. You smelly fox. Do you have any guilt for the suffering Naruto has endured all these years? The Nine-Tails' tail irritably slapped the ground. Humph. This mess was created by humans. Why should I be blamed? Minato's expression suddenly became serious. Nine-Tails, you know what I did during the sealing. The space suddenly fell silent. The Nine-Tails' ears moved. Its golden beast eyes slightly contracted. Dual sealing, Minato said softly. If I wanted to, I could any time. You dare threaten me? The Nine-Tails suddenly stood up, its chakra surging like flames. Madara's Sharingan instantly changed to the eternal Manjiki state. Be quiet. It's nighttime, and it's time to sleep. Do you want to wake Naruto? Just as tensions rose, the ceiling space suddenly trembled slightly. The three turned their heads simultaneously to see the sleeping Naruto unconsciously rolling over. His brows tightly furrowed. He's dreaming. Minato immediately retracted his chakra. The Nine-Tails also slowly lay back down, but its eyes remained watchfully on Minato. Kid, what do you mean by backup plan? Minato sighed. I made special settings in the seal. Even if the part of you inside Naruto is extracted, the part within me can temporarily sustain his life. Ban seemed to be lost in thought. So that's why you said that the masked man definitely can know this. The image changed again, showing various details of the masked man in battle. His use of the Sharingan, his familiarity with Konoha, and so on. Soidunli, bon interrupted. That hand seal method. Minato turned his head. What's wrong? Ban frowned. That hand seal method is very similar to mine. The Nine-Tails perked up its ears. So, that masked guy is really you? Ban thought for a moment and finally shook his head. No, that guy's space-time ninjutsu is more like a dojutsu, while my Manjiki's dojutsu is not space-time ninjutsu. The three fell into contemplation. Inside the ceiling space, the ghostly blue chakra flowed silently, reflecting their complex expressions. Suddenly, Naruto murmured in his sleep, Mom. The three fathers froze simultaneously. A hint of pain flashed in Minato's eyes. Ban turned his face away, and the Nine-Tails gently wrapped its tail around Naruto's chakra. Minato calmed himself down and said, At the end of the sealing, I sealed both my and Kushina's chakra inside. Mine is the first layer of insurance, and Kushina's is the second layer. The image shifted, showing the red-haired woman smile just before her death and the special jutsu she left in the seal. Ban Sharingan widened slightly. This was the last thing I could do back then, Minato said softly. As long as Naruto encounters life-threatening danger, Kushina's chakra will manifest. The Nine-Tails was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "That red-haired woman is indeed special." Minato smiled as he looked at the sleeping Naruto. She will always protect Naruto. Just like us. The ceiling space was quiet for a while. Then Ban suddenly stood up straight. "All right, the time for sentimentality is over." His Sharingan flickered with a sharp light. "Since we know there is such an enemy, we need to prepare in advance." Minato nodded. "First, we need to accelerate Naruto's growth." "Leave the physical training to me," Ban said decisively. "That kid relied too much on shadow clones in today's battle. I'll guide the ninjutsu and sealing techniques." Minato looked at the Nine-Tails as for chakra control. The Nine-Tails turned its head away. "That will have to be left to me." Minato suddenly thought of something. "By the way, that masked man seems to be very familiar with Madara-san. Could it be?" A cold light flashed in Ban's eyes. "Whoever he is, if he dares to have designs on Naruto, he must be prepared to face the Uchiha." Outside the ceiling space, moonlight poured through the window, casting a soft glow on Naruto's sleeping face. His brow gradually relaxed, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, as if he was dreaming of something wonderful. The three fathers looked at this scene and unconsciously fell silent. "Tomorrow, after the mission, we'll start special training," Ban finally said, his figure gradually fading. Minato gently gazed at his son. "Good night, Naruto." The Nine-Tails lightly covered Naruto's chakra with its tail, murmuring softly, "Little brat, hurry up and grow up." Chapter 35 Acceptance. Ranked E mission 3 days later, on a clear morning. The morning light had just spilled onto the streets of Konoha Village, and the 3 members of Team 7 were already standing at the entrance of the mission dispatch office. Naruto was yawning, his golden hair a mess like a bird's nest. "Oh, why is it so early?" Naruto complained, rubbing his eyes. Sasuke snorted. "When did you start picking up Kakashi's habit of being late? Do you think I want to?" Naruto looked distressed. Over the past few days, every time a mission ended, his dad, Ban, would give him intensive training. As a result, Naruto was exhausted every night and often overslept during the day. However, Sakura was unaware of this, and she was nervously organizing her ninja gear, occasionally stealing glances at Sasuke. I'm just lost on the path of life. There's no need to use me as a negative example." Kakashi had somehow leaned against a nearby tree, holding Makeout Paradise. "You still have a nerve to say that," the 3 responded simultaneously. Kakashi, still looking at Makeout Paradise, said, "All right, today's mission is..." He slowly pulled out a mission slip from his pocket to find a lost kitten named Wangtsai. "Wankai? A kitten?" Sakura's expression froze instantly. What a strange combination of names. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Anyone who names a cat like that must have a problem. Naruto jumped up directly. "What the heck? Another boring mission. Can't we have something exciting? Like escorting a feudal lord or exterminating bandits?" Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent. "After all, it's a D-rank mission, so don't complain. The mission reward is 5,000 Ryo, and the client is already waiting for us." After crossing a few streets, the 4 arrived in front of a luxurious mansion. Sasuke's Sharingan turned slightly, carefully observing the ground and the surrounding walls. "There are cat paw prints here." He pointed to several marks in the corner of the wall, along with some fallen orange fur. Sakura quickly opened the Konoha village map she carried. According to the clues provided by the villagers, Wankai has recently been spotted near the fish market in the commercial street. Naruto clasped his hands behind his head. "Just let me use shadow clones to find it, right? Idiot." Sasuke shot him a glare. "We need to gather information first to improve efficiency." Kakashi nodded approvingly. Sasuke is right. For ninjas, gathering information is the first step in a mission. Inside the ceiling space, Ban snorted coldly. "Finally, you guys are starting to act like ninjas." Minato smiled and nodded. "Sasuke is very meticulous." The Nine-Tails yawned. "It's just finding a cat. Does it really need to be so complicated?" It had already thought of a way to find the cat, standing outside Konoha village, using a tailed beast bomb, and then warning the entire village. "Wankai, do you want to be destroyed along with Konoha village, or do you want to come with me?" Half an hour later, in the back alley of the commercial street. "Found it," Sakura whispered. "It's right behind that garbage can." A large orange cat was lazily basking in the sun. The name tag hanging from its neck clearly read Wankai. However, its eyes conveyed a sense of world weariness. Okay, watch me. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Multiple shadow cloned jutsu. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the entire alley. Wansai's cat eyes widened in shock, and its fur bristled. Go! Catch that cat! An unprecedented battle between man and cat began. The shadow clones surrounded from all directions. Wankai, however, displayed astonishing agility, weaving through the crowd and occasionally swiping at the nearest Naruto with its paw. My face! It ran to the left. No, it's to the right. Sasuke and Sakura stood on the rooftop, calmly directing the battle. Sakura kept throwing shuriken to block Wansai's escape routes, while Sasuke used a Sharingan to predict its every move. Now, Sasuke suddenly shouted. 3 Narutos pounced at the same time, finally cornering Wankai. One of the shadow clones was quick and caught the plump orange cat in its arms. Got it! Naruto shouted excitedly. Wankai rolled its eyes in the shadow clone's embrace, as if to say, stupid humans. At the mission reception, a square-shaped noblewoman rushed over excitedly. My little Wankai, Mommy missed you so much. She hugged the orange cat tightly, rubbing her face against its fur. Wansai's expression shifted from indifference to despair, its limbs hanging limply, looking like a squished plush toy. Naruto watched with a twitching mouth. Now I understand why Wankai always wants to run away. Sakura muttered softly. This cat has a hard life too. Sasuke turned his face away, struggling to suppress a laugh. Kakashi calmly took the reward and said to the 3, All right, there are still 3 D-rank missions waiting for us today. Huh? We have to do more? Naruto wailed. Just as they were about to leave, the 3rd Hokage walked in with his hands behind his back. Grandpa 3rd. Naruto immediately rushed forward. Give us a more challenging mission. Since the day before yesterday, it had been nothing but cleaning and weeding, and now they were looking for a cat. Sasuke, rarely in agreement, added, Indeed, with our abilities, we can take on more important tasks. Sakura also mustered her courage. Lord Hokage, we have really been working hard. The 3rd Hokage chuckled while stroking his beard. Oh? I heard you completed a task in 1 hour that other teams needed half a day for? Kakashi nodded, thanks to Naruto's shadow clones and Sasuke's tactical arrangements. In the ceiling space, Madara scoffed. Is such a trivial matter worth bragging about? Minato then said with relief, they worked well together. The 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment and pulled out a scroll from his sleeve. Actually, I'd already prepared a high-level mission for you. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. However, the 3rd Hokage's expression suddenly became serious. A high-level mission meant they might encounter real danger. Are you sure you want to take it? The 3 exchanged glances and said in unison, Of course. The 3rd Hokage smiled and handed the scroll to Kakashi. Then, we'll set off early tomorrow morning to escort bridge expert Mr. Tizuna back to the Land of Waves. After leaving the mission hall, Naruto excitedly danced around. Finally, a proper mission. Sasuke remained calm on the surface, but his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sakura had already begun planning what supplies to prepare. In the ceiling space, Minato suddenly frowned. The Land of Waves? I remember it's been in a closed country state. How could there be a mission there? Madara looked at Minato. What do you mean? Minato replied. The Land of Waves is a country without ninjas. When I took over as Hokage, the Land of Waves announced a closed country policy prohibiting all external interactions. Madara snorted. And suddenly there's a mission? Ha! The Nine-Tails perked up its ears. I smelled trouble. In the distance, the setting sun bathed Konoha in golden light. What Team 7 didn't know was that their first high-level mission would be far more dangerous than they imagined. Chapter 36. Not the difficulty of a high-level mission. The village gate of Konoha glimmered with an ancient sheen in the morning light, shrouded in thin mist like a light veil over the stone pillars. Naruto squatted on the boundary stone by the road, bored, carving the words Hokage into a shuriken. Sasuke leaned against a pillar with his eyes closed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his ninja tool pouch. Sakura was checking the bandages and antidotes in the medical kit for the 3rd time. Hey, are you the ninjas taking the mission? A hoarse voice, heavy with the smell of alcohol, broke through the mist. The three looked up simultaneously, only to see a disheveled old man with gray hair stumbling toward them. His hunched posture made his already short stature appear even more stooped. Bloodshot whites of his eyes were clouded, and the bottle of alcohol he clutched swayed, spilling amber liquid. Without a doubt, this man was their client, bridge expert Tizuna. "Old man, are you drunk this early in the morning? You won't throw up on me later, will you?" Naruto pinched his nose and jumped down from the boundary stone, exaggeratedly waving his hands to disperse the smell of alcohol. Tizuna squinted at them, peering over the top of his dirty glasses. "Is there no one else in Konoha? Sending 3 kids to escort me? What did you say?" Naruto exploded, his blue eyes widening in disbelief. "I'm going to be Hokage someday. I'm 1,000 times better than a drunk like you." Sasuke looked at Tizuna with a cold expression. If it weren't for his upbringing telling him not to curse, he would have wanted to react like Naruto. "You two stop it." Sakura hurriedly stepped in between, bowing to Tizuna. "Mr. Tizuna, we are professionally trained ninjas and will ensure you reach the land of waves safely." "Professionally trained?" Tizuna scoffed, unscrewing the bottle and taking a swig. "Look at this yellow-haired kid making a fuss. I bet he can't even hold a shuriken properly." Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Tizuna, with the tip of a shuriken only half an inch from his nose. Tizuna's mocking expression froze, and the bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. "Now do you think I can hold it properly?" Naruto grinned, showing his sharp canine teeth. In the ceiling space, Madara was very pleased with Naruto's actions. "That's the way. I've been wanting to see that guy get taken down a peg." Minato felt a bit helpless, but only reminded, "Naruto, you should avoid doing that in the future. Otherwise, your reputation will suffer." Kakashi appeared behind them at some point, the pages of Ika Paradise fluttering gently in the morning breeze. "Ah, everyone is here? Your student almost murdered the client." Tizuna pointed at Naruto, furious. "Is that so?" Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent as he said coldly, "But I saw you provoke him first. By the way, damaging the mission scroll requires triple compensation." He glanced meaningfully at the broken glass on the ground. Tizuna's face turned pale as he fished out crumpled bills. 2 hours after leaving Konoha, the fog in the forest grew thicker. Naruto was leading the way, holding the last rice ball he had snatched from Tizuna. Sasuke followed closely behind, his dark eyes scanning the shadows among the treetops. Sakura walked beside Tizuna, her fingers always resting on her ninja tool pouch. "Hey kid, walk faster. This is the 5th time I've urged you. At this rate, we won't reach the coast before dark." Naruto turned around and made a face. "If you can carry this heavy toolbox, then go ahead, you old man." He patted the patched-up metal box that Tizuna was carrying. "That's precision equipment. If you break it, you won't be able to pay me back even if you sell yourself." "Huh? Who are you calling old?" "Shut up." Sasuke suddenly pressed down on Naruto's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the ground ahead. There was something off about the puddle. Everyone followed his gaze and saw an unusually clear puddle lying quietly in the middle of the road in the hot summer forest. The water's surface was devoid of any fallen leaves. Kakashi's page-turning stopped abruptly. Suddenly, 2 chains with barbs shot out of the water, striking towards Kakashi like venomous snakes. The chains glimmered a ghostly blue in the sunlight, clearly laced with poison. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura's scream pierced through the forest. Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed. Under the strangling of the chains, Kakashi's body was torn into several pieces, blood spraying like a fountain onto Tizuna's face. "Got one." 2 men wearing the Mist Village forehead protector leaped out of the puddle. The taller one swung the chains while the shorter, stockier one brandished a scythe. From the markings on their forehead protectors, Sasuke and Sakura, who excelled in their studies, immediately recognized them as rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. "Next up are you kids." The man with the scythe licked the blood off his weapon and suddenly charged at Sakura, who was protecting Tizuna. The other man's chains coiled towards Naruto and Sasuke like living things. "Go to hell and regret taking this mission." Hey, are you too happy too soon?" Surprisingly, Naruto not only was not afraid, but also formed hand seals, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke's eyes instantly shifted to the crimson Sharingan, the dark Tomo locking onto the enemy, one for each of us. Then the two simultaneously slammed their fists together. The chains howled as they ensnared three shadow clones. Before the man with the scythe could gloat, the ground beneath him suddenly softened. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Naruto's real body yanked at his ankle from beneath the ground, pulling him down hard. This time it wasn't just digging a hole. After training, Naruto had already become proficient in this technique. The man found himself half buried in the ground, his chains losing control. Naruto leaped up, his knees slamming into the man's chin. This kick is for Kakashi-sensei. Boom! In the dull impact, blood and two broken teeth sprayed from the man's mouth as he lost consciousness. On the other side, the cold light of the scythe drew a deadly arc. But Sasuke slightly tilted his head as if he had foreseen it. The moment the blade brushed past his ear, a shuriken had already pierced the wrist of the Reaper holding the knife. The Reaper screamed in agony, and the scythe slipped from his hand. Sasuke spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick, striking the opponent's temple. The Reaper crashed into the tree trunk like a broken sack, and before he hit the ground, a shuriken was already pressed against his throat. Tell me, who sent you? The Tomo and his Sharingan slowly rotated. Dazna sat slumped on the ground, watching the pink-haired girl take a defensive stance. Please step back, Mr. Dazna. However, the battle from start to finish lasted less than 15 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. Kakashi clapped his hands as he walked out from behind the tree, not a speck of dust on him. That was beyond expectations. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura exclaimed as she looked at the body from moments ago. That was just a substitution jutsu. Kakashi glanced at the wooden stump that had been split in two, but he looked at the Reaper brothers bound, like rice dumplings. I thought I would at least have to wait until they hurt one of you before stepping in. Naruto proudly gave a thumbs up. Haha, we wouldn't be afraid even if 10 more of these weaklings came. Sasuke retracted his Sharingan. Boring test. Dazna trembled as he pointed at Kakashi. Are you all ninjas crazy? Kakashi squatted down to meet his gaze. Now, can we talk? Why would a high-level mission have a pursuit team from a mist? His one eye opened fully for the first time. After all, I am the responsible Jonin for this mission. Your request clearly exceeds a high-level mission and has reached the level of an S-rank mission. We have the right to abandon this mission. The forest fell into dead silence, with only the faint groans of the Reaper brothers echoing. Chapter 37. Dazna's request. Golden sunlight fell in the forest, but the warmth could not cover the coldness emanating from Kakashi's lone eye. Under Kakashi's gaze, Dazna's Adam's apple bobbed. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the remnants of a sake bottle. Dazna opened his mouth, but could not form a complete sentence. Sigh. Kakashi sighed, knowing he couldn't extract any answers now and could only turn to the bound Reaper brothers. He squatted down and reached out to remove one of their mist forehead protectors, revealing a sinister tattoo underneath. Speak, who sent you? Kakashi's voice was soft, but carried an irresistible pressure. The Reaper brothers said nothing, only exchanged glances, and then suddenly cracked a strange smile. In the next moment, they simultaneously bit down on the poisoned sacs hidden in their molars, black blood oozing from the corners of their mouths as their eyes quickly glazed over. Damn it! Kakashi crushed the forehead protector in his hand. As he looked at the two warm corpses on the ground, he stood up, brushed off the fragments from his hands, and shifted his gaze back to Dazna. Now you have two choices, Kakashi said, raising one finger. First, tell us the whole truth, and I will decide whether to continue the mission based on the situation. He raised a second finger. Second, we return to Konoha immediately, and you will face breach of contract compensation. Dazna's face instantly turned pale. He trembled as he reached into his bosom, pulling out a crumpled wallet, which only contained a few coins that jingled. I really have no way out. Dazna's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. The land of waves is almost finished. Naruto frowned. Hey, old man, what are you talking about? Dazna took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Our land of waves is now controlled by a beast named Kato. Dazna's voice was low and heavy, as if each word weighed 1,000 pounds. Kato is the owner of a shipping company, appearing to run a legitimate business. But in reality, he controls all maritime transport in the land of waves. Dazna's fists clenched tightly. He deliberately raises shipping costs, suppressing the fishermen, plunging the entire country into poverty. Sakura couldn't help but ask, "What about your daimyo? Doesn't the government care?" Dasna let out a bitter laugh. The daimyo? He was already bribed by Kato. Now the people of the Land of Waves can't even afford to eat, and the children can't go to school. Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly. "So you want to build a bridge?" "That's right." Dasna suddenly became excited. "As long as this bridge is built, we can break free from Kato's shipping monopoly." However, halfway through his words, Dasna deflated like a punctured balloon. But how could Kato allow that? He has already assassinated 3 engineers. I'm the last one. Kakashi's loan I narrowed. So you deliberately concealed the mission's level and deceived us into taking at least an A-rank escort mission with a B-rank payment? Dasna lowered his head in shame. I only had enough savings for the deposit of an A-rank mission. Last night, when I passed by a tavern, I really couldn't help myself. His voice grew smaller. I just had one drink, and as a result, I didn't have enough money. One drink? Naruto pointed at the strong smell of alcohol on Dasna. You call this one drink? Dasna's old face flushed. Well, maybe it was 2 or 3 drinks. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails sneered. Humans are truly hypocritical. Minato shook his head helplessly. But this is indeed gambling with one's life. Madara snorted coldly. Foolish, but still has some backbone. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before turning to Team 7. According to the rules, we should immediately terminate the mission and return to Konoha. What? Dasna exclaimed, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Please, if even you leave, there will really be no hope for the Land of Waves. That bridge is our only lifeline. Kakashi replied, but the mission difficulty exceeds what my students can handle. Seeing that Kakashi was unyielding, Dasna trembled as he pointed at Naruto. Aren't you the one who said you want to become Hokage? Isn't Hokage supposed to protect the weak? He then pointed at Sasuke. Uchiha Ninja, are you just going to watch innocent people die? Finally, he looked at Sakura. Can you bear to see the children of the Land of Waves starve? The 3 members of Team 7 were caught off guard by this sudden moral bombardment. Naruto ran his hand through his hair, looking irritably at Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi sighed. What do you 3 think? Sasuke's expression was very hesitant, troublesome. Sakura bit her lip, but those children. Naruto suddenly slammed his fist against a tree. Damn it, this old man is too cunning. Seeing that the moral coercion was effective, Dasna quickly put on a nonchalant expression. Forget it. I won't push you. It's just that my daughter and grandson will be pitiful. And from now on, they'll have to live a lonely life in that cruel, inhumane hell. This old man. The 3 of them looked at Dasna with expressions of shame. Kakashi pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. The mission continues, but with 2 conditions. Dasna excitedly looked up. What conditions? First, the mission level is raised to S rank, with the difference to be paid after the bridge in the Land of Waves is completed. Kakashi raised a second finger. Second, you must fully comply with our arrangements and must not conceal anything further. Dasna nodded repeatedly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Kakashi turned to Team 7. You 3 be mentally prepared. From now on, this is no longer a simple escort mission. Naruto excitedly waved his fists. Finally, this is getting interesting. Sasuke tilted his head, a slight smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sakura tightened her grip on the shuriken. I will protect Mr. Dasna well. Soon, everyone set off again. This time, it was Kakashi who walked at the front, and he had put away his intimate paradise. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood beside Dasna in 3 different positions. In the distance, dark clouds were gathering over the horizon. In the ceiling space, Minato looked through Naruto's eyes at the distance and couldn't help but say, I hope this is just my illusion. Madara asked, what's wrong? Minato remained silent for a moment before saying, I just have a feeling that this mission won't be that simple. Van snorted, don't worry with me and you. And that mixed for a fox. No one can hurt Naruto. At this moment, the Nine-Tails emitted a dissatisfied sound. Old Ban, why do you make it sound like I'm an addition? Ban rolled his eyes at the other. Isn't that the case? Meanwhile, on the distant sea of the Land of Waves, a large ship flying the Kato Merchant Association's flag was slowly sailing towards the Land of Waves. On the deck, A tall figure carrying a beheading sword was staring at the approaching land. Chapter 38. Encountering a strong enemy, Momochi Zabuza. The coastline of the land of waves glowed iron gray in the dusk. The damp sea breeze carried a salty smell, slapping the faces of the members of Team 7. 2 days of forced marches had left Tizuna gasping for breath. Sakura's medical bag was covered in mud, and even Naruto found it hard to settle down. We'll reach the town after passing through this mangrove. Tizuna wiped his sweat. The Kado people shouldn't dare to set an ambush here. After all, this was still the border connecting the land of fire. Arranging mercenaries here would be tantamount to declaring war on the land of fire. By then, what would come here wouldn't be a team of low-level ninjas like Naruto's, but a group of elite ninjas led by Jonin. However, no one expected that they had underestimated Kado's ambition and boldness. Get down! Kakashi's roar thundered. Almost simultaneously, a giant blade, nearly 2 meters long, sliced through the mist, whistling towards them with a piercing sound. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively lunged towards Tizuna and Sakura. The edge of the beheading sword grazed Naruto's forehead, embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk behind him. Not bad, kids, a deep, hoarse voice came from a mist. A tall man stepped forward, treading on the handle of the beheading sword. His bare upper body was wrapped in bandages, and sharp canine teeth glinted coldly as he sneered. It was Momochi Zabuza. Upon seeing Zabuza, Kakashi's expression turned cold. He placed his right hand on his forehead protector. Team 7, protect Tizuna. This is not an opponent you can handle. Copy ninja Kakashi squinted at Zabuza, not expecting to encounter Konoha's watchdog here. The forehead protector was suddenly lifted, revealing the crimson Sharingan that burst forth in the twilight. 3 Tomo slowly rotated, reflecting Zabuza's slightly constricted pupils. Sasuke looked at the familiar eyes, startled. Is that the Sharingan? Kakashi, you? Not the time for explanations. Kakashi's tone was unusually cold. Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, skilled in silent assassination techniques, slaughtered an entire Umbu training class overnight. Sasuke's Sharingan unconsciously activated, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. This is a real powerhouse. Inside the ceiling space, Ban sneered, claiming to be a demon with 7 broken swords? Minato's voice carried a warning. You can't say that, Madara-san. The difficulty is too high for Naruto and the others right now. The Nine-Tails tail thrashed irritably against the ground. Do we need to intervene? Let me take control this time. Ban raised a hand. No need. That silver-haired brat is enough to deal with him. And Naruto needs to grow. We can't keep solving all his problems. In the real world, after hearing Kakashi's introduction, Zabuza's eyes changed slightly. It seems you know quite a bit. Zabuza's hand seals were so fast, they nearly left an afterimage. Water release, hidden mist technique. Thick fog instantly engulfed the entire coastline. Visibility dropped to less than half a meter, and Tizuna's harsh coughing echoed through the damp mist. Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. Where do you want me to attack? Sakura tightly protected Tizuna, doing her best to share the burden for the other 2. Meanwhile, Naruto split off 5 shadow clones to surround Tizuna. Sasuke's Sharingan was already spinning wildly, yet in his field of vision, he could only catch blurred afterimages. Don't waste your effort. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the 3. This is the assassination secret technique of the mist. Wait until your eyes improve before you talk. Kakashi-sensei. You. Naruto was shocked to find that Kakashi had somehow already stood in front of them, his forehead protector completely lifted, the 3 Tomo and his Sharingan spinning at an eerie speed. But Kakashi's lips curled up slightly. Leave the rest to me. I won't let any of my comrades die. Now that's something to look forward to. Soon, a sharp sound of metal clashing erupted from the thick fog. The beheading sword clashed with kunai, sparks flashing momentarily in the mist as Kakashi and Zabuza's figures intertwined like phantoms. Kakashi's Sharingan traced 3 scarlet streaks in the fog, the 3 Tomo rapidly spinning to analyze the chakra flow of the hidden mist technique. To the left, the sparks from the clash of kunai and the beheading sword illuminated a 3-meter radius. Zabuza's canine teeth glinted coldly in the flash, with a twist of his wrist. The serrated edge of the sword bit down on the kunai. Water release. Water Fong bullet. A high-pressure water column shot from the blade towards Kakashi's face. In a critical moment, Kakashi's Sharingan caught the hand-seal trajectory and almost simultaneously activated. Water release. Water Fong bullet. Two spiraling water columns collided, exploding and creating a fine mist of water droplets in the fog. Zabuza took the opportunity to leap back, the beheading sword flying out of his hand, spinning towards Kakashi's lower half. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The rising 3-meter earth wall was cut in half by the sword, but Kakashi had already leaped into the air. During his fall, he completed 42 hand seals, his chest dramatically inflating. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Violent airflow tore a gap in the thick fog, revealing Zabuza's disdainful face. The whirlwind, filled with sand and stones, formed a tornado, uprooting the rocks along the coast. Great, now I can. Naruto had just felt the visibility clear up when, in the next second, the dense fog covered all sight once more. My mist isn't so easily blown away. Zabuza's voice echoed like a ghost around them, mocking Naruto's naivety. The Ninetales could hardly contain itself, standing up and roaring. Damn it. I want to go out and take him down. Ban raised a hand to calm it. Calm down. Mixed Fur Fox, don't forget. The guy is meant for Naruto to practice against. In the real world, Kakashi attached lightning release to a kunai and threw it at Zabuza's position. Water release. Water barrier. Zabuza quickly raised a water wall in front of him, but the lightning kunai broke through the water wall's barrier and directly struck Zabuza's chest. However, Zabuza's body instantly turned into a puddle of water. This shocked Kakashi. Water clone? Almost the moment Kakashi heard this, the beheading sword had already swept past his body. The upper and lower halves were blown away by the raging wind, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. Teacher. Naruto's shadow clone was about to rush out when Sasuke grabbed him. Don't move. You won't be able to help. However, when Zabuza saw the color of the blood, he was startled because it was actually water. This meant Kakashi had also used a water clone. Zabuza was shocked. When? From the very beginning. Huh. No wonder you're the copy ninja. The two were momentarily at a stalemate. Chapter 39, Victory. An increasingly large shadow. The thick sea mist enveloped the entire coastline like a solid substance, with visibility of less than 3 meters. Kakashi's Sharingan traced 3 scarlet streaks through the mist, the 3 tomo spinning wildly to capture every minute chakra fluctuation. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed continuously from the fog, with the sparks of kunai and the beheading sword appearing and disappearing. To the left, Kakashi suddenly sidestepped. The blade of the executioner's sword grazed his forehead protector, stirring a few strands of silver hair. He quickly counterattacked, throwing a kunai directly for Zabuza's throat, but the opponent blocked it with the back of his sword. The two separated instantly, disappearing into the thick fog again. Sensei. Naruto clenched his fists, 5 shadow clones protecting Dazuna at the center. Sasuke's Sharingan kept spinning, but he could only catch blurry afterimages. At this moment, Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke's backs, feeling very lost. Whenever battle broke out, she realized she had nothing to contribute besides theoretical knowledge. This was the first time she felt that in this team, it didn't matter whether she was there or not. This couldn't go on. At this moment, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "We need to do something." Although Kakashi could still hold his own against the opponent, his stamina was clearly being depleted more than theirs. Once their physical strength was exhausted, they would just be meat on the opponent's chopping board. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. That's right. Sensei Kakashi used wind release to disperse the mist before. He quickly formed hand seals, although it quickly gathered again if we keep blowing. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind erupted from Naruto's mouth, tearing through the fog like an invisible giant hand. The mist was forcefully blown away, revealing the silhouettes of the 2 fighters not far away. Good job, Naruto! Kakashi, seeing clearly, quickly spotted Naruto releasing the jutsu. He seized the opportunity, his Sharingan locking onto Zabuza's position, and 3 shurikens were accurately shot out. Zabuza was forced to retreat, swinging his executioner's sword in a circle, knocking all the shurikens down. But this retreat completely exposed him to everyone's view. It's my turn. Sasuke's Sharingan glimmered slightly. He quickly threw 6 special shurikens, each connected to almost transparent steel wires. A mere trick, Zabuza sneered, easily dodging. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, Sasuke suddenly tightened the wires, followed by forming hand seals. Biting down on the wire, fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fire dragon spread along the wires, instantly forming 6 walls of fire, blocking Zabuza's retreat. The high temperature of the flames caused the surrounding sea water to evaporate, rising into white mist. Brat! Feeling the scorching heat around him, Zabuza roared, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon rose from the sea, charging towards Naruto and the others. The same trick won't work on me. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. His hand seal speed was faster than Zabuza's, and the same water dragon bullet was launched ahead of time. The 2 water dragons collided in midair, transforming into a torrential downpour. Damn Kakashi! Zabuza, seeing this, formed seals again, while at the same time Kakashi imitated his movements. Trying to copy my technique? How boring. However, by the end, Zabuza was stunned. Kakashi's hand seal speed was faster than his own, as if he already knew what technique he was going to use. Water release, great waterfall technique. While Zabuza was dazed, Kakashi had completed all the seals. A colossal wave surged forth, crashing towards Zabuza with overwhelming force. This move was faster and stronger than the jutsu Zabuza intended to use. What? Zabuza could only hastily raise his executioner's sword in defense, but was sent flying by the massive wave, crashing heavily against a distant reef. Blood spilled from his mouth as he struggled to rise, only to find Kakashi's kunai pressed against his throat. It's over. Kakashi's Sharingan coldly stared at him. Who sent you? Were Kato's plans? Just as Zabuza was about to speak, several Sunbon flew in, directly piercing through his throat. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe he was killed. His body fell to the ground, eyes filled with unwillingness, losing all signs of life. At this moment, everyone turned towards the sound, only to see a white-haired boy wearing a fox mask had appeared on a tree behind them, having arrived there without anyone noticing. Zabuza Momochi has been killed. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone. The boy's voice was cold, but very polite. At this moment, Kakashi squatted down to check Zabuza's pulse, reluctantly admitting, he's really dead. Immediately, the masked boy swiftly approached Zabuza's body. Then, I'll take Zabuza's corpse. After saying that, he vanished with Zabuza's body before everyone's eyes. With Zabuza's death, the mist maintained by the hidden mist technique finally dispersed completely. At this time, the crimson sunset dyed the sea a blood-red color. Kakashi gazed thoughtfully in the direction the Umbu had disappeared, the Tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning. Sakura was checking everyone's injuries when she suddenly noticed Kakashi's expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" That Umbu, before Kakashi could finish. Sasuke furrowed his brows and interjected, "It's strange, right?" Naruto, however, looked confused. "What are you guys talking about?" Kakashi explained, "For the Umbu, handling corpses should be resolved on the spot, but that person took the body away." Sasuke added, "So that person isn't really Umbu at all?" Huh? Naruto was shocked. "Then what were you guys just?" Kakashi shook his head. "We don't know how many of them there are. If we rashly stop them, we'll be the ones in danger." Naruto suddenly understood. "So that's why you let them go, right?" Sasuke was quite satisfied with Naruto's realization. "You're not as dumb as I thought." However, Sasuke's words ignited a fire in Naruto's heart, and he rolled up his sleeves. "Ready to fight Sasuke? What did you say, you arrogant Sasuke?" Sakura hurriedly stepped between the two. "No matter what, we've finally completed the mission." Dazuna tremblingly lit his pipe. "Now you understand why that bridge must be built, right? Kato can hire ninja of this level." The few of them had deeply experienced this point by now. Inside the ceiling space, the Ninetales suddenly perked up its ears. "That masked kid seal is a bit strange." Minato pondered. The last seal he formed was a medical ninjutsu seal. Madara's Sharingan glimmered slightly. This is getting more interesting. Chapter 40. Dazuna's grandson, after confirming the surroundings were safe, Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector again, then shouldered his backpack. All right, everyone, let's set off again if there's nothing else. However, just as Kakashi took a step forward, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and he fell straight forward. With a thud, this renowned copy ninja fell into the mud in an extremely ungraceful manner. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto's scream startled the birds in the trees. Let me see. Sakura pushed past the two and quickly checked his injuries. As her fingers gently brushed over Kakashi's neck pulse, her tense expression gradually relaxed. Naruto asked, "What happened to Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura replied, "He just fainted from chakra exhaustion. He will recover after resting for a while." Dazuna squatted down, holding his pipe, a hint of worry flashing in his murky eyes. It seems the battle with that rogue ninja from the hidden mist was too exhausting. Meanwhile, inside the ceiling space, a pale blue chakra was slowly flowing. Madara stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with disdain. To exhaust chakra from such a little fight? So weak. Minato's brows furrowed tightly. Something's not right. Kakashi's chakra level is definitely above average for AJ Nin. His fingers unconsciously tapped the air during his Umbu days. He once executed a continuous 3-day and 3-night assassination mission, during which he also wiped out 3 rogue ninja strongholds. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail, its golden beast eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be the burden of his Sharingan? No, Minato shook his head. Kakashi has long adapted to the consumption of the Sharingan. It shouldn't be the case. Ban still wore that disdainful expression, simply weak. In the real world, Naruto was struggling to carry the unconscious Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin's head hung limply on his shoulder, and his mask slipped slightly due to the bumps, revealing pale lips. At the back, it was time to switch. Sasuke, with a cold face, patted Naruto on the shoulder. Huh, I can carry him for another 10 kilometers. Idiot, your legs are shaking. Sakura looked at the two arguing helplessly and turned to Dazna with an apologetic smile. Sorry, it might take some time. Dazna shook his head, the light in his pipe flickering. I should be the one apologizing. If I had known I would encounter such a level of enemy. By the riverbank, Dazna's old friend had been waiting for a long time. The old fisherman, with a face full of wrinkles, showed a flash of unusual color in his murky eyes upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi. This is a ninja from Konoha? I heard Konoha Village is the largest village in the Land of Fire, but it turns out the ninjas inside can't even stand and need a child to carry them. The ferry docked in the twilight. By the dilapidated pier, a few ragged children were poking at the shells left behind by the receding tide with sticks. Their eyes lit up when they saw Dazna, but quickly hid in the shadows upon noticing the outsiders. Dazna's home was a rickety wooden house, with the sea breeze seeping through the gaps in the walls, making a wailing sound. The moment he pushed the door open, the aroma of hot soup rushed to meet him. Dad! A blonde woman in an apron hurried over, but upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi, she covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God! Tsunami, prepare the guest room. Dazna instructed briefly, where's Inari? The woman glanced over the members of Team 7, forcing a smile. Welcome, I'm Dazna's daughter. Tsunami. Hello. The 3 kids replied politely. The attic floor creaked under the weight. Just as Naruto settled Kakashi, he heard a loud bang from downstairs. This is all meaningless. A boy's scream penetrated the thin floorboards. Grandpa, you don't understand at all. Naruto hurried downstairs and saw a black-haired boy angrily kicking the table leg. The boy was about 7 or 8 years old, with eyes swollen like peaches, tightly gripping a wooden toy boat in his hand. Inari. Tsunami tried to hug her son, but was pushed away. Dad was so strong back then, but he was still hanged on the pier by Kaido like a dog. Tears fell from Inari's eyes, splattering on the floor. What hero? It's a joke. Dazna trembled slightly upon hearing the word dad. Then his pipe fell to the ground, sparking a few embers. Dinner proceeded in silence. Inari locked himself in his room, and the fish soup Tsunami brought up hardly moved. The sound of the waves outside battered everyone's nerves. That was 3 years ago. Dazna finally broke the silence, his rough fingers rubbing the wooden cup, his gaze drifting to the incomplete group photo on the table. Kaisha, my son-in-law, the best fisherman in the Land of Waves. The candlelight cast deep shadows in his wrinkles. He led the fishermen to resist Kaido's monopoly and secretly built fishing boats. The old man's voice grew quieter. At our craziest, we almost reclaimed a third of the fishing grounds. Sasuke listened with excitement. What happened next? Later, Dazna let out a bitter laugh. Kaido hired mist ninjas from the land of water. Kaisha was publicly subjected to water torture, tied to a wooden post on the pier, letting the rising tide slowly drown him. Sakura's spoon clattered into the soup bowl. Inari watched his father swallowed by the sea during high tide. Tsunami's voice was as light as a feather. Since then, he no longer believes in heroes. These words deeply affected the three kids. Late at night, Naruto quietly climbed onto the roof. The sea breeze, carrying a salty smell, brushed past his golden hair, and, in the distance, Kaido's cargo ship loomed like a monster in the darkness. Can't sleep? Sasuke's voice suddenly came from behind. I was thinking. Naruto clenched his fist. If that Kaisha had stronger power. Power has never been the key. Sasuke, unusually not mocking, stared at the starry sky. What matters is how to use it. In the ceiling space, Minato sighed. That kid is just like Naruto. Bon snorted coldly, Veek. True strength won't be crushed by such trivial matters. The Nine-Tails' tail thumped against the ground. Humans are like this, easily controlled by emotions. In the real world, Naruto shook his head. I want to use my own power to help them rebuild hope. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two boys were stretched long. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the land of waves, two figures silently stepped onto the territory of the land of waves. Facing the two, Kaido, who dominated the land of waves, was very flattering. You two are here for this, right? As he spoke, Kaido handed over a wanted notice. Under the shadow, one person extended an arm to take the notice. Kaido could clearly see that the person's arm had many black lines. The shadow looked at the wanted notice and said, Fine, but first, a deposit of 3 million. No problem, no problem. Then let's have a happy cooperation. Kaido rubbed his hands together, unhesitatingly agreeing. Subsequently, the two figures under the shadow stepped out, revealing their red, cloud-patterned black cloaks. Chapter 41. Each training, when a morning light seeped through the cracks of the wooden window onto the tatami, Kakashi's eyelids trembled slightly. Soon, Kakashi opened his eyes, and what came into view was the ceiling of Dazna's house. What is this? Kakashi tried to prop himself up, but a sharp pain shot from his temple straight down his spine, forcing him to lie back down. Is it a side effect of chakra exhaustion? He smiled bitterly, touching the forehead protector, realizing his chakra recovery speed was at least 3 times slower than expected. Outside the door came hurried footsteps, and Naruto suddenly burst in. Kakashi-sensei, you're finally awake. His blonde hair still had morning dew on it, clearly just back from training outside. Sasuke and Sakura followed closely behind. Sakura was holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, the strong bitter smell instantly filling the room. Mr. Dazna said this would help restore chakra. Kakashi propped himself up with difficulty, his fingers trembling slightly as he took the bowl. However, seemingly not wanting to show his true condition, Kakashi turned his back to the others and lifted a corner of his mask to drink the medicine in one gulp. However, as the taste of the soup spread, Kakashi's eyes twitched at the bitterness. It's even worse than Guy's special nutritional juice. In the past, Guy and he had a contest to see who could drink down Guy's special nutritional juice, and he lost that time. But he never expected there would be something even more terrible than that. Seeing Kakashi pull up his mask, Sakura turned back and asked with concern, Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling better? Kakashi nodded, then asked, what about Dazna? Naruto replied, Grandpa Dazna went to build the bridge this morning. I'm responsible for guarding Inari and the others here, and Sasuke is watching over there. Kakashi nodded, then said, call Sasuke over. I have something to discuss with you all. Soon, all members of Team 7 gathered in Kakashi's room. Sasuke, you should have noticed it too, Kakashi suddenly said, his voice returning to its usual calm. Zabuza is not dead. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, that Anbu was actually his subordinate or teammate, whose purpose was to rescue him when he was in danger. Kakashi nodded appreciatively, satisfied with Sasuke's answer, then continued. Exactly. Naruto gasped. So they'll come back to kill again? Based on the injuries at that time, It's estimated they will only take about a week. Kakashi's gaze swept over the three. So we need special training. Half an hour later, gather in the woods. I will conduct special training based on each of your differences. Now disperse. In half an hour, at the Red Pine Forest near the Daizuna family. Sakura bit her lip, standing in front of a 30-meter-tall cedar tree. Her chakra was concentrated at the soles of her feet, but she could never stabilize it. You did well. Most ordinary people can't climb to dozens of meters right away, Kakashi said. However, when Sakura saw Kakashi leaning against the tree trunk with his cane, her originally excited eyes dimmed. Sakura climbed back up and continued to gather her chakra. But this is still not enough. Kakashi instructed, you can imagine your chakra sticking to the trunk like glue, not pushing, but absorbing. Sakura nodded upon hearing this and tried again. This time, her feet firmly adhered to the trunk, and she clearly felt the adhesion was much stronger than before. You're making quick progress. Kakashi rarely gave affirmation. Your chakra control ability is among the best I've seen. I will recommend you to the medical class when the opportunity arises. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. On the other side, in the clearing by the waterfall, the sound of chirping birds was incessant. Since you and Naruto have learned how to walk on water, I will teach you my original ninjutsu. Kakashi's shadow clone was enveloped in dazzling lightning, and the electric light refracted a rainbow in the mist. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi dissipated his chakra. This is my original lightning release ninjutsu, achieved by highly compressing lightning attribute chakra and giving it a shape change to perform a high-speed thrust. Sasuke, leaning on his knees, asked, is this developed with your Sharingan? Kakashi replied calmly, no, I developed this before I had the Sharingan. I was just too arrogant back then to care about this flaw. So, Kakashi interrupted Sasuke's question. Now is not the time to discuss that. What do you think of the way I used Chidori just now? Sasuke's Sharingan focused intently on Kakashi's hand signs. The last sign is crucial. Correct, Kakashi nodded. But the real difficulty lies in how to protect yourself during the thrust. Before he finished speaking, Kakashi lunged and pressed his palm against Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's pupils contracted. He completely failed to see Kakashi's movement. Even with a cane, he can move this fast. Is this what Jonin is like? Kakashi withdrew his hand. From today, practice hand signs 500 times every day until you can complete the full set within 15 seconds. Kakashi limped away from there. Facing Kakashi's back, Sasuke wiped away his sweat and began his special training. Meanwhile, in the rocky area by the sea, Naruto was shouting at the waves, Dad. Old man, Nine-Tails' uncle. Let's get started. In the ceiling space, Madara clenched his fists, a rare excitement on his face. Listen, Naruto, didn't you want to learn the great fire annihilation before? It's time to teach you today. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. Madara's previous great fire annihilation had directly burned down Danzo's forest of death, and that scene was still vivid in Naruto's mind. During that time, he dreamed of using the great fire annihilation. However, Madara had told him that this technique consumed too much chakra, and he couldn't support it back then, so he didn't teach him. Madara was very satisfied with Naruto's reaction. Listen carefully, Naruto, the key to fire release. Great fire annihilation is to compress your chakra to wait. Minato suddenly interrupted. I think we should teach the Rasengan first. Huh? Madara's Sharingan widened. That half-finished ninjutsu? Madara had seen the Rasengan before, considering Minato had lived with him for so long. Both of them knew each other's ninjutsu to some extent. But Madara had also heard Minato mention that the Rasengan was still an undeveloped technique. Minato calmly explained, first, the Rasengan doesn't require hand signs and is quite fast. Second, it's purely a form change, which can help him build a good foundation for chakra control. Third, Minato raised his hand and gathered a Rasengan, the bright blue chakra sphere catching everyone's attention. Minato continued, this technique may be considered unfinished, but in reality, it only lacks the addition of nature transformation. The current completeness is sufficient to handle the present situation. The Nine-Tails grinned. Nature transformation, interesting. All right. Madara was persuaded by Minato. A few hours later, following Minato's guidance, Naruto gathered chakra in his hand. Soon, a blue chakra sphere slowly appeared in Naruto's palm. However, the chakra swirling inside was very chaotic and it ultimately exploded with a bang. The shockwave sent Naruto tumbling. "Idiot!" Madara yelled in the ceiling space. "The chakra needs to spin, not explode," Minato patiently demonstrated. Imagine twisting the chakra like a rope. Then nowadays, in the land of waves, let alone rubber balls, even balloons couldn't be bought, so Minato could only guide Naruto to learn. However, this was very difficult, but since Naruto didn't choose to back down, they couldn't choose to give up either. Chapter 42. I have 3 father figures. The blood-red sunset dyed the forest dark red. Sakura gritted her teeth as she dragged 2 unconscious companions. Naruto's right palm was a mess of flesh and blood, and Sasuke's entire right arm was covered in charred electric shock scars. Sakura wasn't a medical ninja, so she could only use the knowledge she had learned to perform simple bandaging on the 2. As for the method of transporting them, she could only use the most primitive way. One hand gripping Naruto by the back of his collar, the other carrying Sasuke's shoulder, she trudged along the muddy mountain path. These 2 idiots. Sakura's temple throbbed, but her steps were surprisingly steady. After 3 days of chakra control training, she found that not only could she easily run on treetops, but her muscle strength had also increased more than 3-fold. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open. Kakashi, who was studying a map, looked up to see Sakura throwing the 2 boys onto the tatami like tossing sacks. Kakashi had just opened his mouth. Chakra exhausted, 3rd-degree burns. Sakura ripped open the medical kit with a murderous aura. Naruto's 250th failed Rasengan, Sasuke's Chidori backlash. She suddenly broke the neck of a bottle of medicine. Didn't even wake them up now? Kakashi silently took a step back. Let's treat them first. For some reason, Kakashi could see the expression on Sakura's face that resembled his sensei's when she was furious. I can still continue. As soon as Naruto regained consciousness, he struggled to get up, only to be punched back down by Sakura. Sasuke was even worse. As soon as he got up, he was thrown over Sakura's shoulder and had his throat locked in a chokehold. Sakura liked Sasuke, but when necessary, she could only use violence to deal with those who wanted to cause trouble. Listen, Sakura's fist sank into the tatami beside the heads of the 2 boys. If I see you training with these injuries again, her smile made the room's temperature drop sharply. I'll tie you both together and hang you at the bridge as bait. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails fur stood on end. When did this girl become so terrifying? She used to seem like such a good girl, but now she could be so brutal. Madara rarely agreed, harsher than the Uchiha clan rules. Minato wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately, Kushina isn't this violent. After dinner, Naruto lay in bed, his hands burning with pain, the scars left from countless attempts to gather the Rasengan today. He turned over and heard Sasuke's steady breathing next door. Clearly, that proud guy was also exhausted. Kid, you're tossing and turning, it's so annoying. The impatient voice of the Nine-Tails echoed in his mind. Sorry, Nine-Tails uncle, Naruto replied in his heart. His palm hurt too much to sleep. Serves you right. Who told you not to listen to that old guy, Bachan, and insist on practicing so many times in one go? The Nine-Tails snorted, but Naruto could feel a warm chakra slowly wrapping around his palm, and the pain immediately lessened a lot. Thank you, Uncle Nine-Tails. No need for thanks. Just try not to act impulsively in the future. Naruto silently smiled, just about to close his eyes when he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound coming from the end of the corridor. The sound was suppressed and painful, as if someone was desperately trying to hold back their tears, but failing. Naruto quietly got up and followed the sound. It came from Inari's room, standing outside the door. He listened to the intermittent sobs inside and couldn't help but recall that rainy night when he was chased by a group of children, trembling under the bridge. The crying back then was so similar to the sound coming from inside the door now. Dad, Naruto softly called in his heart. I heard you. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in his mind, deep and calm. That child has lost his father, just like I once did. Naruto whispered yes. Madara was silent for a moment. Knowing Naruto's personality, he couldn't just let him ignore it. Finally, he said, if you want to go, then go with your current identity. Naruto nodded, and instead of knocking on the door, he lightly climbed out the window and crawled along the outer wall to Inari's window. The moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the boy curled up in the corner of the bed. Inari looked up, his tear-filled eyes seeing a blonde teenager squatting on his windowsill. Why you? What are you doing here? Inari hurriedly wiped away his tears, his voice filled with anger and shame. Hey, don't be nervous. Naruto jumped into the room and sat cross-legged opposite Inari. I just heard the crying and came to take a look. I wasn't crying, Inari stubbornly said, but the tremble in his voice betrayed him. Naruto didn't argue, just sat quietly. In the moonlight, he could see Inari's swollen eyes and tightly clenched fists. That look reminded him of when he practiced the I don't care expression in front of the mirror. Naruto suddenly spoke, I have 3 fathers. Inari looked up at him, confused. Naruto squinted and thought for a moment. Well, to be precise, I have 1 old dad, 1 dad, and 1 Uncle Ninetales. After saying this, Naruto noticed Inari's expression of disbelief. This made Naruto scratch his head and show a somewhat silly smile. It's complicated, right? What are you talking about? Inari frowned. Let me explain. Naruto took a deep breath. First, there's my old dad, Uchiha Madara. He is actually not my biological father. But one day, he suddenly appeared in my body, and at that time, I just confusedly accepted him as my dad. Inari's eyes widened. Appeared in your body? Yeah. Naruto nodded excitedly. At first, it was scary. He suddenly started talking in my head, and I thought I was seeing a ghost. But I'm used to it now. Even though my old dad always has a stern face and speaks harshly, he truly cares for me. Like today when I was practicing the Rasengan. He kept reminding me not to be impatient, but unfortunately, I didn't listen. Naruto showed his hand wrapped in bandages and made a face. Then there's my dad, Minato Namikaze. He is my real father, who sacrificed himself to protect the village, and his chakra is sealed inside. Naruto's voice softened. Dad was always very gentle, teaching me many principles and telling me about my mom. Inari's expression began to change from skepticism to curiosity. Lastly, there's Uncle Ninetales. Naruto pointed to his belly. He's the Ninetales fox sealed inside me. Although he has a bad temper and often yells at me, he always helps me in critical moments. Like just now, he used his chakra to ease the pain in my palm. The Ninetales fox? Inari's voice trembled. Isn't that very dangerous? It used to be, Naruto admitted, but now we're partners. Although Uncle Ninetales always denies it. He grinned. The 3 of them often argue in my head, especially my old dad and Uncle Ninetales. They're like 2 little kids. That's unbelievable, Inari murmured. Naruto's smile gradually faded, and his expression became serious. What I want to say is, even without blood relations, even just in the form of souls, they're still my family, caring for me and teaching me. And you have a grandpa who loves you so much. And all the people in the village. Inari's eyes became wet again, but they don't understand. Dad is gone, and everyone says he is a hero. But what good is a hero? He has still gone. Kato is still controlling the land of waves. We can't change anything. Naruto quietly listened to Inari's outburst. And after his breathing calmed down a bit, he gently said, I understand. Just 2 simple words left Inari stunned. Before I met my old dad, Naruto gazed out at the moon. The people in the village called me Demon Fox. The kids threw stones at me, and the shopkeepers refused to sell me anything. Every night, I hid under the covers crying, asking why no one liked me and why I had to endure this. In the moonlight, Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with the light of memories, until one day, my old dad appeared. He told me that crying is not wrong, but wallowing in pain will only make you weaker. He said if I wanted others' recognition, I had to become strong enough to change everything. So have you done it? Inari quietly asked. Naruto smiled, still working on it. But at least now, I have a group of companions who recognize me, teachers who are willing to guide me. And, as he said this, Naruto pointed to his chest, 3 chatty fathers. Inari lowered his head, tears dropping onto his knees, but Dad can never come back. Yes, he can't come back, Naruto gently said, reaching out to lightly rest his hand on Inari's shoulder. But that doesn't mean you should give up on what he once believed in. My dad sacrificed himself to protect the village, and your dad sacrificed himself to protect you. If we just give up like this, wouldn't their sacrifices be in vain? Inari looked up, seeing the determined light in Naruto's eyes. Tomorrow, we will continue to train and then protect Grandpa Tezuna. Completing this bridge, Naruto said, patting Inari's little head. This is not just for the mission. but also to prove that the sacrifices of heroes are meaningful, and their will be inherited by those who live on. Inari remained silent for a long time, finally whispering, "Do you really think we can defeat Kado?" "Of course." Naruto confidently patted his chest. "With me, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei around, no problem. And besides," he mischievously winked, "I have 3 super powerful fathers guiding me inside." Inari finally showed a faint smile. Though it was weak, it was indeed the first smile of the night. "Thank you, big brother Naruto." Naruto stood up and stretched. "You're welcome. Now it's time to sleep. We still have a train tomorrow." "All right." He walked to the window and turned back to say, "If you have nightmares again tonight, you can come find me." Although Uncle Ninetails has a bad temper, his chakra can dispel nightmares. "Really? If I were lying, I'd be a little dog." Naruto grinned, then nimbly climbed out the window, disappearing into the night. Inari looked at the empty windowsill, feeling a bit lighter in his heart. He slowly lay down, and this time when he closed his eyes, the images of his father's death no longer filled his mind. Instead, it was the confident smile of a blonde teenager and the words that the will of heroes would be inherited by those who lived on. Outside, Naruto did not immediately return to his room, but sat on the roof, gazing at the tranquil night of the land of waves. "Well said, kid." Madara's voice echoed in his mind, rare with a hint of approval. "Hee hee, all thanks to my old dad's good teaching." Naruto scratched his head shyly. Stop flattering," Obito said coldly, but Naruto could sense that he was in a good mood. "Naruto," it was Minato's gentle voice, "I'm proud of you." Naruto's eyes suddenly felt warm. "Dad, hey, don't get all mushy at this late hour." Kurama interrupted impatiently. "Kid, hurry back to sleep. You need to train tomorrow." "Got it, Uncle Kurama." Naruto smiled and stood up, deftly jumping off the rooftop. Under the moonlight, his shadow was stretched long, but he no longer felt lonely. Chapter 43. Danger returns. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, Naruto stood in front of the Dazna family's door, stretching his muscles as the sunlight shone on his palm, which had already removed the bandages. After a week of careful treatment from Sakura, combined with Kurama's chakra enhancement, the scars left from practicing the Rasengan had healed. "I wonder if I can use the complete Rasengan today," Naruto thought excitedly as he clenched his fist. During this time, Naruto could at most gather the Rasengan with one hand, but it would disperse as soon as it hit a tree trunk, leaving a spiral mark on it. Minato said that this was a sign of practicing the Rasengan to the second stage. "Don't get too complacent," Obito's deep voice echoed in his mind. "Real combat involves more than just ninjutsu." "Madara is right," Minato added gently. "Taijutsu is the most fundamental skill for a ninja." "I say it's easiest to just slap the enemy dead," Kurama grumbled impatiently. Naruto grinned. "Don't worry, Uncle Kurama. Dad, I'm first in Taijutsu class." Dazna walked out of the house and patted Naruto on the shoulder. "The bridge will be completed today. I need to head over early. I'll leave the house in your hands. You can count on me." Naruto gave a thumbs up. "With me around, no one can touch Inari or Tsunami-san." After watching Dazna leave, Naruto returned inside. Inari was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, and upon seeing Naruto enter, he quietly said good morning. Ever since their talk that night, this once reclusive boy had noticeably softened his attitude towards Naruto. "It might be a bit dangerous today," Naruto said while stuffing bread into his mouth. "If you hear anything, go to the basement with Tsunami-san immediately. Understood?" Inari nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "Naruto and I. Will you be okay?" "Of course." Naruto confidently patted his chest. "I'm not that weak." Just then, Naruto suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression instantly becoming alert. "Someone's coming," he silently thought. "At least 3 people, armed." "The kid's sensing ability has improved," Kurama commented with slight surprise. Sure enough, outside the window came the sound of hurried footsteps and metal clashing. 3 ragged but armed rogue samurai appeared in the yard, and the one-eyed man at their head kicked the door open. "Kid, hand over that old man's grandson." The one-eyed samurai grinned, waving his katana. "Lord Kato wants to use him for negotiations." Naruto calmly positioned himself in front of Inari, his blue eyes narrowing slightly. "You have the wrong person." Naruto's voice suddenly became urgent. "Minato." However, before Minato could finish speaking, Obito interrupted sharply. Let him handle this himself. But Obito-senpai, it's too dangerous. Dangerous? Obito said with a serious expression. The real danger is that we've always treated him like a baby. Naruto didn't join the debate in his mind. All his attention was focused on the three samurai. He could feel the argument between his fathers, but oddly enough, it made him feel calmer. Inari, step back, Naruto whispered, simultaneously assuming a peculiar stance taught by Obito. Right hand extended forward, left hand at his waist, legs slightly bent. Don't know what you're getting into, kid. The one-eyed samurai waved his hand, and the other two samurai flanked from both sides. When the first samurai charged in front, Naruto moved. His speed was so fast it almost left an afterimage. His right hand precisely gripping the opponent's wrist, holding the sword while his left elbow struck heavily at the samurai's armpit nerve cluster. Ugh! The samurai screamed, dropping his katana with a clang. The second samurai attacked from the right, and Naruto took advantage of the first samurai's fall to deliver a beautiful spinning kick, the heel smashing into the opponent's temple. The second samurai collapsed without making a sound. The one-eyed samurai's eyes widened, clearly not expecting this seemingly ordinary boy to have such skills. He cautiously stepped back half a step and suddenly whistled. He's calling for reinforcements. Inari cried out in panic. I know, Naruto said calmly, his gaze locked on the one-eyed samurai. Inari, go to the kitchen and find Sanami-san, then hide. Taking advantage of Naruto's moment of distraction, the one-eyed samurai suddenly attacked, the katana slicing towards Naruto's throat. But Naruto calmly sidestepped, the blade grazing past his nose. In the instant the opponent retracted the sword, Naruto darted in, delivering a straight punch to the one-eyed samurai's gut. Ugh! The one-eyed samurai knelt on the ground, spitting out bile. Just then, chaotic footsteps came from outside. Through the window, Naruto saw at least 5 new samurai rushing over. That a lot. Naruto thought helplessly, scratching his head, then smiled. Then I'll use that. Shadow clone jutsu. With a bang, 2 clones appeared beside him. Unlike previous tactics that relied on sheer numbers, this time Naruto only created the minimal number of clones, adhering to the efficiency principle that Obito had repeatedly emphasized. Finally learned to allocate chakra wisely. Obito's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. The 3 Narutos stood back to back in a triangular formation. As the reinforcements burst through the door, they were greeted with a feast of taijutsu. The main Naruto moved like a ghost among the enemies, each strike precisely hitting vital points. The popliteal fossa behind the knee, the vagus nerve in the neck, and the weak spots between the ribs. His movements flowed like water. The 2 clones were equally impressive. One focused on disarming, skillfully removing the enemy's weapons. The other concentrated on defense, ensuring no attack could threaten the main body. That's it. Kurama couldn't help but cheer him on. Madara's taijutsu training, combined with his own talent, is finally paying off. Minato's voice was filled with pride. Obito remained silent, merely raising the corners of his mouth. The battle ended in just 2 minutes. 8 samurai lay sprawled on the ground, groaning but unable to get up. Naruto dispelled the clones, his breathing unchanged, the entire process not even qualifying as a warm-up. Naruto ni. Inari ran out from the kitchen, eyes wide. You're amazing. Naruto grinned, about to say something when they suddenly heard a loud noise from a distance. He and Inari both looked towards the bridge, where it was already shrouded in thick fog. Kakashi-sensei and the others. Naruto's expression turned serious. Inari suddenly grabbed Naruto's hand. Naruto and I, go help them. I'll protect Mom and the house. Naruto looked at this once timid boy, and at that moment, Inari's eyes sparkled with determination. Are you sure? Inari nodded vigorously. Dad protected this bridge, so I'll protect our home. I'll go warn the villagers to hide. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair. Good job. That's the son of a hero. He quickly checked his ninja tool pouch, ensuring he was fully equipped. Obito guided him in his mind. Take the coastline, avoid potential ambush points. Understood. Naruto ran towards the door, then turned back to shout, wait for me to come back, and I'll tell you even cooler taijutsu stories. As Naruto's figure disappeared into the woods, Inari wiped his eyes and turned to help the recently awakened Tsunami. Mom, let's go warn the villagers to hide. The mist towards the direction of the bridge grew thicker, and the sounds of battle became clearer. Naruto ran, and within him, the three fathers rarely reached a consensus. "Remember, kid," Madara said seriously, "the upcoming battle is the real test. Trust your judgment," Minato gently added. "You're no longer that reckless child." The Nine-Tails huffed, "If you can't handle it, remember to call me, though I think you shouldn't need me now." Naruto displayed a confident smile and accelerated into the thick fog. The final battle of the Land of Waves was about to begin. Chapter 44. Ice Release Ninja. The thick fog enveloped the entire bridge like a tangible substance, with visibility less than 5 meters. Naruto sprinted along the coastline, the roaring sound of waves crashing against the bridge piers ringing in his ears. But clearer still were the metallic clashing sounds and the muffled explosions of ninjutsu coming from deep within the fog. To the left, there's a shortcut at the third pier. Madara's voice guided him in his mind. Naruto made a sharp turn, jumped onto the slippery pier, and weaved through the steel frame like a nimble cat. As he drew closer, the sounds of battle became clearer. There was the sharp sound of shuriken colliding, and a strange sound he had never heard before, akin to ice crystals shattering. "Be careful," Minato suddenly warned. "There's a strong chakra reaction ahead." Naruto abruptly halted, and almost simultaneously, a water blade grazed the tip of his nose, leaving a smooth cut on the steel beam behind him. "Whoa, what the hell?" "That's the water release, water blade slash. It seems that the Mist Ninja is engaging your teacher," Madara said, familiar with various water techniques targeted by Tobirama. Naruto swallowed hard and pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. The fog was too thick. He couldn't see the battle ahead, relying only on sound and chakra sensing to judge. "Nine-Tails, can you sense Kakashi-sensei's location?" The Nine-Tails reluctantly responded, 200 meters directly ahead, 2 chaotic chakra signatures. "It looks intense." 80 meters to the right, there's a Uchiha brat and another strange chakra. "Wait," the Nine-Tails voice suddenly became alert. Before Naruto could ask, a loud explosion came from the right. That was the sound of Sasuke's great fireball technique exploding, followed by a series of crisp sounds like ice crystal shattering. Sasuke is in danger. Naruto turned right without hesitation. As he passed through a patch of thick fog, the scene before him made Naruto's eyes widen in shock. Sasuke was kneeling on one knee, blood at the corner of his mouth, his Sharingan rapidly spinning to track his opponent's movements. His adversary, a boy wearing a mist ninja mask, stood atop a bed of glistening ice crystals. More shockingly, the fog around them had condensed into countless floating ice needles, shimmering with deadly light in the sunlight. "Secret technique. 1,000 kill water rise," the masked boy said softly, his fingers moving slightly. Countless ice needles shot toward Sasuke like a torrential rain. "Sasuke." Naruto instinctively formed hand seals, shadow, clone jutsu. 2 clones appeared instantly, both lunging toward Sasuke. One clone tackled Sasuke down, while the other swung a kunai to block the ice needles, but was instantly pierced into a sieve, turning into a puff of white smoke. "Naruto?" Sasuke looked at his suddenly appeared companion in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm here to help." Naruto pulled Sasuke up, warily eyeing the masked boy. "Aren't you that masked guy from before?" "You really? He is one of Zabuza's subordinates." Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Be careful of his bloodline limit. He can manipulate ice." "Bloodline limit?" Naruto felt he had heard this term somewhere, but couldn't recall at the moment. At that moment, Madara spoke up. "It's a special ninjutsu inherited through bloodlines. My Sharingan and his ice release both belong to bloodline limits." "Ice release." Madara's voice suddenly became serious. "It's a secret ninjutsu passed down from the Yuki clan of the Mist Village in the Land of Water." "Naruto, be careful. This is not an ordinary opponent." The masked boy, Haku, calmly observed the newly arrived blonde boy. Compared to his cold demeanor, his voice was surprisingly gentle. "Please don't resist anymore. You're not my opponents. I just need you to temporarily lose your ability to move. Stop underestimating me." Sasuke was infuriated. From the very beginning, the opponent's attacks had aimed at his vital spots. Although he had dodged a few times thanks to his Sharingan, more often than not, Haku had deliberately missed. This made Sasuke think Haku looked down on him, proving he had the ability to toy with him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A scorching fireball roared forth. But Haku merely raised his hand lightly, and an ice wall formed instantly. The fireball crashed against the ice wall, creating a large amount of steam. However, the ice wall did not melt as expected. Useless, Haku's voice came through the steam. My ice contains special chakra. Ordinary fire techniques can't melt it. As the steam dissipated, Haku's figure reappeared. Most notably, the ice crystals extending from beneath his feet were rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire bridge surface within 10 meters. This made Naruto feel a bone-chilling cold beneath his feet, and he hurriedly jumped aside. Ice release secret technique. Ice rock hall, Haku said softly. In here, my speed will triple, while you will become sluggish due to the cold. Sasuke Sharingan Spoon. The dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan allowed Sasuke to see Haku's movements, but even though he could see, his body couldn't react in time. Haku appeared like a ghost on Sasuke's left side, holding an ice sunbon that he had somehow acquired. It's over. The sunbon aimed for Sasuke's neck, but was blocked at the last moment by Naruto with a kunai. The metal clashed against the ice, producing a crisp sound. Don't ignore me, Naruto shouted angrily, delivering a whip kick toward Haku's waist. Haku gracefully leaped back, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your taijutsu is quite special. There's something even more special. Naruto formed hand seals again, shadow, clone, jutsu. This time he summoned 5 clones, attacking Haku from different directions simultaneously. The taijutsu was personally taught by Madara, with each movement clean and decisive, exuding a killing intent. Useless. Haku's figure suddenly blurred, weaving between the clones, leaving behind trails of ice crystals. So fast. Naruto barely avoided an ice blade, but his sleeve was still sliced open. To the left, Minato suddenly warned in his mind. Naruto instinctively sidestepped, and an ice sunbon grazed his cheek, leaving a blood mark. Behind you, Sasuke shouted loudly. Naruto rolled forward, and the ground where he had been standing erupted with several ice spikes. Haku slowly stood up. You're impressive, but defeating me is far from enough. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke regrouped, shuriken raining down on Haku while quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire, jutsu. The shuriken, wrapped around fireballs, formed a combined attack, forcing Haku to retreat a few steps. But he quickly steadied himself, hands together. Ice release. Ice pillar technique. Several thick ice pillars erupted from the bridge's surface, nearly skewering Naruto and Sasuke. The two awkwardly separated to dodge, forced to create distance. Naruto, listen to me, Minato's voice echoed in his mind. His ice release needs moisture to support it. Try using fire release to evaporate the surrounding moisture. No way. Madara immediately opposed. That kid's fire release lacks power. It should be close combat. Ice ninjas are weak in taijutsu. If you ask me, just let me out. The Ninetales impatiently interjected. A single-tailed beast bomb would solve all the problems. Naruto gritted his teeth, temporarily blocking out the debate in his mind. Now is not the time to be distracted. Sasuke has once again been suppressed by Haku. Although the Sharingan can predict movements, Sasuke's physical stamina is clearly insufficient. Sasuke, cooperate with me. Naruto shouted, simultaneously throwing 3 shurikens. Sasuke understood immediately and almost at the same moment formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Naruto's shurikens passed through the fireball, becoming flaming shurikens. Haku had to create an ice wall for defense, but this time the flames actually left noticeable melting marks on the ice wall. It worked, Naruto exclaimed with joy. Chapter 45. The roar of Chidori. Haku looked at the melting ice wall, his expression finally becoming serious. Good teamwork, but still not enough. Suddenly, he pressed his hands to the ground. Ice style. Secret technique. Demonic mirrored ice crystals. Countless ice crystals rose from the ground, condensing in air into dozens of smooth ice mirrors surrounding Naruto and Sasuke. Even more terrifying was that Haku's figure seemed to merge into the ice mirrors, as if he could move freely between them. What kind of ninja technique is this? Sasuke looked around in shock, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Yet he still found it hard to capture Haku's movements. Be careful. Naruto pushed Sasuke aside, just as an ice sun bond flew between them, embedding itself deeply into the ground. The next minute felt like a nightmare. Haku's figure flickered among the dozens of ice mirrors, each appearance shooting out lethal ice sunbon. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, desperately blocking, but new wounds continued to appear on their bodies. The Sharingan couldn't keep up. Sasuke gasped, the tomo in his eyes spinning slower and slower. His speed is too fast. Naruto's right leg was struck by an ice sunbon, blood flowing down his pants. But he still gripped his kunai tightly. Sasuke, can you use that technique Kakashi-sensei taught you? Sasuke's pupils constricted. Chidori? I might not have enough chakra, and it requires preparation time. I'll cover you. Naruto suddenly lowered his voice. Remember the tree climbing training? Sasuke paused for a moment, then understood Naruto's intention. Are you crazy? In a place like this? Trust me, Naruto said with a determined smile. I have a plan. Sasuke stared at Naruto for 2 seconds before finally nodding. Don't hold me back, you slowpoke. Just as Haku appeared again from the ice mirror to attack, Naruto suddenly formed hand seals, shadow, clone technique. 5 clones appeared simultaneously, rushing towards different ice mirrors. Haku was forced to divide his attention, quickly moving between the mirrors, defeating each clone one by one. Now, Naruto's main body suddenly jumped up, his feet infused with chakra, directly stepping onto the vertical surface of an ice mirror. What? Haku clearly did not anticipate this move. Naruto quickly jumped between the ice mirrors, the pressure from his powerful chakra causing spiderweb-like cracks to form with each step. As more and more ice mirrors shattered, Haku was forced to emerge from the mirrors and engage Naruto in close combat. However, hand-to-hand combat was Haku's weak point. While Naruto's taijutsu was taught by Madara, a ninja from the Warring States era. After just a few exchanges, Haku was forced back by Naruto. But just as Naruto pressed the attack, Haku lowered his body. You've fallen for it. The ice mirror beneath Naruto suddenly deformed, wrapping around his legs like a living creature. Naruto! Sasuke shouted, but was blocked by a suddenly rising ice wall. Haku slowly approached the immobilized Naruto, forming a sharp ice spear in his hand. You're special. But this is the end. The ice spear stabbed towards Naruto's vital points. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded, and the Naruto that was struck vanished from the spot. Shadow clone? Haku looked around in surprise. Above, by the time Haku realized, Naruto was descending from the sky, his feet smashing down hard on Haku's shoulder. This strike finally worked, and Haku staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Well done, kid. The Nine Tails rarely praised. But before Naruto could feel happy, Haku suddenly clasped his hands together. Ice style, exploding ice crystals. All the ice mirrors exploded simultaneously, countless shards flying like shrapnel. Naruto and Sasuke had nowhere to hide and were instantly cut all over. However, although they had many wounds, none were fatal. When the ice fog cleared, Haku still stood there, slightly injured but clearly still with strength left. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were half kneeling on the ground, nearly at their limit. It's over, Haku said softly, once again forming ice sunbon in his hand. At that moment, a sound like 1,000 birds chirping echoed across the bridge. Haku turned abruptly, only to see Sasuke raising his right hand high, brilliant blue lightning gathering in his palm. That was not ordinary chakra, but highly compressed lightning nature transformation. Countless arcs of electricity jumped like living creatures, enveloping Sasuke's entire right arm in dazzling lightning. The surrounding air crackled from ionization, and Sasuke's black hair stood on end from static electricity. Is that lightning style? Haku's eyes widened slightly beneath his mask. Sasuke lowered his body, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, a second tomo faintly appearing. Seeing the group of blue light shimmering with electric arcs, Haku immediately realized the danger and quickly merged into the ice mirrors. The entire demonic mirrored ice crystals domain was reactivated, his figure moving at supersonic speed between dozens of ice mirrors. It's useless. Naruto forced himself to stand up, forming hand seals again. Shadow, clone technique. This time he created 10 clones at once, each rushing towards different ice mirrors to block Haku's movement path. Bang, bang, bang. One clone after another was defeated by Haku's ice Senbon, but with each clone that disappeared, Haku's movement was restricted further. Now, Naruto's main body suddenly charged at a specific angle, his kunai thrusting towards empty space. Shockingly, Haku's figure happened to appear there, as if he had actively collided with Naruto's attack. How is that possible? Haku hastily blocked, forced to reveal his figure, and quickly turned to kick Naruto away. "Go for it, Sasuke!" Naruto shouted with all his strength just before being kicked away. Sasuke seized this fleeting opportunity, charging forward with the roar of Chidori. His speed was so fast that a blue lightning afterimage trailed behind him. The sound of Chidori grew sharper, the electric arcs piercing the air, leaving a charred mark on the bridge surface. Ice style, ice rock hall. Haku hurriedly erected a thick ice wall in front of him as soon as he landed. But the power of Chidori was beyond imagination. Sasuke's right hand pierced through the ice wall like a hot knife through butter, the ice crystals vaporizing instantly under the high temperature of the lightning. Haku's pupils constricted, barely sidestepping the fatal blow, but Chidori still grazed his left shoulder. The sound of flesh being burned by electricity was grating. Haku's left shoulder instantly turned charred, and half of his mask shattered from the shockwave, revealing his astonished face. The residual force of Chidori shattered several more ice mirrors, causing the entire demonic mirrored ice crystals domain to begin collapsing. "We did it!" Naruto got up from the ground, unable to help but cheer at the sight. But Sasuke was on one knee, his right hand hanging limply. Chidori had drained his last chakra, and his Sharingan had automatically closed from overuse. Haku covered his injured shoulder, disbelief in his eyes. "You actually broke my demonic mirrored ice crystals." Since he created this technique, no one had ever forced their way through after it had fully deployed. However, it was too late to say anything now. Although Sasuke was out of chakra and unable to move, Naruto was still able to stand. And Haku, having been struck by Chidori, had completely ruined his shoulder. And after the battle, just now, his chakra was nearly depleted. Now, he was nothing but a completely useless tool. Chapter 46. The Immortal Duo in the Thick Fog. Kakashi and Zabuza's duel had lasted nearly half an hour. Both of them were injured, and their chakra was mostly depleted, but the fighting spirit in their eyes showed no sign of waning. "What's wrong, Copy Ninja?" Zaibuken mocked, holding the decapitation sword on his shoulder. "Isn't your Sharingan supposed to see through everything? Why are you just hiding now?" Kakashi didn't answer, merely adjusting his breathing slightly. His forehead protector was already lifted, and his crimson Sharingan was fixed on the thick fog. No matter where Zaibuken emerged from, he would be able to react immediately. At this moment, blood was continuously oozing from the wound on his left arm, dripping onto the bridge surface. This was one of his few mistakes. But perhaps it was also part of the plan. Not talking? Then just keep your mouth shut forever. Zaibuken suddenly formed hand seals. Water style. Great waterfall technique. A massive wave of water appeared out of nowhere, sweeping towards Kakashi. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals as well, using water style to counter the attack. The two waves collided, creating a spray of water that thickened the already dense fog. Earth style, tracking tooth technique. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zaibuken, who thought Kakashi had discovered him. But looking around, the fog hadn't weakened, so Kakashi shouldn't have seen him. At that moment, 8 ninja dogs suddenly sprang from the ground, biting down hard on Zaibuken's limbs and torso. These ninja dogs weren't summoned out of thin air. They had tracked him down by following the blood Kakashi had previously sprinkled on Zaibuken. "What?" Zaibuken struggled, but the dog's sharp teeth had already penetrated his muscles, pinning him firmly to the ground. "It's over, Zaibuken." Kakashi walked closer, his kunai glinting coldly. "Your mist hidden technique is indeed impressive. Even the second time, I couldn't figure it out. But with each attack, you've been tainted with my blood since the first strike. You've already fallen into my trap." A flicker of shock flashed in Zaibuken's eyes, quickly turning into a sneer. "You think this can kill me?" "No," Kakashi shook his head. "I will take you back to Konoha. We have many questions about the hidden mist village." However, just then, a lazy voice came from the fog. Oh dear, it seems we've arrived just in time. A hoarse voice followed. Shut up, Haydn. Hurry up and finish the task. This cursed place is too damp. Two figures slowly emerged from the mist. One was dressed in the Akatsuki organization's signature black cloak with red clouds, with silver-gray hair and a nonchalant expression. The other was wrapped tightly in clothing, revealing only a pair of cold green eyes, emanating a strange aura from the black cloak. It was the Akatsuki. Kakashi's pupils constricted, instantly adopting a defensive stance. He had heard of the Akatsuki. They were a terrorist organization formed by rogue ninjas. To this day, no one knew who their leader was or what they looked like. The only clear thing was that these people wore the same red cloud black coats. Kisame, look, the man called Haydn pointed at the subdued Zaibukin. Isn't that the head that our big benefactor wants? Kisame snorted. This is a 30 million Rio deal. Don't mess it up. Got it. Haydn waved his hand nonchalantly, suddenly pulling out a massive 3-section scythe from behind him. Then I'll take this sacrifice. His movements were incredibly swift, and the scythe sliced through the air directly towards Zaibukin's throat. Lord Zaibukin. A white figure appeared in front of Zaibukin in a flash. It was Haku. Using his remaining arm to form hand seals, an ice wall quickly took shape. However, Haydn's scythe bizarrely elongated, circumventing the ice wall and continuing its assault. Watch out! Naruto, who had just arrived, suddenly found the strength to leap toward Haku, pushing him aside. Oh! Haydn's scythe grazed Naruto's cheek. Interesting little brat. His gaze suddenly locked onto Naruto's face, a glimmer of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. Wait, this chakra. A Jinchuriki of a Nine-Tails? Kisame's eyes also sharpened, an unexpected gain. Haydn excitedly licked his lips. Lord Jashin is truly favoring me today. He abandoned Zaibukin, turning his fierce attack towards Naruto. The scythe traced an eerie trajectory in the air, and Naruto barely dodged the first strike. But he was struck in the abdomen by a follow-up kick, sending him flying several meters away. Naruto! Kakashi tried to rush forward to help, but was blocked by Kisame. Don't get in the way. Copy ninja, Kisame said coldly. We are only interested in the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Haydn had already closed in on Naruto again. Be a good boy and become Lord Jashin's sacrifice. Naruto struggled to get up, but his injuries were too severe and his movements were a beat too slow. Just as the scythe was about to pierce his chest. Ice Style, Ice Rock Dome. Several ice pillars shot up from the ground, blocking in front of Naruto. Haku's figure appeared at Haydn's side. Ice Senbon raining towards the dangerous enemy. Annoying bug. Haydn impatiently swung his scythe, easily deflecting all the Senbon. Since you seek death, I'll use you as a flag for my sacrifice. His attack suddenly became incredibly fierce, the scythe spinning into a storm of death. Haku barely defended with ice style, but the gap in strength was just too great. In a moment of carelessness, the scythe sliced through Haku's arm, drawing blood. Got you. Haydn suddenly stopped his attack, excitedly licking the blood from the scythe. The ritual can begin. He leaped back several meters, quickly drawing a strange circular formation on the ground with the scythe, then stood in the center, stabbing the bloodied scythe into his own chest. Lord Jashin, please accept this sacrifice. A chilling scene unfolded. Haku suddenly clutched his chest, kneeling on the ground with a pale face. Blood seeped through his fingers as if an invisible knife had pierced his heart. What is this? Naruto rushed over to support Haku. Why is Haku injured when no attack occurred? It's a curse ritual, Kisame explained coldly. Haydn's ability allows him to synchronize damage to his opponent by injuring himself as long as he has their blood. Haku! Zaibukin roared in struggle, but the dog's teeth were deeply embedded in his muscles, preventing him from moving. Haydn laughed madly, slashing his own arm with the scythe. Correspondingly, a deep wound appeared on Haku's arm, blood gushing out. Stop! Naruto's eyes widened in rage as he charged towards Haydn recklessly. Don't come over! Haku shouted with his last ounce of strength. Run! You can't fight this! Haydn tilted his head to look at Naruto. Don't rush, little brat. You're next. Saying this, he raised the scythe, aiming at his own throat. The scythe cut through, blood splattering. Haku's body trembled violently, then fell like a puppet with its strings cut. His eyes remained open but had lost their light. the pool of blood beneath him continuously expanding. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Naruto knelt on the ground, unable to believe what was happening before him. Just a few minutes ago. Naruto, you guys are really strong. I lost. Just kill me. Why? What is so good about Zaibucken? You're clearly such a good person. Maybe it really applies to Mr. Zaibucken's saying that I'm not suited to be a killer. Haven't you killed before? So come back to Konoha with me. Someone as gentle as you will be accepted by the third Hokage. No, I have killed, and the ones I killed are my parents. So I'm a guilty person. Aside from Mr. Zaibucken, there is no place for me anymore. But Naruto, thank you for giving me, a guilty person, a chance to belong. If it weren't for those things, we might have become good friends. Back to the present, Haku. Naruto's voice changed from a roar to a sob, tears blurring his vision. Kakashi took the opportunity to shake off Kisame, standing in front of Naruto. Naruto, calm down. Ha ha ha. What a wonderful expression of pain. Phaeton pulled out the scythe from his chest, and miraculously, his wound healed rapidly. The Lord of Evil Gods will definitely like you, little ghost. Kakuzu glanced at Zabuza, then at Naruto. Task change. Phaeton, priority is to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Got it. Phaeton dragged the scythe towards Naruto. Don't worry. I'll make sure you and your friends meet in the underworld. However, just as he took his third step, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. Phaeton and Kakuzu both stopped, warily looking around. What chakra is this? Kakuzu's eyes showed a rare seriousness. Naruto was still kneeling in front of Haku's corpse. But at this moment, a bizarre dark red chakra began to manifest around him. This was not ordinary chakra, but one filled with a sense of hatred and violence. Is the Nine Tails going berserk? Kakashi nervously took a half step back, but the situation seemed more complicated. Damn it, Naruto's negative emotions are too strong. I can't control this chakra. The Nine Tails lay on the ground, trying to control the chakra that was raging within. However, this chakra seemed to have a will of its own, not obeying the Nine Tails' control and continuing to roll violently. Madara directed chakra to the Nine Tails' head, assisting it. You must control it as much as possible. Otherwise, this chakra will cause Naruto to go berserk. Minato had already activated the 8 trigram seal. I'm adjusting the 8 trigram seal. Nine Tails, bear with it for a bit. It might be uncomfortable. No problem, bring it on. While the three fathers were working hard, the situation outside began to deteriorate. The dark red chakra grew thicker, gradually forming a blurry figure behind Naruto. It was the outline of a giant fox. Phaeton and Kakuzu showed serious expressions for the first time. Hey, this wasn't in the plan. Phaeton tightened his grip on the scythe. Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals. The situation has changed. Retreat. What? But the Nine Tails. That's an order. Phaeton clicked his tongue in unwillingness, glancing back at Naruto. You're lucky this time, little ghost. But we'll meet again soon. Did I let you go? Before the two could move, a cold, bone-chilling voice came from Naruto's body. This voice carried a tremendous killing intent, causing even Kakuzu, who had lived for nearly 100 years, to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 47. Father-son duo, immortal duo. When Kakuzu and Phaeton looked back at Naruto, the strange chakra had disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. However, the killing intent exuding from Naruto was very real. It was not the kind of killing intent an ordinary ninja could possess, but a solidified killing intent that could only be gathered by someone who had experienced countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The puddles on the bridge began to tremble slightly under this killing intent, creating unnatural ripples. Hey, what's going on with this little ghost? Phaeton gripped his scythe tightly, cold sweat forming on his forehead. What happened to that chakra just now? Kakuzu's green pupils contracted slightly. Something's wrong. His aura has completely changed. And this aura is too strong, even exceeding what I felt from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. At this moment, Naruto slowly stood up. Head bowed. You made Naruto so sad. I see you're tired of living. The cold words made the immortal duo feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. That was not a voice a boy should have. It was an eerie resonance mixed with 3 different tones. Each syllable sounded like a curse crawling out from the depths of hell. In that case, let me, this old father, have a word with you too. A deep, authoritative voice came from the depths of Naruto's throat. I'm also Naruto's father. I cannot stand by and watch my child be sad. Another gentle yet firm voice followed. All right then. The first deep and authoritative voice snorted. But you too should note, Naruto's body can only exert about 40% of its original strength right now. At this moment, the third somewhat irritable voice issued a reminder. As he spoke, Naruto formed a hand seal with one hand, creating a shadow clone. Unlike the ordinary shadow clone's puff of white smoke, this time the split was accompanied by a violent fluctuation of chakra, almost forming a small energy storm. When the chakra turbulence calmed down, two Narutos stood side by side, each exuding completely different auras. The Naruto on the left raised his head. His eyes had transformed into crimson three-tomo Sharingan, the black tomo slowly rotating as if it could swallow souls. The Naruto on the right showed little change. Only the originally bright blue of his eyes had faded slightly, presenting a nearly transparent light blue color. Who are you? Kakuzu asked sharply, secretly forming seals in preparation for ninjutsu. His decades of instinct told him that what was before him was extremely dangerous. Uchiha Madara, Minato Namikaze. The two Narutos answered simultaneously, their voices perfectly synchronized. Faden was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. Ha! What nonsense! Uchiha Madara has long been dead, and the fourth Hokage too. You little brats. His words were cut off. The Sharingan Naruto, no, Madara, had already vanished from the spot. The next second, Faden felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 bridge piers before barely stopping. Only then did the sound of the air being torn apart reach everyone's ears. Zulfast! Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, but he could only catch a glimpse of a blurry afterimage. Is this the other souls residing within Naruto? The real Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu reacted quickly, completing his hand seals the moment Madara moved, earth-style, hardening. His skin instantly hardened like rock, just in time to block Madara's follow-up sidekick. Bang! Amidst the dull sound of impact, Kakuzu's feet carved 2 deep grooves on the bridge, retreating more than 10 meters before stabilizing his stance. He was horrified to discover that even using the earth-style, hardening technique, 2 of his ribs were still broken. Madara wore a playful smile. Those lines must be the Earth Grudge Fear, right? I heard that Hashirama once beat up a little brat with Earth Grudge Fear. The result? Shut up. I have fought directly with the first Hokage. Kakuzu shouted sharply. This was his honor. No one could desecrate that honor. Madara, however, revealed a mocking smile. Fighting with Hashirama? It's a pity that idiot is kind-hearted. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived to this day. Kakuzu's pupils suddenly shrank. How do you know about Earth Grudge Fear? Madara coldly interrupted. The forbidden technique of Takigakure, a despicable trick that relies on taking others' hearts to prolong life. If Hashirama really fought you, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. Kakuzu's voice came through gritted teeth from beneath his mask. Arrogant. I have lived for 91 years, collected 5 hearts. Today, I'll take yours as the 6th. His black robe suddenly swelled, and 4 masked black monsters burst forth, each exuding a different chakra nature. Wind, fire, lightning, water. Oh, Madara raised an eyebrow. That's one more than I expected. Meanwhile, on the other side, Faden finally crawled out from the ruins. Blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his face wore a frenzied smile. It hurts so much. This is wonderful. The Lord of Evil Gods will definitely love this kind of pain. He picked up his fallen scythe and was about to join the battle when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Your opponent is me. Naruto, under Minato's control, had somehow already stood behind him, a kunai lightly pressed against his throat. Faden abruptly swung his scythe back, but it only sliced through the air. Minato had already appeared 5 meters away, calmly watching him with light blue eyes. Body flicker technique? No. Faden licked his lips. Was that a space ninjutsu? Minato did not answer, merely tilting his head slightly to Madara. Madara-san, do you need to switch opponents? Humph, Madara scoffed. I don't need to deal with such small fry. Before the words were finished, Kakuzu's dual-element mask monsters launched their attack simultaneously. Composite ninja art, flame wind, chaos wave. The scorching flames, enhanced by the hurricane. formed a massive fire tornado that instantly engulfed Madara's figure. The high temperature charred the bridge surface black, evaporating the nearby mist. Did it work? Just as Kakuzu had this thought, he felt the hair on his back stand on end. Fire release. Grand fire destruction. A flame 10 times hotter than his own fire release erupted from Madara's mouth, instantly swallowing Kakuzu and his 4 masked monsters. This was not an ordinary J-Nin level fire release, but a terrifying ninjutsu that required 20 water release ninjas to counter, belonging to the realm of the Shura. The 2 masked monsters, whose attributes were mutually exclusive, were instantly reduced to ashes. Kakuzu barely managed to save his life using Earth Release, hardening technique, but his entire body was severely burned. The first, Madara coldly announced, his Sharingan locking onto the remaining 3 masked monsters. On the other side, Heiden's battle with Minato had also reached a fever pitch. Haiden frantically swung his scythe, but every attack missed. Minato flickered around him like a ghost, leaving behind deep wounds visible to the bone with each appearance. Useless. Haiden grinned maniacally. No matter how you attack, I won't die. The Lord of the Evil Gods has granted me an immortal body. Chapter 48. Crushing Battle. To prevent the battle from ending too quickly, I specifically enhanced Haiden. Faced with Heiden's seemingly indestructible body, Minato couldn't help but stop, looking at him thoughtfully. An immortal body? It can't just be a variant of some high-level medical ninjutsu. What do you know? Haiden suddenly bit his finger, smearing blood on his scythe. Once I get your blood, you'll know the power of the Lord of the Evil Gods. He hurled the scythe, its 3 blades twisting in the air, covering all of Minato's escape angles. However, Minato simply raised his hand, and a 3-meter-tall black sorcerer appeared in front of him. Flying Thunder God, guided thunder. The spinning scythe plunged into the sorcerer. The next second, the mark on the kunai that had already been left behind Haiden glowed. The spinning scythe pierced Heiden's thigh. What? Heiden's eyes widened. This is impossible. Just a basic application of space ninjutsu. Minato calmly said, Now, tell me what you mean by an immortal body. In exchange, I can make your death more comfortable. Haiden burst into mad laughter. Huh? You think you can kill me like this? He pulled the scythe from his leg, the wound visibly healing at a rapid pace. See? This is the grace of the Lord of the Evil Gods. Minato frowned slightly. High-speed regeneration, I see. Then what if I cut you into pieces? You could try. Haiden laughed maniacally and charged again. This time, Minato did not evade. Instead, he took out several kunai, all marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. He threw all the kunai at once. Dozens of kunai instantly filled the battlefield. Flying Thunder God. Second stage spiral, flash super wheel, dance roar third style. Minato's figure flickered among these kunai, moving so fast that it seemed like there were dozens of him attacking simultaneously. Heiden's body was repeatedly pierced and cut by the kunai, but each wound healed rapidly. Useless. Useless. Haiden screamed madly. Minato suddenly stopped in a specific position, hands together, sealing technique. 4 symbols sealing. The sealing symbols previously placed on the kunai lit up simultaneously, forming a massive barrier that trapped Haiden inside. Haiden was surprised to find that his regeneration speed had noticeably slowed. Regeneration consumes chakra. Minato explained. This barrier continuously absorbs your chakra. Now, let's see how long you can last. Bastard. Haiden roared as he slammed against the barrier, but he couldn't break through. Meanwhile, Madara's battle with Kakuzu was nearing its end. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Water release, water curtain. The remaining 2 masked monsters released their ninjutsu simultaneously, combining high-pressure water jets and lightning spears into a deadly attack. However, Madara merely smiled contemptuously, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, ultimately merging into a complex formation. Immediately, a blue skeletal structure enveloped Naruto's body, followed by an arm extending out to block the attack. This is impossible. Kakuzu retreated in shock. Who are you really? I told you, Madara stepped forward. Uchiha Madara. Madara's entire body began to emit visible chakra. Now, witness true power. Susanoo. The blue chakra instantly condensed into a half-skeletal form, rapidly growing flesh and armor. The half-body Susanoo stood on the bridge, and the mere fluctuation of chakra caused the bridge surface to begin to crack. Kakuzu's face turned ashen. It's over. Susanoo swung its giant sword, slashing down. Kakuzu desperately dodged, but was still severed of one arm and two mask monsters. The remaining wind attribute, mask monster, fled back into his body in a panic. No, I can't die here. Kakuzu trembled as he formed hand seals. Earth Grudge Fear. Final form. His body suddenly split open, and countless black tentacles surged out, forming a grotesque monster. This was the final form of Earth Grudge Fear, sacrificing all reason for a temporary power boost. Madara, however, showed a look of disgust, a repulsive forbidden technique. Shut up. Kakuzu's voice had become inhuman. I'm going to kill you. Take your heart. The black tentacles surged towards Susanoo like a tide. Madara snorted coldly, and Susanoo crossed its twin swords, instantly shredding the tentacle sea. However, Kakuzu's true body had already seized the opportunity to burrow underground, launching a surprise attack from behind Madara. Got you. Kakuzu's tentacles wrapped around Susanoo's neck. Madara, however, didn't even turn his head. Boring trick. Susanoo exploded with chakra, shattering all the tentacles. Immediately afterward, Madara's true body leaped out from Susanoo, gathering a ball of blue chakra in his right hand. It was Naruto's hard-trained Rasengan, but in Madara's hands. This technique was even more perfect, with edges faintly glowing with fire. Goodbye, imposter. The Rasengan pressed directly against Kakuzu's chest, completely shattering his last heart. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the hollow in his chest. Impossible. Even with Senju Hashirama, there should be limits to lying. Madara coldly interrupted him. If Hashirama really fought you, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. Kakuzu's body crashed to the ground, his eyes frozen with unwillingness and fear. On the other side, Minato had also finished his battle. Although hiding was immortal, after being continuously weakened by the Four Symbols barrier, his regeneration ability was greatly diminished. Minato pinned Haiden's limbs to the bridge surface with kunai, completely eliminating his ability to move. Damn it! Haiden screamed in impotent rage. Let me go if you have the ability. Minato shook his head. An immortal body is not invincible. As long as you're sealed in pieces, no matter how strong your regeneration ability is, it will be useless. The battle was over, and the two Narutos came together. The Naruto controlled by Madara looked at White's corpse, unusually silent for a moment. That boy died to protect Naruto. Minato said softly. Foolish, but worthy of respect, Madara commented. Just then, both clones suddenly shook violently. Madara and Minato exchanged glances and simultaneously released the control seal. They're about to wake up, Madara said. Let's leave the next part to Naruto himself, Minato nodded. As the white smoke dissipated, the two clones merged into one. The real Naruto shook slightly, looking around in confusion. When he saw White's corpse, memories flooded back like a tide. White Naruto knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Kakashi finally came back to his senses from the shock and cautiously approached. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto did not answer, but within him, three voices were conversing. The little ghost had suffered a significant blow. The Nine-Tails unusually did not mock him. It takes time, Madara said briefly. Minato's voice was the gentlest. Let him cry. After all, this is the price of growth. Chapter 49. Kato's Disruption, the Ghost Man's Angry Swan Song. The smoke of battle had not yet dissipated, and the bridge was filled with the stench of blood and burning. Naruto knelt beside Haue's corpse, tears continuously dripping onto that serene face as if he were asleep. Kakashi was checking on Kakuzu and Haiden's conditions, while Sasuke had long been dragged by Sakura to protect Dasna. At that moment, Sasuke had already awakened. Sakura? What is happening to me? Sakura hurriedly comforted Sasuke. Don't move yet. Your injuries are severe, and moving around will cause the wounds to reopen. I'm not sure of the specifics, just that the battle has calmed down. Because the mist concealment technique had not been lifted, Sakura could only hear the sounds of battle coming from the mist and had no idea what had happened. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. On the other side, Naruto's voice was hoarse. Is Haku really beyond saving? Kakashi silently shook his head. Heiden's curse ritual would directly connect to the body, unless treatment was provided right at the beginning of the injury. It was now too late for anyone to do anything. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from the bridge's end. Everyone raised their heads in alert and saw dozens of wandering samurai crowding around a short man, Kato. He was dressed in a suit, his small eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses glinting with greed and cruelty. Oh dear! It seems I arrived just in time. Kato adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across Kakuzu and Heiden's corpses before landing on Zabuza, who was subdued by the ninja hounds. The immortal duo of the Akatsuki isn't much after all. Luckily, I only paid a deposit. He kicked Kakuzu's body, grinning to reveal a mouth full of gold teeth. This saves a lot of money. Naruto clenched his fists, the tears in his eyes evaporated by anger. You bastard. Kato then noticed Haku's corpse, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. Oh? ISNT this that pretty little ghost? Last time he took out one of my arms. He poked Haku's cheek with the tip of his shoe. Serve him right. A mere tool daring to strike at his employer. Shut up. Naruto suddenly stood up, his blue eyes bloodshot. You have no right to insult him. Kato took a step back, infuriated. What? Did I say something wrong? He asked just Zabuza's dog. He pointed at Zabuza, who was subdued. Look, even his master doesn't care. Why are you getting so worked up? Naruto turned to look at Zabuza. The so-called ghost man of the mist was bowing his head, his grayish-white hair hiding his eyes, revealing no emotional fluctuations. Zabuza, Naruto's voice trembled. Why can't you show any emotion? Haku respected you so much. To him, you were the most important. But what about you? What do you see him as? A tool? Zabuza remained silent, only his slightly trembling fingers betraying a hint of emotion. Kato laughed triumphantly. See? How could this cold-blooded animal care about a dog's life or death? He waved his hand. Get someone to chop off Zabuza's head. I want to hang in my office as a trophy. Several samurai drew their swords and approached Zabuza, just as they raised their weapons. Do you really want to do this? Zabuza's voice was very soft, but it sent a shock through everyone. He slowly raised his head, his killing intent palpable, scaring the samurai back in fright. Kakashi, Zabuza's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Let me go. Kakashi's Sharingan slightly rotated. On what grounds? Give me a kunai. Zabuza fixed his gaze on Kato. Just one. Naruto suddenly understood something, reached into his ninja tool pouch, and threw a kunai over. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately formed a seal and released the restraints on the ninja hounds. You only have 5 minutes, Kakashi warned. After that, I will rearrest you. Zabuza moved his wrist, picking up the kunai from the ground. His movements were slow, yet every samurai instinctively retreated. You bunch of useless trash. Kato shouted in frustration. He didn't even have a decapitation sword. What was he afraid of? Get him, kill him, and the bounty doubles. With a generous reward, over 20 samurai charged at Zabuza simultaneously. The ensuing scene would become a nightmare that everyone present would never forget. Zabuza moved. There were no flashy ninjutsu, no exquisite taijutsu, only the most primal and brutal instinct to kill. The kunai in his hand became the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing precisely cutting the throat of a samurai. Blood splattered on him, completely dyeing the already blood-stained bandages red. The first, Zabuza whispered, his voice as cold as ice. The samurai were terrified by this horrific method of slaughter, with some turning to flee. But Zabuza was faster. Like a specter, he weaved through the crowd, the kunai flashing with each life it claimed. The fifth, a samurai mustered courage to launch a sneak attack from behind, his sword aimed at Zabuza's back. Without turning his head, Zabuza grabbed the opponent's wrist with his left hand and thrust the kunai directly into the samurai's eye socket. The 10th. Kato finally realized the situation was dire and turned to escape. Zabuza suddenly hurled the kunai, nailing Kato's right foot to the ground. Ah! Kato screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Stop him! Quick, stop him! The remaining samurai gritted their teeth and formed a human wall in front of Kato. Zabuza picked up a katana from the ground and charged into the crowd, wielding it with wild abandon, completely disregarding his own defense. Each slash carrying the momentum of mutual destruction. The 15th, the 18th. When the last samurai fell, Zabuza had become a blood-soaked figure. A deep wound exposing bone was carved into his left arm, and a half-broken blade was lodged in his right abdomen, but he seemed to feel no pain. Slowly walking towards the crumpled Kato. "Don't come any closer." Kato trembled as he crawled backward. "I can give you money. A lot of money." Zabuza bent down to pull out the kunai embedded in Kato's foot, blood splattering on his indifferent face. Do you know, Zabuza's voice was surprisingly calm. Haku never liked killing. After every mission, he would secretly wash his hands by the river for a long, long time. Kato's eyes widened in terror, not understanding why this was being brought up now. I scolded him many times, saying that ninjas do not need such senseless pity. Zabuza raised the kunai, but I never told him that it was precisely because of this that I allowed him to stay by my side. The kunai fell, severing Kato's left pinky finger. "Ah!" Kato screamed, "Spare me, please." Last winter, Zabuza continued, as if talking to himself, I had a high fever, and he knelt in the snow all night, begging an old doctor to treat me. Another slash, and Kato's ring finger flew off. 3 months ago, a traitor poisoned my meal. Haku found out and tasted it first. Zabuza's voice began to tremble. He curled up in pain, yet still smiled at me and said, "It's great. Lord Zabuza is fine." This time it was the index and middle fingers. Kato's screams turned into incoherent cries, his face smeared with snot and tears. Yet Zabuza seemed immersed in his own world, continuing his slow execution. "A week ago, you called me this stray dog of the mist." Zabuza grabbed Kato by the neck and lifted him up. Haku lost an arm for this sentence. "Iem Sora," Kato pleaded desperately. And today, Zabuza's eyes finally shed a tear. He died to save a little ghost he didn't even know. The kunai glinted with a cold light, and Kato's head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in terror. Zabuza dropped the kunai and staggered away. His injuries were too severe, leaving a bloody footprint on the bridge with every step he took. Naruto wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Kakashi. "Let him go," Kakashi said softly. Zabuza struggled to crawl to Haku's side and knelt down. He gently brushed the dust off Haku's face with his relatively intact right hand, his movements tender. Unlike a ninja who had killed countless people. "Haku, I'll take you home." Zabuza formed a seal. This was his last chakra. The thick fog gradually rose, enveloping the two. Under the cover of the mist technique, this man, who had never shown weakness, finally broke down, holding Haku's body tightly in his arms, trembling silently. In the mist, his hoarse whispers could be heard. "I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better world." When the fog cleared, everyone saw the two embracing as they departed. Zabuza's head was bowed, resting against Haku's forehead, as if he had merely fallen asleep. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden halo over them. Naruto could no longer hold back and knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Inside him, three fathers rarely fell silent at the same time. The Nine-Tails spoke first. "That Zabuza is a real man. He loved that kid in his own way." "It's just too late," Minato said gently. Obito said nothing, only snorted coldly. But Naruto could feel that this usually cold father was also moved by Haku's death. Kakashi stepped forward, gently resting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "They've gone to the same place and will never be apart again." Sasuke turned his face away, a hint of complex emotions flashing in his black eyes. Sakura was already in tears, and even Tazuna was constantly wiping his reading glasses. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto sobbed. "Why did it have to end like this?" Kakashi gazed at the blue sky of the land of waves and said softly, "Because this is the world of ninjas, Naruto. But because such tragedies exist, it is even more necessary for someone to change it." "Change," Naruto murmured. Obito's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Kid, remember today's anger. Use it to drive you to become stronger, strong enough to change this twisted world." "Madara is right," Minato gently added. "But it's not just anger that helps a person grow. Haku's kindness, Zabuza's final awakening, these are equally important." The Nine-Tails snorted but said nothing. Naruto wiped away his tears and slowly stood up. He walked to Zabuza and Haku's side and gently closed their eyes. The sea breeze brushed by, taking away the blood and the souls of the two mist ninjas. In the distant land of water, Perhaps there would be a small river where cherry blossoms bloomed year-round. And two figures would walk side by side forever, one tall and indifferent, the other gentle like water. And here, on the bridge in the land of waves, the sunlight finally dispelled all gloom. Naruto turned to his companions, his sadness replaced by determination. Let us go. We still have a bridge to build. Chapter 50. The mission in the land of waves. Complete as the sun rose, the bridge in the land of waves was officially named the Friendship Bridge, symbolizing the friendship between the land of waves and the land of fire. It shimmered with a silvery light in the morning glow. The last steel plate had just been welded into place, and hundreds of workers and villagers gathered at the bridgehead, cheers rising and falling. I announced that the Friendship Bridge in the land of waves is officially completed. Tazuna stood on a temporary podium, his voice trembling with excitement. He turned to the seventh squad standing beside him, especially thanking the people of Konoha. Without you, this bridge would never have been built. Kakashi, as the teacher, stood at the front of the line with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura behind him. Soon, Tazuna handed him a specially made certificate of honor. This is what we should do, Kakashi replied with a smile. The three young ninjas stood in a row. Sasuke glanced at Naruto beside him and couldn't help but ask, shouldn't you jump up and shout that you want to become Hokage at a time like this? But Naruto scratched his head shyly. Let's keep it quiet for formal occasions. Sakura smiled lightly. Naruto, you've grown up. Kakashi caught this scene out of the corner of his eye, a hint of relief flashing in his one eye. Indeed, he had grown up. The celebration lasted all day. In the evening, the villagers spontaneously lit lanterns on the bridge. Some played the shamisen, while others sang newly composed songs. Surprisingly, the songs not only recounted the deeds of the seventh squad, but also told the story of Haku and Zabuza. That cold-blooded ninja and his young companion ultimately died protecting the land of waves. They are celebrating us as heroes, Sakura said quietly, her feet shaking. Sasuke huffed, boring, but his gaze remained fixed on the singing children. Naruto did not join the conversation. He quietly left the celebration and went to the thickest steel cable in the middle of the bridge, looking at the two small graves by the shore. Those were the graves of Zabuza and Haku. Although Zabuza had initially come as a mercenary hired by Gato, in the end, he personally eliminated the scourge of the land of waves. Therefore, the residents of the land of waves were willing to give these two a resting place. So you were here. Naruto turned around to see Kakashi standing behind him, having appeared there without him noticing. The silver-haired ninja held 2 bottles of coconut juice, a specialty of the land of waves, and handed one to him. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto took the drink and hesitated. Were Zabuza and Haku good people or bad people? Kakashi leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant sea level. Ninjas cannot be simply distinguished by good or evil. Haku fought to protect those important to him, and Zabuza ultimately chose the right path. He turned to Naruto. What matters is what you learn from them. Naruto tightened his grip on the coconut juice, deep in thought. The next morning, the entire 7th squad came to the resting place of Zabuza and Haku. The view here was open, allowing them to overlook the entire bridge and the land of waves. Sasuke carved a tombstone on a rock with his kunai. Sakura gathered wildflowers to weave into a wreath, while Naruto dug a deep pit with his kunai. I got these from Grandpa Tazuna, Naruto said, pulling out 2 cherry blossom saplings from his backpack. They say this variety was introduced from the land of water, called snow cherry. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What are you planning to do? Naruto nodded, to bury them here. Snow cherry is perfect for Haku. Sasuke silently took the saplings and placed them in the dug pit. Sakura placed the wreath in another small pit, representing Zabuza. Finally, Kakashi inserted the beheading sword between the graves. In the Uchiha clan, Sasuke suddenly spoke, his voice soft. We believe that the souls of the departed will reside in the cherry blossoms. Every year during the blooming season, the clan members gather at the shrine to communicate with their ancestors. Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. This was the first time Sasuke had actively brought up family matters. Sakura placed some bouquets in front of the tombstone. May they rest in peace. The sea breeze gently brushed by, and the newly planted cherry blossom saplings swayed slightly, as if truly fulfilling their hopes. That night, the seventh squad stayed at Tezuna's house. Naruto lay on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. The three fathers within him were rarely active at the same time. The Nine-Tails spoke first. So fast, it feels like you're still that little meatball from back then. Madara retorted. That's because your perception of time is too slow. The Nine-Tails shot back unpleased. And what qualifications do you have to say that? Coming from the Warring States era? The two began their usual bickering. Ignoring their quarrel, Minato said with relief, Naruto, your actions today were very mature. If Kushina saw this, she would definitely be proud of you. Naruto's nose tinged with emotion. Dadhumph, don't get too happy too soon, Madara coldly interrupted. Ideals are beautiful, but to realize them, you need strength. You're still far from that. I know, Dad. Naruto clenched his fists and said, so I will continue to become stronger, strong enough to change everything. The next morning, Team 7 prepared to return to Konoha. The villagers of the Land of Waves came to see them off, with Inari pushing to the front, holding a rough wooden carving. Nisan, this is for you. The boy, blushing, handed over the wooden carving, which was a crooked fox shape. I will work hard to become a ninja like you. Naruto took the carving and grinned. Then you better keep at it. Next time we meet, I'll be even stronger. Tezuna stepped forward, handing each of them a small package. Special products from the Land of Waves. Eat them on the way. He rubbed Naruto's golden hair with extra force. You little brat, come visit often. Naruto nodded heavily. Soon, after Team 7 left the Friendship Bridge, Kakashi suddenly said, Mission report. How do you think we should write it? Sakura looked at him disdainfully. Kakashi-sensei, don't be lazy. Kakashi, however, replied nonchalantly, oh, this is just a survey, right? Sakura thought for a moment. Didn't you say there were 2 members of the Akatsuki organization? We definitely need an analysis of their abilities. But for Sakura's suggestion, Kakashi could only smile bitterly. After all, one of those 2 was killed directly by Obito, and the other was sealed by his own teacher. Moreover, the sealing location was hidden by his teacher, so that guy named Haiden would have to stay inside for the rest of his life. Not knowing all this, Sasuke added, and that ice-release bloodline limit. Naruto shook his head. These are certainly important, but I think the most important thing is what we learned. He looked at his 2 companions, right? Sasuke, Sakura. Sasuke turned his face away, but didn't refute as he usually did. Sakura smiled and nodded. Naruto is right. This mission has changed all of us. Kakashi squinted his eyes. Oh, like what? For example, Sasuke has started to speak up more. Naruto hugged Sasuke's shoulder and quickly jumped back before the other could get angry. For example, Sakura has become more confident. And he paused, his smile softening. For example, I realized that true strength is not just about power, but also the determination to protect something. A hint of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Then he returned to his lazy demeanor. Good summary. Looks like I can write less in my report. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto suddenly turned his head. Want to train together when we get back? Dad said he could teach me new taijutsu. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Where did you get it, Dad? Well, Naruto said mysteriously. Blink and guess. Sakura leaned in. I want to join too. Kakashi-sensei, can you arrange special training for us when we get back? Kakashi lifted his head from Ica Paradise. His single eye curving into a crescent, of course, if you can pass my test. The sea breeze blew, carrying away the essence of the Land of Waves. But it could not take away the memories and growth left behind. Naruto took one last look at the island that had become a small black dot, then turned and continued walking forward. Ahead of them awaited new missions and new challenges, but at this moment, he felt only calm and determination. Because no matter what lay ahead, he was no longer alone. Chapter 51. The consultation with Sure Sway with the mission to the Land of Waves declared complete. Team 7 quickly returned to Konoha and reported on the mission. Although an accident nearly occurred due to Tezuna's false report of the mission's difficulty, Konoha did not make things difficult for the client due to Team 7's plea. They only required Tezuna to make up the reward for the S-rank mission. After this trip, Kakashi generously allowed the 3 to rest for 3 days. In the quiet of the night, Konoha village was enveloped in tranquility, with moonlight spilling through the window onto Naruto's sleeping face. His breathing was steady, golden hair scattered on the pillow, occasionally mumbling a few words in his sleep, another bowl of ramen. But in his spiritual world, another scene unfolded. It was an illusory Uchiha clan land, with ancient stone tablets, familiar buildings, and that ancient tree symbolizing the Uchiha. Obito was sitting alone on a stone tablet, his scarlet Sharingan flickering slightly, his gaze distant, as if penetrating through time. The Nine Tails lazily lay beside him. Old Obito, why did you transform this place into this scene? Minato leaned against the tree, arms crossed. Are you reminiscing about the old Uchiha? Obito closed his Sharingan, and the surrounding scene gradually distorted, finally returning to the original room. You two shouldn't overthink it. Suddenly, ripples appeared at the edge of the spiritual world, and a figure quietly emerged. The Nine Tails perked up its ears, its golden slit pupils turning towards the newcomer. Humph. Uchiha Chakra. Obito did not turn around, only speaking lightly. Intruding into someone else's spiritual world is not a polite act. The newcomer knelt on one knee, respectfully lowering his head, his voice deep and clear. I apologize for disturbing your peace, esteemed ancestor. Lord Fourth. Obito slowly turned, his gaze falling on the visitor, Uchiha Shursui. The genius known as Shunshin Shursui was now kneeling before him. Uchiha Shursui's lips curled slightly, carrying a hint of sarcasm. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Shursui raised his head with determination in his eyes. Esteemed ancestor, I have a request. Minato smiled slightly and stepped forward. I've heard of you. Thanks to you, Konoha can still maintain its current state. Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. You flatter me, Lord Fourth. The Nine Tails scoffed. Another little Uchiha. Your clan really is hard to shake off. Obito snorted coldly, his gaze returning to Shursui. Speak, what is it? Shursui took a deep breath, looking directly into Obito's eyes. I would like to ask for your guidance in mastering Susanoo. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Obito was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Do you think I am still the Uchiha clan leader of the past? Now, I am merely a spirit residing in this child's body. Shursui did not back down. But you are still the strongest ninja of the Uchiha. Your experience is unmatched. Obito's gaze flickered slightly. He stood up, looking down at Shursui. On what basis do you think I will help you? Shursui answered calmly. Because you once said that power only has meaning when held by the right person. And I want to use this power to protect the Uchiha and to protect Konoha. Obito narrowed his eyes, as if assessing Shursui's determination. Minato smiled and interjected. Though he says that Madara, he actually cares for Naruto. Obito shot him a glare. Shut up, Minato. The Nine Tails yawned, lazily saying, if you're going to fight, hurry up. I still want to sleep. Obito snorted coldly, finally looking at Shursui. Fine, since you insist, I will guide you a bit. A glimmer of joy flashed in Shursui's eyes. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Obito's eyes changed again, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan appearing, and in an instant, the scenery of the spiritual world dramatically changed. The desolate land spread out, the sky turning a dark red, as if they were in some ancient battlefield. Susanoo is not merely power. Obito's voice was low and authoritative. It is the culmination of the Sharingan, but more importantly, it is the embodiment of will. Shursui was stunned. Will? Obito nodded. The reason you were able to summon it in a life and death moment is that your will was strong enough. But now, your heart is in chaos. Shursui fell silent. Obito continued. The future of the Uchiha, the peace of the village, your own mission. You bear too much, which instead binds you. Minato nodded thoughtfully. Just like when I developed the Rasengan back then, I was too focused on the shape change and neglected the essence. Obito glanced at him. Humph, that's not entirely foolish. Shursui took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Esteemed ancestor, what should I do? Obito's voice echoed in his ears. Feel with your heart, not just see with your eyes. Think about what you want to protect the most. In the stillness of his mind, the figure of Itachi emerged, along with his companions from Konoha and the members of the Uchiha clan. Finally, his chakra began to condense, and a green light appeared around him. A skeletal structure slowly took shape, and the framework of Susanoo gradually covered his body. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Madara's eyes. Not bad, much more stable than before. He recalled the last time he used it, when Susanoo could hardly maintain its form. Now it truly resembled Susanoo. The Nine Tails interjected. Hey, why are all you Uchihas Susanoo so flashy? Minato couldn't help but laugh. Ninetales, are you jealous? The Ninetales bristled. Who's jealous? My chakra cloak is way cooler than this. Madara ignored their banter and continued guiding Shursui. Now, try to make it more complete. Shursui nodded, further condensing his chakra. And the muscles and armor of Susanoo gradually covered the skeleton, ultimately forming a half-body shape. Madara crossed his arms, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, it looked somewhat like it should. Shursui opened his eyes, looking at the Susanoo he summoned. Filled with shock, "This is the real Susanoo," Madara said lightly. "Remember, the power of Susanoo comes from your will. If you lose your direction, it will also become weak." Shursui bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, ancestor." Madara turned around, facing away from him. "Don't get me wrong, I just think your potential shouldn't be wasted." Shursui smiled slightly. "Even so, I have benefited greatly." He hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, "Ancestor, if one day the Uchiha and Konoha stand opposed again, what would you do?" Madara was silent for a long time before finally speaking. "I am no longer the leader of the Uchiha, but that kid Naruto would probably do everything he can to stop the war." Minato smiled with relief. "Yes, that's just the kind of person he is." Shursui nodded. "I understand." His figure gradually faded, and the spiritual world returned to calm. The Ninetales yawned. "Finally gone. So noisy." Minato looked at Madara and said with a smile, "Mr. Madara, you're actually quite happy, aren't you?" Madara closed his eyes to rest. "Mind your own business." The next morning, Naruto woke up rubbing his eyes and stretched. I slept so well." Suddenly he felt light, and his chakra was more abundant than usual, even faintly sensing a residual, unfamiliar eye power. Strange, it felt like he dreamt of something last night. He scratched his head, looking confused. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales snorted. "It's because of some Uchiha brat visiting." Naruto scratched his head. "Huh? Sasuke came over yesterday." Minato smiled without saying a word. Madara still had his eyes closed, but the corners of his mouth subtly lifted for a moment. Chapter 52. Joint mission. A few days later, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted at the seventh team standing in front of him. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the lazy Kakashi leaning against the wall. Naruto quickly clasped his hands together as if praying, "Third Grandpa, please give us another A-rank mission." Sasuke and Sakura looked at him with approving eyes. However, they couldn't be blamed for this. It had been a week since they finished the mission in the Land of Waves, and during this time, the seventh team had nearly completed all the D-rank missions. From finding cats and dogs to babysitting, they had done it all. While it added to their life experience, they were truly fed up with it. The third Hokage looked at Naruto and the others with a kind smile. "Indeed, having you do D-rank missions is a bit of a waste. How about this? Your mission this time is to escort a merchant convoy to the trading town in the north." The third took a puff from his pipe and said slowly, "We have already confirmed this mission. There won't be any unexpected increases in difficulty like last time." Finally, it's not about finding cats and dogs. Naruto excitedly waved his fists. "This idiot." Sasuke face-bombed in silence. Just when he thought this dead last had grown up, he reverted back to that fool in just a few days. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, listening to the sounds outside, Madara couldn't help but snort. So noisy. However, as neighbors, Minato and the Ninetales exchanged knowing glances. After all, this was how Madara always was. What he said and the expression on his face were two different things. If they continued to watch, they would probably lose control of their expressions. Kakashi's dead fish eyes slightly narrowed, and he felt a sense of relief. After all, he had been worried that Naruto would be disheartened because of the events in the Land of Waves, but it turned out he was worrying for nothing. The third Hokage continued cheerfully. "This mission will be executed jointly with Team 8. You'll meet them at the village entrance." "Team 8? Sakura blinked. "That Esanada S team, right?" Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets and coldly snorted, clearly uninterested in the joint mission. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. "A joint mission? Let them see how strong our team is." In the ceiling space, Minato pondered. Speaking of the Hyuga, when Naruto was training, I noticed several times that a little girl from the Hyuga clan was always staring at Naruto. The Nine Tails recalled, "Oh, that girl. I remember, she was the one Naruto saved from a group of bullies not long after he started school." Madara snorted. At that time, he couldn't even use ninjutsu properly. Luckily, his taijutsu was well trained, so he wasn't beaten up. Minato was somewhat puzzled. So she has been peeping ever since? The Nine Tails shook his head. She was probably just too shy. I remember once she mustered the courage to invite Naruto to lunch, and when Naruto praised her cooking, she blushed and fainted. Minato was somewhat speechless. A personality like that seems a bit unsuitable for being a ninja. Not long after, Team 7 arrived at the village entrance. At this time, Team 8 was already waiting there. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and their Jonin instructor Kurenai Yuhi. As soon as Kiba saw Naruto, he grinned. "Yo, dead last. I heard your last mission was pretty exciting?" "Huh? Who told you that?" Naruto put his hands on his hips, looking smug. "Everyone in the village knows. All right." Kiba rolled his eyes. "During the mission in the Land of Waves, you fought against that mist ninja Zabuza and took down 2 members of the Akatsuki." Naruto's mouth was nearly stretched to his ears. "That's right. We went through a real ninja battle." Sasuke remained indifferent, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Hinata stood to the side, nervously twisting her fingers together, stealing glances at Naruto, her cheeks slightly flushed. "And Naruto-kun, weren't you hurt?" Naruto proudly replied, "Of course not." Sasuke shot Naruto a glance. "I wonder who was covered in injuries at that time." Naruto retorted, "It must be you." Their playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Kurenai finally spoke up, interrupting the strange conversation. "All right, the mission is important. Let us get going." Kakashi lazily followed. "Let us go. Don't waste time." After the team set off, Kiba noticed Shino deliberately keeping his distance from Naruto, occasionally observing him with a doubtful gaze. Kiba whispered to Shino, "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you staring at Naruto?" Shino pushed up his glasses. "The bug feels uneasy." "Huh? He is definitely Naruto. His scent hasn't changed," Kiba said as he sniffed Naruto's scent, confirming that this person was indeed Naruto. Shino said solemnly, "I'm not sure. I just feel like Naruto is unconsciously emitting a kind of domineering aura." In the ceiling space, Madara noticed Shino's small actions. That glasses-wearing kid is quite perceptive. Minato followed Madara's gaze. "That looks like Shino's child. Their clan is skilled at training insects." The Nine Tails yawned. "I hate bugs." "The Aburame clan. No wonder they can sense it," Madara said thoughtfully. At this moment, Hinata was walking beside Naruto, occasionally stealing glances at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. Sakura leaned closer to Sasuke and whispered, "Sasuke, have you noticed anything?" Sasuke glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and replied, "Hinata has always liked that idiot, but the question is, does that idiot know?" Sakura couldn't help but sigh. Will Naruto notice? Everyone else in the class was well aware that Hinata liked Naruto, except for Naruto himself. After all, who would make bento for that guy every day if they didn't like him? Yet every time, Naruto remained oblivious to Hinata's feelings, praising her qualities but never realizing that she liked him. In the past, some classmates tried to set them up, but Naruto only wondered why they were doing that when they were already friends. Eventually, the other classmates had no choice but to give up. At that moment, in the ceiling space, Minato listened to the Nine Tails recount stories about Hinata before his awakening. Minato couldn't help but look at Madara with a mournful expression. Madara, this isn't good for Naruto's mental health. Madara, however, appeared indifferent. "It's just a boring emotion. Why care so much?" The Nine Tails chimed in cheerfully. "Minato, you don't need to worry. Old Madara here is the rare type who is completely uninterested in women." "That's Gruffy Fox. What do you mean by that?" "I'm only interested in the strong. That's why I love-hate Hashirama." Chapter 53. Naruto, What is Love? The escort mission had been underway for 3 days, with a merchant convoy steadily progressing along the winding mountain path. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. Walking at the front of the line, Naruto stretched widely, his golden hair shining in the sunlight. "Oh, what a beautiful day." Naruto turned to Sasuke behind him with a grin. "Hey, Sasuke, want to race to that big tree ahead?" Loser buys ramen. Sasuke snorted dismissively, a hint of disdain flashing in his black eyes. Who would engage in such a boring contest with you? Come on, come on. Naruto laughed cheerfully. Just then, Hinata, walking at the side of the convoy, suddenly raised her hand, her white eyes bulging with Vane's weight. There is a chakra response 500 meters ahead, about 15 people, lying in ambush behind the rocks on both sides of the road. Naruto immediately dropped his playful demeanor and turned to Hinata. Really? Hinata, you're amazing. You noticed from so far away. Hinata's face instantly flushed, her fingers nervously twisting together. That's to be expected. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly added, based on the chakra response, they should just be ordinary mountain bandits with no ninjas. Kiba crouched down and let Akamaru sniff the air. Akamaru confirms it too. There's no chakra scent. Sakura put her hands on her hips, flashing a confident smile. Then it's simple. Let's take a slight detour to avoid them. After all, our mission is to escort, not to eliminate bandits. However, Naruto frowned. But what if they attack other merchant convoys later? After all, whether other convoys had ninjas escorting them was a concern. If others got robbed because of this, he would feel guilty. At this moment, Madara's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. If you want to fight, go ahead, but don't use any ninjutsu. Just use taijutsu. Using ninjutsu on those kinds of people is too wasteful. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed, this can train Naruto's taijutsu. The Nine-Tails lazily interjected, I say, just let out a fart to scare them away. The conversation among the three fathers made Naruto chuckle, prompting Sasuke to give him a look that said, you're an idiot. Ultimately, under Kakashi's decision, they chose a slightly longer route to avoid the bandits. Throughout the process, Hinata's Byakugan continuously monitored the bandits' movements to ensure the merchant convoy passed through the dangerous area safely. At noon, the convoy stopped in an open meadow. The wealthy merchants got out of their luxurious carriages, unfurling exquisite carpets and laying out a lavish feast. In stark contrast, the ninjas simply sat under the shade of a tree. Ninja masters, would you like to join us for a meal? A portly merchant warmly invited. Kakashi politely shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but we have regulations that prohibit us from accepting hospitality from the clients while on a mission. Just then, Hinata took out several carefully packaged bento boxes from her backpack. I prepared some bento, if everyone doesn't mind. Wow, Hinata, you're amazing. Naruto's eyes lit up as he rushed over. Hinata's face turned even redder as she carefully handed a larger bento box than the others to Naruto. Naruto-kun, this is yours. When the bento box was opened, it revealed a golden omelet shaped like a little sun, surrounded by carrot-carved little foxes, and rice molded into the shape of Naruto's favorite ramen bowl. Wow, this is so cool. Naruto exclaimed, Hinata, you're so nice. He then devoured the food without noticing Hinata's hopeful gaze and slightly trembling fingers. In the ceiling space, Minato covered his face. Oh my, why is my son so dense? Minato didn't consider himself a handsome guy who could charm countless girls, but he at least had some emotional intelligence. Otherwise, how could he have won over Kushina, that fiery pepper? However, Naruto felt like a block of iron to him, immovable. Madara chuckled. At least he expressed his gratitude. That shows basic manners. The Nine-Tails, however, was rolling on the ground with laughter. Haha, this kid is completely oblivious to that girl's feelings. Just look at the artistry of that bento. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such heartfelt food. Minato looked at Madara with a mournful expression. It's all your fault for teaching him. Before I woke up, how did you educate him? Madara turned his head away, feeling a bit guilty. At least he didn't go astray. I shouldn't have taught him wrong. After all, I just passed down the training my dad taught me, which is quite normal, Spartan. In the real world, Sasuke watched Naruto's crude eating habits and couldn't help but mock. Loser, can you eat with a little more decorum? With his mouth full of food, Naruto replied indistinctly, food is meant to be eaten happily. Hinata's cooking is super delicious. Upon hearing this, Hinata felt like she might burst into steam, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sakura shook her head helplessly and leaned closer to Hinata, whispering, this guy is completely hopeless, right? Hinata, however, revealed a gentle smile. No, Naruto-kun is just a sincere person. I really like him. Sakura looked at Hinata's expression and suddenly understood something, her eyes widening. Wait, Hinata, you wouldn't. Hinata hurriedly waved her hands. And no, it's nothing. But her overly vigorous motion accidentally knocked over her bento box. She exclaimed, watching helplessly as her meticulously prepared food was about to spill onto the ground. A golden figure flashed by, and Naruto caught the falling bento box with astonishing speed, not letting a single grain of rice fall. Phew, that was close. Naruto sighed with relief, handing the bento box back to Hinata. You have to be careful. Hinata, it would be such a shame if such delicious food fell. Hinata stared blankly at Naruto, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her chest. Thank you. Naruto-kun. In the spiritual world, the three fathers fell silent for a few seconds. Minato smiled with satisfaction. He must still retain a bit of my personality. Madara snorted. It's just instinctive reaction. The Nine-Tails scratched his chin. Is it speed that bursts forth for food? This kid has my style for back in the day. Madara then mocked. No wonder he eats so much. The Nine-Tails exploded in anger. Where my fat? Chapter 54. Emotionally dense Naruto. The afternoon passed without incident until night fell, and the merchant convoy camped by a small stream. The wealthy merchants settled into luxurious tents while the ninjas took turns keeping watch. Naruto and Hinata were assigned to the night watch duty. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the stream flowed gently. Naruto sat on a large stone, gazing into the darkness ahead. Hinata stood not far from him, her Byakugan continuously scanning the surroundings. Hey, Hinata, Naruto suddenly spoke. Your Byakugan is really super convenient. Thanks to you, this mission has gone so smoothly. Hinata nervously twisted her fingers. This is what I should do to help Naruto-kun. I'm really happy. Naruto turned to her with a bright smile. I wish you were always in our class. You're amazing at scouting and cooking. That guy Sasuke can't do anything except act cool, and Sakura always hits me. In the mental world, Minato facepalmed. Son, this isn't the time for comparisons. Madara also helplessly remarked. At least he's complimenting someone. The Nine-Tails had a mischievous grin. Just wait and see. This kid is definitely going to say something even more astonishing. Sure enough, Naruto continued. And Hinata, you have such a good temper. You never get suddenly angry like Sakura, and you don't have that constant serious face like Sasuke. By the way, do you remember that time when we were kids? Naruto began to reminisce, while Hinata blushed, occasionally responding softly. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long on the ground, almost overlapping. Just then, Hinata's Byakugan suddenly detected something, and she quickly turned. Something's up. In the northwest direction, about 30 people are approaching rapidly. Naruto immediately jumped up, forming hand signs. Shadow, clone jutsu. 3 clones appeared, each running off in different directions to report. After all, Madara only said not to use ninjutsu in battle, not that they couldn't use ninjutsu to relay messages. Sure enough, minutes later, a group of masked bandits charged out of the darkness, wielding various weapons. Hand over everything valuable, the leader of the bandits shouted. The battle erupted instantly. Naruto and Sasuke charged to the front, while Sakura protected the members of the merchant caravan as they retreated, and teammate was responsible for guarding against potential reinforcements. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke, unrestricted, formed hand signs and unleashed a huge fireball that burned a gap through the enemies on the right side. Watch this. Naruto rushed to the left, using both fists and feet to knock several bandits away. Hinata stood in front of the merchant's tents, her gentle fist stance ready, incapacitating any approaching enemies with her chakra point techniques. Suddenly, a bandit attempted a sneak attack from the side, aiming a sharp dagger at an elderly merchant. Watch out! Hinata dashed forward, positioning herself in front of the merchant. The dagger grazed Hinata's left arm, instantly staining her sleeve with blood. Hinata! Naruto, witnessing this scene, was reminded of the experience in the Land of Waves. His expression turned furious in an instant. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. With Naruto's roar, hundreds of shadow clones flooded the battlefield. In the mental world, Madara was furious. Idiot! Using shadow clones on such weaklings? Are you disrespecting my teachings? Uchiha Madara? But Minato understood. It's impressive to erupt in anger for a comrade. The Ninetales kept suppressing its chakra. Kid, calm down. Don't let your anger control you. But in reality, Naruto was beyond listening, and his shadow clones overwhelmed the bandits like a tide. In less than a minute, all the enemies were subdued and tied up. After the battle, everyone gathered around Hinata. Sakura had already begun treating her wounds with medical ninjutsu. Since returning from the land of waves, Sakura had started practicing medical ninjutsu. Although she wasn't yet proficient, treating simple external injuries was easy for her. After all, during the land of waves, Sakura had attended to those too every day, even without any medical ninjutsu. It's just an external injury. Nothing serious, Sakura comforted. It'll heal by tomorrow. Naruto squeezed to the front, looking at the bandage on Hinata's arm, his expression a mix of anger and concern. Hinata, are you okay? Does it hurt? Hinata shook her head, forcing a smile. It's all right, Naruto-kun, it's just a small injury. Naruto suddenly punched a nearby tree. Damn it, I should have noticed them earlier. Sasuke snorted. What has done is done, saying that now one tea help. To everyone's surprise, Naruto turned to Hinata and said seriously, You're amazing, Hinata. You can take way more hits than Sasuke. That guy was screaming like a baby when he got nicked by a kunai last mission. Sasuke's face darkened instantly. What did you say? Do you want to fight? Come on. Who is afraid? Naruto wasn't backing down. In the mental world, the three fathers simultaneously facepalmed. Madara sighed. This is the time to check for injuries. Minato's forehead was covered in sweat. I'm really worried about you. The Ninetales, however, was laughing uncontrollably. Do you two believe he can pull out a soldier pill and say it's for pain relief? Sure enough, after a brief tussle with Sasuke, it ended with Sasuke being pinned to the ground. Naruto suddenly remembered something and pulled a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch. Hinata here. He sincerely handed it to her. Eat this, and it won't hurt anymore. At this point, Sakura finally couldn't hold back anymore, and her clenched fist landed unhesitatingly on Naruto's face. Idiot Naruto. That is not how you use a soldier pill. Sakura's punch sent Naruto flying 10 meters, crashing into a large tree before he finally stopped. However, even after that, when Naruto stood up, he was only covering his head, protesting. That hurt. Sakura, what are you doing? Hinata gently accepted the soldier pill, smiling as she said, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Although the soldier pill was of no help for her wound, she still treasured it. Just then, a young woman dressed elegantly approached among the merchants. She was Misaki, the daughter of the main client, Mr. Yamamoto, and had shown great interest in the ninjas throughout the journey, especially in Naruto. Mr. Naruto, Misaki said in a sweet voice, You were truly heroic just now. My father wants to invite you over. He wants to thank you personally. Naruto scratched his head. No need, this is our job. But Misaki unceremoniously grabbed Naruto's arm. Come on, my father has prepared some fine sake. Hinata watched the two depart, her gaze dimming. Sakura noticed her expression and comforted her by patting her shoulder. Don't worry, that idiot will understand sooner or later. In the mental world, the three fathers were in intense discussion. Minato was worried. That girl seems to have ulterior motives. Madara sneered. The daughter of a merchant. She is just interested in this kid's strength. The Ninetales squinted. Should I scare her a bit with some chakra? Minato quickly stopped him. No, let Naruto handle it himself. I hope he makes the right choice. In the distance, Misaki was whispering something in Naruto's ear, while Naruto looked confused, pulling away. Under the moonlight, Hinata quietly observed everything, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the soldier pill Naruto had given her. Chapter 55. Naruto will never be attracted by beauty. Misaki led Naruto to her father, Mr. Yamamoto's luxurious tent, wearing a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with calculation. Mr. Naruto, please come in. My father wants to thank you personally, she said in a soft voice, her fingers lightly tracing Naruto's arm. Misaki considered herself very attractive, as every day, suitors lined up from neighboring countries just to pursue her. How could she not be able to handle this naive man in front of her? Oh. However, Naruto simply scratched his head, completely oblivious to her flirtatious actions, and boldly walked inside. Uncle, no need to be so polite. Protecting you is our job. Mister Yamamoto was a shrewd businessman and immediately understood his daughter's intentions upon seeing her expression. If he could win over this powerful ninja, the safety of the merchant convoy would be better guaranteed in the future. So he smiled and poured a glass of sake. Mr. Naruto, thanks to you, we can be safe and sound this time. Come, have a drink. Oh, sorry, my dad told me that my mom said I can't drink before I'm 20. Naruto pushed the cup back with both hands. Good, that's a real man. Mr. Yamamoto was not discouraged, but instead praised Naruto. Misaki covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Naruto, you are really genuine. She deliberately leaned in closer, the scent of her perfume wafting into Naruto's nose. Actually, I've always admired strong ninjas like you. Naruto blinked. Huh? Admire me? Ha ha ha. Of course. I'm going to be Hokage. Facing Naruto's cheerful and sunny smile, Misaki was stunned. This person was so unpredictable. In the ceiling space, Madara's mouth almost crooked to one side. Humph. The merchant's daughter wants to use her beauty to win over this kid? Naive. However, Minato was both happy and helpless. Naruto, you should pick up on the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Ninetales was rolling on the ground laughing. This woman completely picked the wrong target. This kid can't even see Hinata's obvious affection. How could he understand her hints? In the real world, Misaki was undeterred and decided to intensify her efforts. She gently flicked her long hair, deliberately letting her collar slip slightly to reveal her fair shoulder. Mr. Naruto, actually, I have something I want to say to you alone. Naruto said seriously, Huh? What is it? You can say it now. Misaki noticed that Naruto's gaze was really too pure at this moment. So pure that he completely ignored her deliberately exposed shoulder. Seeing such an extremely innocent man for the first time, Misaki suppressed her anger. It's not convenient here. How about we go to that little grove over there? Naruto recalled the situation in the grove and couldn't help but advise. Isn't that bad? You can't see anything in the grove now. What if you accidentally get bitten by a snake or insect? It's fine talk here. Faced with Naruto's stubborn personality, Misaki was momentarily at a loss for words. In the spiritual world, the Ninetales was laughing so hard it was rolling. She thinks she's seducing him. But this kid isn't even thinking along those lines. Minato covered his forehead in disbelief. How can my son be so dull? A hint of pride showed on Madara's indifferent face. It's not necessarily a bad thing. At least he won't be fooled by a woman like that. Misaki took a deep breath and decided to be more direct. She suddenly grabbed Naruto's hand and pressed it against her chest. Mr. Naruto, actually, I like you. Naruto was startled by Misaki's action and quickly pulled his hand back. Whoa, why did you suddenly grab my hand? Are you attacking me? Misaki gritted her teeth and showed an expression of affection. I mean, I like you. Huh? Like me? This was the first time Naruto had heard the word like. After all, at the age when he was most adept at learning, he was educated by both a person and a beast. So Naruto didn't understand what like meant at all. Seeing Naruto's puzzled expression, Misaki felt a glimmer of hope for success. Yes. Naruto thought hard for a few seconds before suddenly realizing, oh, just like Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke like me, right? Naruto's words completely shut down what Misaki wanted to say next. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was laughing so hard it was pounding the ground. Haha, she is completely lost. Minato felt he had nothing to comment on anymore. Instead, Madara rarely agreed with the Ninetales. Although he's foolish, at least he hasn't been deceived. Misaki finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to make one last move. She suddenly leaned in to try to kiss Naruto. However, smack. Naruto reflexively jumped back, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Hey, why are you suddenly getting so close? Are you attacking me? At this point, Misaki completely lost her composure. How could there be such an unyielding person in the world? He was such a blockhead. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was laughing so much it felt like its stomach was hurting. She thought she was seducing him, but instead, he treated her like an enemy. Ha! I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts too much. Minato felt embarrassed to face Kushina, but thought positively. Although it's embarrassing, at least he didn't take advantage of the situation. Knowing this, Misaki finally gave up. She forced a smile. Mr. Naruto, you're really special. Although Naruto was puzzled by her actions, hearing her compliment made him smile brightly. Haha, of course. I'm gonna be Hokage. This guy can't even tell good from bad. He deserves to be single for life. In the end, Naruto patted her shoulder. All right, I have to go back to keep watch. You should get some rest early. After saying that, he turned and ran, completely oblivious to Misaki's stiff expression. Soon, Naruto returned to the group. Seeing Naruto come back, Sasuke glanced at him. What's wrong? Did that young lady cling to you? But Naruto looked puzzled and scratched his head. Huh? No, she just said some strange things. Sakura had a mischievous smile. She must have a crush on you. However, Naruto's response left everyone speechless. A crush? What does that mean? Only Hinata stood by, shy and afraid to speak. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails covered its stomach. This kid completely doesn't understand what it means to have a crush. After watching the whole thing, Minato could only sigh. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to teach him about feelings. Madara scoffed. A waste of time. Ninjas don't need these things. At that moment, Misaki shot Naruto a glare from afar, gritting her teeth as she returned to her tent. Her plan had completely failed. Meanwhile, Naruto was completely unaware that he had just avoided a trap of beauty and was excitedly demonstrating his earlier battle to Sasuke. Hinata watched him, feeling both relieved and a bit disappointed. Sakura patted her shoulder, silently comforting the true young lady of their team. Chapter 56. Hinata, I will take responsibility for you. 2 days later, the escort mission was finally successfully completed, and the merchant convoy safely arrived at the port on the border of the Land of Fire. The wealthy merchants expressed their heartfelt thanks to the ninjas, especially Naruto. Although Misaki's plan had completely failed, it must be admitted that without him, the convoy would have been robbed long ago. However, Misaki stood from a distance, staring fiercely at Naruto, gritting her teeth and muttering to herself. Vortex Naruto, just you wait. Next time we meet, I will definitely make you fall for me. At this moment, Naruto was completely unaware of her resentful gaze. His attention was entirely on Hinata's arm. Although the wound had healed, the bandage had not been removed, and he still felt that it was his carelessness that had caused Hinata to get hurt. Therefore, on the way back to the village, Naruto suddenly ran in front of her, looking serious. Hinata, let me carry you back. Puffed. The water that Yada was drinking sprayed out. What? Shino pushed up his sunglasses, remaining silent, but clearly shocked as well. Hinata's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. In Naruto-kun, suddenly, Naruto patted his chest, justifying himself. Because you got hurt. And it's all my fault that the enemy had the chance to attack. So, I have to take responsibility. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails rarely whistled. This kid finally gets it. Minato was also somewhat pleased. Not bad, not bad. He knows how to care for girls. Madara snorted coldly, boring emotional matters. Meanwhile, hearing Naruto's words made Hinata's head feel like it was about to explode. And no, that's not necessary. Naruto-kun, my injury is already healed. Naruto frowned. No way. Look at how slowly you're walking. Your wound must still hurt. Sakura rolled her eyes from the side. Idiot Naruto, Hinata walks slowly because she's shy. Not because her wound hurts. Sasuke snorted. The bottom of the class. When did you start caring about the young lady of the Hyuga family? Naruto declared confidently. Because she's my important companion. And her injury is my responsibility. Hearing the words important companion, Hinata's heart raced even faster, her fingers tightly twisted together. Naruto-kun. Seeing Hinata still hesitating, Naruto simply squatted down, turning his back to her. Come on, don't be shy. I can carry you just fine. I used to carry Iruka-sensei home when he was drunk. Naruto's words caused the Nine-Tails in the ceiling space to laugh and pound the ground. No way. This kid is actually comparing Iruka to Hinata. Minato could only cover his face. Son, you shouldn't mention other men at a time like this. Obito's mouth twitched slightly. Idiot. Hinata looked at Naruto's broad back, nearly evaporating from embarrassment. She trembled as she reached out her hand, gently resting it on Naruto's shoulder. But as soon as she touched him, she retracted it as if shocked. I still can't do it. Naruto turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Hinata lowered her head. Her voice as quiet as a mosquito. I'm too shy. Naruto scratched his head, suddenly having a flash of inspiration. Ah, how about this? He turned around and picked Hinata up in a bridal carry. This way should be fine. Hinata's eyes instantly became spiral-shaped, her entire body stiff as a board. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, adjusting glasses. In the mental space, the nine tails laughed so hard that all nine of its tails were wildly waving. Huh? This kid has no idea what he's doing. Minato was already tired of watching. Although the method is wrong, at least the intention is good. In the real world, Hinata was on the verge of fainting, her face flushed hot, tightly gripping Naruto's clothes. And Naruto-kun, put me down. Naruto looked serious. No way. You're hurt. I have to take responsibility. Responsibility? Hinata's voice suddenly rose. Her mind involuntarily imagined their future married life. Naruto nodded. Right. I, Uzumaki Naruto, keep my word. Since it's my negligence that caused your injury, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Bang! Hinata finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted, her body going limp in Naruto's arms. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba. Hey, Shino, am I seeing things? Did Hinata faint? Shino adjusted his glasses. No, you aren't mistaken. Nine tails, haha. One sentence sinks her. Is this kid a genius? Minato deeply understood his son's emotional intelligence. Son, you can't just throw around the word responsibility like that. At that moment, Obito recalled Hashirama from back in the day. Those two are somewhat similar when it comes to feelings. However, Naruto didn't have time to listen to the trio's conversation in the ceiling space. Seeing Hinata faint, he panicked. Hey, Hinata, what's wrong? He shook Hinata frantically. Wake up. Don't scare me. Sakura finally couldn't bear to watch any longer and punched Naruto on the head. Idiot. Stop shaking her. She just fainted for being overly shy. Naruto covered the bump on his head, looking bewildered. Huh? Shy? Why? Sasuke, realizing he might be assimilated by Naruto's stupidity, thought, you dullard. You'll eventually die because of your cluelessness. In the end, Sakura took care of Hinata while Naruto followed behind, completely oblivious to what he had said wrong. Without the caravan's burden, everyone returned to Konoha village in just one day. The Jonin sensei went to report the mission, while the others dispersed, waiting for the mission payment to be issued. Soon, Hinata finally woke up, but upon seeing Naruto, her face turned red again, and she hurriedly hid behind Sakura. Naruto scratched his head and walked over seriously. Hinata, what I said earlier was serious. I will definitely take responsibility for you. Bang! Hinata, again overwhelmed with embarrassment, fainted once more, her eyes rolling back. Sakura, holding Hinata, shouted, Naruto, shut up. Sasuke unconsciously distanced himself from Naruto. This guy is hopeless. Kiba held back laughter. Huh, Naruto, what kind of jutsu is this? One sentence and Hinata faints? Shino, interesting phenomenon. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails was almost laughing to the point of tears. Haha, 2 fainting spells from 1 sentence. Is this kid a love killer? Minato stroked his chin, starting to think about future plans. Looks like I need to teach him how to talk to girls. At this moment, Obito did not object. Meanwhile, in the sea, Misaki stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the scenery in the sky, her fists clenched tightly. Uzumaki Naruto, when we meet next time, I will definitely make you my man. Chapter 57. Sarutobi, Kanoru. On a certain day after the joint mission, Kakashi notified everyone to gather at the 7th training ground. The trio quickly arrived at the 7th training ground. 7th squad, assemble. Kakashi's lazy voice rang out. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all looked up simultaneously, only to see their Jonin sensei standing in the center of the training ground, holding a piece of paper, his expression still as lethargic as a dead fish. Kakashi sensei, you're late again. Naruto jumped up in protest, this time being half an hour later than last time. Sasuke also looked at Kakashi with a bit of resentment. Kakashi, you need to fix this habit of being late. Sakura sighed. Kakashi-sensei, is there a mission today? Kakashi scratched his head, slowly handing over the piece of paper. Well, this, you can take a look for yourselves. The 3 of them gathered around to read, and saw that the paper said, Chunin exam registration form. Chunin exam. Naruto instantly became excited. Wow, am I finally going to become a Chunin? Sasuke smirked slightly. Finally a challenge that resembles something. Sakura, however, changed her expression. Wait, we just graduated less than 3 months ago. Is it too early to participate in the Chunin exam? As a top student, Sakura knew very well that for a Chunin to be promoted to Chunin, they needed to participate in the Chunin exam. However, generally, Chunin would wait for a year of adjustment before choosing to participate in the Chunin exam. After all, the Chunin exam was not a game. It was an exam where people could die. Rushing in blindly would likely only lead to death. However, Naruto and Sasuke clearly didn't think that much. Naruto turned to her. Sakura, what are you afraid of? With me and Sasuke here, it'll definitely be fine. Sasuke crossed his arms and said lightly, if you can't even participate in this kind of exam, then what kind of ninja are you? Sakura bit her lip. But the Chunin exam is a competition among elite Chunin from various countries. We lack experience, and if we rashly participate, we might. Seeing that the three were at an impasse, Kakashi yawned. Well, I've given you the registration form. You can decide for yourselves. Just tell me your answer tomorrow. With that, he poofed away. Naruto pouted. He ran away again. Sasuke thought carefully. Forget it. Let's each go back and think and decide tomorrow. Sakura nodded. All right. After parting ways with Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto walked home alone with his hands behind his head, mumbling, the Chunin exam, I wonder what kind of opponents I'll meet. In the ceiling space, Minato explained to Naruto, the Chunin exam is hosted jointly by the 5 great nations. Obito, however, looked down on this. Such a foolish act of exposing one's own strength. Minato shook his head. No, Madara, the Chunin exam is not just an exam. It's also a way to showcase one's nation's strength to others. Obito couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh, a show of strength. Interesting. Just then, a commotion came from around the street corner. Hey, kid, can't you see? A fierce voice rang out. Naruto turned to look and saw a ninja wearing a Sand Village forehead protector grabbing a child's collar, his face filled with anger. The child was wearing a long scarf and a bowl-shaped hat on his head. Although he didn't know the other person, Naruto still shouted to stop. Hey, let go. Help me. The child struggled and shouted. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing that the other party had no intention of letting go, Naruto rushed forward in an instant. He grabbed the Sand Ninja's wrist, thinking, what kind of skill is it to bully a child? The Sand Ninja sneered. A lower ninja from Konoha? Stay out of this. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Let him go. Umph. The Sand Ninja suddenly shook off Konohamaru and swung a punch at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped and kicked towards his opponent's abdomen, causing the Sand Ninja to grunt and stagger back a few steps. You bastard. His eyes were vicious, about to form hand signs when suddenly, enough. A cold voice came from the depths of the alley. Naruto stiffened, a bone-chilling coldness creeping up his spine. He slowly turned around to see a red-haired boy standing quietly in the shadows, carrying a huge gourd on his back. His gaze is indifferent, as if he were looking at a corpse. I am Gaara. The Sand Ninja immediately cowered, quickly lowering his head and stepping back. Gaara ignored him and stared directly at Naruto. What is your name, Konoha Ninja? Naruto swallowed, but soon straightened his back. Uzumaki Naruto. And you? Uzumaki Naruto? Gaara repeated softly, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a chilling smile. I'll remember that. Saying this, he slowly walked up to the ninja and coldly said, let him go. Yes. The Sand Ninja seemed to be electrocuted, hurriedly letting go of the child's hand. Seeing the child quickly run away, Gaara then said, sorry. My companion gave you a bad impression. Although Gaara was apologizing, his voice was extremely cold, as if he were merely stating the words without any real sentiment. After seeing Gaara leave, the child finally peeked out from behind Naruto, saying with lingering fear, that person is so scary. Naruto stared in the direction Gaara had left. His brows furrowed. That guy is strong. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails tail began to swish. Hey, Naruto. That guy just now has the aura of a tailed beast inside him. Naruto was a bit surprised. So he is like me. Minato began to think. Santa's even sent a Jinchuriki this time. We need to be careful in the upcoming exams. Madara sneered. Just a mere tailed beast. Even if I call all the companions of that mutt fox, I can still handle it. Yes. Old Madara, you're the strongest. The Nine-Tails yawned and said dismissively. In the real world, Naruto came back to his senses and patted Konohamaru's head. Are you okay? How did you get involved with them? The child scratched his head. I accidentally bumped into him. Konohamaru lowered his head, his small hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. The fierce look of that sand ninja still lingered in his mind, making him tremble at the thought. He secretly glanced up at the golden-haired big brother in front of him. At this moment, the other's squatting height was just right to meet his gaze, and there was no impatience in those bright blue eyes. My name is Kanomaru, he answered softly, his voice so quiet it was almost inaudible. When he said this name, he instinctively shrank his neck. Every time he introduced himself, he would hear, he is the grandson of the third Hokage, and he hated it, despising living in his grandfather's shadow forever. Kanomaru? So you're Naruto. The reaction was just as he expected. Kanomaru's heart sank, and he mechanically nodded. Yeah, my surname is Sarutobi. Is it really starting again? Those cliché pleasantries. The grandson of the third Hokage? Naruto's voice suddenly rose, but surprisingly. It lacked the familiar hypocritical flattery that Kanomaru was used to. Instead, it was pure astonishment, as if discovering a little cat on the roadside that suddenly spoke. What shocked Kanomaru even more was that this golden-haired big brother directly referred to his grandfather as third Hokage, without the usual respectful title, but in a familiar and warm manner. Kanomaru suddenly looked up, carefully examining the other person. Sunshine-like golden hair, 6 whisker-like lines on his cheeks like a cat, and those eyes clearer than the sky. You are Uzumaki Naruto, right? Kanomaru blurted out, his heart racing. He remembered the special ninja file in his grandfather's study that had drawn particular attention, and how his grandfather's expression was a mix of headache and admiration when he mentioned this name. Naruto was clearly taken aback. Oh, you know me? Kanomaru felt his face suddenly heat up. He mustered his courage, his voice unconsciously rising. Yeah, the ninja even my grandfather can't handle. After saying this, he realized what he had just let slip and hurriedly covered his mouth. Oh no, he actually revealed his grandfather's private evaluation. Huh, am I that strong? Naruto scratched his head, his confused expression making Kanomaru want to laugh. This big brother is really special, clearly recognized by the Hokage for his strength. Yet he showed no signs of pride. Kanomaru nodded vigorously, his small face incredibly serious. Yeah, Grandpa even personally admitted you're strong. Anyone recognized by Grandpa must be very strong. As he spoke, his voice grew more resolute. At that moment, he suddenly understood what he was looking for. Not the flattery of being the third Hokage's grandson, but a role model like Naruto, someone he could truly admire. Watching Naruto become bashful from the praise, Kanomaru took a deep breath and made the most important decision of his life. He stood up straight and shouted with all his might. So, please teach me how to become strong, big brother Naruto. Naruto stroked his chin. I'm not that good at teaching. If you insist on following me, it might be very difficult. As long as I can surpass Grandpa, I'm not afraid of any difficulty. Kanomaru blurted out, then realized he had let slip his true feelings and quickly lowered his head. He had never shared this thought with anyone, not even his closest teacher, Ebisu. Why do you want to surpass the third Hokage? Naruto's question struck at his heart. Kanomaru's nails unconsciously dug into his palm. The long-suppressed grievances suddenly burst forth. I've always been called the third Hokage's grandson. His voice began to tremble. No matter what I do, the praise I receive is always, of course, he is the grandson of the third Hokage. It's always about him, even when I work hard. He couldn't continue, tears welling in his eyes. These words had been bottled up for so long that he almost forgot what he originally looked like. So you want to break through the name of the third Hokage, so that everyone recognizes you, right? Naruto's voice suddenly became particularly gentle, with a resonance that Kanomaru couldn't quite understand. Kanomaru looked up sharply, tears finally falling down. He nodded vigorously, his small body trembling with excitement. Yeah, this big brother he had just met for a few minutes actually understood his feelings right away. Then let's work hard together. At that moment, Kanomaru was determined that no matter how tough or tiring it would be, he would definitely become a ninja like Big Brother Naruto, someone whose name everyone would remember. Chapter 58. The legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. The next morning, at the 7 training ground, Kakashi leaned against the training post, playing with the Chunin exam registration form in his hand. His single eye slightly squinted, his gaze shifting back and forth between the 3 students. All right, have you all made up your minds? Kakashi's voice was lazy, yet there was an undeniable seriousness to it. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He remembered the Gaara he encountered yesterday. That pair of eyes, filled with murderous intent, made his spine chill. But it was precisely this sense of oppression that ignited his fighting spirit. It's decided. Naruto suddenly raised his head, his bright blue eyes burning with fierce flames. We will participate in the Chunin exam. His voice echoed across the empty training ground, as if declaring war on the entire world. Sasuke smirked coldly. He crossed his arms, his long fingers unconsciously tapping at the crook of his elbow. The pride of the Uchiha clan surged in his blood. He needed stronger opponents. He needed more brutal trials. Of course, 2 short words, yet imbued with undeniable determination. Deep in his black eyes, a faint scarlet light flickered. Sakura nervously twisted the corner of her shirt with her fingertips. She recalled the information about the Chunin exam she had reviewed yesterday. The elimination rate of 70 made her stomach twist in pain. But when she stole a glance at her 2 companions beside her, seeing the fiery spark in Naruto's eyes and the resolute expression on Sasuke's face, a warm current surged in her heart. All right, she took a deep breath, her emerald eyes gradually becoming steadfast. But we need to be fully prepared. Although her voice trembled a bit, it already carried a hint of resolve. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents, the visible eye sparkling with appreciation. That's right. He gently shook the registration form, saying, "You all qualify." "Why?" Naruto asked, bewildered, his blonde hair shining in the morning light. Kakashi tucked the registration form into his ninja tool pouch, his tone suddenly turning serious. "The Chunin exam is a team exam. So if only 1 or 2 of you participate, you won't succeed in registering." He looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of his 3 students with satisfaction. "This is the final test." "Huh? Kakashi-sensei, are you testing us again?" Naruto exaggeratedly waved his arms, but a warm current surged in his heart. So the teacher had been secretly watching their growth. Kakashi turned to leave, his silver hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. There are many tests in life. He glanced back at them, his voice suddenly lighthearted. "All right, I'm off to submit the registration form. You all prepare. It will start in a few days." With that, he vanished with a bang, leaving only a few fallen leaves. After a brief silence in the training ground, Sakura was the first to speak. "I want to go learn medical ninjutsu in the medical class." Her voice grew more resolute. In team combat, medical ninjas are indispensable. Sasuke snorted. "Do as you please." Although Sasuke appeared indifferent, he was quite concerned about and supportive of Sakura's decision. Then Sasuke turned his gaze to Naruto, the underachiever. "Do you want to find a place to practice?" "Just what I want." Naruto rubbed his fists together. "Watch me knock your teeth out." The 2 quickly made their way to a secluded mountain spring outside the village. Clear spring water gushed from the crevices in the rocks, sparkling under the sunlight. Just as Naruto assumed his starting stance, Sasuke suddenly raised his index finger. "Shh! Do you hear that?" Amid the faint sound of flowing water, there was a subtle rustling noise. The 2 looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man with white hair crouched behind a rock, peering through binoculars, intently spying on the other side of the spring. What was that old man doing? Naruto was initially curious about what the old man was up to, but then he followed Sasuke's pointing direction and saw a group of girls bathing there. That perverted old man is spying on the female ninjas bathing. Naruto shouted indignantly. A flash of disgust crossed Sasuke's eyes. Boring. But his hand had already reached for a shuriken. "Hey, you pervert over there." Naruto dashed forward. The old man was startled and hurriedly put away his binoculars. He turned around, revealing a face painted with red eyeshadow. "You little brat. Ruining someone else's good deed will bring retribution. Less nonsense." Naruto charged forward, throwing a punch. As Naruto rushed in, Sasuke also skillfully threw 3 shurikens, sealing off the old man's escape route. However, in the next moment, both felt a blur before their eyes. Jiraiya moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging all their attacks. He pressed down on Naruto's head with one hand and grabbed Sasuke's wrist with the other, firmly restraining both of them. "Let me go." Naruto struggled with all his might. "Quiet down, brats." Jiraiya lowered his voice, "If they find out." Before he could finish, a scream pierced the sky. "There's a pervert!" 3 female ninjas, wrapped in towels, rushed over. Jiraiya's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to flee, he found Naruto and Sasuke had clung tightly to his legs. You guys! Jiraiya's eyes widened. No escaping. Naruto gritted his teeth. Perverts should be punished. Sasuke also held on tightly. Slap, slap, slap. After 3 loud slaps, 3 men with swollen cheeks appear by the spring. Soon after, in the corridor of the Konoha hospital, Naruto and Sasuke, covering their still slightly hot cheeks, bumped into the equally bruised Jiraiya. It's all your fault, you 2 brats, Jiraiya said angrily. You ruined my perfect material gathering plan. It was clearly you perverted old man. Naruto retorted without backing down. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Who exactly are you? With those skills. Hearing their questions, Jiraiya suddenly seemed to have activated some mechanism. He revealed a mysterious smile. Good question. Listen up, I am one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, and the author of the best-selling book Make Out Paradise, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto looked confused. Sasuke's pupils constricted. The legendary Sannin. Naruto was somewhat surprised. Do you know him? Sasuke shot Naruto a glare. Idiot, the Sannin of Konoha is a renowned trio in the entire ninja world. Haven't you seen this in history books? Faced with Sasuke's gaze, Naruto could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly, looking away, haha, in the ceiling space. Minato felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Jiraiya-sensei, your first impression is really terrible. Naruto asked in confusion. Dad? What do you call him? Minato replied. Jiraiya is my teacher. Huh? Naruto expressed disbelief. His dad is a principal man. How could his teacher be such a perverted old man? Noticing Naruto's disdain for Jiraiya, the Nine-Tails laughed heartily. No wonder the 4th Hokage has that expression. I want it too. Obito snorted coldly. His strength is indeed good, but his character is too poor. In the real world, Jiraiya saw Naruto's blonde hair and blue eyes and couldn't help but think of his student Minato. The other one, with black hair and black eyes, was clearly a young Uchiha. Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Naruto and Sasuke on the shoulders. It seems we are very destined. As an apology, how about learning a few moves from me? I guarantee you'll sweep through the Chunin exam. Sasuke watched him warily. What are your intentions? Intentions? Jiraiya stroked his chin. I want to see how far you can go. Naruto hesitated and looked at Sasuke, who nodded slightly. Although the method was strange, this man's strength was indeed unfathomable. Deal. Naruto extended his hand, but if you dare to spy on girls bathing again, that is called gathering material. Artistic material gathering. Jiraiya corrected solemnly. Thus, after their unexpected encounter, the 2 boys from Team 7 began special training with the legendary Sannin. What they didn't know was that this chance encounter would completely change their path as ninjas. Chapter 59. The Toad Sage's Training. In Training Ground 7, Jiraiya stood in the center with his arms crossed, his white hair gently swaying in the breeze. He squinted his eyes, assessing the 2 young boys before him, a playful smile on his lips. Come on, brats, let me see what you're capable of. Jiraiya beckoned with his finger. It's fine to come at me together. You said it. Naruto immediately excitedly formed hand signs. Shadow, clone, jutsu. With the explosion of chakra, 10 clones instantly appeared, surrounding Jiraiya. Sasuke's eyes instantly switched to Sharingan, the 2 Tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. This surprised Jiraiya a bit. At this age, he had already awakened to Sharingan. This talent would rank among the best in the Uchiha clan throughout history. Sasuke lowered his center of gravity, his right hand gathering a piercing lightning. Chidori. Oh, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Kakashi even taught you this technique? Accompanied by the sharp chirping of Chidori, Sasuke charged forward like lightning. At the same time, Naruto's shadow clones rushed in from all directions. Good coordination. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, his figure suddenly becoming blurry. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the afterimage, while Naruto's clones collided into a heap. Behind you, Sasuke's Sharingan caught Jiraiya's movement trajectory, and he quickly turned around. But it was too late. Jiraiya's hand blade had lightly landed on the back of his neck. The inside of the Sharingan is good, but the body can't keep up, Jiraiya commented. while simultaneously sweeping Naruto's real body off his feet. The ensuing battle was a complete one-sided crushing. No matter how many shadow clones Naruto used, or how Sasuke predicted, Jiraiya could always easily defuse their attacks. What shocked Sasuke the most was that the opponent could even precisely avoid the path of a lightning attack the moment he initiated Chidori. 10 minutes later, the two boys sat on the ground, panting, while Jiraiya hadn't even broken a sweat. Damn it, can't hit at all. Naruto angrily punched the ground. Sasuke clenched his fists, his Sharingan filled with unwillingness. Is this the power of the Sannin? Jiraiya stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Sasuke, your lightning release skills are quite good, but I'm not skilled in lightning techniques. You'll have to ask Kakashi for that. However, I can teach you fire release. Saying this, Jiraiya turned to Naruto. As for you, I'm a bit surprised. Your taijutsu is much higher than I expected, and your chakra control is impressive. Naruto grinned. Really? Jiraiya suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. I've decided. I'm going to teach you the summoning technique. Faced with the new technique, Naruto's eyes widened. Summoning technique? Jiraiya enjoyed this feeling and continued. That's right, by using your blood to sign a contract with the animals, you can summon them. It's a space-time ninjutsu that anyone can learn. Saying this, Jiraiya bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke exploded, and, immediately, a giant toad, Gamabunta, appeared in the training ground, holding a pipe in its mouth. Jiraiya, why did you call me out again? Gamabunta asked impatiently. Haha, don't be so cold. Jiraiya patted his friend's head. Today, I'm introducing you to two newcomers. Gamabunta looked down at the two and couldn't help but smile. Oh, interesting. Jiraiya actually got himself students. Wow, so big. Sasuke and Naruto were astonished by Gamabunta's size. Seeing the timing was right, Jiraiya took down the scroll behind him and spread it out in front of the two. It recorded the names of all the humans who had signed contracts with Mount Myaboku, the last signer being none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. So it's Dad's contract beast. Remembering that he would be using the same summoning beast as his father, Naruto couldn't help but feel happy. Jiraiya explained, by signing your names with your blood and putting your handprint, you can summon the Toad Clan's summoning beasts. Without hesitation, Naruto bit his finger and signed. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, thinking about how it could enhance his power and also sign the contract. All right, now let's give it a try, Jiraiya instructed. Remember the hand seals I just taught you, and the summoning technique requires precise chakra control. I got it. Naruto eagerly smeared blood on his palm, then completed the hand seals, slapping his hand on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, a tiny toad appeared on the ground. Naruto, Jiraiya, Sasuke. The small toad looked up. Yo, a new contract holder? I am Gamakichi. Naruto went wild. Hey, why are you so small? Before Naruto could finish his complaint, Gamabunta interjected. What? Kid, do you look down on my son? Naruto hurriedly smiled apologetically. No, I don't. Naruto could hold it in, but the Nine Tails couldn't. Its crimson chakra began to surge. Stupid toad, do you want to die? Calm down, there's no need to fight right now. However, the next second, Madara directly activated his Susanoo and stepped on the Nine Tails' head, with Minato quickly comforting him. Madara was relatively calm. Naruto needs more power. If you act recklessly, you'll ruin everything. Oomph. The Nine Tails lay on the ground, turning its head away in displeasure. In the real world, facing Naruto's summoned beast, Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. It's your chakra control issue. Sasuke listened to Jiraiya's advice and coldly snorted at Naruto. Watch me. He completed the hand seals, summoning technique. Boom! A toad that was exactly the same size as Gamakichi, but yellow appeared in front of Sasuke. Oh, you summoned me on your first try. Not bad. Gamabunta praised. Sasuke, Jiraiya, Naruto. Haha. Now it was Naruto's turn to mercilessly mock Sasuke. Jiraiya looked on helplessly, never expecting that these two talented kids would only summon these small toads on their first tries. After teaching the summoning technique, Jiraiya took Sasuke aside and said, Sasuke, next I'll teach you a fire release. Jiraiya formed hand seals to demonstrate. Watch closely. Fire release. Fireball. A scorching fireball shot out, turning the distant target to ashes. Sasuke's Sharingan accurately recorded every detail. He tried to form the hand seals, fire release, fireball, although the power was not as strong as Jiraiya's. The degree of fire condensation was clearly superior to his previous great fireball technique. Not bad. Let's do it again, Jiraiya encouraged. After a whole day of training, Naruto finally managed to summon a toad of normal size. Meanwhile, Sasuke not only mastered the fireball, but could also proficiently summon Gamabunta to assist in battle. Jiraiya looked at the two with satisfaction. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Naruto collapsed on the ground. I'm exhausted. Although Sasuke was tired, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never imagined he would sign a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku. This new fighting method opened up many more possibilities for him. Under the sunset, Jiraiya watched the backs of the two boys, revealing a meaningful smile. It seems that the new generation of Konoha is even more interesting than I imagined. Chapter 60. Jiraiya's shock continuous special training for 2 days had significantly improved Naruto and Sasuke's strength. On the first day, Jiraiya focused on guiding Naruto to master the chakra distribution for the summoning technique. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling slightly as he formed hand seals. Focus. Jiraiya squatted beside him, lightly tapping his head with a twig. The summoning technique isn't about brute force. It's about precise chakra control. I know. Naruto gritted his teeth and rubbed the spot that had been tapped, taking a deep breath to reform the hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, and a normally sized toad appeared in the field. It blinked its round eyes and looked around. Finally able to summon a larger toad consistently. Finally succeeded. Naruto jumped up excitedly, his golden hair shining in the sunlight. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Sasuke. The black-haired boy was practicing fire release against a distant rock, his Sharingan slightly rotating, precisely controlling the flow of chakra. Fire release, fireball. A scorching fireball shot out, exploding with astonishing power upon contact with the rock, shattering the hard stone and even melting its edges. Not bad, kid, Jiraiya whistled. This power is much stronger than a regular great fireball. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow, a slight smirk on his face. Still far from it. He had seen Itachi's fire release, and the great fireball's power was greater than his fireball. However, the training the next day took an unexpected turn. Jiraiya mysteriously pulled out a water ball from his pocket and waved it in front of Naruto. I'm going to teach you something new today. Naruto tilted his head, his bright blue eyes filled with confusion. A water ball? That's right. Jiraiya grinned proudly. Use your chakra to destroy this water ball from the inside. This is the Rasengan. Naruto blinked, suddenly extending his right hand, palm up. In the next second, blue chakra began to spin rapidly, emitting a piercing hum, and a perfect Rasengan formed in his hand. Jiraiya's smile froze on his face, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. When did you learn this? Dad taught me, Naruto replied with a grin. The Rasengan in his hand slowly dissipating. Back in a land of waves, Naruto wasn't very skilled with the Rasengan, so when dealing with Haku, he only had Sasuke use the Chidori. Later, when he became more proficient, the enemies were just some bandits, so there was no need for the Rasengan. So this was the first time Naruto had formed the Rasengan with one hand in front of someone else. Your dad? Minato? Jiraiya's voice suddenly rose, the red eyeshadow on his face appearing even more vivid. Yeah, Naruto nodded, looking completely unsurprised. In fact, Naruto didn't mind mentioning this because no one would believe it anyway. Besides the last time he talked about it with Itachi, he had mentioned it to many others. But aside from Itachi, no one believed him. After all, one was a legendary Uchiha ninja, and the other was the fourth Hokage. No one would believe these two were the father of an orphan like Naruto. As for why, aside from the third Hokage and Kakashi from Konoha, as well as Shursui and Itachi, the others who believed this had already been silenced by Obito. Jiraiya's expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to deep suspicion. He squinted his eyes and suddenly placed his hand on Naruto's forehead. Wait a minute. I need to confirm something. The moment chakra flowed, his consciousness was pulled into Naruto's mental world. Just as Jiraiya's feet touched the water surface, he saw a familiar figure, golden hair, a warm smile, and that iconic Hokage cloak. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato Namikaze greeted with a smile. Is it really you? Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. He gazed at Minato for a long time, as if trying to confirm this wasn't an illusion. Memories of the day of the Nine-Tails rampage flooded back. If only he could have returned to Konoha in time. Haha, don't make that face. Minato shook his head helplessly. I'm not blaming you. Jiraiya took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At that moment, he noticed a man standing next to Minato. Dark armor, unruly black hair, and a pair of eyes that seemed to see through everything, with patterns that looked like they were of the Manjiki Sharingan level. You are. Jiraiya's nerves instantly tensed. Uchiha, Obito, the man stated flatly. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body instinctively took a defensive stance. The legendary ninja? Why are you here? Minato sighed and explained that's a long story. What a fuss, Obito scoffed. Jiraiya's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and his brain raced. The legendary ninja of the shinobi world is actually residing within Naruto? Does the third Hokage know? No. Judging by Minato's attitude, they seemed to be getting along peacefully. At this moment, Obito suddenly spoke. Since you know Minato, you should be able to get closer to Naruto. You should spend more time with him outside. Huh? Jiraiya thought he had misheard. Obito continued. We can only reside within his body and can't be by his side. So he lives alone. Jiraiya let out a dry laugh, not expecting the legendary Uchiha Obito to care about the growth of a little kid. Obito's sharp gaze swept over. Is there a problem? No, it's just. Jiraiya scratched his face. I heard that Uchiha Obito is cruel and heartless. Which bastard spread that rumor? Obito's expression darkened instantly, the surrounding chakra growing restless. Damn it, saying he is brutal is one thing. After all, if it weren't for Hashirama holding him back, he would have already destroyed the 5 great nations by himself. But what does it mean to be heartless? He cares about family, okay. Minato quickly intervened. All right, that's not important. Jiraiya-sensei, please take care of Naruto. Jiraiya's expression softened. Don't worry. This kid is much more capable than I imagined. He paused, suddenly recalling something. Wait, so Naruto's taijutsu and chakra control were taught by me. Obito stood with his arms crossed, a hint of pride in his tone. And me. The voice of a Nine-Tails suddenly came from the darkness, followed by the appearance of a giant fox figure. The reason this kid has such a large amount of chakra is also thanks to me. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Wow, this lineup is too luxurious, isn't it? Minato smiled and added, so about the Rasengan. I understand. Jiraiya nodded, his expression becoming serious. In that case, I'll teach him something else. In the real world, Naruto watched as Jiraiya placed a hand on his head, his expression changing repeatedly. Naruto called out, Hey, perverted sage, what are you daydreaming about? Jiraiya withdrew his hand, looking at the golden-haired boy in front of him with a complex expression. He suddenly reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. You little brat, with such a strong tutor, what else do I need to teach? Huh? Naruto looked confused. Sasuke stood not far away. Although he appeared to be practicing shuriken throwing, his ears were perked up high. He keenly sensed the change in Jiraiya's attitude, a hint of doubt flashing in his Sharingan. What other secrets does that underachiever have? However, Naruto had already told him his secret, but he just didn't believe it. Meanwhile, Sakura was fully focused on the chakra thread in her hand. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her green eyes were unblinking. Good, maintain this rhythm. The leader of the medical team instructed from the side, emphasizing that stability and precision were the most important in medical ninjutsu. Sakura bit her lip tightly, the glow of chakra flickering at her fingertips. Although she still couldn't perform high-level healing like the healing jutsu, basic bleeding control and pain relief were already within her capabilities. I must become stronger, she silently vowed her heart. I can't keep holding everyone back. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the streets of Konoha. The final preparations before the CH-NIN exams were tense and orderly. Chapter 61. The CH-NIN exams officially begin at the CH-NIN exam venue. Team 7 gathered early at the entrance to the exam hall, each with different expressions. Kakashi leaned against a tree trunk, his silver hair covering his left eye, while his right eye focused intently on the book Ica Paradise, not even lifting his head. The rules are simple. come back alive. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto waved his fists in dissatisfaction. What kind of encouragement is that? Sasuke had his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes shifting slightly beneath his black hair. Just don't hold us back. Sakura took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. I will do my best. Kakashi finally raised his head from the book, revealing his right eye shaped like a crescent moon. Well, good luck to you all. The three exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh, seemingly accustomed to Kakashi's attitude. Then, the three pushed open the door to the exam hall. However, the scene inside left them stunned. At that moment, the venue was bustling with noise, with ninjas from various hidden villages, including Sunagakure, Amagakure, Kusagakure, and Odogakure, gathering in groups. Gaara from Sunagakure stood in a corner, carrying a huge gourd, his cold gaze exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Meanwhile, Kankuro held the puppet crow, his face painted with purple patterns. As for Temari, she leaned against the wall, her massive fan resting in front of her. On the other side, the rain-hidden ninjas wore breathing masks, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes that made it impossible to discern their faces or thoughts. The newly formed sound ninjas were wrapped in bandages, exuding a chilling aura. As for the grass ninjas, they were a brawny bunch, carrying exaggerated giant swords on their backs. Sakura's pupils constricted slightly as she unconsciously swallowed. So many people. Her fingers quietly tightened around the hem of her clothes, feeling a bit scared. Naruto's reaction, however, was completely different. His eyes lit up instantly, and a big smile spread across his face. Wow, is this what ninjas from other villages look like? He rubbed his hands together excitedly, looking very strong. Sasuke's black eyes scanned the crowd like a blade. Humph. Mostly weaklings. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable arrogance. Enough of this, let's go. Just as the three were about to enter the venue, a green figure flashed before them like a whirlwind. The newcomer moved quickly, and both Naruto and Sasuke only realized someone was there when he was right in front of them. However, this person had a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and a tight outfit, making even Naruto, who didn't care about clothing styles, feel a bit disdainful. The green-clad watermelon head blocked their path with a textbook standard 90-degree bow. Hello, I am Rock Lee, a genin from Konoha. Sasuke's expression instantly turned cold, the corners of his mouth slightly downturned. Naruto blinked, revealing a friendly smile. Oh, hello. Sakura forced a polite smile. Hi. Her gaze lingered on Lee's tight outfit for a second before quickly shifting away. Lee straightened up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I heard that you are the geniuses of this generation, especially Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. He suddenly clenched his fists, shouting passionately, I want to spar with you. Naruto scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. It might not be convenient right now. We're about to take the exam. Sasuke directly walked past him. Move aside. But Lee persistently chased after them. Wait. Even though I don't know ninjutsu or jinjutsu, my taijutsu... Sorry. Naruto turned around with an apologetic expression, putting his hands together in a gesture of apology. Let's talk after the exam. Sasuke continued walking forward without looking back. Boring. Lee instantly froze, his whole being seemingly losing color, standing there in a daze. A gust of autumn wind blew by, rustling a few fallen leaves, adding to the desolation. Seeing this, Sakura quickly jogged over and bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. My teammate is a bit, impolite. She raised her head and happened to meet Lee's tear-filled eyes. What a gentle and kind girl. Lee suddenly knelt on one knee, producing a bright red rose from nowhere. Please go out with me. Huh? Sakura's expression instantly froze, her light green pupils constricting sharply, her lips trembling slightly. I swear to protect you with my life. My youthful fire only burns for you, Lee declared passionately, his thick eyebrows bouncing with excitement. There was even a sense of burning chakra. Eek! Sakura let out a surprised scream, reflexively grabbing Naruto and Sasuke by their collars, dragging them towards the exam venue with astonishing strength. Run! Wait, at least tell me your name. Lee's shouts gradually faded away. After shaking off Lee, Sakura released her grip, bent over, and gasped for breath. That was so scary. Her cheeks were flushed, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Naruto, while fixing his disheveled collar, smiled helplessly. Sakura, you didn't have to overreact like that. Sasuke looked quite helpless. Adjusting his collar that had been pulled, ask you. Just ignore that kind of person. Just then a cold voice came from behind. Konoha's ninjas are indeed a bunch of trash. The voice slithered into the ears of the trio like a venomous snake. They turned around abruptly to see Gaara from Sunagakure coldly staring at them. The gourd on his back exuded an ominous aura, and his blue eyes, shadowed by dark circles, were devoid of emotion, as if he were looking at a bunch of dead people. Kankuro stood beside him, wearing a mocking smile. Temari partially covered her face with a fan, her eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze. Naruto's expression turned serious. What did you say? Sasuke activated his Sharingan instantly, the two Tomo slowly spinning. Do you want to fight? Sakura instinctively took a half step back but quickly forced herself to stand her ground. Even though her legs were still trembling slightly, Gaara's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smile. I hope you can survive to the second round of the Chunin exam. As he spoke, the air around them seemed to grow heavy. But after finishing, Gaara turned and walked into the exam venue with his two teammates. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails squinted. Humph. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku is just a brat. What is he so arrogant about? Minato noticed the chaotic flow of chakra within the boy. That child-tailed beast is very unstable. Madara scoffed at Minato's reaction. A mere one-tails Jinchuriki. If he dares to act recklessly, I'll turn him into a cat. Chapter 62. Exam or cheating? After arriving at the exam venue, the three members of Team 7 found their seats based on the names on the desks. Their seats were not close together, but the three were not worried. After all, their combined scores were among the top three. What exam could they possibly fail? Soon, Naruto discovered that his seatmate was Hinata. Hinata, you're my desk partner. Hinata nodded shyly in agreement. However, before Naruto could get acquainted with the person next to him, the noisy voices in the exam room suddenly quieted down with the heavy door closing. More than 300 genin sat neatly between closely arranged desks. The air filled with a tense atmosphere. Beside him, Hinata shyly looked at Naruto, her heart both happy and excited. Everyone quiet down. A low, hoarse voice came from the direction of the podium. Hinata was startled and quickly averted her gaze, only to see Naruto suddenly straighten his back. At that moment, a man with a face full of scars walked in, his voice rough like sandpaper. I am the chief examiner for the first test, Ibiki Marino. Saying this, Ibiki slammed a stack of test papers onto the desk, coldly stating, Now I will announce the exam rules. In the ceiling space, Minato was slightly shocked. So it's Mr. Ibiki from the interrogation unit. Madara turned his head, a look of disdain on his face. Is he that impressive? Minato smiled faintly. It's not that he is impressive, but he is the head of the Konoha interrogation unit, reputed to extract information from the dead. The Nine-Tails, intrigued, said, Oh, that's interesting. At this moment, in the real world, Ibiki tapped the blackboard. Rule number 1. Each person starts with 10 points, with a total of 10 questions. 1 point will be deducted for each wrong answer. Rule 2. His mouth curled into a dangerous arc. The total score for the three-man team must reach 20 points to pass. The exam room immediately erupted in an uproar. What? Naruto suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. This isn't fair. Hinata's heart jumped in her throat. She saw Ibiki's sharp gaze piercing towards Naruto like a knife, instinctively tightening her grip on her pen. Don't be impulsive. She bravely tugged at Naruto's shirt, but her hand was still trembling. Ibiki sneered. What I say is the rule. You can choose not to follow it, but if you do, I'll kick you out directly. This retort left Naruto speechless, and he had no choice but to sit back down. Ibiki's gaze swept like a knife over the others before continuing. Rule 3. If caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted. He paused, then added the final rule. If any one person scores 0 points, the whole team is eliminated. The moment the exam papers were handed out, Naruto's face turned green. This was no ordinary exam. It was clearly a test for the ANBU. The questions were filled with dense code decryption, tactical simulations, and advanced chakra theories. Naruto couldn't even understand the questions, let alone answer them. This was far beyond what a ninja school was supposed to teach. In the ceiling space, Minato, however, showed interest. These advanced questions are definitely not meant for Genin. Madara smiled slightly. It seems that this exam was never just a simple test from the beginning. The Ninetales was puzzled. Aren't you worried? That kid can't answer a single question. Minato, however, was not concerned. If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of this exam is not to answer these questions, but for another goal. If that goal is achieved, even a blank paper can pass. At this moment, Naruto was unaware of the conversation in the ceiling space. He was scratching his head in despair, making Hinata's heart ache. Through her Byakugan, she could clearly see that Naruto's exam paper was completely blank. "It's over," Naruto said, resting his forehead on the desk and letting out a desperate groan. His golden hair shone brightly under the sunlight, but lost its usual luster due to his frustration. On the other side, Sasuke and Sakura had also seen the questions. Sasuke was shocked by the difficulty, while Sakura quickly began to answer based on her years of knowledge. Suddenly, an odonin was picked up. Cheating, lose 2 points. Numbers 3, 50, and 91 are eliminated. The supervising Chunin announced coldly. "What? You bastard. All right. You eliminated ones no longer have the right to be here." Soon, the first group of eliminated candidates was directly thrown out by the supervising Chunin. Naruto raised his head and looked at the supervising Chunin returning to their seats. "No, I have to find a way." Hinata bit her lip, struggling internally. She knew cheating was against the rules, but seeing Naruto in pain made her think about how to help him cheat. On the other side, Sasuke quickly understood the true purpose of the exam, which was to test their information-gathering abilities, essentially cheating. Realizing this, Sasuke looked around and quickly targeted someone who was writing furiously. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke began to copy that person's answers one by one. Soon, answers to question after question were written down by Sasuke. Other candidates also began to discover ways to pass the exam. The Sand siblings. Gaara used sand to form an eye, connecting nerves to cheat through the air. Kankuro mixed his puppets among the supervising Chunin, obtaining answers by going to the restroom and assisting Temari in cheating. In Team 8, Kiba relied on Akamaru's signals since only he could understand dog language. While Shino used bugs, both relied on methods only they understood to cheat. Team 10's trio was even more ingenious. They were completely unconcerned. Ino used the mind transfer jutsu to copy Sakura's answers after she finished, then shared them with Shikamaru and Choji. As for others, Odonin listened to the weight and direction of the sounds made by others writing to know their answers. Tintin used ninja tools to manipulate a mirror hidden in the ceiling to reflect and transmit answers. Thus, a silent and sincere competition began. However, halfway through the exam, Hinata noticed Naruto's condition worsening. His back was completely soaked with sweat, his golden hair stuck to his forehead, and his blue eyes had lost their usual sparkle. "Naruto-kun," she quietly called in her heart, her fingers unconsciously brushing her chest. Through her Byakugan, she could see Naruto's chakra flow becoming chaotic, a sign of extreme tension. When a Reinin team was expelled from the exam for cheating, Hinata saw Naruto tremble all over. She wanted to walk over, even just to say a word of encouragement, but the exam rules strictly prohibited communication. As the clock pointed to the last hour, Ibiki suddenly knocked on the podium. "Now I announce the rules for question 10. His voice made everyone hold their breath, deciding whether to answer or not. Choosing not to answer would disqualify the entire team on the spot and require them to retake the exam next time. If they chose to answer and got it wrong, they would permanently lose their qualification to take the Chunin exam. The exam room instantly erupted. Hinata saw Naruto's face turn pale, and her heart tightened. At this moment, someone voiced their dissatisfaction. "This is absurd." Ibiki sneered. "Absurd? I already said, my word is the rule. You can choose not to follow it, but then I'll kick you out." Choosing to answer could lead to never being able to take the Chunin exam again. Should they choose not to answer? "I want to quit." Under immense pressure, candidate after candidate began to raise their hands to withdraw. Hinata anxiously looked at Naruto, seeing him staring at the desk. His fists clenched white. Sakura and Sasuke were also worried about Naruto's situation, as Sakura knew very well that this kind of question was something Naruto couldn't possibly answer. She had learned it all beyond the school's knowledge. Naruto and Sasuke were just normal students who couldn't answer it. But earlier, Sakura had observed that Sasuke's expression was very confident, indicating he had found a way to answer, while Naruto had a look of "I'm doomed" the whole time. This indicated that Naruto hadn't found a way to cheat at all. Chapter 63. Hinata, future daughter-in-law. In the oppressive exam room, the air seemed to have solidified. The breaths of over 300 genin rose and fell in succession, with beads of sweat forming on everyone's foreheads. Ibiki stood on the podium, his scarred face wearing a scrutinizing expression, like a beast waiting for its prey to fall into its trap. Choose to answer or not to answer. His voice was as rough as sandpaper. If you answer incorrectly, you will permanently lose your qualification to take the Chunin exam. This statement hit like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing the exam room to erupt. Hinata secretly raised her eyes, and through her Byakugan, she could clearly see the candidates around her with wildly fluctuating heart rates. In the front row, Kiba was irritably scratching his hair, Choji had forgotten to eat his chips, and even the usually calm Shikamaru was frowning. They came to take the Chunin exam for the sake of promotion, but now they were faced with the possibility of never advancing. This is too absurd. I want to quit. More and more candidates chose to give up under the pressure. The supervising Chunin continued to announce the names of those eliminated, which felt like repeated blows to everyone's hearts. Naruto was staring at the desk, his fists clenched white, his knuckles turning blue. His back was completely soaked with sweat, and his uniform clung to him, outlining his slightly thin figure. Suddenly, a loud bang broke the silence. "We won't give up." Naruto suddenly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor. His golden hair shone in the sunlight, and in his blue eyes burned an indomitable fire. Hinata's heart skipped a beat. Through her Byakugan, she could clearly see Naruto's legs trembling slightly, but his straight back showed incredible determination. That spirit of never giving up was what she admired most. Ibiki narrowed his eyes, shadows cast by his scars on his face. Oh? Even if it means remaining a genin forever? So what? Naruto slammed his fist down on the desk, his voice echoing throughout the exam room. I, Uzumaki Naruto, keep my word. Even if I have to be a genin for life, I will become Hokage. The entire exam room fell silent. No one expected such a bold declaration from a hot-headed kid. However, Naruto's words dropped like a stone into the still lake, creating ripples. The next second, me too. Hinata was surprised to find that the previously oppressive atmosphere in the examination room had completely changed. One by one, the candidates stood up, their fear replaced by determination thanks to Naruto's words. Even someone slammed the table like Naruto. What a joke. How can we back down here? CHG also gripped his pencil tightly. I won't give up this time either. Although Shikamaru complained, he looked at Naruto with admiration. What a hassle. Ibiki's mouth turned up slightly. However, this smile caused everyone present to shudder. After all, he hadn't smiled at all throughout, and now that he was smiling, it surely meant trouble. But everyone was wrong. Ibiki looked at Naruto appreciatively and then announced, "Congratulations, this is the 10th question." Huh? The room was in an uproar. The real test is your determination. Ibiki scanned the crowd. Now, everyone who remains has passed the first exam. No one expected to have passed the exam so confusingly. For a moment, everyone was stunned until someone cheered. Great. After that, everyone began to cheer for the victory of this exam. Suddenly, the window shattered. A black package flew in, spinning, and 4 shurikens expertly unfolded it into a huge curtain. On it were written the blood-red words, "Second CH exam." A black-haired woman hung upside down in front of the curtain, her black tight-fitting outfit outlining her graceful curves. She licked her lips and scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Oh, there are actually so many people left. Ibiki, who had just been cold and ruthless, became amiable. After all, they are all excellent students. With that, the next exam would be a bit. Who are you? An Amigakure ninja shouted unhappily. Whoosh! A bamboo stick flew past the ninja's cheek and deeply embedded itself in the wall behind him. The black-haired beauty maintained a sweet smile. Please raise your hand when asking a question. The Amigakure ninja, who had just spoken, was already too scared to sit still. Ibiki helplessly rubbed his forehead and walked out from behind the curtain. She is your examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Hello, everyone. Anko greeted everyone warmly. However, everyone in attendance felt a chill down their spines in the face of her gentle smile. Now, those who remain will gather in the Forest of Death tomorrow morning. And I will tell you the rules for the second exam then. Anko blinked and suddenly lowered her voice. But the next exam will be quite dangerous. So you'd better prepare your wills. This statement startled everyone present. It was said that the CH exams were dangerous. But it shouldn't be dangerous to the point of life-threatening, right? All right, dismissed. Soon after, Hinata hesitated in the corridor. When she saw Team 7 approaching, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. See, congratulations. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Kiba wrapped his arms around Naruto's neck. That speech just now was pretty cool. Naruto scratched his head, beaming, of course. It's all thanks to Hinata. Huh? Me? Hinata's white eyes widened, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Thanks to Hinata cheering me on, I had the courage to say those words, Naruto said earnestly for once. Hinata's fingers unconsciously twisted together. Naruto-kun's performance was really cool. I was almost scared to death. Naruto exaggeratedly patted his chest, causing Sakura to cover her mouth and chuckle. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails waved its huge tail. Hey, old man Madara, fourth Hokage, if Naruto really marries that girl from the Hyuga clan. Madara snorted coldly. Boring hypothesis. But Minato smiled and replied, Hinata is a good girl. Gentle, virtuous, aside from being overly shy, she's really the best candidate for my daughter-in-law. The Nine-Tails grinned, revealing sharp teeth. True, if he falls for any Uchiha, I'll be annoyed to death. Madara's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. What did you say? Minato hurriedly smoothed things over. All right, you two. It's still too early to talk about that for Naruto. Chapter 64. Unreliable master, the last rays of the setting sun spilled onto the paths of Konoha village. Naruto hummed a tuneless song, bouncing happily on his way home. The victory of the first exam had greatly lifted his spirits, making his steps much lighter. I was so cool today, he muttered to himself, gesturing. Once I become a CH Nin, I'll make everyone look at me differently. As he spoke, Naruto couldn't help but imagine himself rising from CH Nin to J Nin, finally draped in the Hokage's cloak. Watch where you're going. When Madara reminded him, Naruto finally noticed a utility pole ahead. He awkwardly chuckled and continued home. Turning the last corner, Naruto suddenly froze in place. He squinted his blue eyes, staring intently in the direction of his home. The door, which had been locked tightly, was now ajar. A thief. Naruto's expression turned serious in an instant. He had lived here for over 10 years, but never had a thief visited. Naruto tiptoed closer, pressing his ear against the door to listen carefully. Faint sounds came from inside, accompanied by the slurping noise of noodles. Noodles? How dare they steal my supplies? Naruto ground his teeth, his golden hair standing on end in anger. He quickly formed a hand seal, creating a shadow clone, and they both stealthily entered the house. Meanwhile, in the living room, a white-haired man was comfortably nestled on Naruto's only couch, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. A boring variety show played on the television, and the man was engrossed in it, completely oblivious to the danger at the door. Gotcha! Thief! Naruto suddenly jumped out, and the shadow clone pounced from his side. Whoa! Jiraiya's hand trembled, spilling noodle soup all over himself. He hurriedly jumped up, only to trip over the shadow clone and crash awkwardly onto the floor. Wait, it's me. Jiraiya struggled to lift his head, his red eye makeup smeared. Perverted sage, why are you in my house? Upon seeing Jiraiya, Naruto was momentarily stunned. After all, at this time, he should have been gathering material at the bathhouse. So how did he end up in his house? However, when Naruto's gaze swept over the coffee table, he saw several empty instant noodle containers piled up, all of his favorite flavors. My limited edition seafood instant noodles. Naruto's voice cracked. I saved up my pocket money for 3 months to buy those. Jiraiya awkwardly climbed up. Come on, don't be so stingy. I was just helping you taste it. Taste my foot. Tears welled up in Naruto's blue eyes. His voice choked. I was saving that to reward myself after the exam. Do you know that the convenience store is out of stock? In the ceiling space, the Ninetales laughed shamelessly. Huh, the legendary Sannin actually. Minato could only cover his face. Jiraiya-sensei. Madara felt shame for Jiraiya's behavior. Stealing a child's snacks, disgraceful. In the real world, Naruto angrily lunged at Jiraiya, and the two wrestled in the cramped living room. Hey, watch my hair. Who cares about you? Give me back my noodles. It's just a few packs of noodles. That was my last bit of food. The sofa was overturned, and items on the coffee table scattered everywhere. Naruto butted his head into Jiraiya's stomach, causing the latter to gasp in pain. You little brat are serious. Jiraiya rubbed his belly. After all, he had made a mistake and couldn't retaliate. But if this kept up, the whole of Konoha would know he was stealing a child's food. Then his lifelong reputation would be. Suddenly, Jiraiya had a flash of inspiration. Wait, I'll treat you to Ichiraka ramen to make up for it. Naruto's movement suddenly came to a halt. Really? Unlimited? Eat as much as you want. Jiraiya quickly added. The anger in Naruto's eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by skepticism. Don't lie to me. I, the Toad Sage. Always keep my word. Soon after, in the Ichiraka ramen shop, Naruto was sitting at the counter, enjoying his Ichiraka ramen. In front of him were already 5 empty bowls stacked up. One more bowl of chashu ramen. Naruto shouted with his mouth full of noodles. Jiraiya glanced at the chashu ramen being prepared with some embarrassment. Hey, this is the 7th bowl. What? Are you having second thoughts? Naruto squinted his eyes, pretending to get up. No. You go ahead. Jiraiya raised his hands in surrender, realizing he was at a disadvantage. The steaming ramen was served, and Naruto happily slurped the noodles. Jiraiya looked at the owner, who was preparing for other customers, rested his chin on his hand, and suddenly asked, By the way, how are those guys inside you doing? Naruto nearly choked on his noodles. Why you believe what I'm saying? After all, he had said it many times before, but no one believed him, and later Naruto stopped talking about it. Of course, but you didn't tell anyone else? Naruto slurped another bite of ramen before replying. I mentioned it before, but no one believed me, so I stopped talking about it. Moreover, later Dad also asked me not to tell others casually, so I haven't said anything except to those I trust. Hearing this, Jiraiya recalled his visit to his teacher earlier that day. Old man, you know about Naruto's situation, right? Yeah, but it's fine that the villagers don't believe it. I've also had the Umbu seal this information, letting people treat it as Naruto's joke. But aren't you afraid that some criminals will learn about this and put Naruto in danger? If something happens, I can only ask you for help, Jiraiya. Back to reality. Jiraiya smiled. After all, sometimes the truth is pretty absurd, isn't it? He paused. For example, I am your father's teacher. Huh? Naruto slurped the last bit of noodles and looked at him with disdain. His eyes were filled with 2 big words. I don't believe it. Jiraiya acted like a child. Hey, what kind of look is that? Naruto looked at him with disgust. I just can't connect the pervy sage with my dad. If you don't believe me, you can go ask. In the ceiling space, Minato was already trying to find a crack to hide in. Obito snorted coldly. That's why it's so unreliable. Kurama started mocking. To think he was rejected by his own disciple's son. Haha, this is killing me. On the way back, Naruto rubbed his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Hey, pervy sage. Call me Jiraiya-sama. All right, pervy sage. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. What is it? Naruto stopped and rarely showed a serious expression. After our second exam, can we meet again? Under the moonlight. Jiraiya looked at the boy's hopeful eyes and remembered Obito's words in the ceiling space. Although they had been accompanying Naruto in the ceiling space, it wasn't true companionship after all. Naruto still had to live alone. Thinking of this, Jiraiya stroked his chin. In light of you treating me to ramen, I agree. Clearly, it was you treating me. The details don't matter. The shadows of the two stretched long under the moonlight as they walked towards home. Chapter 65. The Forest of Death. The next morning, all the candidates who passed the first exam gathered at the entrance of the Forest of Death. However, looking around, the morning mist drifted like ghosts among the trees, shrouding the entrance of the Forest of Death in a haze. 2 ancient trees twisted and intertwined, their thick trunks covered in shocking claw marks. The marks were several inches deep, with dark red bloodstains still lingering on the edges, appearing particularly glaring in the morning light. These claw marks. Hinata's Byakugan trembled slightly, her voice involuntarily shaking, at least 3 times larger than an ordinary bear. Beside her, Kiba's nose twitched a few times, his face suddenly turning pale. I smell at least 5 different beasts. Akamaru shivered in his arms, letting out a whimper. Kankuro unconsciously hugged his raven puppet tighter, his fingers nervously rubbing the puppet's mechanisms. Temari's large fan suddenly opened and quickly closed again, the metal ribs clashing and producing a crisp sound, exposing her inner tension. "Hey, look over there." Choji suddenly lowered his voice, his chubby finger pointing towards the tree roots. Everyone followed his direction and saw several white bones half buried in the dirt, clearly human in shape. Sakura suddenly covered her mouth, her stomach churning. Naruto was relatively normal, but his body couldn't help but tremble. Even usually calm, Sasuke became serious. "Good morning, cuties." At that moment, a sweet voice came from above. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Karui standing on a moss-covered boulder, her brown trench coat hem soaked with dew. This indicated she had been waiting for them here for a long time. However, Karui's expression was extremely lazy, and she casually played with a kunai. The sharp blade occasionally reflected blinding cold light. "Welcome to my playground." She licked her lips, revealing a chilling smile. Shikamaru frowned. "This woman feels more dangerous than the forest." Karui lightly jumped down from the boulder, her ninja boots crunching as they crushed the bones on the ground. However, no one dared to ask what kind of animal those bones belonged to. Seeing that no one spoke, Karui satisfiedly began. "The rules are simple." Karui raised a finger painted with black nail polish. "Time limit. A survival game of 120 hours. Shikamaru said in a deep voice. "So that's 5 days, what a hassle." Karui didn't mind, continuing to raise a second finger. "Each team will randomly receive either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. And only teams that gather both types of scrolls and reach the central tower can pass the exam." Shikamaru squinted, immediately understanding the cruelty of this. So at least half of the teams will be eliminated. Not just that. Karui's smile suddenly turned dangerous, her voice dropping an octave. It could be more, after all. She deliberately elongated her tone, her tongue slowly sliding across her lips. "Dead people don't need scrolls." A chilling aura swept through the crowd. The bag of chips in Choji's hand fell to the ground with a thud, scattering chips everywhere, instantly making him feel heartbroken. What a joke. A ninja from an unknown village suddenly stood up, the veins on his forehead bulging. "This is simply making us kill each other." Karui's figure instantly disappeared, and the next second, she was already in front of that ninja. The cold blade of the kunai pressed against his throat, leaving a thin line of blood. You got it right. Although Karui's expression was still smiling, it felt bone-chillingly cold. Chunin are supposed to lead teams on missions. Worthless trash that isn't ready to kill. The kunai was lightly pulled away, but the shallow blood mark remained on the opponent's neck. "You can withdraw now." Even Naruto, who had experienced the land of waves, couldn't help but feel nauseous. He stole a glance at Sasuke and found that his expression was similar to his own, but better hidden. Vitrov, a female ninja from the grass village, trembled as she raised her hand, her face as pale as paper. Her 2 teammates glared at her angrily, but she ran towards the exit without looking back, as if a demon were chasing her. Soon, 3 more teams chose to give up. Sakura's lips trembled slightly, her nails digging deeply into her palm. But when she saw Naruto and Sasuke's determined profiles, she took a deep breath to steady her trembling legs. "Now, come and claim your fate." Hondo shook the lottery box in her hand, and the wooden box made a dull, clattering sound. Team 7 stepped forward, and Naruto eagerly reached into the lottery box. "The Earth Scroll." As Hondo announced, she tossed a scroll marked with the character for Earth to them. Naruto excitedly wanted to open the scroll, but Sasuke grabbed his hand. The force was enough to make Naruto grimace. "Are you kidding me? Did you forget this is an exam? If you just open it like that, you'll get disqualified." Naruto hesitated a bit. "Should be fine, right?" Sasuke said seriously. "Just be cautious. One mistake now could cost us our lives." Okay. Reflecting on everything that just happened, Naruto nodded seriously. He didn't want his actions to lead to everyone's demise. Not far away, Hinata's team received the Heaven Scroll. She instinctively looked at Naruto, just as he cast his gaze toward her. Both of them hurriedly averted their eyes, and Hinata's cheeks flushed lightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Remember, Hongo's voice suddenly turned serious after all the scrolls had been distributed. There are some very special little pets in the forest. The corners of her mouth curled into a dangerous arc. If you encounter them, I suggest you run immediately. In response to Hongo's words, Shino lowered his head, feeling the bugs in his body stirring. He couldn't help but say in a low voice, "We're the bugs afraid of. There are things in this forest more dangerous than beasts." As the signal flare screamed through the sky, the first team rushed into the forest. The dense canopy immediately swallowed their figures, leaving only the distant sound of footsteps fading away. Naruto swallowed hard and suddenly noticed the ground beneath his feet was unusually soft. He crouched down and pushed aside the fallen leaves, uncovering a half-broken skull buried beneath. The empty eye sockets stared directly at him. Whoa! Seeing such gruesome material for the first time, Naruto stumbled back and bumped into Sasuke. "Quiet." Sasuke shot him a fierce glare, lowering his voice. "Something is watching us." Even in the ceiling space, the Ninetales was stirred by the aura of the Death Forest. Its ears perked up. From Naruto's perception, this place is indeed terrifying. Madara sneered. "Umph. A mutt like you is actually scared?" The Ninetales snorted coldly. "Let me out, I could just flatten this place." Minato's expression grew serious. "Naruto, be very careful." Chapter 66. Matching the code? Sorry, you're the enemy. The dense canopy sliced the sunlight into fragments, and the mottled shadows danced on the damp ground. The air was thick with the smell of humus and rusty blood, mixed with a sickly sweet floral scent. Team 7 advanced cautiously in a triangular formation, each step carefully avoiding the dry branches on the ground. Suddenly, Sasuke raised his hand to signal them to stop. Sasuke then knelt on one knee, his long fingers lightly touching a bent fern, where half-congealed dew still lingered on the leaves. After investigating, Sasuke confirmed, "Someone has passed by. It shouldn't have been more than 10 minutes." Naruto nervously swallowed. Could it be other candidates? Sakura's pale face looked particularly ashen in the shadows. It could also be the things in the forest. She recalled the little pets Hongo had mentioned, sending a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, the three became alert at the same time because the nearby bushes began to rustle without any wind. Sasuke's hand was already on the kunai handle, his muscles tense like a drawn bowstring. Get ready for battle. Fortunately, a squirrel emerged from the bushes, causing the three to breathe a sigh of relief. Sasuke looked around, confirming no one was present, and raised his hand to signal the others. Quickly change positions. Staying in the same spot for too long can lead to an ambush. Watching everything Sasuke did, Madara couldn't help but admire. This kid has far superior adaptability compared to Naruto. Minato expressed helplessness. Such things can only be learned through experience. We can't teach Naruto. Half an hour later, the three took a brief rest inside a hollow giant tree. At this point, Sasuke stood up, a cold glint flashing in his black pupils. "Listen, we need a code." He lowered his voice to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. If someone returns alone, they must match the code to be trusted. Naruto and Sakura nodded in unison. After all, in times like these, as Sasuke said, being cautious was never wrong. At this moment, Sasuke took out a piece of paper from his ninja tool pouch, saying while writing, "Look closely, this is our code. The living principle of Team 7. Don't pray for the teacher to be on time." However, what Sasuke wrote on the paper was, "Remember, you don't need a code. Anyone who answers is the enemy." After finishing, Sasuke used a small fire technique to destroy it, then raised his head to ask the other two, "Did you understand?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "I see now, I get it." Sakura's green eyes were fixed on the ground, her lips silently memorizing. Her fingers unconsciously traced on her thigh until Sasuke suddenly grabbed her wrist. "All right." His voice was firm. Over-repeating will be interpreted through lip reading. Soon it was noon, but suddenly a thick fog rose in the forest. Visibility dropped to under 5 meters, making the candidates act even more cautiously. "Be careful." Just as Sasuke's warning left his mouth, several shurikens sliced through the air. The three quickly dispersed. Naruto rolled behind a tree, but heard a strange rustling sound behind him. He turned around abruptly, only to see the gaping maw of a giant python. Bang! The replacement wooden post was crushed. The real Naruto leaped onto a branch, but heard a cold hissing sound from above. Another giant python was coiled above him. Sasuke! Sakura! His cries were drowned out by a sudden explosion. When the fog cleared slightly, there was no sign of his companions in the forest. Only a few drops of fresh blood on the ground, and a snake pinned to a tree by a kunai, still convulsed. 2 hours later, Naruto followed the traces of the battle and found Sakura by a stream. Sakura! Great! Naruto excitedly ran over. But after just a few steps, he suddenly recalled Sasuke's words and stopped 3 steps away. Wait. The code. The living principle of Team 7. Sakura smiled as she answered the first half. However, upon hearing this part, Naruto's expression darkened. Don't pray for the teacher to be on time. Successfully matching the code, Sakura approached with a beaming smile. Great. Naruto, I finally found you. Hey, you too, the code. At that moment, Sasuke emerged from the shadows of the trees. Shuriken pointed at the two. Sakura looked confused. Sasuke-kun? It's me. The living principle of Team 7. Don't pray for the teacher to be on time. Right? Sasuke sneered. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Almost at the same instant, Sasuke and Naruto attacked simultaneously. The kunai sliced through the air. However, Sakura reacted quickly, jumping away almost at the same time they made their move. But seeing her disguise had been uncovered, Sakura simply stopped pretending. Her figure twisted like rippling water, finally transforming into the form of a sound ninja. The sound ninja licked his lips with interest. How did you see through us? My code shouldn't have been wrong. I knew someone was eavesdropping. Sasuke's Sharingan slowly spun. The verbal code was just bait. The sound ninja said appreciatively. So what was written on the paper was the real code? Exactly. Sasuke stood up, looking down at the defeated. So, those who knew our verbal code were never our companions. Therefore, anyone who answers is the enemy. Sakura's voice came from behind a tree, dragging a fainted sound ninja. Sorry I'm late. I just dealt with a guy disguised as Naruto. Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. I knew you were clever, Sasuke. For this, Naruto couldn't help but admire Sasuke. Ha ha ha. However, the sound ninja suddenly burst into wild laughter, causing the 3 of them to become alert at the same time. After all, no one knew the true strength of the person before them. Once the sound ninja finished laughing, he slowly said, You really are an Uchiha. Your planning skills are top-notch. You fell right into your own trap because of carelessness. Naruto frowned, his fingers already gripping a kunai. Hey, you, were you laughing at? Sasuke's Sharingan slightly rotated, cautiously observing their surroundings. Be careful, he might have accomplices. Sakura quickly hid behind, avoiding being affected first during a fight. Naruto moved to Sasuke's side, both of them on high alert for the opponent's every move. However, the sound ninja showed no intention of attacking further. Instead, he slowly pulled out the heavenly scroll he was holding. Shaking the heavenly scroll in his hand, he said, This is what you want, right? Naruto questioned, What do you want to do? If you want it, come and take it. Saying this, the sound ninja made an unexpected move and swallowed the heavenly scroll whole. After consuming the heavenly scroll, the sound ninja licked his lips and sinisterly smiled. But you should know the rules, right? In an instant, a powerful killing intent spread out, leaving the 3 members of Team 7 frozen in place. And a great fear quickly surged up. Chapter 67. The legendary 3 Sannin, Orochimaru. The killing intent of the sound ninja spread out like a tangible force, causing the air to seem to freeze in an instant. The 3 members of Team 7 stood stiffly, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Even breathing became difficult. Naruto's pupils contracted violently, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to raise his hand to form a seal, but found his fingers felt as heavy as lead. Move, move. He shouted in his mind, but his body betrayed his will. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, yet he still couldn't shake off the terrifying pressure. His teeth chattered, and his whole body trembled. Sakura's face turned pale, and she couldn't even stand up. At that moment, everyone in Team 7 seemed to have lost control of their bodies. They thought about moving quickly, but not even a single finger would budge. The sound ninja's throat emitted a strange laugh. What's wrong? Don't you want the scroll? He patted his stomach. It's right here. Come take it. Just as the 3 were about to be engulfed by fear, a killing intent that could rival, even surpass, that of the sound ninja spread from within Naruto. Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart. The surrounding trees moved without wind, and withered leaves fluttered down. The sound ninja's smile froze on his face, and he involuntarily took half a step back. What is this? His pupils contracted violently. Inside the ceiling space, Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan flickered with cold light. A mere ant dares to release killing intent in front of me? In the real world, Team 7 finally regained control of their bodies. Now, Sasuke hurriedly stood in front of the other two, his hands quickly forming seals, fire style. Fireball jutsu. A scorching fireball shot out, heading straight for the sound ninja's face. The sound ninja hastily dodged, but his sleeve was still scorched by the flames. He stared at his burning sleeve, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What technique is this? Who are you? Sasuke didn't answer, but exchanged a glance with Naruto. In an instant, Naruto understood Sasuke's gaze, and without a word, he grabbed Sakura's wrist. Sakura, let us go. But don't talk. No time to hesitate. Naruto dragged Sakura quickly into the dense forest. Sasuke stayed behind, his Sharingan fixed on the figure among the flames. Dad, help us! Naruto shouted in his heart. However, in the ceiling space, Madara crossed his arms and coldly replied, "The opponent shows no intent to kill. He probably just wants to toy with you. We don't need to help this time." Naruto was shocked. That guy almost killed us. Minato also agreed. That guy doesn't feel like a regular genin. He's still too dangerous. A moment of inattention could lead to trouble. Madara, however, helplessly said, "I've said before, Naruto must grow up. One day we will leave him. What will happen to the future if he remains under our protection?" The Ninetales felt somewhat surprised, considering that according to Madara's previous protective nature, he would have seized control of the body and rampaged long ago. Suddenly, the Ninetales noticed that Madara's body seemed a bit unsteady. Old Madara. Madara shot at a cold glance. Don't say anything unnecessary. We are Naruto's last line of defense. Once that fidgety guy shows true killing intent, I will make him regret coming into this world. Madara wasn't sure what was going on. Ever since entering the Death Forest, his consciousness had been a bit off. It felt as if something underground was resonating with him. However, right now, there was no time to worry about that. He had to keep a close eye on Naruto and the others. Once that fidgety guy truly made a move, he would have to intervene, even if it meant the destruction of his soul. As the flames dissipated, the sound ninja stood unscathed in place, a strange smile on his lips. Can you escape? In the next second, his body melted into the ground like liquid, transforming into a shadow that swiftly pursued. Sasuke's Sharingan barely caught his movement trajectory, and he immediately turned and ran. Naruto, below. TCH. The ground suddenly heaved, and the sound ninja sprang out like a venomous snake, his pale fingers reaching straight for Naruto's throat. Bang! Naruto hastily blocked with a kunai, and the sparks from the metal clash were particularly dazzling in the dim forest. Good reflexes. The sound ninja's voice was laced with mockery, already far beyond the level of an ordinary genin. His arms suddenly twisted at an unnatural angle, bypassing Naruto's defense, and a finger poked into his shoulder. Naruto felt a wave of numbness spread through his entire arm instantly, and the kunai clattered to the ground. Naruto! Sakura wanted to rush over to help, but was pulled back by Sasuke. Don't go. His joints can twist freely. The sound ninja regarded Sasuke with appreciation. Smart Uchiha. Too bad. His neck suddenly elongated, his head darting forward like a snake, nearly touching Sasuke's nose. You're still too green. Sasuke's pupils shrank, pushing Sakura away, and his Sharingan spun wildly, barely dodging the sound ninja's bite at the last moment. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Several fireballs shot from his mouth, forcing the sound ninja back. Sasuke took the opportunity to leap back and regroup with Naruto. This guy is definitely not an ordinary ninja. Naruto clutched his numb arm, gritting his teeth. Sasuke's breathing was somewhat ragged. His body is as flexible as a snake. Sasuke, he suddenly whispered, you take the scroll and go. What? No way. I can't leave you guys. Idiot. Naruto, usually lighthearted, now wore a serious expression, If we all fall here, the scroll will be for nothing. Sasuke's Sharingan fixed on the swaying shadows of the trees ahead. We'll hold him off. You go wait near the tower. Sakura's lips trembled, but she ultimately nodded through gritted teeth. You must come back alive. She turned and disappeared into the bushes. Almost simultaneously, the Sound Ninja's figure leaped down from the treetops. What a touching team friendship. While speaking, he licked his lips, his long tongue making one's scalp tingle. Do you think you can stop me? Then let's see. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. The battle erupted once more. The Sound Ninja's attack methods completely defy common sense. His arms can stretch like rubber, with fingertips carrying paralyzing toxins. His legs can rotate 360 degrees, kicking from incredible angles. Most terrifyingly, his neck can extend like a snake, with his head capable of biting from any direction at any moment. Therefore, every attack he makes can take the life of numerous shadow clones. Bang! One of Naruto's shadow clones is struck in the abdomen by a spinning kick, turning into smoke and vanishing. Sizzle! A piercing shriek suddenly tears through the air, like 1,000 angry birds crying out in unison. Dazzling lightning explodes in Sasuke's palm. Blue and white arcs of electricity wildly jumping, illuminating the surrounding trees with pale outlines. Just as the Sound Ninja turns his head, the crimson glow of the Sharingan is already close at hand. Chidori, the lightning chakra tears through the air, creating a vacuum trail behind Sasuke. The dead leaves on the ground are swept up by the strong winds, carbonizing into ash before even reaching the lightning. Almost simultaneously, Naruto charges from the side. A rapidly spinning chakra ball roars in his palm, stirring the surrounding airflow to form a small whirlwind. The deep blue Rasengan and the lightning complement each other, cornering the Sound Ninja in a deadly angle. Rasengan! Heh, not bad teamwork. The Sound Ninja squeezes out a sticky admiration from his throat. Just as the two lethal attacks are about to hit, his body suddenly twists as if it has lost its bones. His cervical vertebrae bend back 180 degrees to avoid the Chidori, while his lumbar vertebrae jut forward, allowing the Rasengan to graze his belly. The sound of dislocated joints is painfully cringeworthy, resembling a marionette manipulated by an invisible hand. Not done yet. Just as the Sound Ninja was about to taunt, he suddenly finds his limbs entangled by transparent steel wires. Naruto grins and tightens the spool in his hand. Go for it, Sasuke. The double tomo of the Sharingan spins wildly, and Sasuke wipes the blood from his bitten finger onto the steel wire, causing the blood to instantly vaporize into a mist. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Boom! A crimson fire dragon roars out along the steel wire, the iron wire glowing red in the extreme heat. The flames wrap around the Sound Ninja like a living creature, the sound of charred flesh sizzling accompanied by inhuman howls. The explosion engulfs a giant tree that 3 people could embrace, the shockwave uprooting shrubs within a 10-meter radius, burning debris falling like a meteor shower. Naruto carries the chakra-depleted Sasuke back, both panting as they look towards the sea of flames. Did we succeed? A sudden crackling sound comes from within the flames. A pale hand pierces through the fire curtain, fingertips tearing through the charred exterior. The burnt human skin peels away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing new skin beneath that is as white as jade. Golden vertical pupils flicker in the smoke and fire, a forked tongue gliding over the illuminated fangs. What a warm welcome. The moment Orochimaru fully reveals himself, the surrounding flames eerily twist away. He steps over the still-burning, scorched earth, and with each step, the grass and trees beneath him quickly wither and decay. You actually forced me to shed my skin. He suddenly stretches his neck, his head slithering like a snake to hover in front of the two, his nose almost touching theirs. You might want to remember this name. The corrupt chakra hits them like a wave, and Naruto sees the first hint of fear flicker in Sasuke's Sharingan. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3? Sasuke can't help but widen his eyes. Isn't that a ninja renowned alongside Jiraiya? Well, as for now, Orochimaru merely chuckles at his former title, just a scientist in pursuit of truth. Chapter 68, The Strongest Killing Move, Kirin. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flicker in the firelight as he slowly raises his pale arm. Naruto struggles to get up from the ground, blood still at the corner of his mouth, but the fire of defiance burns in his blue eyes. This guy is stronger than we imagined. Naruto wipes the blood from his mouth. The memories of the dozens of clones are still swirling in his mind. Just moments ago, all of those clones were defeated in an instant by Orochimaru. Sasuke's Sharingan has long since closed, and his whole body is in pain from excessive chakra depletion. However, he looks up at the sky, where the burning forest is generating a massive updraft, and dark clouds are gathering above them, with flashes of lightning faintly visible. Using Chidori, I should be able to... With this thought, Sasuke suddenly lowers his voice. Naruto, help me ignite this forest. Huh? Naruto is taken aback. Are you crazy? Trust me. Sasuke eats a soldier pill, forcibly extracting chakra from his body. I need this condition for a jutsu. All right. Without thinking too much about Sasuke's words, Naruto takes a deep breath and quickly forms hand seals. Multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of shadow clones appear in an instant, surrounding Orochimaru. Huh? Do you really want to play this game again? Orochimaru's long tongue licks his lips, his eyes full of disdain. This time is different. All the Narutos form hand seals simultaneously, taking a deep breath. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. This is the fire style Naruto learned from Madara in the ceiling space during this period, although it doesn't match the world-destroying scale when Madara uses it. The terrifying fire wave created by dozens of shadow clones releasing fire style simultaneously is still formidable. The intense flames fan out in a cone shape, instantly igniting the forest within 100 meters. The fire tongues lick the tree trunks, thick smoke billowing upwards, coloring the entire sky blood red. Orochimaru raises an eyebrow slightly. Oh. This technique is fire style, great fire annihilation, a technique long lost to the Uchiha clan. The last known user was Uchiha Madara. In the ceiling space, Madara rarely shows a hint of approval. You've learned it quite well. In the sea of fire, Orochimaru's figure moves like a ghost. His skin begins to melt and peel away, a new body emerging from the charred shell. A nice attempt, but Orochimaru suddenly appears behind Naruto. His cold fingers brushing against the nape of his neck. You're still far from it. As he speaks, Orochimaru's head stretches rapidly like a monster, his wide-open mouth lunging toward Naruto's neck. Naruto! Sasuke's Sharingan contracts sharply, and instinctively he throws a kunai with lightning attached. The kunai, crackling with electricity, directly blocks the direction of Orochimaru's attack. However, Sasuke doesn't notice that Orochimaru's target has always been himself. Orochimaru, concealed using Earth Style, bites down hard on Sasuke's shoulder. The teeth sink deeply into Sasuke's neck, and the black curse mark spreads out like a living thing. Sasuke! Naruto accelerates back to Sasuke's side, quickly lifting him and putting distance between them and Orochimaru. At this moment, Sasuke clutches his wound in pain, his whole body convulsing. The intense pain from the curse mark nearly makes him lose consciousness, but his Sharingan still fixates on the dark clouds in the sky, where the lightning grows increasingly dense. Just a little more. Crack. Until the sky, shrouded in dark clouds, thunders and flashes with lightning. Sasuke finally reveals a smile. Do you know what a lightning rod is? With Naruto's support, Sasuke suddenly shows a cold smile, forcing himself to stand. Orochimaru watches him with great interest. So what if you know? This is the only way I can think of to take you down. Sasuke's hands begin forming seals, and the curse mark on his neck is surprisingly suppressed by him. Using Chidori as a trigger doesn't require massive chakra. Blue lightning wildly gathers in his palm, more dazzling than ever before. The cry of Chidori echoes through the forest, even overpowering the roar of the flames. Are you trying to? Orochimaru seems to realize what Sasuke is planning, a ripple of surprise appearing in his eyes for the first time. Exactly. Sasuke directs Chidori towards the sky, sending the natural lightning your way. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning strikes down, connecting with the lightning of Chidori. Following that, the blue and white lightning of Chidori pierces into the rolling thunderclouds like slender silver needles. In an instant, the billions of volts of high-voltage electricity lying dormant in the clouds were activated, transforming into a lightning waterfall with a diameter of over 3 meters pouring down. This pillar of lightning connecting heaven and earth dyed Sasuke's Chidori a blinding bright blue. A flicker of panic flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he rushed forward to stop Sasuke. What is this technique called? But Sasuke calmly swung down the Chidori he held high. Let's call it Kirin. The blinding white light devoured everything. The summoned lightning twisted and reformed wildly in midair, emitting a humming sound that shook the earth. The Kirin, entirely made of plasma, let out a silent roar, causing all metal ninja tools within a 5-kilometer radius to erupt with tiny arcs of electricity. The terrifying shock wave instantly vaporized the surrounding burning trees, carving a charred trench dozens of meters long into the ground. Naruto had to close his eyes, but could still feel the intense electricity making his hair stand on end. When the claws of the Kirin touched the top of Orochimaru's head, the entire world was engulfed in blinding white light. At the moment the superheated plasma exploded at the surface, the epicenter generated a flash of high temperature of 30,000 degrees Celsius, permanently imprinting Orochimaru's shadow on the still unvaporized rock wall behind him. The spherically expanding shockwave snapped all trees within 100 meters in half, and as Naruto was blown away by the shockwave, he saw his shadow clone disappearing like bubbles one after another. When Naruto crawled out from the pile of dirt, the scene before him made him tremble all over. The original forest area had turned into a perfectly circular scorched earth zone with a diameter of 120 meters. The bottom of the pit displayed a crystallized glass-like state, still emitting dark red residual heat. The air was filled with ionized ozone, carrying a bloody sting when inhaled. At the epicenter, Orochimaru's carbonized body maintained a defensive posture with both hands. When a gust of wind blew past, the surface of this charred corpse suddenly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, revealing the pale skin of new life beneath. However, this time the rebirth speed was obviously slowed down by more than 10 times. The newly emerged Orochimaru had black blood stains at the corners of his mouth, and for the first time, his golden vertical pupils showed an emotion called fear. No one could imagine that such a terrifying technique was wielded by a mere newly graduated genin. However, to use this technique, Sasuke had already fallen into a coma, his entire left arm charred. Sasuke. Naruto hurried over to support Sasuke. Orochimaru chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, most of the power is concentrated on my side." He was just affected by the residual wave. Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "I originally just wanted to test you too." It seems that the Uchiha really is the right choice. Naruto remained vigilant. "What do you want to do?" Orochimaru did not answer, but his body gradually sank. Let's leave it at that for now. See you next time, Jiraiya's students. Author. Surprised? Unexpected. Chapter 69. Naruto's determination. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the makeshift camp, where Naruto leaned against a rough tree trunk, watching Sakura bandage Sasuke's wounds. The unconscious Sasuke's face was pale as paper. Although the curse mark on his neck was temporarily suppressed, it still twitched from time to time, causing him to unconsciously furrow his brows. Sakura was using her not-so-skilled medical ninjutsu to fully repair Sasuke's left hand. Although her medical ninjutsu was still not proficient enough, at least it stopped the bleeding. During the treatment, Sakura couldn't help but shed big tears. "It's so good, really so good. I thought I would never see you again." Naruto grinned, revealing a bright smile. "Of course. We're Team 7. His voice was loud, as if trying to dispel the unease in his heart. Sasuke's Kirin was simply awesome. Even Orochimaru was driven away. However, Sasuke was unable to engage in banter with Naruto, as usual. Sakura wiped her tears. "This time it was thanks to you." This sentence caused Naruto's smile to freeze on his face. He lowered his head, his golden bangs covering his eyes, his fists unconsciously clenching tightly. "Thanks to me? Clearly, I was the one holding him back." In the dead of night, Naruto sat alone by the campfire. The flickering flames reflected swaying shadows in his blue eyes, mirroring his chaotic thoughts at that moment. If I could be stronger, Sasuke wouldn't have been injured. Memories surged like a tide. The cold fingers of Orochimaru, Sasuke's gaze, and that painful groan. Every detail felt like a knife gouging at his heart. "I'm such an idiot." Naruto cursed himself softly, clearly having Dad and the fourth Hokage around. It's still so weak. He recalled his training during this time. Because he was used to in his life, he had 3 fathers supporting him. The physical skills taught by Madara, the ninjutsu techniques from Minato, and even the chakra from the Nine Tails. He was like a spoiled child, knowing that there would always be someone to fall back on. But Sasuke was different. That guy who was always so arrogant, clearly without the support of powerful fathers. Nonetheless, developed a technique like Kirin all on his own. Even in the most dangerous moments, he thought of protecting his companions. Naruto's nails dug deep into his palm. Yet he felt no pain. An unprecedented emotion churned in his chest. It was not anger nor sadness, but a suffocating sense of guilt and unwillingness. Dad, Uncle Ninetails. Naruto finally spoke in his heart, his voice more serious than ever. I want to become stronger. The spiritual world suddenly fell silent for a second. Having this heart is good enough. Madara was the first to break the silence, rarely showing a look of satisfaction. However, the next words startled Naruto. Then from now on, let's double the training load and start training directly at my level back then. Huh. Naruto felt like a cat whose fur had been blown up. That would be lethal. Scenes from Madara's training flashed his mind. Running on a cliff with a giant rock on his back, enduring immense water pressure under a waterfall, and those nearly suicidal physical training sessions. Naruto hurriedly retorted, "Doubling the current training load is fine, but Dad, your training back then was outright murder." Minato chuckled from the side. "Madara-senpai, that's a scary joke." He ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, just as he used to do in life. "But Naruto, you can realize your shortcomings. I'm very glad." Madara replied, "Let this kid rely on our strength all day without giving him some lessons." The Nine Tails behind the iron door sneered. "Speaking of arrogance, you were the most arrogant one back then." It pointed at the proud, black-haired figure, saying, "No one can stop me in this world except Hashirama." Madara coldly snorted. "That was because I had that strength. Then, while controlling my battle with Hashirama, I said, 'Hashirama, I can take them on.'" As he spoke, the Nine Tails even imitated Madara's tone for back then. This made Madara's face flush with embarrassment. What? How do you remember that? At that time, the Nine Tails should have been completely under his control. How could it still have memories? The Nine Tails flicked its tail. There shouldn't have been that memory. But I don't know if it's because you slept on my head for too long. I actually remembered that time when you control me in my dreams. Madara activated his Susanoo skeleton. It seems necessary to make you forget again. Come on. Minato quickly blocked between the two. All right. The focus now is Naruto's training plan. Naruto looked at his 3 bickering fathers and suddenly found it a bit funny. The heavy mood from earlier dissipated unknowingly. He weakly raised his hand. "Can I make a request?" The 3 beasts turned to look at him simultaneously. "I want to start learning nature transformation." "Sure, but let's talk about it after the exam." "Okay." Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko stood at the edge of the deep pit, the scorched earth beneath her still emanating a burning heat. Her brown trench coat rustled in the night wind, and her pupils reflected the land that had been plowed by lightning. Was this really caused by a genin? An Umbu crouched down, his fingertips touching the ground, and the glassy soil emitted a faint cracking sound under his hand. Akatsuki furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the circular scorched pit with a diameter of over 100 meters. The rock layers at the bottom of the pit had already crystallized, displaying a bizarre bluish-black sheen, as if directly struck by divine retribution. The air was thick with the smell of ozone after ionization, mixed with the lingering scent of char. Has the residual chakra been detected? Akatsuki's voice was lower than usual. Yes, it has been confirmed to be lightning release. Another Umbu put away the detection scroll, his voice heavy beneath the mask, but its intensity far exceeds the normal level of ninjutsu, almost nearing the destructive power of a forbidden technique. Akatsuki's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the hilt of her kunai. She recalled the several corpses of genin they had found not long ago, drained of chakra, with strange bite marks on their necks. The edges of those wounds glowed with an unnatural purple-black hue, clearly the marks of some cursed seal. "Orochimaru, you really came." "Captain, there's a new discovery." An Umbu leaped out from the bottom of the pit, holding a charred fragment in his hands. Akatsuki took the fragment, her pupils suddenly constricting. It was a piece of snake shed, with familiar chakra fluctuations still lingering at the edges. It really is him. Akatsuki's knuckles turned white from the grip, immediately notifying the Hokage. Confirmed, there is a level of illegal intruder in the Death Forest. Her gaze swept toward the depths of the forest, where burning trees could be faintly seen, still emitting black smoke. Not long ago, they had discovered a team of grass-hidden genin corpses, dead at least 3 days before the exam started. This meant that a disguise had infiltrated the ranks of the candidates, and the true participants may have already been killed. This exam has turned into a hunting ground. Redeploy the surveillance barrier, focusing on all sound ninja candidates. Akatsuki quickly issued the order. In addition, send 2 teams of Umbu to secretly protect the surviving genin, especially. She paused, her gaze returning to the piece of snake shed. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The Umbu quickly dispersed, leaving Akatsuki alone, standing in the scorched pit. The night wind lifted her black hair, revealing the scar of a cursed seal on the back of her neck that had long since scabbed over but still looked hideous. This time, I will not let you succeed, Orochimaru. Chapter 70. The Sound Ninja Trio attacks the heavy smell of humus weighed down deep in the Death Forest, as if it could squeeze out dark green juice. The light was filtered through layers of ancient branches, coiled like a giant python. And when it fell at the entrance of the tree hole, only a few thin and dim beams remained, barely illuminating the thick roots that coiled around the entrance. Deep inside the tree hole, the shadows were thick and inescapable, and the air was stagnant like solidified resin. Sasuke lay in the innermost corner, with Sakura's hastily removed outerwear spread beneath him. His complexion was pale, his lips cracked, and his breathing was so weak it was nearly undetectable. On his neck, the strange black curse seal pulsed slightly like a living thing. With each rise and fall, it carried an ominous dark sheen, as if greedily sucking away his life force. It was also like some evil brand, nailing him firmly in the abyss of unconsciousness. Sakura knelt beside Sasuke, mechanically wiping the cold sweat that constantly oozed from his forehead with a damp cloth, again and again. Deep in her emerald eyes was a suppressed yet surging fear and helplessness, like a moth trapped in the center of a spider's web. With each wipe, her fingertips trembled slightly, as if the cloth weighed 1,000 pounds. Tears had long since flowed silently before, and now her eyes were dry and red, leaving only deep exhaustion etched in her gaze. At the entrance of the hole, Naruto faced away from them, like a silent statue. He faced the dark forest outside, his body tense, every muscle filled with unspent energy. His tightly clenched fists hung at his sides, knuckles pale from the strain, nails digging deep into his palms, bringing waves of sharp pain. Yet this pain was nothing compared to the immense guilt weighing on his heart. It had been 2 days since they repelled Orochimaru, and Sasuke still hadn't awakened. Damn it! A suppressed roar finally erupted from Naruto's tightly gritted teeth. For the first time, Naruto wanted to hurry and practice the training his dad had assigned. Next time, if you're just a bit stronger, Sasuke wouldn't have to push himself so hard. Naruto, Sakura's voice came weakly, forcing a smile. Don't say that, Sasuke. You will be fine. She tried to comfort him, but her words drifted in the oppressive air, sounding so pale and powerless. Naruto didn't want to make Sakura sad either, so he could only nod with a smile. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to release his tightly clenched fist, leaving deep crescent-shaped indentations at his knuckles. Just then, Naruto caught a faint sound, instantly becoming serious. It was the sound of someone passing through the bushes, indicating that someone was approaching. All the muscles in Naruto's body tensed instantly, like a drawn bowstring, and he suddenly sprang up from the ground. His sharp blue pupils suddenly constricted, fixating on the dark forest outside the hole, shrouded in distorted light. Sakura, stay by Sasuke's side. Absolutely do not come out, he shouted urgently, his tone firm and unquestionable. Without waiting for Sakura to respond, Naruto charged out of the tree hole like a golden arrow released from its bowstring, without hesitation. The damp air outside hit him, carrying the unique chill of the depths of the forest. He landed steadily on a relatively open patch of ground in front of the hole, slightly leaning forward, like a wall firmly protecting the two most important people inside. Just as he steadied himself, three figures silently descended from different directions, surrounding him in a formation. Their movements were as light as if they had no weight, and when they landed, they only stirred up a few fallen leaves with a soft rustle. The ninja on the left had a bandaged face, revealing only his sinister right eye, and his right arm, wrapped with a strange metallic device, dangled low, emitting a disturbing hum. The person on the right had a pair of metallic devices connected to wind holes on the outer side of their arms, glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light, and wore a cruel, cat-and-mouse smile on their face. The person directly in front had their arms crossed over their chest, with several glinting shuriken nestled between their fingers, their gaze sharp like poisoned needles, a cold, sarcastic smirk playing at their lips. Although Naruto didn't recognize the three of them, he realized through their forehead protectors that they were Orochimaru's companions. You're really here." Kin's voice was sharp, dripping with undisguised disdain. "Hiding like a rat. How pathetic, Leaf's Genin." TS also let out a low grunt. "Save your strength, Kin. The target is inside." "That Uchiha brat." Sakan excitedly moved his arm's device, producing a series of grating metal sounds. Grinning as he added, "I heard this blonde kid is also someone Lord Orochimaru wants. Should we take him back too?" TS turned his gaze to Naruto, as if looking at a stone that was about to be crushed. Lord Orochimaru didn't specify, just eliminate him. Orochimaru's name stabbed into Naruto's mind like a cold poison needle. Sasuke's neck with that hideous curse seal, his face twisted in pain when he collapsed, instantly surged back into clarity. "You won't get away with this." Naruto's voice darkened. He charged forward like a swift cheetah, his feet pushing off the ground, his body transforming into a blurred golden afterimage. No flashy ninjutsu, purely relying on the explosive power ignited by rage. In the most direct and violent manner, he charged toward TS. His fist tore through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum, aiming straight for TS's disgusting bandaged face. "Brute!" Jean disdainfully spat, his wrist flicking, as numerous shuriken accurately shot towards the vital joints in Naruto's charging path, attempting to block his movements. At the same time, a more sinister smile spread across Sak's face as he forcefully pushed his arms forward. "Void slash!" he shouted. The metal devices on the outside of his arms suddenly erupted with blinding light, and two visible, highly compressed blasts of violent air instantaneously took shape. With a piercing scream that could tear everything apart, one to the left and one to the right, they struck fiercely at Naruto's flanks as he sprinted. The air was extremely compressed, forming two blurred, twisted vacuum trails, and wherever they passed, the rotting leaves and small stones on the ground were instantly ground into powder. Naruto's forward momentum was brutally interrupted by Jin's shuriken and Sak's void slash. His pupils constricted sharply, and his body spun forcibly while sprinting at high speed. Like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, he narrowly brushed between the two deadly air blasts. The fierce wind generated by the compressed air stung his cheeks painfully, and his clothes were torn in several places. However, just as he steadied himself, the real killer move was unleashed. His right arm, covered with strange devices, had unknowingly aimed steadily at him. The corner of his mouth beneath the bandages seemed to curl into a cruel arc. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Nine Tails waved its nine tails. "Do you need help?" Madara replied. "These three guys are just right for Naruto. As long as we ensure he doesn't have any accidents, it will be fine." Minato expressed concern. "Those three aren't very strong, but their abilities seem difficult to deal with. Naruto, be careful." Chapter 71. Losing hearing, listening with heart sound wave shock. His deep voice was like the pronouncement of death. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering explosion, just an indescribable, muffled sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell. That sound did not propagate through the air, but carried a terrifying force that penetrated the bones. The air twisted and vibrated violently, forming visible, high-frequency ripples. Centered onto his arm, like an invisible tsunami, it instantly engulfed Naruto, who had just dodged the void slash. Naruto felt as if his entire head had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. Excruciating pain, an indescribable agony. That terrifying high-frequency shockwave ignored all of his defenses. Like countless red-hot steel needles, they violently and frantically pierced into his ears, penetrating deep into his brain. The world before his eyes instantly lost all color. Only blinding white light flickered madly, and his vision was filled with black and red interwoven cracks like shattered glass. Then, all sounds, the wind, the rustling of leaves, the enemy's triumphant laughter, even the pounding of his own heart, were instantly replaced by a piercing tinnitus that seemed sharp enough to pierce his skull. Then, this sharp tinnitus rapidly diminished, blurred, and ultimately fell into a suffocating silence. A warm liquid, carrying a heavy metallic smell, uncontrollably gushed from his ears, flowing down his neck. The world had completely quieted down. A deathly silence. Naruto staggered, like a drunkard, his vision violently alternating between the shattered white light and the surging darkness. He barely managed to cover his painfully throbbing left ear with one hand, his fingers soaked in thick, warm blood. The other hand flailed wildly, trying to grab onto something for support. His insides churned violently. His organs felt as if they had been turned into mush by the invisible shockwave, and a strong urge to vomit surged up his throat. Ha ha ha! How does it feel to be deaf? Sak's maniacal laughter was meaningless in Naruto's silent world, but he could see the twisted lips of his opponent from the light. Jin also let out a sharp, mocking laugh, and the cold light of shuriken flickered again between his fingers. To his exposed single, I coldly gazed at the swaying Naruto, as if looking at a dying insect struggling on a laboratory table. He did not attack again. He only slowly raised his deadly right arm. The metal barrel of the device once again aimed at Naruto. Danger! A deadly danger signal screamed wildly in Naruto's completely deaf and dizzy brain. Although he could not hear any sounds, the chilling intent to kill made his body instinctively roar. Get away! Naruto suddenly bit his tongue, the pain bringing a momentary clarity. With all the remaining strength he could muster, he abruptly rolled to the right. Just as his body left its original position, buzz! The device on Tooth's arm erupted again with that soundless, terrifying shockwave. The ground where Naruto had just stood, along with the tangled roots below, was violently crushed and torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The hard soil and wooden fibers were instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments and powder, silently exploding upwards into an ugly pit. Fragments of wood and soil fell like a torrential rain, crashing down onto Naruto's body as he had just fallen. Immediately after, Sak's Void Slash and Jin's poisoned shuriken attacked again. Naruto could only rely on his blurred vision and the remaining instinct of danger in his body to roll and leap in the narrow space. He dodged those deadly, invisible wind blades and the cold stars that followed him closely. Each dodge was clumsy. Each movement triggered the tearing pain in his ears. Sweat, blood, and dirt mixed together, matting his golden hair into clumps, sticking to his face and forehead. Chakra became sluggish and difficult to control under the interference of panic and pain. The shadow clone technique repeatedly failed, and the few clones summoned were instantly scattered by the sound wave or torn apart by the Void Slash. Can't hear anything. Naruto screamed madly in his heart. The overwhelming panic was like a cold tide, almost drowning him completely. Hearing had always been his sensory interaction with the environment. Now that he had lost his hearing, an uncomfortable feeling filled his entire body. His vision remained blurry, with dizziness intensifying. His silent shockwave was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing bringing him closer to danger. Sak's Void Slash and Jin's sharp shuriken blocked all possible escape routes. He felt like a bug trapped in a glass jar, with the enemies outside gleefully banging on the jar walls, enjoying his desperate struggles. Just as he rolled awkwardly again, narrowly avoiding a wind blade that grazed his back, his body crashed heavily against the trunk of a large tree due to losing balance, and the sharp pain made his vision darken. Leaning against the rough, cold bark, he gasped for breath, each breath tearing at the excruciating pain in his ears. Despair, like a cold vine, began to wrap around his heart. At that moment, Madara's voice sounded in the ceiling space. Naruto, don't panic just because you can't hear. Use your chakra to sense. Minato should have taught you how to do this. It's that. That voice was like thunder, instantly splitting the chaos and despair in Naruto's consciousness. Almost simultaneously, a gentle voice echoed, "Naruto, think of yourself as a launching tower. Release your chakra in waves, and you'll be able to explore the chakra responses around you." It's Dad. You don't need to despair. We will always be with you. The last voice was from the Nine Tails. Three distinctly different voices represented three entirely different powers and wills. Like three torrents, they converged thunderously in Naruto's moment of impending collapse. They quickly eradicated the fear within him. Naruto wiped the dirt and blood from his face, his expression instantly relaxing. Soon, Sak and the others found the hiding Naruto. However, before the three could mock him, they were stunned by an action he took. Naruto closed his eyes. This said, Naruto's world had completely plunged into absolute darkness and silence. Vision shut off. Hearing shut off. Smell was overwhelmed by the heavy scent of blood and earth. Touch was reduced to the tearing pain in his ears and the dull ache of his body colliding. Taste was filled with the metallic flavor of rust. All external sensory channels were forcibly severed by himself. However, amidst this absolute sensory deprivation, a brand new, mysterious vision suddenly unfolded like ink spreading on rice paper in his dark, conscious world. That was the world of chakra. Chapter 72. Counterattack begins, brutal mode behind him. Deep within the tree hole, two incredibly familiar and warm points of chakra shone like bonfires in the night, clearly reflecting in his dark vision. One was faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, carrying the unique coldness and erosion of a cursed seal. That was the unconscious Sasuke. The other, although bright, was filled with intense fluctuations of panic, worry, and helplessness, like a small candle flame being battered by a storm. That was Sakura. In front of him, three cold, twisted points of chakra emanating a strong malice and killing intent loomed. They resembled three black stubborn stones thrown into a dark pond, causing nauseating ripples. Tu's chakra core was violently and rapidly vibrating on his right arm, covered with a device. It was like a continuously compressing and bursting black energy vortex, each vibration radiating a bone-chilling coldness and destructive power, a precursor to launching the sound wave attack again. Sak's chakra was crazily condensing and compressing on the wind-hole device on the outside of his arms, presenting a sharp, unstable grayish-blue form, like two poison daggers about to be thrown. That was the signal for the slash wave to be unleashed. Jin's chakra was condensing into small, flickering emerald green points of light on the sunbond between her fingers, like the fangs of a venomous snake with a chilling, penetrating power, silently locking onto his vital points. No sound, no images, only the pure flow of energy. Their condensation and explosion pointed to everything that was vividly apparent in this heart-eye world composed of chakra. A trace of uncertainty flickered into Single Eye, the yellow-haired kid who had been forced into a desperate situation and was in a miserable state. After covering his ears and closing his eyes, emitted a different aura. It was no longer the previous anger and panic, but a cold, unsettling silence. The buzzing of his arm device seemed to pause for a moment. Sak and Jean also sensed something unusual. The cruel smiles on their faces slightly stiffened. Just as the two grayish-blue daggers on Sak's arms glinted sharply, Naruto moved. He still kept his eyes tightly shut, but his body burst forth like a golden lightning ripping through the darkness. Without warning, he suddenly darted to the left with speed and precision far exceeding before. The movement was decisive and clean, without a hint of hesitation. Almost at the same moment his body left the original spot. Buzz! The terrifying shockwave from Tu's arm device silently swept across the large tree he had just leaned against. The thick trunk emitted an agonizing groan, and the bark and wood were instantaneously shattered and stripped away, leaving a huge pit as if it had been gnawed by a giant beast. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sak's slash wave and Jin's poison Senbon also missed their targets simultaneously. The violent air blades and cold green light grazed the edges of Naruto's rapidly moving afterimage. They struck the distant tree trunk and ground, leaving deep-cut marks and corrosive black spots. What? Sack's sneering expression completely froze, turning into disbelief. He was clearly keeping his eyes closed. His hearing was also gone. How did he predict that? Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, and the sun bond between her fingers trembled slightly due to shock. To single, I fixated on the figure that was still dodging accurately in the darkness. And for the first time, the face beneath the bandages showed seriousness. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Naruto couldn't hear their exclamations. In his heart-eye world, there was only the flow of chakra. He landed, rolled, dissipating the momentum, the movements flowing smoothly as if rehearsed thousands of times. Then, without any pause, his body transformed into a blurred golden shadow once again. This time, the target was no longer to evade but to counterattack. The target was directly aimed at Sack, the one closest to him with the most violent and sharp chakra fluctuations. Sack saw Naruto, eyes closed and drenched in blood, charging towards him with a chilling momentum. The absurd feeling of being countered by prey was instantly replaced by rage. "You're seeking death," he roared, and the light of the wind whole device on his arm surged. Two even more refined and violent compressed air cannons instantly took shape. With a piercing shriek, one left and one right like two invisible giant pincers. They clamped down hard on the rushing Naruto. He wanted to tear this clueless yellow-haired kid apart. However, in his hard eye, the two grayish-blue energy trajectories on Sack's arms were as clear as burning meteors in the night sky. Naruto's sprinting path strangely drew a slight angle in midair. His body slipped through the only narrow gap between the two impending death wind blades like a boneless fish, narrowly avoiding them. The speed was too fast. The timing was too precise. Sack's furious expression hadn't even had time to change to shock. Naruto's blood-stained, tightly closed face appeared right before him. Sack's throat could only emit a short sound of astonishment. Naruto's hands, like predatory eagle claws, with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, accurately and ruthlessly grasped the metal forearm guards connected to the wind-hole device on the outer side of Sack's arms. Sack let out a piercing scream, the intense pain instantly waking him up. He struggled desperately, trying to gather chakra for a counterattack. But Naruto's seemingly frail hands erupted with terrifying strength at this moment, locking his arms tightly like iron pincers. Amid Sack's screams, under the horrified gazes of TOS and Jean, crack, two exceedingly clear sounds of bones shattering, like heavy hammers smashing into the silent forest. Ugh! Sack's eyes bulged, his face contorting in unimaginable agony, his scream instantly rising to an inhuman pitch. The metal forearm guards on his arms, along with the bones beneath, were bent inward by Naruto's ferocious strength, like fragile dry branches, twisted into a bizarre and terrifying angle. Blood instantly gushed out from the deformed metal guard seams and shattered flesh, splattering all over Naruto's face and body. Sack's entire body crumpled like a bag emptied of bones, collapsing to the ground with a scream. His body convulsed violently from the pain, rolling, his broken arms dragging uselessly beneath him, each convulsion accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. Naruto released his grip, allowing Sack to flop down like a broken sack. His blood-soaked face showed no expression, only a near-frozen coldness. He slowly turned around, his tightly closed eyes like the gaze of death, looking towards the next target, TOS. Chapter 73. The price of victory into single eye. The seriousness was finally replaced by genuine fear. The yellow-haired kid, drenched in blood, eyes closed like a devil crawling out of hell. What kind of monster was he? Sack's miserable state sent chills down his spine. Without hesitation, his deadly right arm lifted again, the metal tube on the device instantly shining with blinding light. This time, he poured all his chakra into it madly. The device emitted an unbearable, sharp, buzzing sound. He was determined to completely annihilate this monster. The sound wave trembled intensely. TOS let out a hysterical roar. A terrifying shockwave, unprecedented and almost capable of distorting space, suddenly surged toward Naruto. Wherever it passed, the air twisted violently, and the rubble and fallen leaves on the ground silently turned to dust. This was Tooth's ultimate move. However, in Naruto's mind's eye, The energy converging onto his right arm was no longer a vortex. Instead, it was a destructive black sun about to erupt. Its energy intensity and attack range far exceeded any previous attempt. There was no retreat, no way to avoid it. On Naruto's blood-stained face, the corner of his mouth seemed to curl up slightly, forming an extremely cold arc. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward against the destructive energy capable of turning rocks to powder. In the moment of his charge, a red chakra enveloped his right hand. Compared to the madness and terror of his previous chakra, this one felt so gentle, so warm. As the chakra condensed, compressed, and spun, a visible, continuously expanding sphere of chakra instantly took shape. The Rasengan. At the moment, Tsu's single eye shrank in horror, just as the destructive sound wave was about to engulf Naruto. Naruto slid to the side like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the core impact point of the sound wave. The fabric on his left shoulder turned to ash the moment it touched the edge of the shockwave. The skin and muscle on his shoulder instantly burst open with a horrible blood mark. But he seemed to feel no pain. Using the momentum of his slide, he lunged forward. His right hand, gathering the Rasengan, pierced forward like a spear, with an unyielding resolve that could burn both jade and stone. He struck fiercely and accurately against Tsu's raised right arm, which was covered with the sound wave device. Thud! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling, muffled sound, like mud being struck hard. At the moment of contact, the Rasengan spun wildly. Tsu's right arm, from elbow to shoulder, was as if thrown into a high-speed blender. The solid metal device twisted, collapsed, and shattered into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Next, muscles, fascia, and bones were ruthlessly torn apart, stripped away, and crushed under the violent spinning chakra energy. Ugh! TOS let out a scream, far more agonizing and desperate than Sack's. He watched helplessly as his right arm, starting from the elbow, was completely consumed and disintegrated by that bright blue death spiral in less than a second. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Fragments of broken bones scattered like exploding fireworks. Thick blood gushed out like a fountain. The intense pain and overwhelming fear instantly crushed TOS. His remaining left hand futilely pressed against the horrific stump of his severed arm. His body staggered backward uncontrollably. His single eye was filled with incredible pain and extreme fear, fixed on the golden figure standing close by, like a Shura. His right arm was reduced to a jagged, bloody stump below the shoulder, blood still gushing violently from the severed end. Naruto slowly withdrew his right hand, now covered in flesh and blood, as the Rasengan's light faded. He still kept his eyes tightly closed, his face splattered with warm blood that belonged to the enemy. It dripped down his chin, bursting into dark red flowers on the muddy ground at his feet. He slightly turned his head, and those tightly closed eyes, as if capable of piercing the soul, slowly swept over to the last remaining Jean. Jean was no longer the harsh and cruel figure she once was. She stood still, her body shaking violently like sifted chaff. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling, and her teeth chattered uncontrollably. The 1,000 books she held slipped weakly to the muddy ground at her feet. Her gaze moved back and forth in terror between the howling Sack, who had lost both arms, and the blood-soaked Tis, who clutched his severed arm, filled with fear and a vacant stare. Finally, her gaze froze on the blood-soaked Naruto, who stood with closed eyes, like a golden demon emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. She saw the cold, bone-chilling gaze devoid of any human emotion on Naruto's face. That gaze, clearly belonging to a 12-year-old child, was so terrifying. Monster demon. Jin's voice trembled uncontrollably, and she staggered back a step, her legs giving way, causing her to collapse directly to the ground. Her body curled up, trembling violently, completely crushed of any courage to escape. TOS endured the intense pain of his severed arm and the dizziness from blood loss, tremblingly reaching into his ninja tool pouch with his remaining left hand. He then pulled out their heaven scroll. Using his last bit of strength, he threw the scroll toward Naruto, almost tossing it. The scroll landed in the muddy ground not far from Naruto's feet. The scroll will spare you. Tsu's voice was hoarse, weak, filled with unprecedented fear and pleading. His single eye no longer held any malice or arrogance, only the most humble plea for survival. He dared not look at Naruto again, pressing his left hand tightly against the stump. Blood continued to seep through his fingers as he struggled to move backward with the little strength left, trying to distance himself from the demon. Sack also stopped rolling, curled up on the ground, making painful groans, his broken arms spread helplessly, his gaze empty and desperate. Jean even rolled and crawled, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to stand, staggering toward Toes and Sack, desperate to escape this hell on earth. Naruto still stood there with his eyes closed, like a statue stained with blood. He did not pick up the scroll at his feet, nor did he stop the enemies from fleeing in disgrace, until those three sources of chakra, filled with pain, fear, and despair in his mind's eye, hurriedly stumbled deep into the forest, completely disappearing from his perception afterward. Thud! He buckled at the knees, heavily kneeling on the cold, muddy ground stained with blood. His body trembled violently, as if all the bones had been pulled out. The intense battle pushing his physical limits, blood loss, the continuous pain in his ears, and the mental exhaustion from overextending his chakra perception all flooded over him like a burst dam. He gasped heavily, each breath filled with a strong metallic smell of blood and a burning pain in his lungs. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall from his forehead and temples, mixing with the still-drying blood of the enemy and his own, dripping into the mud beneath him. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the tree hole. Naruto! Sakura's voice, tinged with tears, pierced the silence. She finally rushed out, instantly seeing Naruto kneeling in a pool of blood, drenched in gore, like a blood-soaked figure, in the chaotic battlefield around him. Broken trees, shattered ground, and splattered blood everywhere. Naruto, are you okay? You've lost so much blood. Sakura dashed to Naruto's side, her voice cracking with extreme fear and worry. However, Naruto did not respond at all. At that moment, Naruto could see nothing, hear nothing, only sensing a familiar chakra nearby. Naruto, your ears. Soon, Sakura noticed Naruto's ears and quickly performed emergency medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails chakra slowly began to heal Naruto's ears. Soon a cool, comfortable sensation temporarily suppressed the burning pain. Naruto's violently trembling body, supported by Sakura, finally began to calm down a little. He slowly and laboriously lifted his heavy eyelids. His vision was still somewhat blurry, accompanied by a blood-colored afterimage. He looked at Sakura's tear-streaked face, filled with worry and fear. Sakura, Naruto's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together, yet he still managed to smile. I did it. It's okay now. Chapter 74. Sasuke's awakening. The strong smell of herbs mixed with the damp scent of earth permeated the small tree hollow. Sasuke's eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and each attempt to open them was accompanied by intense headaches and the burning pain of the curse mark on the back of his neck. He gasped for breath, his blurred vision gradually coming into focus. Sasuke tried to speak, but his throat was so dry that he couldn't produce a proper sound, only managing a vague syllable. He struggled to move his eyes, trying to understand where he was and what had happened during his unconsciousness. Just then, an extremely bizarre figure intruded into his line of sight. Near the entrance of the tree hollow, there was a person-shaped bundle leaning against the wall of the hollow. The entire head, from the forehead to the chin, even covering the ears, was tightly wrapped in thick, medicine-stained white bandages. Only two familiar, bright blue eyes were left exposed. Those eyes were staring at him without blinking, filled with pure joy and a somewhat silly smile. Sasuke, you're awake? The bundle spoke, its voice muffled by the bandages. However, the tone was lively and carefree, something Sasuke was very familiar with. Wow, you've been asleep for 3 whole days. I was thinking that if you didn't wake up today, Sakura and I would have to give up and admit defeat in the exam. 3 days? Sasuke's heart jolted. Had he really slept for so long after that battle? He struggled to sit up, but his body was too weak to muster any strength. I slept for that long? Sasuke's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a sense of fragility after surviving. Did Orochimaru come? However, the wrapped-up figure, or rather Naruto, seemed not to have heard his question. He continued speaking to himself, His speed slightly quickened. Are you talking? Ah, saw thee, Sasu. I had a little problem with my ears yesterday while trying to chase off those reckless troublemakers, so I can't hear very well. He raised his bandaged hand and pointed to his own similarly wrapped ear, the gesture appearing somewhat clumsy and comical. But Sakura told me that my recovery ability is pretty good. She said I should be able to hear again by tomorrow. Pretty impressive, huh? Looking at Naruto's head that was almost entirely bandaged, listening to him describe the minor issue with his ears in such a relaxed tone, and recalling the information he had let slip about driving off the attackers, Sasuke's heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. His last memory before losing consciousness was the endless pain and darkness brought on by the curse mark's eruption and Orochimaru's survival after Kirin struck. Waking up to see Naruto, who was injured to such an extent while trying to protect them, was a stark contrast. This dead last, despite being so badly hurt and having his entire head wrapped up, was still joking around, trying to use this clumsy way to ease the atmosphere, not wanting him to feel the heaviness and oppression. Sasuke's gaze lingered on the pair of eyes that Naruto had exposed. There was not a hint of complaint or pain in them, only pure joy at his awakening. An indescribably complex emotion surged in Sasuke's heart, mixed with guilt, self-blame, and a hint of inexplicable irritation. He abruptly turned his face away, not wanting Naruto to see the emotions that might betray him in his eyes. By the way, Naruto seemed completely oblivious to Sasuke's odd behavior, or he was intentionally ignoring it. His voice still carried a deliberate cheerfulness. Sakura specifically instructed that your arm, the one you use for Chidori, absolutely cannot use chakra for now. She said your left hand was severely impacted by high-voltage currents, and the meridians and muscles were greatly shocked and damaged. So it needs time to rest and recover. Sasuke remained silent, looking down at his powerless left hand. Although it was wrapped up, the stinging sensation had not diminished. Now, due to his loss of control and eagerness for quick results, it had become a weak part that needed protection. And the protector was, unexpectedly, this dead last in front of him who looked even worse off. This realization stung his proud ego like a needle. What about Sakura? Sasuke's voice was even lower than before. He needed to divert his attention. Naruto seemed to guess his question and laughed heartily, the sound coming out oddly through the bandages. Haha, Sakura went out to find something to eat. Right now, both of us are the biggest patients, especially you. I originally wanted to go out and find something to eat, but Sakura punched me back. He mimicked Sakura's tone, deliberately raising his voice. Naruto, you stay put. You don't want your head anymore. Ah, you should have seen her then, super fierce. Sasuke imagined that scene and slightly frowned. He certainly knew about Sakura's immense strength. It was absurd that Naruto, that idiot, wanted to drag himself out to take risks in such a state. How reckless, Sasuke murmured, unsure whether he was referring to Naruto wanting to go out or his own reckless use of Chidori, or perhaps both. However, even though Naruto couldn't hear, he seemed to have a sixth sense and immediately continued the conversation, returning to his normal tone with a hint of teasing. Huh? I bet you're blaming me for being reckless, right? But Sasuke, his voice suddenly became serious, and those blue eyes, peering through the bandage gaps, stared straight at Sasuke. Who was it that got us into this mess first? Naruto's words were like a dull knife, slowly cutting through the calm that Sasuke tried to maintain. He abruptly turned his head back, his dark eyes sharply looking at Naruto, carrying the anger of being poked and the confusion of being cared for. You dead last. What? What did you say? Naruto leaned in closer, his face puzzled. Due to his hearing impairment, he completely missed the emotions in Sasuke's tone and only saw his lips moving. I can't hear you. Speak louder, Sasuke. Are you praising me for driving off the enemies? Seeing Naruto's silly expression, which carried a hint of seeking praise, the little anger that had built up in Sasuke instantly deflated. It was like punching a cotton ball, and the sense of helplessness returned. He pressed his lips tightly together, no longer speaking, only looking complexly at this idiot in front of him, whose head was wrapped like a mummy, temporarily lost his hearing. It still tried to radiate warmth and light. Just then, there was a slight sound of footsteps and rustling leaves outside the tree hollow. Sakura carefully squeezed in, holding a pile of wild fruits wrapped in large leaves. Her hair was a bit disheveled, and her face bore the fatigue of searching. But when she caught sight of Sasuke sitting inside the tree hollow, her emerald green eyes instantly brightened, as if all the gloom had been dispelled. "Sasuke-kun, you really woke up." Sakura's voice trembled with joy, and she almost stumbled forward, placing the wild fruits on the ground. Then, she could no longer contain the fear, worry, pressure, and immense relief that had built up over the past few days. Tears burst forth like a flood, streaming down her dirt-streaked cheeks. "That's great, really great," she cried, her shoulders shaking violently. "You were unconscious for 3 days. I was so scared that you would never wake up again. Naruto is also so badly hurt, and I didn't know what to do by myself." The strong facade she had maintained for these days completely crumbled at that moment. She squatted in front of Sasuke, like a child who had suffered great grievances, crying uncontrollably. Chapter 75. Unspoken Gratitude. Sasuke watched Sakura cry, listening to her fragmented account of the torment she had endured over the past 3 days. His complex emotions churned within him. During the 3 days he had been unconscious, it was Sakura who had taken care of the severely injured Naruto, guarding his unconscious self while being vigilant against potential enemies. Her exhaustion, her fear, her strength, and her current breakdown struck him like a heavy hammer. For the first time, he clearly realized how recklessly he had acted, dragging his companions into such peril and suffering. He opened his mouth, but the words "don't cry, I'm fine" got stuck in his throat, sounding so pale and powerless. In the end, he simply reached out, somewhat stiffly, and gently patted Sakura's trembling shoulder from crying. This simple action was already a significant change for him. Naruto sat quietly nearby. Although he couldn't hear exactly what Sakura was saying, the long-suppressed cries and Sasuke's clumsy attempt at comfort spoke volumes. The blue in his exposed eyes had lost its earlier feigned lightness, replaced by a deep sense of heartache and warmth. He remained silent, quietly watching them, as if guarding the fragility and reality of this moment. Sakura cried for a long time, seemingly trying to cry out all her fear and pressure. Her sobs gradually became softer, turning into intermittent sniffles. She raised her tear-filled face, looking at the hand Sasuke had placed on her shoulder, then glanced at Naruto, who was silent yet concerned. A warm current surged in her heart, diluting her sadness. She hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her emotions. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Sakura's voice was still thick with nasal congestion, but her gaze had regained its determination. "Sasuke-kun, how are you feeling now? Is there a particular pain in your body?" "I'm fine." Sasuke succinctly retracted his hand, his gaze sweeping over Naruto. What happened to him? And who were the attackers? Sakura followed Sasuke's gaze to Naruto, her eyes filled with fear and gratitude. She organized her thoughts and began to recount everything that had happened after Sasuke fell unconscious. It was the Sound Ninja Trio, Sakan, Taiya, and a female ninja named Kin. Sakura's voice grew somber. "They are subordinates of Orochimaru, and their goal was to take you away. They found us here yesterday afternoon." Sakura's account wasn't very detailed. She deliberately omitted many bloody and cruel details, such as the horror she felt when she saw blood pouring from Naruto's ears when his eardrum ruptured, or the horrific sight of Naruto being slashed by wind blades. She avoided mentioning the near-manic counterattack Naruto unleashed, breaking Sakan's arms and severely injuring Taiya with a Rasengan at close range. Just recalling it still sent shivers down her spine. She emphasized that Naruto had fought fiercely against the 3 of them alone to protect them, driving off the enemy with incredible willpower and explosive strength under extremely unfavorable conditions. "He fought very, very hard to protect us." Sakura's voice choked up as she looked at Naruto with a mixture of heartache and admiration. "He got injured while dodging Taiya's soundwave attack. He has many wounds on his body. However, his recovery ability is indeed strong. Many of his external injuries have already started to scab over. The most troublesome is the injury to his ear. It will take time for his hearing to recover." Sasuke listened silently, his gaze once again landing on Naruto. The head wrapped in bandages and the wounds hidden beneath them no longer seemed ridiculous to him. Instead, they appeared as a silent monument, inscribed with the heavy price paid to protect him and their companions. He could imagine the difficulty of the battle. The three sound ninjas, each possessing unique jutsu, were not easy opponents. How had Naruto, the underdog, managed to unleash such power in that dire situation? Was it to protect Sakura, or was it to protect him? They left behind this. Sakura took out a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, the heaven scroll left by the sound ninjas. Naruto scared them off. They left the scroll behind and fled to save their lives. Sasuke looked at the scroll, then at Naruto. Naruto seemed to sense they were talking about him. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he still put on a proud expression when he saw Sakura take out the scroll. This familiar, somewhat silly gesture stirred mixed emotions in Sasuke's heart. He averted his gaze, looking at the darkening sky outside the cave. What do we do next? Sasuke's voice returned to its usual calmness, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to lack some of its previous arrogance. You and Naruto need to rest, Sakura immediately replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. Especially you, Sasuke-kun. Your body is severely overexerted. That black mark may be calm for now, but you absolutely cannot force yourself to use chakra again. Naruto's hearing also needs time to recover. He won't be able to move until tomorrow at the earliest. Yeah, although it was pushing his limits a bit, tomorrow was the last day of the second exam, and since they had already gathered 2 scrolls, the conditions for passing were met. Moreover, in his current state, he couldn't even walk, let alone fight. Naruto, though he seemed somewhat okay, had suffered severe head injuries and hearing loss, greatly diminishing his combat ability. Forcing a journey would only make them a burden or even draw the enemy's attention again. I'll go get some water. Sasuke struggled to stand up. He needed a little space to digest everything. No. Sakura immediately stopped him. She pressed down on his shoulder. Sasuke-kun, you absolutely cannot move right now. You need to rest well. Naruto then moved over, blocking the entrance of the cave. Though he didn't speak, his eyes clearly conveyed a message. Don't even think about going out. Sasuke watched the tense expressions on both of their faces, especially Naruto's stubborn stance at the cave's entrance despite being wrapped in bandages. The awkward emotions within him surged again, but he ultimately didn't insist. Leaning back against the cave wall, Sakura picked up a clean wild fruit, carefully peeled a bit of the skin, and held it to Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke-kun, eat something to replenish your strength. Naruto, you eat too. She picked up another fruit and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took the fruit, awkwardly holding it with his bandaged hand, and took small bites from the only exposed part of his mouth. Sasuke looked at the fruit Sakura held out to him, then at Naruto, who was munching on the fruit like a hamster. The cave was very quiet, with only the subtle sounds of chewing and the occasional chirping of insect from outside. The nerves that had been tense for days finally began to relax in this brief calm, brought about by the scars and protection of his companions. A feeling he had never experienced before weighed heavily on his heart. It wasn't just simple gratitude. It felt more like a heavy sense of responsibility and the burden of connection. He silently took a bite of the fruit Sakura offered, the sweet and sour juice spreading in his mouth. His gaze swept over Naruto's ridiculous and glaring bandaged head, and Sasuke's lips moved silently. A very slight syllable, barely perceptible even to himself, rolled over his tongue before ultimately dissipating deep in his throat. It felt like an unspoken word of thanks. Chapter 76. Resting up for the final phase deep within the Death Forest. The tree hollow that had borne too much fatigue and pain finally welcomed a long-awaited atmosphere of ease. Wow, I heard it. Sakura. Sasuke. I heard it. A thunderous cheer nearly lifted the roof of the tree hollow. Naruto sprang up like a wound-up spring toy, frantically tugging at the bandages that had wrapped around his head for days. The force of his movement nearly knocked over Sakura's neatly organized ninja tool pouch beside him. Idiot Naruto, be careful. Your wounds have just healed. Sakura's face turned pale with fear as she hurriedly reached out to press down on the overly excited guy. But Naruto was uncontainable. He was like a monkey that had been imprisoned for a long time and finally regained its freedom, jumping up and down in the cramped tree hollow, waving his arms and legs. He would sometimes lean his ear close to the wall of the hollow to listen to the faint sounds of the wind outside. Other times, he would shout towards Sasuke's direction. Hey, Sasuke, did you just click your tongue? I heard it. Definitely heard it. He even ran to the mouth of the hollow and shouted at the crows circling outside. "Hey, good morning, Big Brother Crow." The crows were startled by the sudden noise and flew away with a caw. Sasuke leaned against the wall of the hollow, a clear shape appearing on his forehead, and his mouth twitched slightly. In the end, he swallowed back the words idiot, turning it into a helpless and faint sigh instead. Forget it. Considering that this underachiever was recently injured, I'll let it slide. He turned his face away, pretending to study a trivial crack on the wall of the hollow. Sakura watched Naruto bouncing around, as if he were trying to make up for the vitality he had missed in the past few days. Then she glanced at Sasuke's expression of disdain, which seemed to say, "I don't know him," and couldn't help but chuckle. The tension and worry from the past few days seemed to have been significantly diluted by Naruto's exaggerated joy. "Great, Naruto, it's good that your hearing has returned." Sakura smiled, her eyes slightly moist. Naruto finally stopped his celebration, which could have triggered a minor earthquake. He quickly tore off the last few troublesome bandages from his head, revealing a face that was still marked with a few small scars, but was bright and full of life. He rubbed his ears, which had finally regained their freedom, and grinned. Hee, it feels like the whole world is brightened up. Even your nagging, Sakura, sounds super nice. Who is nagging? Sakura instantly exploded with anger, her fists clenching reflexively. Saw thee. Naruto immediately ducked and hid behind Sasuke, although he knew very well that Sasuke, being a porcelain doll right now, couldn't stop Sakura's monstrous strength. Sasuke, Naruto's howling and excitement could be felt even by the three in the ceiling space. It was deafening. This brat, just regaining hearing, and he is making such a fuss? My ears are about to go deaf from him. The Nine-Tails' massive body irritably turned over in the ceiling iron cage. 9 enormous tails whipped around, making loud slapping sounds and causing the chakra water below to ripple. Meanwhile, Madara, who was atop the Nine-Tails' head, remarked, "Well, after being deaf for a whole day, regaining hearing would make anyone excited." Nine-Tails, that doesn't sound like something you would say, old Madara. Minato, indeed, after spending so much time with Madara, I feel he's completely different from the rumors. Madara, that's just fabricated. Nine-Tails, are you sure? Madara tilted his head. At least what I said about being estranged from my own kin is definitely true. Seeing the doubtful expression on the other's face, Madara could only change the subject. Speaking of which, how did you get caught, you scruffy fox? I remember after I fought with Hashirama, his chakra was already insufficient to continue suppressing you. Although Madara had memory loss, he still remembered the battle at the Valley of the End very clearly. At that time, he had used Susanoo to wrap around the Nine-Tails, taking on Hashirama's true Thousand Hands, and then the Nine-Tails was suppressed by Hashirama and could no longer be controlled. They fought all the way to the Valley of the End, and in the end, Hashirama killed him with what would release clones. By the time they reached the Valley of the End, Hashirama had already exhausted a chakra. At that point, Hashirama couldn't even heal himself. How could he still have chakra to suppress the Nine-Tails? If it weren't for the fact that he was also running low on chakra at the time, he would have summoned the Nine-Tails to escape. Nine-Tails grumpily replied, "How would I know? By the time I woke up, I was already sealed." Didn't you say you regained your memory? Regaining it doesn't mean everything. Also, if it weren't for you controlling me back then, would I have been treated like a tool and snatched around by you ninjas? You, the culprit, have no right to talk about me. Excuses of the weak. Power is meant to be controlled. If you have power but don't know how to use it, being locked up is what you deserve. Madara's tone was full of disdain. What did you say? All right, Mr. Madara. Nine-Tails, let's all tone it down a bit. Minato helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling like he was dealing with two super problematic kids. Naruto needed our support and guidance right now, not infighting. Besides, didn't Tiwi agree to be a bit more harmonious when Naruto needed it? Who wants to be harmonious with him? Nine-Tails and Madara almost retorted in unison. Nine-Tails, I just think the rent inside this kid's body should go up. Madara, for your sake, Minato, I'll let this scruffy fox slide for now. Minato, all right, that is probably the limit of their harmony. In the real world, Naruto didn't hear their argument. At this moment, Sasuke looked outside the hollow and said in a deep voice, "Stop messing around, underachiever. Don't forget, today is the last day." Naruto quickly jumped to Sasuke's side. Coming. Coming. Sasuke looked at his two teammates, squatted down, and said, "Right now, the teams that have gathered 2 scrolls must be concentrated in the high tower. And those who Haven T gathered the scrolls but are unwilling to give up." Sasuke's expression became serious. They are probably all gathered near the high tower, preparing for the final ambush and snatch. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and Sakura. With a hint of gravity, the Earth Scroll we have and the Heaven Scroll we got from the Sound Ninjas are 2 huge pieces of meat. The last stretch to the high tower will be the most dangerous. The smile on Naruto's face disappeared, and his blue eyes sharpened. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him and the clarity brought by his recently restored hearing. Dangerous? Just right. Let them see the strength of me, Naruto Uzumaki. After my recovery, this time, it's my turn to protect you guys. He patted his chest, full of confidence. Sakura looked at Naruto's serious demeanor, then at Sasuke's side profile, which, although weak, had a determined gaze, and a surge of courage rose in her heart. Yes, together, the 3 of us will definitely reach the high tower safely. Chapter 77. Group Fight? The thing I'm most afraid of is a group fight. After resting, the 3 of them cautiously left the tree hollow that had sheltered them for many days. They set off towards the towering structure in the center of the Forest of Death. As they got closer to the tower, the surrounding forest became increasingly quiet, with even the chirping of birds and insects becoming sparse. The air was filled with a sense of impending rain. Sunlight filtered through the increasingly dense canopy, casting mottled and eerie shadows, as if every patch of darkness concealed a malicious gaze. Sasuke walked in the front. Although his body had not fully recovered, he was still capable of observing the enemy situation. Sakura was in the middle, responsible for support and perception as a medical ninja. Naruto brought up the rear, his ears alertly picking up any unusual sounds. Be careful. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly caught a trace of extremely weak chakra fluctuations in the treetops to the side front, and he immediately warned. However, the warning came a moment too late. Ninjutsu, Rain of Thousand Needles, Water Release, Water Whirl, Earth Release, Rock Snatching Rod. Accompanied by a few low shouts, attacks came from 3 directions simultaneously. A dense rain of poison needles poured down like a torrential storm. A surge of water rushed in with powerful force. The ground instantly erupted with several sharp stone spikes, aiming directly at the 3 of them's landing spots. Damn it, it's the Rain Ninjas. Sakura instantly recognized the village represented by their headbands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto reacted the fastest, completing the hand seals almost the moment the attack was upon them. There were not 1,000, but at least 800 Narutos exploding like golden mushroom clouds, instantly filling the clearing in the forest. Boom! Bang! Most of the shuriken were blocked by the suddenly appearing wall of shadow clones, producing a dense sound of collisions. The water wave technique knocked over dozens of clones in the front row, but the successors immediately filled in. The earth-penetrating rod directly pierced through the feet of some clones, causing exaggerated cries of "Ouch, my foot." What? The 3 Rain Ninjas hidden in the trees were shocked. They had anticipated a counterattack, but they did not expect it to be so brutally direct and on such a massive scale. Does that blonde kid have unlimited chakra? Ha ha ha. Bullying the weak with numbers. Huh. Let's see who has more now. The real Naruto mixed in with the army of shadow clones, hands on his hips, laughing loudly, his voice echoing through the forest. Brothers, charge! Beat them up! Oh! Thousands of Narutos shouted in unison, their momentum shaking the heavens and the earth. The golden wave instantly split into 3 torrents, rushing towards the positions where the 3 Rain Ninjas were hiding. Quick! Use the shadow clone technique to confuse them. The leading Rain Ninja, Captain, hurriedly ordered. The other 2 Rain Ninjas immediately formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Rain Ninja clones appeared on the tree branches and behind the bushes, trying to confuse Naruto's army of shadow clones. However, reality was cruel. The Rain Ninja's shadow clone technique was merely the most basic, without physical substance. It might be used to confuse the eyes or as a substitute, but to fight? against Naruto's shadow clones, which had substance and could all throw punches. The result was a one-sided, extremely chaotic, and visually shocking brawl. Take this punch. Watch out. Don't run. You stepped on my foot. That one is real. He used ninjutsu. Surround him, brothers. The golden shadow clones, like sharks smelling blood, ignored those illusory images and accurately pounced on the clones created by the Rain Ninja's real body. The Rain Ninja clones tried to throw punches and kick, but when they hit, the shadow clones would turn into smoke and explode, blocking their vision. However, what awaited them was the punishment of other shadow clones' iron fists. Bang, bang, bang. Oh my gosh. The scene was extremely chaotic. The Rain Ninja's clones were surrounded by the shadow clones, taking heavy punches. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of shadow clones causing their strength to weaken significantly, they wouldn't have lasted this long. Captain, this isn't good. He has too many clones, and all of them are solid. One Rain Ninja was awkwardly dodging several shadow clones, trying to grab his hair from the treetops, shouting in frustration. Damn it. Use the earth release. Hide underground. Use the heart decapitation technique to ambush their real body. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Rain Ninja captain immediately changed tactics. He formed hand seals first. Earth release. Underground navigation. His body quickly sank underground. The other two Rain Ninjas did the same. On the ground, the army of shadow clones, having lost their targets, looked at each other in confusion. Huh? Where are they? They dug underground? So cunning. The real body. They dug underground. Naruto's real body also noticed the disappearance of the chakra fluctuations on the ground. Want to play hide and seek? You've picked the wrong person. I learned how to sense enemies with chakra when dealing with the Sound Ninja trio last time. Although my hearing recovery has reduced my sensing accuracy, it's more than enough to handle these guys. Soon, Naruto's real body closed his eyes. Instantly, the land beneath his feet became transparent in his perception. 3 points of light representing the Rain Ninja's chakra were moving underground, quickly heading towards him, Sasuke, and Sakura's feet. Not a chance. A cunning glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. Brothers, they're trying to grab our feet underground. Let's go down and catch them. Use the earth release technique that Kakashi-sensei used. A portion of the shadow clones immediately responded. Understood. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. Dozens of shadow clones simultaneously formed hand seals, then dove headfirst into the ground. The scene was like dozens of trained groundhogs collectively digging holes, a spectacular sight. Sasuke and Sakura watched in astonishment. Sasuke's mouth twitched. This slacker turned ninjutsu into groundhog fighting? Pahaha. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tail saw the comical scene outside and couldn't help but roll around in its cage, laughing. I'm dying of laughter. This kid, using the heart decapitation technique to fight groundhogs? Ha ha ha. Minato, did you see that? Your son's tactical genius is unprecedented. Ha ha ha. Minato's ethereal form also wore a helpless expression. This Naruto is, very creative. At least the effect looks quite practical. He tried to find excuses for his son. A barbaric tactic with no aesthetic sense. Madara's ethereal form snorted coldly, but upon closer inspection, the blurred corners of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly upwards. Though fleeting, it did not escape the Nine-Tail's eyes. Old Madara, you smiled. Madara, I didn't smile. Nine-Tails, I just saw it. Madara, it seems I've been too kind to you lately. You're getting cheeky, aren't you? Nine-Tails, speak properly. Don't unleash Susanoo. Minato, all right, here we go again. In the real world, an even more absurd scene was playing out. The Rain Ninja captain was sneaking below Naruto's real body, coldly smirking. Blonde brat. Heart decapitation. His hand was just about to reach out from the ground to grab what he expected to be Naruto's ankle. Suddenly, in front of him from the left, right, and even from above, dozens of golden heads suddenly popped out of the soil. Each head sported a messy mop of blonde hair, wearing identical, slightly silly, yet energetic smiles. Joe, brother, you're playing Earth Release too? What a coincidence. We're playing too. Who are you looking for? Looking for our real body? He's up on the surface. The underground air ISNT grate. Want to come up and chat? The Rain Ninja captain. His sinister smile instantly froze, his brain going blank, looking at the dozens of identical, unnaturally bright smiles in the dim underground. He felt like he had fallen into a field of golden sunflowers, surrounded by countless sunflowers bowing down to watch him. What kind of mental pollution is this? Before he could react, dozens of Naruto shadow clone hands eagerly reached out from soil. Their target was clear, grabbing his arms, shoulders, hair, and even his nose. Brothers. Found one. Grab him. Don't let him escape. Pull him out. No. Wait. Let go of me. The Rain Ninja, Captain, struggled in terror. But his two fists couldn't resist 4 hands, let alone dozens of hands. He was like a fish caught in a net, being pulled out of the ground by a group of enthusiastic shadow clones. The other 2 Rain Ninjas had similar experiences. One had just popped up trying to grab Sakura when he was pinned down by 7 or 8 waiting shadow clones. The other was worse. He chose Sasuke as his ambush target. As soon as his hand reached out from the ground, it was stepped on by Sasuke, who was weak but still precise. Sasuke disdainfully said, "I may be weak now, but that doesn't mean I can't move. Thanks." Then he was warmly dragged out of the ground by the shadow clones that rushed up, giving him a free massage in the process. On the ground, this one-sided beating finally reached its climax. The 3 Rain Ninjas were surrounded by Naruto's dense shadow clones. They endured punches and kicks coming from all directions, which, while not powerful individually, were terrifying in number. They were beaten to the point of covering their heads and fleeing, with bruised faces, crooked forehead protectors, and torn clothes. They looked nothing like ninjas, just 3 unlucky guys being beaten by a gang of thugs. Stop! Stop! I'll give you the Earth Scroll. The Rain Ninja, Captain, finally couldn't hold on any longer, crying out as he pulled out an Earth Scroll from his pocket and threw it out. Please, let us go. All right, stop. Under Naruto's call, his shadow clones finally stopped their actions, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. One of the clones picked up a scroll, shook it, and pouted. Teach, another Earth Scroll. We all have one already. It's really useless. He casually tossed it to the original Naruto. The original Naruto took the scroll and looked at the 3 trembling Rain Ninjas on the ground, who were barely recognizable. Chapter 78. Successful promotion facing the bruised Rain Ninja trio. Naruto crossed his arms and laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. Now you know how tough I am, right? Next time you sneak attack, remember to check your target. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not someone to mess with. Brothers, retreat. Oh, thousands of shadow clones responded in unison, then poofed away in a series of white smoke like firecrackers. The forest instantly fell silent, leaving only the 3 moaning Rain Ninjas on the ground and Sasuke and Sakura standing beside them with complex expressions. Sakura looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with speechlessness. Naruto, you just... Sasuke rubbed his forehead, wearing a complex expression that seemed to say he didn't know this idiot but had to admit he did well. Your fighting style is really... He couldn't find the right words. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Huh? Cool, right? I told you. Many hands make light work. And they dug underground themselves. Can't blame me. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his tactics. He just felt exhilarated, having resolved this unexpected welcome ceremony. The trio faced no further obstacles and smoothly reached the towering central tower of the Death Forest. Pushing open the heavy tower door, they found a spacious hall already filled with several teams that had successfully arrived. Upon seeing Team 7 enter, especially Naruto with his iconic blonde hair, blue eyes, and vibrant energy, many people cast surprised, curious, or wary glances. Clearly, the news of the heavy defeat of the Sound Ninja trio, along with Naruto's last furious stance, had quietly spread among the survivors. However, Naruto scratched his head, looking around in confusion, his bright blue eyes filled with question marks. Strange, where are the others? Where did the teacher go? He spun around like a headless fly. What should we do? Are we just supposed to wander around? Just open the scroll. A calm voice came from a shadow behind them. Naruto suddenly turned around, and a surprised smile spread across his face. Kiba, it's you guys. Kiba, Hinata. And Shino walked out from behind a massive support pillar. Akamaru was perched on Kiba's head, barking softly as a greeting. Seeing familiar faces, Naruto immediately enthusiastically pulled out his ninja tool pouch. He took out the extra earth scroll they had seized from the rain ninjas and casually handed it over. Hey, Kiba, do you guys need a scroll? We have extras. Take it. Hinata's fair cheeks flushed slightly, her hands nervously twisting together. Her clear Byakugan filled with unabashed admiration as she looked at Naruto. Her voice was weak yet audible. Naruto-kun, you're really amazing to have extra scrolls. Her words were filled with sincere awe. Shino adjusted his sunglasses that nearly covered half of his face, the lenses reflecting a faint light. His tone remained as steady as ever, carrying a hint of stating facts. Thank you for your kindness. However, we have already gathered and passed. We only need to open one set of scrolls to complete the registration. I see. Naruto blinked as if enlightened, and Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. It seemed the key to passing was in their own hands. The three members of Team 7 exchanged glances and confirmed the scrolls they held. Naruto took a deep breath, adding a sense of ceremony, and carefully untied the strings of the Heaven Scroll, slowly pulling it open together with Sasuke. The moment the scroll fully unfurled, an unexpected event occurred. The runes engraved in the center of the scroll suddenly burst forth with blinding white light. With a soft bang, a thick cloud of white smoke rose, quickly coalescing into a familiar human shape. As the smoke cleared, Iruka-sensei, wearing a Konoha headband and a gentle smile, appeared before them. Congratulations, Team 7. You have successfully passed the second stage of the Chunin selection exam. Iruka's voice carried genuine relief and encouragement. Iruka-sensei, the three exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide as saucers, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Naruto exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes, questioning his sanity. How come you're here? Aren't you supposed to be at the school or supervising outside? Sakura asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. Iruka smiled at the students' shocked yet adorable expressions, unable to help but chuckle, and patiently explained, this is a special setup of the exam rules. These two scrolls seal specific techniques. If you had opened them outside this tower in the Death Forest, your curiosity would have triggered a powerful genjutsu that would force the opener into a deep sleep until the entire second exam ended. Hiss! Naruto gasped instinctively, quickly covering his heart with his hand, his face showing a look of lingering fear. Thank goodness we didn't have that damn curiosity. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, congratulations on successfully passing the second stage of the Chunin selection exam. Iruka confirmed loudly. Yay, we did it. Naruto was the first to jump up, excitedly waving his fist. Though the process was bumpy and filled with scars, they ultimately succeeded. Sakura also showed a bright smile of relief, excitedly clenching her fist. Great. Sasuke maintained his cool expression, but his tense shoulders visibly relaxed. A hint of barely perceptible ease and warmth crossed his eyes, a feeling he hadn't even realized. He looked at the excited Naruto and happy Sakura beside him, then glanced at his bandaged right hand. The heavy feeling in his heart, named bond, seemed to clarify a bit more. The lively atmosphere from the outside also influenced this mental space. Finally passed safely, though the process was a bit foolish. The Ninetales rested its paws, sounding somewhat complainant. However, the tip of its tail swayed slightly, indicating it was actually in a good mood. Well done, Naruto. Minato's phantom smiled gently, filled with pride. Not bad. Obito still held his usual demeanor, but his tone had softened significantly. At least it proves he has the potential to burst forth at the edge of life and death. He didn't disgrace his name or bring shame to Konoha. He almost let something slip. Hey, old man, did you just want to say he didn't disgrace the Uchiha name? The Ninetales keenly caught on and mischievously exposed him. Admit it, seeing this kid use his power to protect that Uchiha brat, you're actually quite pleased, right? After all, that kid has Uchiha blood. Shut up. You mixed fur fox. Obito's figure fluctuated violently, seemingly a bit angry. I'm just making an objective evaluation. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha. Yes. The Ninetales swayed its tail proudly. All right, Ninetales, Obito, let us keep it down. Minato once again acted as the mediator, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Now that Naruto and the others are safe, Should we take a break? After their successful promotion, Irika led them to a resting area to wait for the notification of the third exam. Naruto plopped down on a bench, letting out a long breath, his face beaming with satisfaction. Phew, we finally made it. Although the process was a bit thrilling, the result is fantastic. Right, Sasuke? Sakura? Sakura nodded vigorously. Yes. Thanks to Naruto and Sasuke-kun. She looked at Naruto with sincere eyes and said, especially you. Naruto, thank you for always protecting us. Of course. I'm going to be the Hokage, after all. Protecting my comrades is what I should do. Naruto patted his chest, unabashed. Sasuke leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, and merely responded with a faint HM at her words. However, the barely perceptible, almost never-seen gentle curve at the corners of his mouth revealed that his heart was not calm at that moment. He slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Naruto's sunlit face, which bore some scars yet smiled brilliantly. He also glanced at Sakura, who was beside him, looking relieved and wearing a reassuring smile. It felt pretty good. In the past, he had only felt that interacting with others was a waste of time, but now, he was beginning to enjoy this kind of life. Chapter 79. The preliminary matches officially begin inside the tall tower, after a brief rest. All the successful genin were gathered, and led to an extremely spacious hall resembling an indoor training ground. The walls were built from solid giant stones, and the towering dome cast a somewhat cold light. The air was filled with the lingering smell of battle and the exhausted yet excited breaths of young ninjas. Whispering voices formed a buzzing echo in the vast space. The three members of Team 7 stood towards the back of the crowd. Naruto was still full of energy, looking around eagerly, his gaze sweeping over other teams, some familiar and some unfamiliar. However, the three sound ninjas he had defeated were not present. It seemed they had been unable to obtain the scrolls after being severely injured by him. Sakura stood beside Sasuke, her face filled with worry as she occasionally glanced at his bandaged right arm and pale complexion. Sasuke stood straight, trying hard to maintain a calm exterior. But the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and the slight furrow of his brow, due to the pain from the curse mark on the back of his neck, betrayed his poor physical condition. Suddenly, a light smoke appeared ahead, and several figures materialized. At the forefront was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, clad in a white Hokage cloak, wearing conical hat, and holding a pipe. Behind him stood several calm and sharp-eyed Genin from Konoha, including familiar faces like Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai, as well as the special Genin, Moonlight Breeze, who had a sickly appearance but serious eyes, serving as the referee. The entire hall instantly fell silent, with a pin drop audible. All eyes were focused on the elderly man representing the highest authority of Konoha. An invisible pressure spread through the air. The third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze calm yet filled with all-seeing wisdom, gradually sweeping over the young faces below, dusty, scarred, yet filled with fighting spirit. At first, the third Hokage's voice was strong and clear, resonating in everyone's ears. I want to congratulate all the genin present. You have successfully passed the test of the Death Forest with your wisdom, courage, strength, and most importantly, teamwork, and have arrived here. This proves that you possess the potential and foundation to become Nin. Among the crowd, Naruto puffed out his chest, pride written all over his face. Sakura also smiled, and Sasuke's mouth barely lifted at the corners. However, the third Hokage's tone shifted, becoming serious. The road to becoming a Nin is not smooth. The real test is just beginning. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. The second exam tests teamwork. The upcoming third exam will be the ultimate trial of your individual strength and will. It will be a one-on-one elimination match. One-on-one battles. The crowd erupted. Gasps and discussions rose and fell. Some were excitedly cracking their knuckles, some nervously swallowing, and others displayed serious expressions. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, fists clenched. One-on-one? Awesome. Just what I want. I want everyone to see how strong I am. Sakura looked at Sasuke worriedly. Sasuke-kun, your body. Sasuke raised a hand. It's fine. The third Hokage raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. Because the third exam is an individual battle, the outcome of victory or defeat, honor or shame. lies solely on you to ensure that each of you can participate in this important duel in the best condition. And to avoid the situation where one person's poor condition affects the entire team's chance, I hereby announce a rule. He scanned the entire hall, his voice steady. In the upcoming preliminary round, any candidate may, at any time, based on their own situation, decide whether to continue participating in the competition. If you feel that your injuries are too severe, your chakra is depleted, or for any reason you believe you cannot perform to your ability in the upcoming individual battles, you may choose to forfeit at this moment. Forfeit. This word was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves once again. Forfeiting did not mean cowardice, but rather a clear understanding of oneself, one's comrades, and the value of this exam. The third Hokage emphasized, those who choose to forfeit will directly gain the qualification to observe the third exam, while other members of their team, as long as their condition permits, can still continue to participate in the individual battles. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became subtle. Many gazes instinctively turned to those who were clearly injured. On Team 7's side, Sakura's worried gaze was almost glued to Sasuke, over at the Sand Village. Temari glanced at Kankuro's puppet and Gaara's gloomy face. And in Konoha, Shikamaru wore a face full of trouble. The third Hokage's gaze finally landed on Kabuto, the glasses-wearing, seemingly gentle and harmless genin from Konoha, who was now slightly bowing his head, the lenses reflecting light. After a brief silence, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing a hint of just the right amount of fatigue and helplessness on his face. Then he calmly raised his hand and clearly said, "Lord Third Hokage, I choose to forfeit." Wow. Kabuto's forfeit seemed to open a floodgate. Me too. A genin from the grass village, with an arm in a sling and limping, quickly raised his hand, his face showing reluctance, but more relief. And me too. Several other heavily injured genin chose to give up one after another. They knew very well that participating in the brutal one-on-one elimination matches in their current state would not only yield no chance of victory, but could even endanger their lives. Medical personnel quickly moved forward, guiding the forfeiting candidates out of the hall to the resting area. The number of people in the arena decreased a bit, but those remaining were almost all determined and spirited elite. Naruto looked at the departing figures and glanced at Sasuke. "So, do you want to be like them?" Sasuke shot him a glance. "You should know me best." Naruto grinned. Indeed. After saying that, the two of them laughed in unison, a smile of mutual belief. The tacit understanding between Naruto and Sasuke made Madara, sealed in a space, reminiscent of the time when he and Hashirama stood on Hokage Rock, planning for the future together. Back then, they stood there, deciding the name of their country and the name of their ninja village together. The land of fire, Konoha. The Nine-Tails, seeing Madara standing still, couldn't help but poke him with its tail. "What's wrong, old Madara?" Lost in thought, Madara swatted away the tail. "Since when did you care about me?" The Nine-Tails turned its head. "I didn't care about you. If you're not around, I'll definitely celebrate with fireworks for a few days." Minato could see that the Nine-Tails wasn't telling the truth. "Huh, Nine-Tails, you really are full of contradictions. Fourth Hokage, mind your own business." Chapter 80. Sasuke's red bronze armor in the real world. The third Hokage watched as no one else raised their hands to forfeit and nodded slightly. "Very well. Then, everyone present, please prepare yourselves. The preliminary matches will begin immediately. Moonlight Breeze, you will host." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Moonlight Swift coughed twice and walked to the center of the arena. He held a drawing box in his hand. The rules are simple. The draw determines the order of battles and opponents. The winners advance to the third round of the main competition, and the losers are eliminated. "Now, please step forward to draw lots, candidates." The tense atmosphere instantly heightened. The candidates stepped forward one by one, drawing fate-determining slips of paper from the box in Moonlight Swift's hand. Sasuke drew a 2, meaning he would be the first contestant in the first group. Naruto drew a 7, placing him further back. Sakura drew a 9. After the last person finished drawing, Moonlight Swift cleared his throat. "Please have the two candidates from the first group step forward." As he finished speaking, the big screen also displayed the names of both sides. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akatsuki Kai. The crowd retreated like a tide to the raised steps of the stands. The large central arena was suddenly left with only two people. Uchiha Sasuke, dressed in black, with black hair and a stern expression, stood straight despite his right arm being bandaged and afflicted by cursed seal, exuding an aura of aloofness and sharpness. His opponent, Akatsuki Kai, was a tall and thin ninja with dark skin and a mohawk hairstyle, wearing a sickly excited smile on his face. His greedy gaze fixed on Sasuke, as if sizing up a rare prey. Although both were from Konoha, the other's aura was cold and eerie. Hee, Uchiha Sasuke. Akatsuki Kai licked his lips with a crimson tongue. That person mentioned you, saying your chakra smells so delicious. Sasuke frowned. This guy's appearance reminds me of that old pervert Orochimaru. Soon, both sides stood at opposite ends of the arena. The match begins. As soon as Moonlight Swift's voice fell, he retreated to the sidelines. Whoosh! Akatsuki Kai launched the first attack. His movements were swift and somewhat elusive, not a straight sprint, but gliding close to the ground. He charged at Sasuke from extremely tricky angle, targeting Sasuke's injured right arm. The speed shocked many lower nin watching the match. Sasuke's pupils contracted, and his Sharingan activated instantly. The crimson double tomo spun rapidly in his eyes. Akatsuki Kai's bizarre trajectory became clear to him. He pivoted on his left foot, sharply rotating his body to the right and back, simultaneously infusing chakra into his left arm, delivering a fierce knife hand strike towards Akatsuki Kai's incoming wrist. Oof! Akatsuki Kai did not dodge, but instead showed a sly glint in his eyes, deliberately meeting Sasuke's knife hand with his own bony wrist. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Sasuke's knife hand struck accurately against the opponent's wrist. But the anticipated block or counterattack did not occur. An eerie, cold pulling force like a parasitic attachment suddenly emanated from the point of contact between them. What? Sasuke's face changed dramatically. He distinctly felt his left arm's gathered chakra being frantically drawn away by the opponent's wrist. The speed was far beyond his imagination. Worse still, as the chakra flowed away, the cursed seal on the back of his neck seemed to be stimulated. It erupted with intense, burning pain, like a scorching iron pressing hard on his nerves. Ugh! Sasuke groaned, his left arm's strength instantly drained, and his body stiffened momentarily from the excruciating pain and chakra loss. Hee! Got it! A look of ecstasy appeared on Akatsuki Kai's face, his other hand darting like a venomous snake, fingers clawed with the sound of slicing air. He lunged towards Sasuke's throat. Dark gray chakra glimmered ominously around his fingertips. Sasuke! On the stands, Sakura screamed in panic. Naruto was even more anxious. Jumping up and down, bastard! That guy's weird. Sasuke, be careful. At this critical moment, Sasuke endured the intense pain, pushing his Sharingan's insight to the limit. He suddenly tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding the deadly claw aimed at his throat. However, the front of his shirt was still sliced open by the sharp wind from the attack. At the same time, he infused the remaining chakra into his right foot, forcefully pushing off the ground, retreating rapidly to create distance. Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead. His left arm felt increasingly weak. That contact had drained nearly 1/5 of his chakra. What alarmed him even more was that the cursed seal's erosion seemed to become more active due to the fluctuation of chakra and his body's weakness. That evil, cold power slithered like a snake, constantly trying to invade his consciousness, disrupting his focus. Do you feel it? Uchiha Sasuke? Akatsuki Kai did not pursue, but instead stood in place, indulging in flexing his wrist that had just absorbed chakra, as if savoring a rare delicacy. All of this was observed by Orochimaru, disguised as a sound ninja J-Nin, who muttered to himself, Akatsuki Kai's secret technique, Devour Hand. As long as his body touches you, your chakra will become his nourishment. Moreover, he chuckled ominously, glancing at the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, your cursed seal is quite susceptible to his chakra's influence. What will you do? At that moment, Sasuke's heart sank. Not only did the opponent possess a bizarre ability to absorb chakra, but he also seemed to sense and even provoke the cursed seal's movements. This was like adding fuel to the fire for his current situation. He couldn't get close. Absolutely must not let him touch him. Otherwise, chakra would be drained, and the cursed seal would go out of control. What's wrong? The noble Uchiha clan can only run away? Akatsuki Kai let out a piercing laugh and launched another attack. This time, his movements were even more bizarre and elusive, his hands like two venomous snakes lying in wait, constantly searching for opportunities to make contact with Sasuke's body. He did not seek a decisive strike, but, like a cat playing with a mouse, continuously forced Sasuke to dodge and block. Every time Sasuke was forced to use his arms or legs to fend off his attacks, Akatsuki Kai would take advantage of the moment to touch him. Even if it was just for a moment, a bit of chakra would be drawn away, intensifying the cursed seal's erosion. Sasuke found himself in an extremely passive situation. Through Naruto's perspective, Minato in the ceiling space pondered. That guy doesn't seem like a Konoha ninja. The Nine Tails yawned. Konoha's secret techniques have always been diverse, so it's not surprising to have various secret techniques. Madara countered. No, this technique clearly involves human modification. He was very opposed to such techniques when I established Konoha with Hashirama, so Konoha could not possibly have such techniques. The Nine Tails expression changed. So this person is a spy. Minato and Madara responded simultaneously. Chapter 81, Summoning Technique. Toad Flame. Sasuke relied on the powerful dynamic vision and prediction ability of the Sharingan to barely dodge the opponent's attacks. But each evasion consumed precious stamina and chakra. Each forced block weakened him. His movements began to slow, and his breathing grew rapid. The burning pain and cold sensation from the cursed seal felt like maggots gnawing at his bones, constantly assaulting his mental barriers, trying to break his will. Cold sweat soaked his back. Damn, this won't do. Sasuke's brain raced. Long-range attack. His chakra could only be used once at most. And the opponent was very fast. If he missed, it would be over. Kunai and his shuriken. He had used shuriken a lot in the previous battle, but the opponent could take them on barehanded, indicating this tactic was ineffective. Sharingan Jinjutsu. The opponent's mental state was abnormally excited and greedy, so it might not work easily. Moreover, if the Jinjutsu failed, the risk of close combat would be greater. What to do? Just as Sasuke once again awkwardly sidestepped Akatsuki Kai's claw reaching for his shoulder, the sting of the cursed seal caused his vision to blur slightly. And a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Can't touch him. An attack with something he can't touch. With absolute power, destroy him completely from a safe distance. At this moment, Sasuke recalled what Jiraiya had said during their training. Sasuke, you should get along with Fukasaku. He is one of the masters of fire techniques from Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku. A resolute light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The summoning technique is the only choice. Although summoning Fukasaku would consume a large amount of chakra, it's better than being drained by the opponent and devoured by the cursed seal. Hee. Can't hold on anymore. The Uchiha bloodline is nothing special. CHJ Giga once again closed in, his hands radiating a gray-black chakra glow. Like two greedy nets covering Sasuke. At this critical moment, Sasuke suddenly flipped backward, creating several meters of distance. At the same time, his hands began to form seals at a speed that left after images. Not the fire-style seals, but the seals for summoning. In Rooster Monkey Goat, Summoning Technique. Sasuke bit his right thumb, pressing the chakra-infused blood hard against the ground. Poof! A thick cloud of white smoke exploded with a loud noise. Dust filled the air, obscuring the vision. What? CHJ Giga's forward motion paused, watching the smoke warily. The audience in the stands craned their necks. The smoke quickly dispersed, revealing a massive figure in the center of the arena, blocking Sasuke. It was a giant toad, several times larger than an ordinary one. Its body displayed a dark red color reminiscent of lava, with skin covered in grooves as if molten rock had flowed over it. Its eyes glowed like burning coals, flickering with intense heat. Most notably, its enormous mouth was slightly open, exhaling a scorching breath that distorted the surrounding air. It was Fukasaku, the fire technique toad from Mount Myaboku. Ribbit. Fukasaku let out a deep, drum-like croak, with a hint of waking up from being summoned. It turned its enormous eyes toward the somewhat unsteady Sasuke behind it. Hey, are you the Sasuke that Jiraiya mentioned? What do you need me for this time? Its voice was loud, carrying the unique tone of a toad. Fukasaku. Sasuke gasped enduring the dual pain of massive chakra consumption and the cursed seal S erosion. His voice hoarse, but exceptionally firm. Work with me. You should just back off. While there's still time, let me help you out. Fukasaku's gaze shifted to the astonished and wary CHJ Giga, a spark of interest flashing in its burning eyes. Just right. Uncle Bunta hasn't practiced with me in ages. Now I can stretch my limbs a bit, but this place is a bit small. So don't blame me if I cause some damage. CHJ Giga recovered from his initial shock, a greedy look on his face. But there was also a hint of caution deep in his eyes. A summoning beast, and such a massive one, radiating terrifying heat. He wondered if his devouring hands would work against this fiery energy. But the chakra contained within this toad was an irresistible temptation. So what if it's a big toad? I'll take your chakra. A glint of madness flashed in CHJ Giga's eyes as he abandoned Sasuke. Deciding to deal with this larger threat first, his figure became elusive again, moving rapidly around Fukasaku's massive body like a specter, looking for an opportunity to strike. His emaciated palms glowed with gray-black chakra, waiting for the right moment. Oomph. You're a dead flea. Fukasaku's enormous nostrils expelled 2 jets of scorching white vapor. Facing CHJ Giga's circling, which appeared to it as slow motion, it showed great disdain. Just as CHJ Giga attempted to approach its sturdy hind legs from the side. Whoosh! A scarlet lightning bolt ripped through the air, faster than the visual capture limit of most genin. Fukasaku's thick, resilient, slime-covered tongue, like a burning steel whip, struck towards CHJ Giga with overwhelming force and precision. What? CHJ Giga's eyes widened in horror. He never expected such a massive creature to attack with such speed and cunning. In a panic, he could only cross his arms in front of himself. The gray-black, devouring hands chakra activated fully, trying to resist and absorb the power contained in the tongue. Crack! A sound that made one's scalp tingle. Fukasaku's tongue slammed hard against CHJ Giga's arms. CHJ Giga felt an unimaginable force surge through him, his arms in excruciating pain. His entire body was like a battering ram, lifted off the ground, uncontrollably flying backward. Even more terrifying was that his invincible devouring hands, while indeed frantically absorbing the chakra from the tongue, was encountering chakra that was scorching, violent, and filled with explosive fire energy. It surged into his arms' meridians like lava, causing tearing pain. The absorption speed couldn't keep up with the damage from the impact. His arms instantly turned bright red, and the skin even emitted a faint burnt smell. Ugh! CHJ Giga screamed as he crashed heavily to the ground several meters away, his arms trembling uncontrollably. A charred whip mark was clearly imprinted on them, and a frenzied fire attribute chakra rushed chaotically within him, causing him immense suffering. How does it taste? My chakra is not so easy to digest. Fukasaku proudly retracted its tongue, licking its lips as if it had simply swatted away a fly. CHJ Giga struggled to rise, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. He realized that getting close to this toad was extremely dangerous. He had to change strategies. He slammed his hands against the ground, his face twisted in rage. Earth style. Earth prison. He aimed to trap this toad. Boom! Thick earthen walls instantly shot up from all sides, forming a gigantic square cage that trapped Fukasaku's massive body inside. The top of the earthen walls quickly closed, forming a sealed dome. Fukasaku. Sasuke's heart tightened. Oomph. You dare to show off with such petty skills. A deep, thunderous roar came from within the earth prison. Filled with disdain. Sasuke kid, get ready. Let me show you my specialty. As soon as the words fell, a massive bulge suddenly formed at the top of the sealed earth prison. Poof! With a dull cracking sound, a thick toad oil shot up like a fountain, bursting through the dome and shooting into the air. Following that, Fukasaku's enormous oil-covered tongue shot out like a chain from hell, following the oil jet. As the tongue emerged, the toad oil adhered to its surface seemed to ignite, instantly erupting into roaring flames. The entire tongue transformed into a fire whip, surging with flames. Fire style, toad oil flame whip. The blazing long tongue, carrying a terrifying heat that could incinerate everything, screamed through the air, striking precisely at CHJ Giga, who had just cast Earth Style and was still recovering from the exertion. CHJ Giga's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead. The descending flaming whip covered a vast area and was faster than he could imagine. He wanted to dodge, but his body was slowed by the backlash and chaotic chakra from earlier. He could only desperately raise his painfully burned arms again, attempting the same trick. Devouring hands. Absorb it from me. However, this time, he wasn't touching pure chakra energy, but rather physical burning wrapped in violent flames. Click boom! The burning fiery tongue slammed into CHJ Giga's crossed arms. The first sound was the crisp crack of bones breaking. In that moment of contact, CHJ Giga's arms were snapped like rotten wood by the tongue, imbued with immense force and high temperature. Immediately following, the toad oil clinging to the tongue and the raging flames ignited Chitong Kai's body in an instant, like maggots gnawing at bones. The flames licked at his skin, hair, and closed like a greedy demon. A piercing scream echoed throughout the training ground. Chitong Kai instantly transformed into a person engulfed in flames. He rolled and slapped the ground frantically, but the thick toad oil clung to him like a festering sore, causing the fire to burn even fiercer. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the heartbreaking scream abruptly ceased. Only a charred, curled-up figure remained, with wisps of blue smoke and tiny flames still rising from its surface, filling the air with the foul stench of burnt protein. Meanwhile, the earthen prison containing the toad flames collapsed with a thunderous crash. The massive body of the toad flames stood unscathed amidst the dust. It retracted its long tongue, still exuding heat and charred smoke, and licked its lips as if savoring the recent barbecue. Its huge eyes glanced at the pile of charred remains, disdainfully snorting, overestimating oneself. Thinking of devouring the flame bearer will ultimately be devoured by flames. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. All spectators, be they lower or upper ninjas, were completely shocked by the swift yet brutally violent outcome of the battle. The training ground was eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned by this devastating blow. Even Kakashi in the upper ninja stands revealed an extremely serious expression beneath his mask. Moonlight Gale coughed several times, astonished by the power, before barely stabilizing his voice to announce loudly, "The winner, Uchiha Sasuke." Thud. As soon as the announcement fell, Sasuke's tense nerves finally relaxed, unable to hold on any longer. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his face pale as paper. The cursed seal on the back of his neck, after the immense output of chakra, temporarily lay dormant, but the burn marks became even clearer and more grotesque. "Hey kid, are you alright?" The massive body of the toad flames slowly turned and looked down at Sasuke, its tone somewhat smug. "This time I had quite a fun time. Call me again if there's a chance next time." After saying that, without waiting for Sasuke's response, it vanished in a puff of white smoke with a bang. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura rushed down from the stands, running to Sasuke's side, anxiously checking his condition. Naruto followed closely behind, though shocked by Sasuke's outburst earlier. His face was now filled with worry and fear. "Hey, Sasuke, how are you? Don't push yourself." With Sakura's support, Sasuke barely managed to stand up. He glanced at the terrifying charred pit in the center of the arena, and then at his slightly trembling hands. That strike had nearly drained his last bit of strength. "I'm fine," he said, but now Sasuke could only rely on Naruto and Sakura's support to stand. Soon, under the medical team's arrangement, Sasuke was carried on a stretcher into the medical room. No matter what, he had won this battle. As for the other one, they could only call the logistics team to collect the body. After all, the Chunin exams were bound to be deadly. No one could guarantee the entire process would be safe and reliable. Chapter 82. Second match, Hyuga clan internal battle on the stands. The oppressive silence was replaced by whispers. Shock, fear, and excitement intermingling in the air. Moonlight Gale suppressed a cough and announced the start of the next match. Second group, as his hoarse voice rang out. The screen displayed the names of the competitors. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Please welcome the 2 contestants. This combination of names was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up greater waves among the Konoha lower ninjas. The Hyuga clan, and it's the main family's eldest daughter against the genius of the branch family. Naruto, who was still immersed in Sasuke's tragic victory, couldn't help but lift his head upon hearing these two names, Hinata, Neji. He instinctively looked towards Hinata. He saw her petite body visibly tremble, her fair cheeks instantly draining of all color. Her pure white eyes were filled with unmistakable fear and panic as she looked at Neji, who was slowly walking down the steps. Neji walked steadily, his expression cold, and the forehead protector wrapped around his head shone particularly brightly under the lights. He exuded a chilling aura that seemed to warn others to stay away, like a block of ice that had not melted for millennia. Hinata's teeth chattered in worry, and Akamaru let out a whimper of unease. Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses. As Hinata's teammates, they understood her situation in the Hyuga family better than anyone. She couldn't compare to Neji, nor could she match her younger sister Hanabi. Even when teacher Kurenai went to explain the situation to the Hyuga family, that old man Hayashi was indifferent, as if he didn't care what happened. It was infuriating to watch. At this moment, Hinata lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her steps were tiny and hesitant, as if she were walking on red-hot iron instead of hard stone. The fear inside her overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. How could I possibly win against Neji, who is so strong and so full of hatred for the main family? I don't like fighting at all. The two stood in the center of the arena. Hinata kept her head down, not daring to meet Neji's cold, emotionless white eyes. She felt like a leaf in a storm, about to be swallowed by the towering waves before her. Hinata-sama. Neji's voice was calm and unperturbed, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. It clearly reached Hinata's ears and resonated throughout the silent venue. Give up. You cannot win against me. This is a fate that has been predetermined from the beginning. Your weakness, your hesitation, your so-called status as a member of the main family are meaningless in front of my eyes that see through everything. Surrender is your only dignified choice, and it can also prevent unnecessary suffering. Neji's words pierced Hinata's fragile heart like a cold dagger. Fate, weakness, meaningless. These words shattered her already wavering courage. Yes, Neji is right. I am too weak. I only bring trouble to everyone. Perhaps surrender really is the best choice. Her head drooped even lower, her shoulders slightly shaking, on the verge of tears. Hey, kid, what nonsense are you talking about? A loud voice filled with intense dissatisfaction erupted like thunder, breaking the oppressive silence in the arena. All eyes instantly focused on the golden-haired, blue-eyed boy in the stands. Naruto leaned forward against the railing of the stands, his face filled with anger and disagreement. His blue eyes fixed firmly on Neji in the arena. What nonsense, fate. Who says Hinata can't win against you? She just hasn't shown her true strength yet. She is much stronger than you think. He suddenly turned to the timid figure in the arena, his voice rising sharply, filled with undeniable encouragement and trust. Hinata, don't listen to him. Lift your head. Look at me. Hinata trembled all over, as if struck by electricity. She instinctively, slowly, raised her tear-streaked, pale face. Her pure white eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief, gazed at the radiant figure in the stands, shining like the sun. Naruto looked directly into Hinata's eyes, his face breaking into a brilliant smile that seemed capable of dispelling all gloom. He vigorously waved his fist and shouted, Hinata, go for it. I believe in you. Hinata murmured that name, and tears fell uncontrollably like pearls from a broken string. But this time, the tears washed away not just pure fear and despair. Naruto's gaze, filled with trust and encouragement, was like a warm ray of sunlight that penetrated the layers of gloom in her heart, injecting an unprecedented strength. That strength was weak, but exceptionally resilient. Hinata took a deep breath, wiped the tears off her face with her sleeve, and looked towards Neji again. Although his pure white eyes still glistened with moisture, they no longer flinched. The fear had not vanished, but a stronger emotion overshadowed it. She didn't want to disappoint Naruto's trust. She didn't want to escape in cowardice anymore. She took a deep breath and slowly assumed the starting stance of the Hyuga's gentle fist. Her palms were positioned one in front and one behind, with chakra gathered in her palms. Although her movements were still a bit stiff and awkward, her gaze became incredibly determined. "Nei ni." Hinata's voice still trembled, but it rang clearly. "Please, teach me." A crack finally appeared on Niji's face, which had been frozen like ice for years. He looked at the unfamiliar light of defiance in Hinata's eyes, his brows tightly furrowed. His gaze was filled with cold disappointment and deeper sarcasm. He scoffed, "Foolish. Have you let a few hollow words of encouragement cloud your mind, unable to see the gap in reality? The eldest daughter of the main branch. You are still so naive, so disgusting." He slowly raised both hands, also assuming the stance of gentle fist, his movements smooth and perfect like a precision instrument. "Since you insist on experiencing despair, I will grant you that. Let you see how laughable your pitiful courage is in the face of absolute strength and destined fate." The match begins. The voice of Moonlight Wind echoed. The battle erupted instantly. Niji moved. His actions were ghostly, moving so fast that only a faint afterimage remained in place. The traditional steps of the Hyuga clan were executed flawlessly beneath his feet, instantly closing the distance. A palm infused with chakra, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, aimed directly at Hinata's vital point. Hinata's pupils constricted, and her Byakugan activated instantly. Niji's movements became clear in her eyes, but her body reacted a beat too late. In a hurry, she sidestepped and simultaneously infused chakra into her right hand, attempting to block and deflect with gentle fist techniques. Smack! The two palms collided, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 83. The Hyuga clan of the past was too bold. Hinata felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, her arm instantly going numb. She stumbled back uncontrollably for several steps, blood and energy surging within her. Niji's pure chakra was like steel needles, trying to invade her meridians through the contact point. So strong. The spectators gasped in astonishment. "Niji isn't even trying," Shaoli said, his voice heavy with concern. The two teammates easily saw this, especially Shaoli. He often fought with Niji, and now Niji's movements seemed far slower compared to when he fought him, as if he deliberately slowed down to match Hinata's pace. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, cracking as he watched the match. "Damn it, Niji. He's definitely holding back. He's not using his full strength." He could clearly see Niji's ease in his movements and his contempt for Hinata. At that moment, he regretted letting Hinata take the stage, but he watched as she, despite her predicament, gritted her teeth and steadied herself again. The stubbornness in her eyes became clearer, and he couldn't bring himself to shout, "Hinata, give up." He could only repeatedly shout in his heart, "Go, Hinata! Hold on!" In the arena, Hinata steadied herself, her gaze becoming more focused. She knew the gap was vast, but she didn't want to give up, to respond to Naruto's expectations, and to prove that she wasn't completely useless. "Hiya!" Hinata shouted, taking the initiative to attack. She unleashed her most practiced gentle fist techniques, her palms flying, chakra gathering at her fingertips. She attempted to find a gap in Niji's defenses, aiming for the chakra points on his body. Flowery fists and embroidered legs. Niji coldly snorted, his 8 trigrams footwork flowing like water, easily dodging Hinata's attacks. His Byakugan was also activated, making every exertion and every slight flow of chakra from Hinata transparent. He didn't even need to block with full force. With minimal movements, he could casually deflect or redirect, dissolving Hinata's offense into nothing. Each contact was accompanied by precise chakra impacts, causing Hinata's arms to go numb and her internal organs to ache. For a moment, it was like a strange dance unfolding in the arena. Hinata was like a moth throwing itself at the flame, her offense seeming relentless, yet she could never touch the hem of Niji's clothes. Niji, on the other hand, moved gracefully and lethally, each nonchalant counterattack exacting a toll on Hinata. Meanwhile, this bloodline-related, stylistically diverse gentle fist duel attracted the attention of 3 fathers. Obito suddenly laughed derisively, filled with sarcasm. The Hyuga clan? Those white eyes remind me of some unpleasant old stories. The Ninetales lazily lifted its eyelids, flicking its massive tail. Old Obito, what wind is blowing you today? Remembering the good old days when you got beaten up by Hashirama? Obito's phantom suddenly solidified, exuding an unhappy aura. It was those guys with eyes on their heads, relying on their inherited ability to see chakra points. That Hyuga clan leader thought he was so high and mighty. The Ninetales became a bit interested, shifting to a more comfortable position. Oh, what happened? Did they dare to act tough in front of you and Hashirama? Quite bold, huh? Obito snorted coldly. Back then, I was establishing Konoha with Hashirama, and that old Hyuga felt that we, as outsiders, were unworthy to be in the same village as them. The Ninetales felt a bit embarrassed. Was the Hyuga clan really that fierce back then? Then, they wanted to see who would lead the village. Obito said this with a tone full of disdain. The Ninetales couldn't help but chuckle. Overestimating themselves. And then what? Did you wipe them out with your Susanoo? The Ninetales' tone was filled with glee. Obito unexpectedly shook his head, his phantom seemingly rolling its eyes. No, it was Tobirama who made the final move. The Ninetales tilted its massive head, confusion filling its golden vertical pupils. That white-haired brat? Old Obito, when did you become so patient? Someone openly provoked you, and you actually restrained yourself from making a move? Obito's figure trembled violently, as if he had hit a sore spot. After a moment, he spoke with an extremely repressed grievance. Patient? Nonsense. That old man's sarcastic face was just short of engraving you don't deserve it on your Byakugan. What's the difference between that and pointing at my nose and cursing me, Uchiha Obito, as a dirt farmer? Minato's gentle phantom listened from the side, trying to keep a smile, but his smile was already a bit stiff. Mr. Obito, calm down. Minato never expected that at the founding of Konoha, the old leader of the Hyuga clan would be so fierce, directly cursing at Obito, who had a violent temper. If he had been there at the time, he would have probably used the Flying Thunder God to teleport the Hyuga leader away immediately. After a moment of calming down, Obito said unhappily, if it weren't for Hashirama watching me, I would have turned their residence into a plain long ago. Not only that, but at that time, Obito was also so furious that he set up a super large ninjutsu he had wanted to use but never had, Super Doton, Earthquake Core. This jutsu could directly launch a large piece of land into the sky, allowing everyone and everything on it to experience freefall. The Ninetales listened with great interest, its tail slapping loudly. I was wondering how you could hold back. It turns out it was Hashirama. Obito, hearing the Ninetales mention Hashirama's name, couldn't he help but recall the time when he was ready to send the Hyuga clan to the heavens. Hashirama ran over and hugged his waist tightly. Obito, calm down. You have to win people over with virtue. Violence won't solve problems. The village needs unity. The force between the pillars was so great that he couldn't break free at all. After all, they were still within the borders of Konoha at that time. If they unleashed Susanoo and the Wood Golem, Konoha would be flattened before even the Uchiha clan could be wiped out. The Ninetales erupted in thunderous laughter, rolling around in its cage. I never thought you, Uchiha Madara, would have a day of restraint. Madara was infuriated by the Ninetales' laughter, and the blue Susanoo skeleton immediately expanded. You mangy fox, have you laughed enough? Do you believe I can turn this broken cage into a plane right now? After such a long fight, the Ninetales felt its skin had thickened. Come on, old Madara, am I afraid of you? Just right for a good stretch. Minato hurriedly rushed between the two. Madara, Ninetales, please calm down. Naruto is still watching. If you start fighting now, it will affect Naruto. Minato felt like a kindergarten teacher, trying to calm down two unruly children who could tear the place apart at any moment. Just as one person and one beast in the ceiling space were about to clash. The duel of Gentle Fist in the real world had entered an even more brutal phase. Chapter 84, Hinata's Persistence, Naruto's Declaration. As both sides continued to engage, Hinata's persistence gradually transformed in Niji's eyes from foolishness to provocation and insult. He couldn't understand, nor could he tolerate this branch family heiress who was favored by fate yet so weak. Why could she keep getting up after falling down in front of him? Why could she have Naruto's unconditional trust and encouragement? The light of that trust burned even deeper into the darkness and resentment within him. Why? Why would he give up? Niji's voice for the first time carried obvious anger and irritation. His attacks shifted from mere defense and pressure points to stronger force and aggression. Like a raging storm, they surged toward Hinata. Each palm struck accurately at the chakra points on Hinata's arms, shoulders, and even her torso as she tried to block. Thud! 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 Hinata's defenses were torn apart like paper. She was like a leaf in a storm, continuously pushed back by Niji's relentless strikes, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, staining her white clothing. Intense pain radiated from all parts of her body. Her chakra flow became sluggish and difficult, and her vision began to blur. Yet her pure white eyes remained locked onto Niji. The stubbornness and persistence in her gaze did not weaken. Instead, under the pain and oppression, it burned even more fiercely. I can't give up. Hinata's consciousness began to fade, her body swaying dangerously, but a single belief supported her. Naruto-kun is watching me. I can't let him down. Stubborn. Niji's anger was completely ignited, the last remnants of rationality in his eyes replaced by cold, killing intent. He looked at the blood-soaked figure before him, who refused to fall. It was as if he saw the unshakable shackles of the main family. All his resentment and pain erupted at that moment. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll use this move to completely crush your ridiculous persistence and so-called fate. A cold light flashed in Niji's eyes as he slightly crouched, his hands assuming an extremely dangerous starting stance. Powerful chakra instantly gathered in his palms, and the surrounding air seemed to thicken and weigh down. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Niji compressed the gathered chakra and unleashed it like a cannonball, shooting straight toward Hinata's chest, who had no ability to resist. Hinata! From a stance. Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief. Donji! Shino exclaimed in shock. Sakura covered her mouth in horror. Hinata! Naruto's eyes turned bloodshot, his chakra erupting. Just as that destructive chakra shockwave was about to engulf Hinata's petite body, a golden flash ripped through the space. Naruto pushed the body flicker technique to its limit. He even used a hint of the Nine-Tails violent chakra to accelerate. He arrived before Hinata, before anyone could react. Without hesitation, and with no time to use any defensive jutsu, he met Niji's furious and deadly strike head-on with his own back. At the same time, he opened his arms wide, using all his strength to tightly, protectively embrace the swaying, blood-soaked Hinata. Bang! A dull, heart-stopping sound erupted. Naruto was hit like a train at full speed. Holding Hinata, the two were violently thrown away like kites with severed strings. They crashed hard into a wall several meters away. The hard wall instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Thud! Naruto tasted blood in his throat, spitting it out, splattering it on Hinata's pale face. Pain like tearing came from his back, his clothes shredded, revealing large bruises and burn marks. But his arms around Hinata remained like iron clamps, showing no sign of loosening. The entire arena fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one expected Niji to be so ruthless. Even less did they expect Naruto to rush out to save her in such a decisive manner. As the dust slowly settled, Naruto knelt half before the shattered wall. Holding Hinata, Hinata curled up in Naruto's embrace, consciousness fading. Blood continuously dripped from her mouth, staining Naruto's clothing and her own collar. Naruto had blood at the corner of his mouth as well, his face pale from intense pain and chakra exhaustion. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Hinata was filled with tenderness and anger. He suddenly raised his head, his blue eyes burning with rage, glaring fiercely at Niji in the center of the arena. His voice was hoarse but thunderous. Hinata has already lost the ability to fight. You still want to strike? Niji, have you gone mad? Niji forcibly suppressed the backlash of chakra within him, his face slightly pale. He looked at Hinata, who was unconscious in Naruto's arms. A flicker of extremely complex emotions flashing in his eyes, but more was still coldness and resentment. He coldly said, his voice filled with suppressed anger, "This is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan. We don't need an outsider like you to meddle." Step aside. Outsider. Naruto, holding Hinata, slowly stood up, the movement aggravating his back injury, causing him to frown. But his back remained straight, his voice firm and unquestionable. I promised Hinata. I will protect her. I will take responsibility for her. How could her matters not be my own? Naruto-kun. Hinata, on the edge of consciousness, clearly heard this sentence. An indescribable warmth instantly spread throughout her body, dispelling all pain and coldness. A huge sense of happiness and security caused a faint yet incredibly moving blush and smile to appear on her pale face. She tried hard to say something, but it triggered the injury within her. Cough, cough, sputter. Another mouthful of blood was coughed up, staining Naruto's chest and causing her to lose consciousness completely. Softly leaning against Naruto. Hinata. Naruto's heart tightened, quickly checking her condition. Medical team, hurry. The Moonlight Swift finally reacted, shouting loudly. Several medical ninjas rushed into the arena. Neji looked at Hinata, who was unconscious and breathing weakly in Naruto's arms. He then looked at Naruto's angry and determined gaze, opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately said nothing. The coldness and killing intent in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only profound exhaustion, pain, and an indescribable emptiness. He silently turned away, no longer looking at anyone. The Moonlight Swift looked at the situation in the arena, took a deep breath, and announced loudly, "The outcome is decided. Hinata Hyuga has lost the ability to fight. The victor is Neji Hyuga." At the moment the announcement fell, Naruto carefully held the unconscious Hinata and handed her over to the arriving medical ninjas. He took one last look at Hinata, being carried away on a stretcher, his eyes filled with worry. Then, he turned sharply, his icy gaze piercing like a sword toward that proud figure. Neji, Naruto's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unprecedented seriousness and fighting spirit. You remember this. I won't care about your so-called fate. You hurt Hinata, and I will make you pay the price. Neji's footsteps paused slightly. He did not turn around or respond. He straightened his back and walked silently back to the stands, like a prisoner bearing a heavy burden, his figure elongated under the lights, appearing particularly lonely and heavy. Chapter 85. Match 4. Naruto versus Kiba. The medical room was filled with a distinct cold smell of disinfectant. Naruto sat by the bedside, looking at Hinata's pale but steady sleeping face. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Hinata's earlier coughing up blood and fainting had scared him quite a bit. He clumsily tucked the blanket around Hinata, mumbling, "Rest well, Hinata. When you wake up, I'll buy you a super deluxe ramen set from Ichiraku. The kind with 3 servings of chashu." This made Minato in the ceiling space facepalm once again due to his son's low emotional intelligence. After confirming that Hinata was fine, Naruto tiptoed out of the medical room. As soon as he returned to the main stand passage, he heard the signature cough of Moonlight Gale accompanied by the announcement. The winner is Cough Cough from Sunagakure. Kankuro. Huh, it's over? Naruto squeezed to the edge of the railing, peering into the arena. However, an unexpected person turned to ask, "How is Hinata?" "Sasuke? Great. You're okay." Upon seeing Sasuke return to the competition site, Naruto excitedly rushed over to hug him. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, stopped Naruto's action. "Let go of me, you idiot." "Great." Sakura, watching the interaction between the two, showed no signs of wanting to help. After a hard time pushing Naruto away, Sasuke finally answered, "Hinata is fine. Just needs some rest and shouldn't exert herself. What about you?" "Kakashi helped me with a seal to temporarily suppress that thing." Saying this, Sasuke pointed to the cursed seal on his shoulder. The two leaned in to take a look, and sure enough, there was an additional circle of sealing technique users around the 3-tomo cursed seal. Naruto looked toward the competition venue and asked, "How's the exam going?" "You can see for yourself." In the center of the arena, a ninja dressed in Sand Village attire was being carefully lifted onto a stretcher. His body twisted at an incredible angle. It appeared that several of his joints had been dislocated. Meanwhile, Kankuro was leisurely packing up his tightly wrapped puppet crow, a slight smile on his face. The puppet behind him seemed to have barely moved at all. "What's going on? Zofast?" Naruto looked confused. Sakura, with her arms crossed, looked knowingly, That guy named Kenmi is as flexible as clay. Normal attacks can't hit his vital points at all. Kankuro is very smart. He deliberately left an opening, pretending to be caught by the opponent's strange gentle art. As a result, what Kenmi grabbed was just a puppet disguised as him. The real Kankuro was hiding behind the puppet, controlling it. Kenmi thought he had caught the real body, and in that moment of relaxation, the mechanism hidden in the puppet locked his joints, causing him to lose combat ability. A typical puppet master tactic, very cunning and effective. Wow, you can play like this, Naruto suddenly realized, and then his fighting spirit surged again. But this trick won't work on me. Sasuke leaned against a nearby pillar, resting and regaining his energy, only letting out a cold hum in response. Clearly, he looked down on such a crafty way to win. Group 4, Moonlight Gale's voice rang out again. With a hint of urgency, cough cough, Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Please let the contestants enter. It's my turn. Naruto's eyes lit up, instantly throwing the earlier little episode behind him. A beautiful flip directly crossed the railing, landing steadily in the center of the arena, the movement clean and crisp, drawing a small gasp from the stands. Kiba also came down from the other side with Akamaru. Akamaru seemed to sense his master's fighting spirit and barked a few times at Naruto, showing his small white teeth. The two stood in the center of the arena, staring at each other. The air was filled with a familiar atmosphere of competition and unwillingness to back down. Kiba looked at the blonde hedgehog across from him, scratched his head, and suddenly grinned, asking a question that made the entire venue pause for a moment. Hey Naruto, since our various fights started from ninja school, how many matches have we had now? 20? Naruto stroked his chin, pretending to think seriously for 2 seconds. Then with a face that showed he was very serious about counting, I can't count, but I only remember you've never beaten me. That last smile made Kiba's forehead break out in a clear tick. You bastard. He took a deep breath, pointed at Naruto, and showed a somewhat cheeky smile. No matter how many matches, today's match will definitely be different. Naruto dropped his hands, his bright blue eyes blinked. Then he revealed a smile even more dazzling. More annoying and full of you-know-what-oh. Is that so? But I have to remind you of a sad fact. He deliberately elongated the tone, then suddenly raised his voice, pointing at Kiba's nose. No matter how many matches, the result is the same. You have never beaten me. Ha ha, puff. In the stands, Sakura couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly covered her mouth. This idiot. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Shikamaru covered his face. Ah, this is so annoying. These two hot-blooded idiots. Choji, want some chips? It feels like it will be a farce. Ino face-bombed. Seriously, this guy Naruto is still so good at drawing hatred. Shino adjusted his glasses, not speaking. After all, what Naruto said was true. Akamaru, woof woof woof. Translation, boss. He looks down on us. Bite him. Kiba's face instantly turned the color of liver. Steam seemed to be coming out of his head. Bastard Naruto. Akamaru. Let him see the results of our special training. Go. Fawn over fawn. The figures of Kiba and Akamaru instantly transformed into two high-speed spinning gray tornadoes, swirling with dust and violent chakra, like two roaring earth dragons, carrying the momentum to crush everything. One to the left and one to the right, they charged toward Naruto, who was standing in the center of the arena with his hands on his hips and laughing. The momentum was even more terrifying than in the Forest of Death. Wow, not bad, Naruto praised, but his face showed no panic, instead carrying a bit of eager excitement. But this trick won't work on me. Earth-style, body flicker technique. Just as the two Fong over Fong were about to collide with him, Naruto pressed his hands together. Then with a puff, he dove into the ground like diving into water, disappearing without a trace. Boom! The two violent tornadoes slammed fiercely into the spot where Naruto had vanished, producing a deafening roar, and smoke and debris shot into the sky. The ground was plowed into two deep ravines. However, when the dust settled, the spot was empty. Chapter 86. The Groundhog Tactic, where is he? Kiba and Akamaru released their Fong over Fong state, landing on the ground, cautiously looking around. The familiar roar of Fong over Fong and Naruto's annoying evasion method once again caught the attention of the three fathers. The Ninetales lazily yawned, again with that little dog and that dog kid. This trick of spinning around, I've seen it hundreds of times. Don't you get dizzy? Even with my eyes closed, I can smell their dog fur scent. Ban didn't care about these things, but was somewhat interested in Naruto's evasion tactics. Ever since he learned the technique of heart cutting, this kid Naruto had become increasingly slippery with his earth style, like a groundhog. Minato looked at Naruto gently. After all, Naruto's experiences in the Forest of Death had truly helped him grow a lot. The Ninetales scoffed. These two brats games remind me of how you, old man, fought your way to the Valley of the End with Hashirama back in the day. Minato pondered. It is said that the battle between the first Hokage and Madara-san flattened the surrounding terrain. Ban proudly raised his head. Of course. This world is too small. If it weren't for Hashirama, the whole world wouldn't be enough for me to play alone. The Ninetales laughed mockingly. Listen to him brag. Old Ban was hammered all the way to the Valley of the End by Hashirama, looking like a rabbit being chased. Upon hearing this, Ban's face instantly darkened. The figure of his Susanoo skeleton appearing, even showing signs of expanding. You mangy fox. Have I been too nice to you these days? That was a strategic retreat. I was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. How can such a mindless burrowing behavior compare? The Ninetales immediately perked up, standing in the cage and wagging its tail provocatively. Oh, you're anxious, aren't you? Old Ban, you getting worked up? Did I hit a sore spot? Strategic retreat? Running away is just running away. Talking so fresh and refined. Ban had already unfolded his human form, Susanoo, standing in front of the Ninetales. Shut up. You stupid fox locked up for decades. It seems being in that cage for too long has made your brain devolve to the level of that little dog outside. The Ninetales exploded in anger, its nine tails dancing like flames, crashing against the ceiling iron bars. What? I'm not a dog. If you have the guts, come in and fight me. Minato, with a headache, stood between the two as their thoughts clashed, smiling awkwardly at both sides. Mr. Ban, Ninetales, please calm down. Naruto is still in the match, and, Kiba and Akamaru seem to be about to unleash a big move. Don't you want to see? Minato skillfully used the distraction technique. In the arena, Kiba and Akamaru stood back to back, their senses and Akamaru's dog nose at full power, trying to catch any movements underground. There, Kiba suddenly yelled, turning his head. Naruto popped up from the ground nearby, like a groundhog, grinning and holding a lump of mud. Take that. Naruto's special mud shuriken. He threw the mud right at Kiba's face. You bastard. That's too despicable. Kiba angrily tilted his head to dodge, the mud brushing past his ear. Akamaru also barked in strong condemnation. All's fair in war. Naruto, missing his shot, quickly burrowed back underground and slipped away fast. Kiba was so mad, he was jumping up and down. Damn it. If you have guts, don't burrow. Come out and fight fair. Naruto's voice came muffled from underground. No way. If you're capable, come down and catch me. In the stands, Sasuke twitched his mouth. TSK. This idiot is becoming more and more like Kakashi, learning all this useless stuff. Shino munched on chips. But it looks pretty fun. Sakura wanted to cover her face. Stupid Naruto. So embarrassing. Shino, however, analyzed seriously. From a behavioral analysis perspective, Naruto is effectively utilizing environmental advantages to wear down his opponent's patience and stamina. The tactic is reasonable but lacks spectacle. Kiba was fuming with anger at Naruto's shameless tactics. All right. Naruto, you're pushing me. Kiba's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Akamaru, let them see our true power. Beast human clone. Woof. Akamaru responded, jumping beside Kiba. Kiba quickly took out 2 soldier pills, swallowing one himself and stuffing the other into Akamaru's mouth. Chakra surged violently in both of them. Ninjutsu, beast human clone. Boom! White smoke exploded. As the smoke cleared, 2 identical Kiba appeared in place. Their height, physique, hairstyle, gaze, and even the rebellious expression on their faces were exactly the same. Wow! 2 Kiba. Naruto's whistle came from underground. The stands erupted in excitement. Naruto, now let's see how you hide. Double Fong Fong. The 2 Kiba shouted in unison. They transformed into two even larger, more ferocious gray tornadoes. This time, the rotation paths of the tornadoes were more erratic, covering a wider area. They almost blocked all the ground areas Naruto could burrow out of. The terrifying pulling force lifted the debris from the ground into the air. Oh no, this is serious. Naruto seemed to feel the pressure. Just as the two raging tornadoes were about to cover the entire area, Naruto finally stopped hiding. He suddenly burst out from a tricky corner, hands rapidly forming seals. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Boom! A thick earthen wall instantly rose up, standing in front of Naruto. Useless. The two Kiba roared in the tornado. Break it! Rumble! The violent tornadoes crashed against the earthen wall. The wall shook violently, debris falling down, instantly covered in cracks. It looked like it was about to collapse. Now, a glint of light flashed in Naruto's eyes. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the impact of Fong Fong was blocked by the earth wall, he formed seals again, this time with a completely different technique. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Splash! Just as the two tornadoes were about to break through the earth wall, the ground below them suddenly softened and collapsed. It instantly transformed into a vast area of thick, foul-smelling swamp. The high-speed, rotating Fong Fong, like tires caught in asphalt, suddenly dropped in speed. The violent tornado shapes instantly dissipated. Thud! Thud! The two Kiba, along with Akamaru, fell headfirst into the thick swamp without any defense, instantly turning into two muddy figures. Oh woo! Akamaru, so dirty. Boss! The entire arena fell silent for a second, then erupted in laughter. Pahaha! Naruto pointed at the two people and one dog in the muddy pit, laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Kiba, Akamaru, are you taking a mud bath? Your new look is quite unique. In the stands, all of Kiba's peers laughed in unison. Chapter 87. Complete domination. Hearing the laughter around him made Kiba feel a bit embarrassed. Naruto. Kiba struggled to raise his head from the swamp, his face smeared with black mud, only his fiery eyes visible, trembling with anger. I'm going to kill you. The Ninetales was rolling with laughter in its cage. Ha! Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. A mud bath. Ha ha! That little pup has turned into a mud ball. Van was also impacted by this ridiculous scene, but he said, humph. No sense of beauty, just taking advantage of the opponent's stupidity and the terrain's convenience. A true strong person should crush with absolute power. It seemed Ban wanted to give an example. But thinking of Hashirama's violent demolition style, he felt it wasn't very elegant either, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Minato struggled to hold back. Ahem, Naruto. He, is very creative and has fully utilized the environment, although the method is, a bit peculiar. Minato felt his vocabulary was running low. His son was indeed unpredictable. In the swamp, Kiba and Akamaru struggled helplessly, trying to escape the sticky mire's grasp. However, the Yellow Spring Swamp only made it worse the more they struggled. Damn it! Damn it! Kiba yelled unwillingly, mud splashing all over his face. Naruto stood at the edge of the swamp, clapping the dirt off his hands. Let me see who the real Kiba is. Kiba sneered, useless. The beast-human clone is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Not necessarily. As he spoke, Naruto closed his eyes. In an instant, his perception expanded like invisible ripples. The chakra sensing ability he had developed after losing his hearing in the Forest of Death, although still not very proficient, was enough to handle the current situation. In the mud pit, the essence of Kiba, the beast clone, and the chakra fluctuations emanating from Akamaru were as clear as lights in the night. Kiba's main body was the most agitated due to anger and struggle, while the clone was relatively stable but somewhat illusory. Akamaru's chakra carried a unique canine aura, small yet concentrated. Found it. A confident smile curved at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out like an arrow. His target was the figure of Kiba, who was struggling the most in the mud, with the strongest chakra fluctuations. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto called out lightly, and a shadow clone appeared beside him. Both of them leapt high into the air simultaneously. What? Kiba looked at the two Narutos descending from the sky. alarm bells ringing in his heart, but being trapped in the mud, he couldn't evade effectively. "It's over, Kiba." The two Narutos shouted in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, with their right legs infused with chakra, striking down like battle axes. "Damn it!" Kiba could only let out a reluctant roar, crossing his arms over his head in an attempt to take the hit. Bang! Bang! Two heavy muffled sounds almost rang out simultaneously. The first kick struck hard against Kiba's crossed arms. The tremendous force caused pain and numbness to shoot through his arms, and his body sank further into the mud. The second kick followed closely behind, accurately bypassing his feeble arm defense. Like a precise battering ram, it landed squarely on Kiba's muddy, shocked, and unwilling handsome face. Ugh! A heart-wrenching cry of pain. Kiba felt an irresistible force strike his nose, and stars instantly filled his vision, followed by boundless darkness. He could even clearly hear the painful crack of his nasal bone. Thud! Kiba's body collapsed like it had its bones pulled out, soft and limp in the sticky swamp. Face down, completely losing consciousness. The muddy water happily enveloped him, leaving only a protruding, muddy bottom sticking out. He poofed away in a cloud of white smoke, and the real Akamaru struggled to pop his head out of the mud. Seeing his boss fall face first in such an elegant manner, he let out a mournful howl, translated, "Boss, you died so tragically." As for Naruto, he used the recoil to perform a beautiful backflip, landing steadily on the dry ground at the edge of the swamp. He clapped his hands, put his hands on his hips, and looked at the protruding bottom in the mud and the crying muddy ball Akamaru, nodding with satisfaction. Done. The entire arena fell into a strange silence once again. In the stands, Sakura, Ino, Shiko, Choji, Shino, Sasuke, a few seconds later. Pwaha! The booming laughter nearly blew the roof off the entire tower. Ha ha ha! Kiba's butt, sticking up so high. Face down, absolutely face down. Listen to that sound. Ha ha ha! Akamaru. Akamaru turned into a mud dog, still crying. Ha ha ha! Naruto, that was ruthless, but well done. Ha ha! The medical team laughed as they rushed into the arena to carry Kiba, face down in the mud, on a stretcher. Another group carefully picked up the equally muddy and tearful Akamaru, sending him to the vet. Moonlight Gale suppressed his laughter and cough, his face flushed. Cough cough, the winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Cough cough. Naruto proudly waved to the stands, especially in the direction of Team 7, revealing his signature shining white teeth. See? This is the strength of your lord, Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura covered her face, her shoulders shaking, unsure if she was laughing or feeling embarrassed. Sasuke turned his face away, wearing an expression of I don't know him. Shikamaru looked at Kiba being carried away and the crying Akamaru, sighing deeply. We won. But it feels like winning is more troublesome, really super troublesome. He seemed to foresee how crazily Kiba would seek revenge on Naruto after recovering. Inside Naruto's body, in the sealed space, the Ninetales laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Ha! Kicking face. Precise. Ruthless. Well done. Ha ha ha. Madara was silent for a moment, seemingly stunned by this simple, crude, yet highly comedic ending, and finally squeezed out a line. Humph, a reckless act with no technical content. However, the angle of the kick to the face is barely passing. This was probably the highest praise he could give. Minato wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, revealing a tired yet relieved smile. Naruto has indeed grown. His use of perception is excellent, and this fighting style is becoming more and more unique. He decided to selectively ignore that last kick filled with personal grudges. Uzumaki Naruto, with his unique groundhog-style tactics and a kick that determined the outcome, achieved victory once again. Chapter 88. Once friends, now rivals. Naruto returned to the stands, beaming with pride, his smile dazzling enough to blind anyone, making people want to punch him. He bounded over to Sasuke and Sakura, hands on his hips, chin held high. See it, see it. Sasuke, Sakura. Naruto excitedly gestured wildly, almost spitting on Sasuke's face with his words. What is strength? What is strategy? Under my groundhog-style tactics, that guy Kiba couldn't even touch my clothes. Ha ha, easy advancement. Sasuke kept his eyes closed, not moving an inch, merely letting out a very faint, disdainful hum from his nose. The meaning was clear. Is winning against Kiba worth bragging about? Immature. Sakura, on the other hand, helplessly facepalmed, watching Naruto flaunt his "I'm the best" in the world demeanor, feeling that worrying about him earlier was a complete waste of emotion. Yes, 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 Naruto is the strongest, she replied perfunctorily, her mind clearly elsewhere. Naruto didn't notice Sakura's indifference and continued to excitedly recount his brilliant achievements, especially the last precise kick to the face, which he described as like a godly kick. Just then, Moonlight Gale's signature cough interrupted Naruto's victory speech again. Ahem, Group 5, he cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the screen, his voice carrying a barely noticeable pause. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Please have both contestants enter the arena. What? Two completely different, yet equally surprised voices rang out simultaneously. Sakura abruptly looked up, her emerald green eyes filled with astonishment, glancing towards the opposite stand. She saw Ino also looking at her, her usually bright and cheerful face equally filled with surprise and a hint of indescribable complexity. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Naruto opened his mouth, looking at Sakura, then at Ino, scratching his head. You two are fighting? He evidently recalled the glorious history of these two former close friends who now fought whenever they met. Sasuke also slightly opened his eyes, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the arena, seemingly taking a slight interest in this internal war between girlfriends. After a brief silence, Sakura took a deep breath, her initial shock gradually replaced by a complex determination. She nodded at Sasuke and Naruto, softly saying, "I'm going." Then she turned and walked down the steps, step by step. On the other side, Ino quickly adjusted her expression. She put back on her signature, slightly provocative and defiant smile, flipping her golden ponytail, walking down the stand with her head held high. But behind that smile, a subtle ripple passed through her eyes. The two stood firmly in the center of the arena, filled with rubble and cracks. Their gazes met, no longer filled with the sparks and sharp words that used to fly upon their meetings, but instead enveloped in a subtle, heavy silence filled with memories. Sakura looked at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face before her, and her thoughts drifted back to a long time ago. Back then, she was still the shy girl mocked for her wide forehead, feeling as insignificant as a blade of grass in a corner. It was Ino, like a ray of dazzling sunlight breaking in her gray world. Ino was the first girl to sincerely compliment her on her cute forehead and beautiful pink hair. She was also the first friend to take her hand, bringing her into the circle, teaching her how to dress up and be confident. They were once inseparable, sharing all the secrets of girlhood. They dreamed together of the future in the Ninja Academy, even secretly sketching handsome boys' profiles during class. At that time, they were each other's best friends, the closest partners outside of the trio of Ino Shikicho. The wild lily hairpin Ino gave her is still cherished in the deepest part of her drawer. However, everything changed because of the name Uchiha Sasuke. When they both realized their innocent yet intense feelings for Sasuke-kun, their pure friendship quietly fell under a shadow. Competition, suspicion, petty schemes, and sharp words grew like creeping vines. The once wide forehead and Ino became weapons to hurt each other. The confidants turned into rivals vying for the attention of the same boy. Every glance was filled with tension, and every conversation was laced with subtle jabs. That pure friendship gradually wilted and shattered under the heavy pressure of the name Sasuke. It ultimately led to the awkward situation where they now met and clashed. However, their experiences in Team 7, especially the life and death trials in the Forest of Death and Sasuke's injury and coma, quietly changed Sakura's mindset. She began to ponder what was truly important. Strength? Protecting her comrades? Or clinging to a hopeless crush? She watched Naruto and Sasuke risk their lives to protect their friends, and she felt she should grow as well. She longed to regain that precious friendship and wanted to say sorry and thank you to Ino. But now, the rift was deep and the cracks were hard to mend. The words of apology stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Perhaps a proper showdown was the only way they could communicate at this moment. using fists instead of words, settling the past through victory and defeat. Sakura didn't know. All she knew was that standing here, facing Ino, she had to give it her all. This was not only about passing the exam, but also a testament to her own growth, and a long overdue explanation for their twisted friendship. On the other side, Ino looked at the complex emotions flashing in Sakura's eyes, feeling a mix of emotions herself. She certainly remembered those beautiful pastimes, how she protected that timid, wide forehead. But Sasuke's appearance was like a watershed, completely severing them. She hated Sakura's betrayal, hated how she always managed to steal Sasuke's attention. She armed herself with harsh words and provocations, as if that would prove she was better than Sakura, more worthy to stand by Sasuke's side. But at this moment, seeing the calmness and determination in Sakura's eyes that was different from before, Ino felt an inexplicable irritation rise within her. What else with the pretense of being profound? Does she think she is superior just because she went through some things in Team 7? Ino certainly wouldn't lose. Hey, wide forehead. Ino broke the silence first. Hands on her hips, chin raised, trying to make her voice sound as provocative as usual. What are you dazed about? Are you scared? It's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, you'll be humiliated when I use my family's secret technique, the mind-turning technique. Sakura took a deep breath, not responding to Ino's taunts as she usually would. Instead, she calmly looked at Ino, her eyes clear and resolute. Chapter 89. This script is not right. Facing Ino's provocation, Sakura did not retort as she usually would. Instead, in front of everyone's puzzled gazes, she quietly unfastened a small pocket on the side of her ninja tool pouch and took out a roll of medical bandages. What's she doing with the bandages? On the stands, Shikamaru, with his nose recently treated and still bandaged, asked in a muffled voice. Wrapping a wound? The match hasn't even started. Tenten also looked confused. Shikamaru frowned, feeling that things weren't that simple. Sakura lowered her head, her movements steady and focused, starting to wrap the clean white bandages around her right palm and wrist in circles. The bandages were wrapped tightly, outlining the contours of her fingers. Her movements were slow and deliberate, carrying a peculiar sense of ritual. Ino was also taken aback by Sakura's unusual actions, her prepared next insult caught in her throat.